picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Good morning. It is day 3 and finally I get to do a walk-in. I feel very, very happy. Jenkins, are you a little jealous
No, I'm
that
part
I
of.
get to do this?
I'm part of the furniture, Sheever.
You sure you don't want to experience it?
I'll give it a go. I'll do a walk-in. I'll do a walk-in.
Do a walk-in.
I'll do a
Okay,
walk-in.
okay,
Just
okay.
give me a second here.
Right.
Okay. Oh, hey, Owen. What's going on?
All right. Don't spoil
Do
our
that.
guest.
Cue me
Come
in,
on.
cue me in.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome in Jenkins. I love the walk. You did practice that.
It's like a GTA character. Oh, wow. That was took a lot of energy. Oh,
You really noticed that you didn't go to the gym yesterday, huh?
oh my God. Jim's my uncle.
Great.
No, his name is actually Terrence.
All right, that's nice to meet you, Terrence.
An alcoholic.
You meet- Okay, well, great. Good story. Thank you for that. Good morning. DreamLeague Season 16, that's what you're watching right now. And we've got another fantastic day of Dota 2. And it's starting to look pretty scary because we're going to say goodbye to some teams probably today, but definitely tomorrow. 4 teams reaching. We'll talk about all of that. But I am curious, Jenkins, just now, when you were leaving the studio to come back into the studio, did you see anybody at the end of the tunnel?
I did, yeah. I saw Odie Pixel back there. I said hello to him.
I want to say hello to him.
All right. we can
Everybody
do
at
that.
home wants to say hello to him. Let's say hello to Odie Pixel. Owen,
Hello.
good morning.
Season 19, by the way.
What?
Huh? You said 16.
I said 19.
No. Check the VOD.
It is 19. It says so above here.
They're
Yes,
married,
I'm
ladies and gentlemen.
We're not.
I don't want to be between this bickering.
Well, we are now. Are you still sort of official?
Congratulations announcing the marriage of Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Where is my beautiful bride? Can we get him on?
Let's get him on,
Let's get
everybody.
him on. It's
Fogged,
Odie.
welcome to the show. He did it.
I love it.
I got one yesterday, so I don't know what he's.
You-
It's a different
What?
one.
What
This is
he's
a
up
different
to.
one, though.
You
This is
gave
nice.
him a flower?
It was less nice than that one. I will.
This is
prettier.
less special now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Excuse me.
The
Wow.
other flowers, yeah.
Speaking of bickering, huh? Indeed. I have a question, very important, because it's something that I forgot to do today, and I'm sure the pandas are very sad about that too, because they have an identity crisis, because they've been happy panda, they've been promiscuous panda, but they are not yet pandas today. Well, they're normal pandas, but like, what kind of pandas are there? We don't know. Fox, what's the mood? What mood read do you get from the pandas?
Don't say the first thing that comes to your mind. Say the second, because the first thing will get you banned.
I mean, bickering is now all that comes to mind.
The bickering,
Bickering
pandas.
pandas.
There you go.
The bickering pandas.
We get
Oh,
bickering
yeah.
to the ban. We get good enough.
They're definitely bickering. All right, the bickering pandas today. Lovely to have you guys on board as well. Again, fantastic day today because a lot needs to be decided, and we're halfway through the group stages, and we still don't know what is happening so far. First, let's take a look at what happened at Group A yesterday. Fogged. It's been a wild ride.
Oh my god. I thought people put Hellraisers as S tier. No, not the case at all.
Yeah, I saw Gorg C did that.
I saw him do
Go.
that.
He's always wrong about it. Though.
He's watching right now.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yep.
Gorg.
I know, exciting stuff. EG, looking hot.
Yep.
Looking really good. They picked Mars yesterday, so maybe they should have even be like 7-1 if they didn't pick Mars. So, yeah, really fun stuff.
Yeah, I want to focus a little bit on the middle of the pack here because Execration, Aster, and in particular TSM, they are like this is scary zone. Middle of the pack, not a great place to be. TSM, of course, coming in as the first seed of North America. We know that they normally do very well in their region. They can play well from their, from their bedrooms and from the boot camps there. But at Lima, they fell flat. Here, they are doing a little bit better, Owen, but still, this is not where you want to see them.
Yeah, sure, but I've got belief in these lads. I think we sort of had Tomato on an interview yesterday, and he was explaining how that he's been kind of jet lagged, right? I think he kind of flew over and was kind of straight into the action, straight into the game. So it's going to take some time already, though, with the more recent performances. Even in the games they've lost, I think they're still looking good. So I think whilst they've got the jaws now, I believe today onwards we're going to start seeing TSM getting some 2-0s.
Yep, I can agree. I think they've been looking good. I think they've been improving always constantly. It's still pretty kind of fresh roster in a way. They're
very.
not really that old the way that they've all been playing together. So it's really exciting. And I mean, they have some really clever ideas about the game too. Like Ari, right? We talked about him so much.
He was always really
last
good,
year.
right? Yeah,
He's kind of
spawning
new
DPC,
also into like the
coming
Dota scene. New, I say, like last 3-4 years or something like that. And yeah, it's ever improving.
Yeah, and of course, their opponents are going to be today Aster and Hellraiser, so they have already faced some of the more tough opponents. Let's focus our attention on Group B, because we said at the start of this event that Group B was going to be a little bit more clear-cut as to who comes ahead and who falls behind. But I do want to talk a little bit about a bit of a development that we had yesterday, Owen. I'm sure you are aware of what I'm hinting at.
We did. Miracle's back.
Miracle
I've
is
seen it.
back.
I've seen the clip. I saw the games, actually. The games, they look good. It was really good games from Enigma Galaxy. And, who knows? Maybe that's all it kind of took for these lads here in this current roster, getting Miracle back. They just need a few games to get through things. I think, again, with an interview yesterday with Samael, we heard, they didn't have any time to scrim with Miracle. They're pretty much straight into these officials with him. So, maybe that 2-0 they got against Talon was the beginning of a bit of a rise through the rest of the groups. I'm looking forward to see if that is the case. Because, Rampage, 18 minutes on an anti-mage. Not many players are going to be doing that. It's very, it's classic Miracle.
Yeah, and you said what? You were telling us backstage that Sumail didn't really sleep, obviously, because he flew home and then was
he had
like,
to go
oh my
back
god,
up.
I gotta go back to Europe. So yeah, pretty cool to see them actually improving and stuff like that. And everybody always wants to see this team do well, so on the upward trajectory.
on an upward trajectory indeed. On the mainstream, we are not going to witness them today, but you will, of course, be able to see them throughout the day. They got 2 series today. Again, one against Team Liquid and one against Tundra. So they are having some tougher opponents today.
There'll be good matches.
But it will be a good test to see if indeed the improvement that we saw yesterday, if they can carry that forward against teams that are maybe a little bit more tough than the ones they faced yesterday. But today, Jenkins, we got quite a nice lineup here too.
I forgot I was here.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, the two that I'm looking at is EG, Shopify. You know, obviously, at this point, this is a classic. We had, 2 years in a row that one of these teams got the other one into TI by beating other people and causing, the points to work out where the other would get into TI. So there's this kind of brotherhood that exists. They're also knocking each other out of TI and multiple majors after getting them into those, which is always fun. And then OG versus Beastcoast. I love seeing these, dominant Western EU teams face up against SA, because SA is they're such a chaotic region, and they always do so incredibly well on LAN. And Beastcoast has looked really good in this tournament, and OG's looked decent. I mean, they had tough opponents yesterday, right? But they've looked really good. So that one's going to be an absolute blockbuster.
It really is. And of course, we have 4 streams going on at the same time. So if you want to check out the other games, ESL_Dota2 Ember is where you'll find all these games. I mean, there are just blockbusters all around.
Yeah, I think the two that kind of stick out to me here is Nigma versus Liquid. Can Nigma, is Miracle back enough that he's ready to tackle Liquid? That's going to be quite the question. And then on the other side of things, really the other Liquid series, because of just how good Spirit looked yesterday with Yatoro. Yatoro was back to kind of TI winning form. See if he's able to keep it up and go against Liquid, because again, it could be a tough series, but if Yatoro plays like he did yesterday, Spirit could get the win.
Spirit's always a wild card team to me. They get 3rd in the region or something, and they come to LAN and they're just the best team from that region.
Yatoro did one of the best individual performances I've seen in a very long time, right? 30 kills on
30
Drought,
kills?
31 and 16 or something.
In like a 35-minute game.
Yeah. Godlike in the first 10 minutes or 11 minutes. It was pretty ridiculous stuff.
It's pretty brutal to watch. Then there's also, of course, the Storm stream that you just saw, and this is the schedule for the Earth stream, where more games are happening, and we see Nouns here too. And mathematically, not yet out, I believe, due to having the potential for a tiebreaker somewhere, but it's looking rough. Very rough, and we'll see if today they can have a little bit of maybe a learning curve. Maybe they can do a little bit better, because we have been seeing them do okay in games, but they haven't been able to close any out. Fogged. It's been hard.
Yeah, I mean, they only had the one game.
There's a one game against
versus
Nigma,
right?
Yeah.
So, but either way, yeah, everybody was looking at them. This would be the toughest challenge for them ever, because it's the first time ever really coming to an international LAN and stuff like that. So it's a big test. At least they're getting experience. That's always the big positive thing to look at. But today doesn't look very easy for them either, even though it is, I believe, they were playing versus Talon and can't remember the other team that they were playing versus.
Nouns is playing at Talon Beastcoast.
Beastcoast is gonna. At least they know them.
They
a little
can
bit better.
maybe actually
they can
beat
maybe
Beastcoast
actually beat Beastcoast.
because of the
Talon
NASA
also
rivalry.
is looking a little bit shaky too. So maybe they do still have a chance to do it.
No,
Maybe
I could see them winning one of the 4 games today at least. I think they'll get.
I think so. I think that's actually likely.
A win today for sure.
Which, a harsh reality, is nice for them.
It's not
to
gonna
get
be
a
enough,
confident
sure.
boost, but it's not enough,
they gotta win
because
them all, right?
Sure.
I mean, I keep saying it because it feels very surreal. We started with 16 teams, but by the end of tomorrow, pending tiebreakers, obviously, there's going to be only 8 left, and that's a brutal cut. We'll see what happens today with all the games. And of course, our first game, as you saw, if you were paying attention, it's Evil Geniuses versus Shopify Rebellion, and we're going to start talking about those two after a break. DreamLeague Season 19. See, I know the right number. It's all good. It's continuing here because we got some Dota for you coming your way. Very soon we are going to have the opening match on this stream, which will be Evil Geniuses and Shopify Rebellion, which have a long-standing history, as we also heard Jenkins talk about just a moment ago. Isn't it great to just have some time with the two of us?
It is good, and I think that there was gaslighting going on with that OD fellow. I'm not going to gaslight you here. You said 19. You said
Did I?
You said it. He's a gaslighter. All the Twitch chatters can confirm that. 1 in the chat, or 19 in the chat if she said 19. 16 if you think OD Pixel should cast the next series.
What are you doing to me?
Huh?
People are going to say 16 because they think Owen should cast the next series.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I forgot what I was saying halfway through there.
Well, I don't know. It could be that I said 16. I've said 16 a lot. I've said 15 a lot, and 17, and 13, and 12, and all of them. I said a lot of numbers, and sometimes you just forget the numbers. What I did say very frequently is powered by Intel, which I believe we still are, so I'm very happy with that. What I also am very happy with is that I am indeed not going to just be talking to Jenkins, because that would be exhausting.
Difficult. Very difficult.
Very difficult. I'm going to make it less difficult by calling in our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kazu. Good morning. Can you talk again?
1 2 1 2.
There you
Yes.
go. Good morning.
Good morning.
You
You're
doing
welcome.
good?
I'm doing great. I'm making sure you're not stuck with him alone
I
here. so-
appreciate this.
You don't have to even acknowledge me, by the way. I can just sit
Your
here.
furniture. As I
Yeah, I'm
heard
furniture.
earlier.
I'm a chair.
He
That's
did
good.
get his own walk-in. Did you see?
I saw. It was
Yeah.
amazing. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Once again, yeah, I can just keep sitting here. You guys
Okay.
can kind of do your thing.
Let's do our thing.
Thank you.
Our thing will be easier to do if we then have someone else instead of Jenkins. That will be good, right?
I guess
Just
that
have an
helps.
extra conversationalist. And we have that in the house. It's time for BSJ.
Damn.
Did you just wave to people that were not even there?
The
Like
audience.
everybody sees that that's a wall.
No, there's an audience over there.
No, the audience
We
is
talked about
there.
the audience being in on the joke the other
audience-
day.
The audience is there.
Brian, you were saying earlier today that bird bones contain a lot of vitamin A. What did you mean by that?
That's just a straight fact.
Huh.
That you're just looking into it too much.
It's a bit creepy that you say
I don't
it
know,
like that.
dude.
It was relevant to the conversation. Do you remember what you were saying?
Dude, you're being a bit weird right now. What's going on with you?
You were saying you were lacking vitamins. So
That seems
I gave
tough.
you a good source of vitamin A. Like eat the bone when you have the chicken. I didn't say any of this. I'm just trying to go along with whatever he's freaking going.
I don't know. You're scaring me right now, dude. Something about you.
I did hear about this bird bone stuff a few days ago.
You heard it from me?
Wait. Wait.
It was a
Can
conversation
you
between the two of you.
Can you say, like, just give me, like, a sentence? Just 10 seconds. There's just any sentence.
Could be about anything.
I love Dota 2 and playing with BSJ, who is my favorite Dota 2 streamer.
Okay.
That's the first thing that would
Sounds
come to my
normal.
mind.
Now you do it.
I love BSJ and Dota 2. and
This
playing-
guy's... He's up to something.
Yeah, this is
It
tough.
sounds
He's up
very
to something.
He said the same thing as I did. Why would he do that?
What's going on? React harder.
I thought we were going to gang up on him. It's just me again. They gave me the illusion that he was going to be the one getting toyed with.
I don't know about
Unlucky.
that. Okay, that's good enough.
That's all good.
Moving on.
Thank you, Bickering Pandas. Now, we were all gathered here today to talk about some amazing international Dota, and we can talk about that a lot. And to be honest, we have talked about that a lot. Wouldn't it be nice to hear the players talk about that a little bit more?
I'm very excited to play in the ESL Pro Tour, mostly because this is practically a major that is played online, and it has a pretty prestigious price on it as well.
I think the third-party tournaments are definitely a good thing for the scene. After Valve announced DPC, it kind of just killed all the other third-party tournaments, unless it was like some event. It was just impossible to run some sort of league. And now that DreamLeague is doing it, it does look like it's possible. If you kind of match it right, you match like the prize pool and stuff, people will definitely play it.
All ESL is doing is really cool. I really like it because I was getting kind of bored of the long DPCs, just playing one major or nothing else in between. So I think this is really cool.
It's good to have something outside of the DPC where teams get to compete in each other. I definitely miss the old days where you get to travel between lands. You know, you would constantly be on the move. You would go to a bunch of these like third-party tournaments. You know, ESL was one of them back then as well. And then you would go into the major after. So that's something I think everyone was missing.
I think more tournaments is always nice. There's not really... I mean, like, it makes things busy, for sure. This year is very busy. We do not have very much downtime. But very little downtime is better than too much downtime. So I can't really complain at the end of the day. And, you know, there's, like, a lot of money and a lot of, like, it's more competition. It's just good for the game in general.
The more competition there is to Valve, the better. And I think it's really great that there's, you know, the more tournaments, the better.
Outside of DPC, if you don't qualify to a major, you don't have the opportunity to play international tournaments, playing teams against NA, SA, China, etc. So now all of a sudden you're playing in a tournament with the Shopify, Astra, all these teams. So it's gonna be fun.
I think we're all looking forward to playing the ESL Pro Tour, and I think it's been needed to have something outside of the DPC for a while. So I'm happy we get to play something else, and I think there's a lot of good teams in this one. So it will be extremely good practice for us leading up to the Berlin major as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, there's a lot of good teams in this one for sure. And two of them are playing in just a little bit. It's Evil Geniuses and Shopify Rebellion. And of course, these two teams, they're doing quite well in the standings. We got EG sitting on a 6-2, which is very, very hot. And Shopify Rebellion on a 5-3. I do believe, I don't know, I did not do the math. So I'm going to, and I don't think my panel did the math. So I'm going to put them on the spot. If EG 2-0s this, are they guaranteed through with an 8-2? I believe, yes.
I'm going to say yes. You mean if they go 2-0 and then lose the rest?
Yeah, potentially.
I'm going to say yes, they're through.
Based on how many, like, there's no teams that are 0-8.
Correct.
So based on that, there's a lot of teams in the middle of the pack. I think 8-6 would be sufficient to get through. At least guaranteed tiebreakers.
Okay.
NA Maths is siding with EU Maths, so we're good.
I saw, yes. I mean, then we're in the right direction for sure. It also means that for Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they would get, if they get 2 wins here, they would be 7-3, and then 7 and 7. 7 and 7. Yeah. That's not enough. They need more. Math is great, guys. But there's a lot on the line here, so I do want to talk a little bit about these two teams because, Brian, both of them have shown up big time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really been pleasantly surprised by EG. I just think that like they got 5th, 6th at the major, which is definitely already pretty solid. But I think they've been looking better than ever, and I just like that they have their own identity. I love watching Matthew on his Ricky. That's one of my favorite showcases as he's just sniping couriers the entire game. And I just think any team that has their own take on the meta that's been established for so long is just such a treat to watch.
Yep.
It is indeed. There's a Panda or a Rat or Splinter or Brewmaster on the screen. You guys know what time it is. it's time for a draft to begin. We'll head to a break, but when we're back, we're going to be inside this game, so stay tuned. We'll be back.
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Evil Geniuses and Shopify Rebellion know each other very well. And there's one little bit of a symptom when teams know each other very well. They go fast in the draft. We are well on our way here with the opening couple of picks. And I'm joined, of course, still by our guest Kezu and BSJ. And I'm still sitting next to Jenkins for some reason. And we're going to talk about...
That's just the chair. He's a part of the chair.
Oh, there you go. Part of the chair. I would like to have your opinions on these openings here because this is... a little bit unusual, I want to say.
I would say that's ballsy to say the least, because Mikey is a huge Batrider spammer, and we see Evil Geniuses is completely willing to pick it on the second and third pick. So they were like, if we're getting Batrider, it's right here. But also, Queen of Pain is traditionally one of the bans that are taken out of the game when Batrider is early drafted. So now, is he going to have the lane that he needs to have to get off to like the snowballing map pressure that he gets?
I do like the Evil Geniuses response. As you said already, Queen is like one of the better heroes against Bat. You can always blink out. You can also just be very aggressive early on. You get the stick charges all the time. You dagger him. And at the same time, I think you oftentimes you need this +1. Like a roamer that then really helps you like dump on this matchup. Like you're already putting him down, but you need like a little more. That's where the Marcy comes in. They play that pretty well. So I already like the EG's response a lot here in the first phase.
I do feel like Mikey has probably played the Bat Quap matchup a lot.
He must have.
Because this is what everybody picks. This is like the #1 pick against Bat in pubs. So he's probably played this thing that like 50 times at least.
I've seen Quinn also play this matchup, and while he thinks that, well, Queen obviously does well against Bat, he said that a lot of people are still like not too familiar, or they feel uncomfortable, or they haven't played much Queen lately. So you still kind of do okay with the Bat, but that's why I would say having this +1 roamer that can make the difference is a very big deal in this matchup.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I feel like Bat can sometimes kill the Quap at like, they're both 10% HP. The Bat gets like one last sticky napalm, diving under the tower, Quap dies, then Bat dies. And it's like, okay, game's a disaster now because you picked a counter and then Bat wins the matchup anyway. But with the Marcy, even with like a TP rotation in, like defensively, Bat always has to be careful.
I think the biggest thing about both these heroes is not only do they roam, do they also pressure, but they have mobility. So the Batrider usually relies on his sticky napalm plus flame break and like the flying movement of... What are you laughing about?
That was a monster energy can. It wasn't you, actually.
He's drumming a monster can. I can't sit here and...
Oh, you're really in his head, Jenkins.
I respect that. No, I was like, what did I say this time? Is the audience in on it again? Okay, so but they can jump through Bat's like kiting abilities, is what I was trying to say. And so that makes it even more difficult for Batrider to ever go aggressive, because usually he can just disengage with Firefly, but that's not going to be the case against the Quap Blink and the Marcy rebound.
For Shopify's opening, I mean, Nature's Prophet is a very good hero in the meta right now, and Batrider Natures, they play really well together in the game, because they want to do similar things where Natures will put the map in a state for you where Batrider can then later on find the pickoffs. But to go back to the first phase where you have this Marcy Queen, who will be very dominant early on, I think for Shopify, they should maybe even look for a support that can mirror the Marcy movements early on, or at least be ready to like, okay, when they go on you mid, I'm going to TP, I'm going to help your ass and help you out.
Yeah, look at those bans. They banned out the Earth Spirit Tiny, the two heroes that would do just that.
Yeah. Tiny is like the most annoying hero for a Marcy. You get in there and Tiny just avalanches you plus the guy that you're jumping off of. That would have been a really good hero.
I imagine we'll see a Tusk for crit. Because that's the hero that, like, of his 3 melee roamers, that's the only other one they've picked like more than one time. It's not the best versus Queen, but I think it's pretty good against Disruptor Marcy.
So you're talking about the Tusk. I like the Disruptor pick for that. So I would say that Disruptor is good in the mid and later stages against Tusk because you just remove the fact that he can't really have a snowball save. Because you drop the static on top of the guy you go on.
Yeah.
So there's no real snowball effect there. I don't know if that would dissuade them from not picking the hero. I think there's like some clockworks, which I wouldn't really vibe with too much. You don't really do anything to Queen. You don't do much against Marcy. So I would say, yeah, any of these melee 4s, I would still be vibing with the Tusk. You know, even if you play against a Disruptor, who cares? You can play around it.
It's funny because Tusk used to actually be pretty good against Disruptor when the Static Storm was the same size as the kinetic field because you could snowball people that are on the very edge of the
they could run
kinetic.
edge,
but now because the Static Storm's a little bigger, it's like you can't grab somebody.
If you guys are believing that the Tusk will come out, or maybe not in that case, never mind. Still is. My question is no longer valid.
I kind of want to know what it was anyway.
No, you don't.
Okay.
You don't?
No, you don't.
I'll ask later.
Yeah.
Furniture? What do you think's going to be coming out here?
Let's see. This looks like a really... If there could be some sort of relocation ability, I think they're probably going to ask for a remake, and they're going to change the Primal Beast to a Pudge. I think they typed in P, and the first thing that came up was the Primal Beast, but they wanted to get the
Yeah, they didn't type
here.
the U because it comes second in the alphabet.
Exactly. It's second in the alphabet. Anyway, back to you, Kazu.
I like that Shopify banned Naga. First of all, for their opening picks, but also for the next ones. I'm sure if EG had the chance to pick it on 18, it would have been a very high chance the hero would have been there. But EG, they're gonna go with the Primal Beast, which has been predominantly played by Whisper. And every time I've seen him play this hero, he just stomps. And I would say he already has a lot of purpose in this game. It may look a bit weird into the bat and some silencer, but in the lane, he should do well. He's gonna build Vanguard against Nature's Prophet, potentially kick him out or do well. And he loves to disassemble it into a Lotus Orb, and this is a goated Lotus Orb game. Snowball, Global Silence, Bad Rider.
Absolutely. And the level 15 timing for Primal Beast is pretty huge here as well. The Uproar dispels.
Yeah.
No, it's Beast dispels upon activating Uproar.
Oh, that's
it's a very
Talon wording.
specific line.
That's so unnecessary.
It's the weirdest, most unnecessary line.
Why use few word when many words do trick?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. True.
Anyway, yeah, that is a good talent this game. I agree. For the same reasons that Lotus is good. There's just a lot of stuff to dispel. And it means you don't have to like pop the BKB going in early to these fights. If you have like an Arcane Curse on you and some Napalms, you can just Uproar and then save the BKB for when the Global does come out.
So for our last picks, what kind of problems are we looking to solve on both of the teams?
Shopify, they flex the Prophet, right? It's not just only one of them that plays it. I'm pretty sure I've seen Saberlight play it.
Yeah.
I've seen Arteezy play it. Well, personally, I could see a hero like... If there's an offlane pick for Shopify, I could vibe with something like a Beastmaster. Or if they want to put the Nature's offlane, I feel like then you pick a carry that helps you kind of mitigate the pressure from Primal Beast early on. Because you have a Silencer 5 who's not the strongest. And to go back to the Marcy, I feel you want to put pressure on this lane so that when Marcy leaves, that Whisper doesn't just still free farm. Because I've seen that way too many times. This guy's so good that I don't know how he really finds these openings, but Matthew just goes and does what he wants, and he's still free farming at the same time. I don't want that to happen.
Shopify is still, EG is still banning out cores though, so they are expecting a different hero for the man on your screen to come out for Arteezy.
How crazy it would be like a Visage. That's something Saberlight's played. Also the Darks here. I don't mind these two heroes here against like lane counter picks based on what they've like already banned out so far. I think the biggest thing about Morph is you can't boot him out of lane. And Tusk, like usually dual lanes with Tusk, they rely on like doing 400 damage to you and then booting you out, but they're gonna go for the Lone Druid.
I kind of like that. I haven't seen this matchup too many times where it should be very good early on for the Lone, and it is a very good damage controlling carry where he does very well, he pressures early on, but if Whisper is off to a good start, I feel like that could be a bit annoying later on, but I would say it fits well into the Shopify draft. He can play fast, he has the supports, he has people going in for him, so yeah, I'm pretty okay with this one.
So EG is looking for a carry that lanes Nature's Prophet and that ideally is good against Lone Druid in the game. Slark?
That's not the best lane against Nature's, but it's like really good past like 15 minutes.
It's really bad.
When he gets like
his
two items, it's really strong. But I think they need an objective taker. I think they need like a...
Oh, that's true. Yeah, there's zero tower push.
Like, I think your hero is going to be bad against bat, like the heroes that I would want to pick. But they go for PL.
Okay.
So Illusion heroes are very good against Shopify Rebellion's draft. You can see they banned out the Naga and CK in the second round. PL's basically a forgotten hero in this patch, but this is about as good of a PL game as I've ever seen. My issue with the hero is he doesn't influence the map for like the first 15 minutes. Like he's pretty much all a liability to his towers getting taken. He doesn't actively participate in engagements. So I'm a bit concerned that if Quap doesn't absolutely own mid, that EG's gonna get ran over this game.
Yeah.
But that's like the ticket for me, is how well will this mid lane go with this counter matchup that they've got to make space for that Phantom Lancer.
I'm kind of vibing with this PL pick, which is very strange to say.
It's one of the few games I approve of it.
Yeah, it's a just very strange hero. And I think also over time with all people love to build Gleipnir, like, you know, Nature's Prophet isn't even that horrible against PL. But I would say when I look at the EG draft, they have early tempo with the Queen, Marcy going there. I feel that Whisper is going to hit this timing where he's very tanky with a Vanguard. Pakas is going to get to farm. So if EG get off to a good start, which they should, and then they get to hold the map and drag it out, I would prefer their draft over Shopify's.
I'd love to see a Lone Druid Radiance. I've been seeing it a bit against Illusion carries. And I think it can make the difference against Phantom Lancer, because Phantom Lancer, the Radiance, since the Illusions take so much damage, they don't only damage the real one, but they reveal it very quickly.
You can see who the real one is. Yeah.
So if they go with that timing push with the Radiance...
Yeah, I mean, there's actually quite a bit of AoE damage, like with the Radiance on top, like Mikey with the Firefly and like the Gleipnir bouncing around.
Yeah.
Even if you don't have like a complete PL counter, if you have 3 heroes that like kind of counter PL and it's not a good PL patch, it does feel like he can kind of fall flat.
If it was a different patch, I would go with EG's draft every single time, but I'm going to go with Shopify.
So even though this is a decent PL game, as far as games at the moment can be decent PL games, still don't like it enough.
I don't have faith in it. I think he'll be
I have faith in it for this one.
Okay.
Which is strange, but yeah, I feel like EG draft should be good enough. But what is Arteezy's built in if he goes Radiance? Like, what's the build-up?
Usually after that, it's just like auras, like Radiance AC or Radiance.
So first item, Radiance.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just like Phase Boots Radiance.
We're going to find out what the build is for all of these heroes as we're heading into game number 1 of this, together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, CBS. EG versus Shopify Rebellion. It's sure to be a fun one, and especially when we're kind of getting new heroes. We're getting a PL coming out, Fogged. I know you were excited for this in the draft. We were a few picks in. You were saying this is a good PL game, which is something. They're just words you don't hear in this patch.
No, honestly, I was looking at PL. I was looking at Weaver, heroes that you really don't see at all. I'm happy to see the PL. I hope it's going to have some type of chance to be able to actually be played, because there could be some tempo set from the side of Shopify to not really let Pakaz get online. But if he's able to get online, if he's able to get this farm, you could absolutely see, I can't believe I'm saying this, that it could be a good PL game. So
I mean,
let's see how it ends up working. This is crazy.
That's going to be the thing, right? If PL doesn't win this game, it's going to be back to sort of the state where it's like you just don't pick PL, right?
Yeah. I'm really excited to see
have
it,
a look.
Because he's playing versus the keys things that people always look at. It's like these PLs and Weavers. You see Bat Rider, you see Silencer, you see Tusk. It's very limited disables, ways to catch and get on top of this hero. Limited ways to clear the illusions until the Bat Rider or something gets very, very farmed, or the Lone Druid has this Radiance, or the Nature's Prophet Gleipnir, stuff like that. So I mean, there's potential.
Isn't one of the kind of concerns with a PL that you do kind of need those sort of 2-3 major items before you do anything? And this is in a game where we've seen before with Shopify Rebellion when they run this sort of Lone Druid style lineup. They can push. They're going to hit this timing. They're going to be able to start taking objectives. Is there not the concern this game that there's just not going to be the time for the PL to get online?
There absolutely could be. There actually could be that situation. But, you know, they do have a lot of these counter picks that they went for here. They have the Whisper, Primal Beast that they love to play. Sure, versus the Lone Druid, maybe not like that incredible matchup. It's decent. But versus the Nature's Prophet, he's good. And then they have the Quap versus the Bat. So they have some type of merits to maybe slow stuff down. But, I mean, who knows? We'll see. Because this hero PL, it's just like it's a pretty dead hero. So it's really going to be up to how much space they can make for Pakaz. But it is Pakaz, so he is kind of one of these special players on top lane for some of these heroes.
Panda blocking off the escape there from Panda, leaving them to be able to take him down. First blood for Saberlight in this top lane.
Nicely done. Doubling up the waves. First couple waves looking very good. And even though, as we mentioned, it's the Queen of Pain to counter out this Bat Rider, Mikey is very experienced playing versus counter matchups and stuff
For
like
sure.
that. It's his most played hero, if I'm not mistaken, on Bat. We saw him play it and own with it the other day. So see if Chris can stand his own, because right now, Mikey's 7-3 to the 3-1 quad.
Absolutely. And what, in this mid matchup, if the Bat ends up coming out on top, is that quite the concern for the quad? Because it's like suddenly the quad pick's not done its job.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really quite massive that he's already doing this well for the first 2 waves. Usually what happens is the Queen of Pain's able to get a level advantage, so the denies matter a lot if a Bat's able to get these, and then the Quap just stands on your hill, Shadow Strikes, and you can't really trade. That is not happening right now.
Having a look at these side lanes. Anybody going to have a struggle here in the early game?
Honestly, probably Whisper, I guess. He is doing this double melee versus Lone Druid Silencer. Could be a little bit difficult for them to get the lane actually in a good position. So, yeah, Whisper might get slowed down a little bit here. Don't think anybody else should be, though.
Let's have a look and see what Matthew's sort of able to set up. But potential for some combo plays here between the Marcy and the Primal early down bottom.
Yeah, my level 2, rebound, the move speed that you get, the bonus. Sure, it's not the ridiculously broken Marcy with the 40% or whatever it was, 45% at all levels, but still, it's crazy how much damage
They're
they're
going to
able
try
to
and
do.
go now. Straight in onto Arteezy, but he is able to push them back with the fear. But definitely seeing the potential, you know, just Whisper getting in on top of the Lone Druid is a lot of damage. Matthew will be able to survive just with the Fairy Fire in return as Fly will be able to bring him down.
They're going to have another window pretty soon. Savage Roar is very long cooldown, level 1, 38. Trample, it's going to be back up in 5 seconds. He is a little limited on mana, though, so might not be able to actually take advantage of that. But you can see that Arteezy, he's forced to skill Savage Roar, but not a big deal for him to do that. Usually you just see them get mostly Spirit Link plus Bear. Very good lanes coming out here already from the side of Shopify. Chris is starting to do a little bit better in the mid lane. He's 15-7 now, so starting to recover. But those first few waves is actually very, very important.
Just the slowest start for Whisper right now. Other than that, things pretty close.
Fly. They're limited on mana. They don't quite have trample yet. And they mango him, though.
I mean, Arteezy's going to step over to try and help out. He's got the fear again. I mean, Arteezy with his Savage Roars, it's making it very difficult for EG to get away with the kills down here. Shopify Rebellion, they turn it around. They take down Matthew. And Whisper's having a run.
And he does the little trick there, of course, with leveling the bear, so he has the secondary one to protect Fly as well. So, really well played.
I mean, as you mentioned earlier, I think that they've got to be more aware of the Savage Roar cooldown if they want to try and make aggressive plays. Arteezy's keeping the two of them safe down there.
Yeah, and also they were a bit slow with the mango there, to be honest with you. Matthew not passing it over to Whisper instantly. If he actually passes it over right away, I think they'll kill Fly before the Savage Roar comes out. But so far, Shopify really dominating these lanes. PL even being slowed down, and this is a hero that can just, you know, sometimes when you're playing versus like Nature's Prophet, you're one of the better ones to maybe deal with it because you have pretty good armor. But it's a PL, so.
And is this a game where, you know, in terms of the items that Picard is going to need, when you sort of imagine this PL with like the Diffusal and the Manta, can he turn up, or is he going to have to kind of get that big item after that, the Heart, before he was able to consider getting involved in action against Shopify's heroes?
Honestly, he might have to start getting involved pretty early because the tempo, the pace that Shopify is going to look to set with their Lone Druid, with their Nature's Prophet, it's going to be quick. So Picard might actually have to turn up earlier than he wants to. So I would say, yeah. And I don't even know if he's going to be ready at that point. They're going to be pushing these towers really early. It takes like almost 20 minutes to be able to get that Manta plus Diffusal. And he's actually got Ring of Health first, so that's going to slow it down even more. He needs this, though, versus the harassment that's coming up from Saberlight and Crit.
They're going to try and go on him, but not quite able to catch him in the shards there, Crit.
Mikey already farmed an Ancient stack just now.
And because he steps back up, he's got to be careful.
He's able to get himself away.
Yeah, they'll even just use the Glimpse here, make sure the Saberlight's not in position to keep punching into Picard's.
Who's going to get the power rune? It's going to be down bottom. Chris has a full bottle, though, so not really the biggest benefit of getting it. It's just kind of denying it away from the Bat Rider. And yeah, he's gone for the full laning build right now. So 3 points in the dagger. It's been committed. And he is starting to really pull ahead. We see these denies really starting to add up, Chris.
They're going to try and look for Fly.
Will
get on top of him, but I mean, Mikey can look to help out. The Sonic Wave there onto the two of them takes down Fly. And will force Mikey to stand to the safety of his tower. So EG able to get themselves a kill on the board.
Yeah, Chris is really starting to pull ahead now. Top crit.
Diving in a bit, taking quite a few tower hits.
Oh, this tower hates them. There's definitely some other creeps there, but must have been just clicking the heroes within the radius.
There's a lot of pressure onto this tier 1 though.
It's fine.
EG starting to lose this tower very early on.
I mean, it's dead. This tower is going down.
And you can see Crit, he wants to maybe get in for an opportunity after the tower goes down. And he's going to be able to dodge the Spirit Lance in, look towards Picard, but Picard with the Doppelganger will be able to avoid it. He's caught in the shards though, Crit. He'll put the tag team, try and get away, but he gets glimpsed back, will go down.
Saberlight, can Picard get away?
What? Not quite enough damage there, Picard. Will survive with a Fairy Fire, and Saberlight has to TP out. I think I'm losing Crit there, but as I say, a very early tier 1 tower taken by Shopify.
That is... I don't think I've seen this tower drop like that this early when no other rotations. Picard, Saberlight's back. But he gets glimpsed away. Picard will be okay. And now lanes are kind of broken. Whisper in a 1v1 versus Arteezy. And Matthew, he's looking to just play around Chris, since Chris has this big momentum right now going on for him. And Chris, okay, only 3 points in Dagger. Good. I'm glad he doesn't need any more. The lanes are kind of done, so now goes back for his Scream. We'll have that low-level Blink, of course, coming into the mid-game. We'll see if Shopify is able to punish that. Matthew trying to scout some stacks, block some stacks as well.
He might be in trouble there.
He might pay with his life.
He's caught in the Sprout and the Shards. He's looking for some backup here to jump over, and we'll find Chris here. Chris gets in range, Matthew able to jump to safety.
And Chris finds a DD. Big rune. Sonic Wave's back available too, so they could look to make another aggressive move very soon. Looking at the wards right now too, pretty cool stuff coming out from EG. They're trying to limit the amount of farm that this Bat Rider can get, so they're blocking both hard camps, and you saw Matthew walk in and block another one too, so both of these jungles are blocked on the side of Shopify, so they might have to just deward these, otherwise Bat's going to be slowed down a bit.
Things calming down a little bit, which is definitely going to be good news for Picard.
Yes, he needs time, and time.
He's getting some space now inside his own jungle. Will indeed be going for the defusal. Straight away after the Ring of Health.
He finds himself a beautiful item there too. And look at again and again, they have blocked 4 camps now.
They're blocking everything.
They're blocking everything.
Will cost Matthew his life this time round. Panda not quite close enough for Matthew to jump over the wards.
But this is impactful. They block it as they were about to spawn. So yeah, there we see the 4 sentries being placed out. Everything is getting blocked out.
I mean, how quickly Shopify are going to become aware of this, do you think?
Immediately. I mean,
they're
Fly
gonna
has
take them all down.
Yeah, Fly has to go around and take all those out. Because Mikey, he's going to be like, hey guys, like, I need this to be able to match the farm of this Queen of Pain. EG, playing quick and very decisive with their movements. Looking for mid again, Mikey.
He's got Fly as backup.
Oh my god, they actually... No, that ward, the sentry that's blocking the hard camp actually dewards the mid ward. Oh man, that's a little bit of luck right there, but maybe a bit of a slip up there from Shopify.
Matthew,
he's back.
Put another one down.
Mikey.
Going on him in the mid. He's going to tick down here.
Oh, whoopsie.
They didn't need the Sonic Wave, but, you know, who cares? They're still getting the kills here. They take down Mikey. They'll look towards Crit. And there's no escape for him. EG starting to pick up the kills around this mid area. Might even have a chance for Fly as well. He's going to opt for the TP out. They got anything to stop it. They do. Rebounds there from Matthew. EG, they'll take out the 3 of them.
Very cool prioritization in this game. It's all about space, right? Everything's about buying time for this PL so that he can carry versus this matchup. Look at Matthew's levels. He's done so much, it feels like, in this game. He's level 3. And it doesn't really feel that bad because he's blocked 4 camps, continued to block him for that farm, and made successful movements. So, cool stuff from the Marcy this game.
Yeah. Picard's having a great time. They may even be able to set up to get some action.
He is looking, like, very dead.
Easily enough damage to take him out before any sort of TP is available. And the kill going the way of Picard. That's the PL. He's having a pretty good time now. May have lost his tower early, but keeping on par with the farm of Arteezy's Lone Druid right now.
Yeah, and we do see the build. You know, Brian was talking about he wants to see it, and it definitely makes sense when he's playing versus the PL. He is going to be going for that Radiance, but that does mean the timing's going to be slow. So it might actually benefit EG in a little bit of ways there so they can play aggressive as Whisper.
It's a bit too tanky to go on.
Mikey doesn't have lasso.
Backup's coming in. They get a glimpse onto Arteezy, but Mikey waiting in the trees. He's going to still try and get in on top of Whisper. Whisper's able to hold his ground with the Pulverize. Mikey's still in with a Firefly. Burns through Whisper and burns through Matthew. Double kill for Mikey as Shopify Rebellion play aggressive towards the tier 1.
He's got lasso now. He gets to level 9.
Yeah, EG's respecting it as well. They're backing off.
Nice little hit back. And in the meantime, Saberlight instantly TP's mid, so pressure onto both of these towers. This is the way that Shopify wants to play. Dictate pace, take early towers, limit the map for this Phantom Lancer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's going to be a tier 1. More money for Arteezy closing in on the Relic. Mid tower, also very low. Saberlight's been working on that one.
Obviously, his timing on the Radiance isn't going to be bad by any means. It's going to be pretty damn quick.
Whisper. He's going to see the two of them, tries to go in. Crit will be able to hold him back with a punch.
He's so
Hand up.
tanky.
He's going to look for the glimpse and he'll find it. Drags back Crit into the kinetic field. Pulverize up. Chris jumps across, looks to get involved. And all the Crit can do is
Chris, though.
What is it? I mean, if he's able to live beyond that snowball, he might be able to get Chris with a punch up. And he's still going to tick down pretty low, but should be fine. Won't be enough damage here. He's got the Sange and the Strength Treads.
He Fairy Fire, too. He would have died if he didn't actually have that Fairy Fire. That was super close. Still, though, PL's getting space. That's the big thing. EG, all about just making space for him. He's got Diffusal. Manta, of course, as we said, needed to be able to fight versus Global and whatnot. But top of net worth, this PL.
He's having a good time. He's having a good time, Picard. As I say, this is going to be the real determining factor of where PL is right now. Is it playable or not? Can it win this game? This would be the game to do it, as you say, with the strengths that it has.
It does look very, very good as game progresses, but Arteezy, he's adapting, as we've said. You know, going for Radiant, I imagine we'll see the Nature's Prophet also. After his Aghanims, probably go for something like that Gleipnir, or maybe even just like a Mjolnir to throw onto the bear.
That is the thing, actually. Would you prefer the Mjolnir or the Gleipnir when dealing with the PL? Because obviously both had their advantages.
I think this game I prefer Gleipnir just because they're limited on overall disables. They just have like a Tusk for their stuns and then the Ag's root that comes out from the Nature's Prophet. So I think I would prefer that Gleipnir. But I mean, both have their merits.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'm trying to keep a track of Saberlight's micro also. I wanted to see him actually doing the same thing that EG was doing, where he's sending Treants to block camps. Because that's something we used to see a lot more from the Nature's Prophets, I feel like. And he is starting to do that, so. If you see inside the enemy triangle, inside the Dire triangle right now, he's doing exactly what I was talking about, so.
Oh, kill the bear!
Big money.
Whisper.
Because he's going aggressive bottom, but Mikey's here. They're going to be able to potentially get him.
He's going to be able to slow down Mikey. They've got the global. And Mikey is trying to get in on top.
He lost his mana.
He's not got enough to go for the ult here onto Picard's. Picard's going to try and stand his ground against Saberlight. Whisper's here to help, but they can't kill Picard.
Oh, no
It's now
way.
Saberlight and Mikey, they're in trouble. Saberlight's going to get taken out. And with the glimpse, they're going to get Mikey as well.
It was a bait.
It really was. Picard walks out alive.
It really looked like he was going to get brought down, but excellent micro coming out from Picard. Diffusals the bat, sends his illusions, burns the mana. No last out, but Saberlight, I mean, he's doing it again. He just blocked the Ancient and the Hard Camp, and he still has Treants to do it once more.
We'll see it here. Not quite enough to commit for Picard, and living through this. It's going to feel fantastic as the PL as he's on track for good timing on his Manta.
And we see there in the picture-in-picture, they actually were able to clean out all the Treants before they blocked that Ancient or the Hard Camp. So nicely done from the side of EG. 1K lead right now for them, setting up this PL for success. And even the co-op is looking quite good. Even though like the first two waves or whatever for the bat looked amazing, Chris he's got Kaya Sanj already. Arteezy does have his Radiance. So he does have that counter versus the PL, but they're starting to hemorrhage a lot of kills.
Picard is getting these kills. This PL on track to be a problem. As for Arteezy, trying to go on Whisper here, but no chance. Whisper's far too tanky for the Lone Druid alone at this stage.
Whisper, he's already going to have Lotus Orb finished. So he's going to have that counter versus the Silence, even for himself or for his allies. Arteezy trying to punish him a bit. Won't be able to, though.
TP over to look for Panda. Panda's going to offer the TP out. Means that Mikey has to drop the lasso.
You take those as Panda.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Chris?
I mean, they're thinking about chasing. They've got Picard's ready to connect from the side. He's already in onto Crit. Crit having to use the snowball to try and protect himself. It's over towards Chris. Crit deep in the river. He's looking to be in trouble. Picard's jumping forward with the doppelganger. Whispers here as well. They will lose Matthew. But they'll get Crit in return. Global has been popped. See if Shopify can do anything aggressive with this. They can't.
Oh, very weird global. 2 minutes on cooldown. They just used 2 of their pretty big ultimates at this point to not really get much of anything. They get the support kills, but I don't think EG is going to be too fussed about that one.
Aghanim's done on Saberlight.
Okay.
So something else to offer up in these team fights.
But Pakaz, I mean, his Manta's about to be finished, and they're gonna really... It's gonna be up to Arteezy, really, to deal with this PL. He's gonna have to turn up to a lot of these fights.
This is, you know, we don't get to see a lot of PL, and we definitely, when we do, we don't get to see it go this well. You know, Pakaz giving us a bit of a display of something it feels like we haven't seen in years.
He's got it at 17 minutes with a ring of health.
Super fast.
It is. He can start getting involved in fights.
Matthew, he's in on the mid. He's going to let's go towards Fly. Crit is there to back up. The Sonic Wave will fly forward on towards Fly. Not quite enough damage to kill Fly straight up. Christy commits him with a jump and will take him out. And Christy just goes straight up for the TP away. He's not going to make it though. Damage is done by Saberlight. EG will be punished this time. Shopify rebelling. And will now get a bit of a push going in the mid around Lone Druid.
Do they just go Roche? I think you might...
2 dead. You could try for it.
I think you might want to try, yeah. Because, Chris, that's a very aggressive blink forward there just to kill a support. Should not have gone for that one. Shopify, they've got a window here for it now.
They've got to go for these timings. You know, getting the Roshan very important for Shopify's lineup.
It doesn't die the fastest, though. They don't have the Deso. It's level 1 tag team. It's getting brought down, though. Don't know if EG is going to be able to contest it. They're actually getting a bit scared.
Yeah, they are. They're respecting the fact that Chris is up in a couple of seconds.
Okay.
They don't want to push for the finish.
Yeah, I think Arteezy's maybe making that call. He's just like, wow, I do no damage, guys. Radiant, not so good versus Roche.
Blink done now, and Crit. Mike has got his BKB.
Okay. Time to perhaps look to make another move here. You've got Global available. You've got a way to start fights with the Blink. And they have a Haste Rune too on Mikey. So this is a pretty good avenue if they can find a big kill. But they really want to try to find Pakaz. He's just not giving them a chance.
Pakaz is just having such a free time so far, as you can see here on the numbers.
If he's able to farm this next item, I think Shopify is going to have some massive PL problems that we used to see back in the day.
And with PL, right, that's the timing. You get the defusal, the Manta, the heart, and then you're looking to go and end the game, right?
I mean, honestly, he can still farm. His scaling this game is ridiculous because they just really lack ways to clear illusions. He also, if he wants, can now pick up the Pupil's Gift, and he's 15. So, I mean, look at Pakaz's HP when we're going to click on him next. With Strength Treads, he's 2200 after we watch Matthew die. With Strength Treads, 2200 HP. With Pupil Gifts, he's going to be 2400 HP PL already. They definitely don't have the damage to deal with him even at this point.
I'm trying to push here, Shopify. Mikey might have to BKB. We'll see how scared he feels. He's going to get caught in the pulverize. Pots the BKB.
Global.
Try and get in onto the Primal Beast, but the Lotus was already there. They turn around, they jump in on towards Chris. They have the Fear as well to lock him down. They take out Chris.
Beautiful control.
Pakaz is here. They've got to be careful about this Phantom Lancer.
They used quite a lot there to go for this kill.
They're going to turn towards Fly, chase out the Silencer.
It's just a 5 position, though. Shopify definitely pretty happy. Chris, I guess he's just thinking he's a lot tankier than he really is. They get the perfect connection, control him with the Silence and with the Savage Roar. EG, though, trying to punish, since all those cooldowns have been used. And they find anybody. Mikey does not have BKB. Invis Rune, do they have detection? They sure do.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I know where he's at.
Whoop.
Oh, they're going to be a little bit off the mark. They're still going to try and chase into the trees. They're so close.
Oh, they found him.
And they will. Good resilience there from EG, as they know exactly where Mikey's going to be heading.
Chris is like, give me that kill. I died twice.
Saberlight's got the Maelstrom done. We'll see which way it does go, whether it's going to be Gluttony or Miona this game. Looks like first off he wants to get the BKB after it.
They want to set pace. They want to be the ones like accelerating the pace of the game, so I can understand why he doesn't want to go full greedy. Wanted to see what itemization they were going to go on the supports of EG. They haven't shown just yet if they're going to do some type of drums or anything. It's just going to be an early gem on Panda.
They're They're going to go in on Matthew, but Panda's there ready to cover him with the Static Storm.
Here comes Whisper.
He's going to go straight into the midst of them. The bear does get knocked back for now, but RT's ready to head forward. Pushes back Whisper with the Raw. Still trying to fight here, but Picard has turned up. Picard is going to go straight for the bear first. Won't be able to kill off before Panda does die. But the bear in trouble. Another Raw there from RT as he pushes them back, but they've lost crit. They've locked down Picard, but it's not enough. He's still able to get the Doppelganger off back into the tier 2 tower. The pop the global Mikey. He is in on top of him with the BKB and the Firefly, and Picard, he's trying to run. He get caught out by the Fear again into the Flame Break. Another Doppelganger's there. Picard, he's trying to get away from this bear. It's ticking him down with the Radiance, but the bear will die just in time to stop Picard from falling.
On the initial go, was Global still on cool? I don't think it was. I think Fly was a little late on his Global when they get the initial grab on him. He didn't have Manta up on the PL, but didn't end up popping it, so they cannot actually get this kill on Picard. He just gets away.
Yeah, huge that he survives that. I mean, yeah, not a bad move, of course, for Shopify to get the tower, but they really want to get this PL.
Doing a good job of just keeping it even, though. The heart is soon going to be hitting, though. That's when the big problem is going to, of course, come for that PL.
And what do we got
in
for
that game, though?
RTZ's side of things, he's nearly got that AC.
Okay.
It's about a recipe away after he picks up the plate mount.
Pretty good. How's Mikey scaling looking, too? Is he doing his build? He is. Okay, so he is going to go for that Witchblade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're probably just going to wait for their next item, Shopify, before they try and go for this again. They know how sort of delicate the game is right now.
It's
If they kind of go for one wrong push and then suddenly this PL clears up, this game gets so difficult.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's very, very important that they're playing super careful with this decision making. Some big items coming out. E.g., Heart is about to be finished. BKB now also done on the Queen of Pain. Shopify. 25 seconds until Global's back up. Same thing, I believe, for Lasso, 10 seconds. So they're getting some time to get their cooldowns back up for the next fight. Did we see? No, not yet. I was checking to see if Saberlight did end up getting anything else just yet. Not quite yet. Global back up in 4.
I mean, they want to go for this, EG. They know how strong they are. Even without Picard, just the 4 of them, if they can get a catch for Chris, they'll have the damage to blow them up. They're going to go in on the mid. They find Crit. See what they can do with this kill. They could go for Roshan right soon, EG.
Their damage is also both teams just usually don't usually you see like the Deso Baron stuff being a lot better, but let's see if they want to try for it. Matthew says he wants to.
Can they do this? It's just a bit too awkward, a bit too slow. They've got to find more than just one pick off before they go into the pit.
Yeah, especially also because Saberlight, he TP'd bottom, summoned tree, and started pressuring the tower too, so Matthew will sit in the pit, but not quite going to be going for it.
They're just hanging around Picard's. They know that anywhere that Picard's goes, it's going to be a pretty terrifying portion of the map for Shopify to head into.
Man, Whisper is being tryhard today. You see the pop-up of Arcane Boot Lotus Orb. He keeps disassembling, reassembling to be able to pump mana so he doesn't actually have to worry about it. Does he do it one more time? No, he doesn't. He's done it like 6 times in a row. Shows himself bottom. Can they go for Whisper here? Mikey is in the area.
Tough kill.
He's got a blink. They're not going to bother.
I mean, they have to commit quite a bit to try from under a tier 2. It just doesn't quite feel worth it for Shopify.
It's getting very close. They're playing around their vision here to perhaps go for some type of catch. But these two heroes, they're the tanky ones. They could turn on them if they're not doing it perfectly.
It's a difficult move to make for Shopify.
I think he saw the Radiance burn. Yeah, Whisper, he saw it there for a sec. Matthew, he'll back away.
They really look like they want to try it, Shopify. See if they can get away with it.
Because?
RTZ trying to send the bear in. They get the lasso. Can they take down this Heart PL? He's been lowest. He's able to doppel. He's still pretty much at full HP here, Picard. Barely a scratch there from Shopify on towards the PL. Now Picard, he's ready to turn. He's in on top of the Lone Druid. RTZ will be able to push him back with the Raw. Whisper charges straight in across RTZ. The Global's there for now, but the bear will get taken down. Be a resummon here from RTZ. Matthew, he's just running down the supports. He's able to get the dispose onto Fly. They take out Fly.
Shopify's got to run.
I mean, that was just such a difficult place for Shopify to start the fight in. And indeed, we see the struggle. They they just can't really go on these heroes, especially these tanky ones.
And they committed a lot. Like, that's global. That's their lasso also. EG, they've got a window to be able to go for pretty much anything. Oh, and they spot
the bear.
That's the resummon.
That is the resummon. Let's see if they can get it here. Yeah, Picasso is in on top of it.
Is he going to actually get it out? No, he's not.
Rebounds there. They've got it. I mean, that's indeed the resummon got a big window now for them to really push the lead here, EG, with how strong Picasso is.
I mean, it's 80 seconds that Shopify can do absolutely nothing now to them because he can literally go anywhere right now in this PL. Level 18's been hit.
What's the next item for Picasso?
I think he could just perhaps do the butterfly if he'd like to. Then he's like actually just unkillable. I saw actually, you know what? He had Mage Slayer and stuff queued up, so maybe it's a more aggressive build he wants to go for. We'll see. Butterfly would make him invincible, but I mean, that shit also just looks really good, but I don't know. We'll see. Bloodthorn has a lot of merits too if he wants to, because it just makes him even more unkillable. But the Basher's been queued, and they're actually making the call for Roche there. There's no bear. 40 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that it takes them, not a little bit longer than some sort of lineup with some incredible Roche taking potential. Because, yeah, Shopify Rebellion, they're not going to turn up for this. Or if they do, they're going to be very underpowered. Taking the time.
I mean, they can't fight this, so they just have to give it up. No bear.
Not really any hero that can go for a steal. I mean, maybe Mikey could try, but
I think Crit's gonna try. I think he kind of has to. He doesn't want to give this PL this Aegis. Chris.
I mean, let's know. He's gonna try, but it's a little bit early.
Farewell, Crit. He's like, wow, they kill it really slow.
I tried to make the quick move there, but to catch Saberlight, but Saberlight will get out of the top lane. And he just on Picard. Yeah, I mean, he was already unkillable.
Oh man,
this PL has become a huge problem.
Now it's like it makes sense even more why he wants like the Basher, because he's slot starved at the moment with this Aegis. He needs to be able to upgrade that to the Abyssal. It's also a very good Abyssal game as Whisper.
Bye bye.
Gets lassoed.
Okay. No bye bye today.
It's a pretty good kill. Arteezy gets it as well. He needs all the gold he can get. Game's still very, very close.
I mean, what's the move now? You're playing into this Aegis on PL.
I think they probably... I mean, do they want to actually wait for Whisper? They might look for like a little small pick-off somewhere here and there, but they know that Lasso's on cooldown. See if EG does look to punish. They're taking out pretty much all the vision. That early gem that Panda did pick up, I mean, it was like literally his first item. It was Tranquil Boot gem. They're starting to pretty much restrict everything. And we do see Saberlight. They want more damage, if I'm not mistaken. I saw the Mjolnir being picked up.
I like that better than the Glant in this game, yeah.
I think
it's just to put on the bear.
Yeah, you put it on the bear.
He's trying to kill the bear.
Absolutely. You put it on the bear, but that is going to maybe perhaps give them some limited control for all these illusions that's coming out. So, you said there's always a benefit and a downside to each of these. Because Abyssal, I believe it's coming out.
Has he got it complete?
He's got it done. Saberlight.
I mean, he's just massive.
He's got a BKB TP.
Where's the bash?
It's not on him yet.
It's not on him yet.
No, it's on
not on him yet. So fortunate for Saberlight. So yeah, now with the Abyssal delivered, good luck trying that sort of move again.
Honestly, though, all things considered, even though this PL is so massive, they're doing a pretty damn good job of keeping up and continuing their scaling. We see Mikey, he's got his build now. Witchblade's done. Shard is picked up also, level 18, so he is going to be able to kill targets. We saw him do the other day when he was playing his bat. He always does have some crazy type of damage potential. So all three cores still looking pretty hot.
Saberlight, he's going to get the Satanic next. Make sure he's just able to stand his ground, between sort of the lifesteal of that and the lightning procs, the Mjolnir. An extra sort of tool that will allow them to threaten the strength of the PL in the fights.
Yeah, I'm seeing Bakaz switching his itemization constantly. He had Butterfly Q, then he switches back to perhaps looking for the Bloodthorn and stuff like that. He's being a bit indecisive.
He wants to be able to get on a target and delete them.
Yep. Arteezy, I believe, also now has a Maelstrom himself. So starting to get more and more of these items to attempt to counter this PL. I believe Mikey's also queued up Shivas, the old school ways to counter PL. Radiant Shivas. I mean, Crimson Guard's a dead item, but it used to be one of those. Top.
See the global come out and make sure they can get the kill onto Matthew.
Okay, I mean...
Oh, bit of a pause.
A couple of times here, though, they're using these globals to just kill some support, so...
Oh, poor Matthew there, making a
like
bit of a face. He's like, you popped the global for me? Little old me.
He did that face yesterday also when he was playing the Ricky. He was getting tipped a bunch after playing the Ricky game, and he's like, guys, come on.
He took it personally.
Wouldn't you as well? You're getting globaled. It's like the second or third time, I think.
No, that's a bit of a question mark, you know. Mike is back.
So let's see, what other itemization? They have found the bear, so Arteezy.
Is he going to die?
It looks like he potentially could get brought down, yep.
I think it's pretty dead. He's got summon though, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. This is gonna sting.
All right, let's see. Big money for the bear. Saberlight also, when he TP'd to Ancients, he actually placed a sneaky ward. Since they don't see him walking there, puts it on high ground. They have a gem, but they might not even know that it's there. Hey, he gets it away.
He is actually able to get it out still. TP was available and he's back to base.
Okay.
Nice stuff.
Well played, sir. Mindbreaker passed over. Because he's got a big item now, too, from that neutral. Chris has his Lincolns, so a way to protect perhaps versus this lasso, and a bit limited of ways that they can actually break it. And yeah, let's see. I mean, the thing about this bear also is, like, let's say we get to, like, crazy... I mean, we'll wait for a second after we watch Crit if he's able to get away.
Nice. Good blink.
Nice try. The bear has kind of infinite scaling in a way versus PL, right? Because not only are you able to itemize for your bear, but let's say we get to crazy late game. That's when you could see the actual hero start picking up items also, too, right? Like some Maelstrom or something like that, so...
I mean, yeah. Because the actual late game, PL falls off a bit, right?
Yeah, the very, very late game.
Yeah.
If they're able to itemize on 2 heroes that go for these Mjolnirs and stuff like that, so... Yeah, Shopify.
So I feel like there's definitely going to be a portion of this game where EG's going to want to try and push it a bit with how strong Picard is.
I would imagine so, yeah. Just an Aegis to farm, gonna be ticking out in 20 seconds. Shopify, they're keeping their cool. They're like, yeah, we can scale, we're good. And yeah, of course, like the scaling thing too, like I was mentioning for Mikey that we saw the other day also was just insane, right? When he gets like the Refresher and the Aghanims, he's just solo killing 2 heroes, Chris.
He's gonna jump in. He's gonna get caught by the punch.
Should be fine.
Oh,
jumping in.
Because he finds a bit of a free entry on towards Crit, but the Glimmer's there. Crit will get out of this. Arteezy's turning. It's going to be Matthew falling low. They jump forward. Mikey pots the BKB. They've already taken down 2. Chris is dead. They get the last one on a Whisper. They're going to be able to throw in the Primal Beast as well here in the mid lane, Shopify. As he's caught in the Sprout, charge back will be there, but Mikey, can he still continue to chase this? Oh, they can!
Sure can.
The flame break into the snowball, allowing them to catch him before the TP out is done. Just like that, 3 dead. I mean, EG, they did try and force that fight. They turned up, Picard's headed in, but it ends up with 3 of them dead.
Mikey's damage, I mean, all of them really. Chris just gets deleted. This Queen of Pain is looking kind of like a support almost at this point.
He's falling behind a bit. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the case as the game goes on. As strong as the PL is, and strong as and as farm as Picard is at this point, it's all kind of just on him.
Yep. Can he withstand the pressure of the scaling?
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, they've kind of got 3 core scaling up. We'll see again here the way they did try and force the fight. Picard starting things onto Crit. But unfortunately for his team, ends up sort of baiting them into a bit of unfavorable action as 3 of them get taken out. Sonic Wave's there for Chris, but quickly dies afterwards. And now the push is coming up to the high ground. Trying to go for the bear here, Picard. Getting the Glimmer.
Nice save.
Picard is going to try and chase on. He's on top of Arteezy. See if they can save Arteezy here. They can't. He's gone. Now, this is the sort of fight that they can maybe clean up for more. Stabilite, he'll come in with the BKB, but they'll lose Crit. Picard gets the double. He's going to turn towards Stabilite. Stabilite tries for the TP out, but the Bash is there. This is the sort of fight that Picard was looking for. Getting a cleanup as the PL.
Perhaps maybe a little bit of like miss micro or something like that. Arteezy just gets a little out of position. Panda gets him inside the storm. He can't actually true form. He just gets completely focused from Picard.
I mean, how much do you want to push it now? Do you just run it down mid?
Yep, go straight for it.
50 seconds without Arteezy.
They're going to push pretty fast because of how big this PL is too. He's going to have a sidekick as well. Things going back the other way.
Let's see how much they can get from this EG.
Honestly, should be a Rax. PL Illusions is tanked the
depends
entire
how
lift.
scared they are of Shopify.
I mean,
you got crit back up yet.
Should be a Rax.
I don't think they need to be fearful here.
Second glyph, 10 seconds on Artur. Yeah, they got it.
And they'll take it. They'll take the melee, and they'll pretty much be able to finish off the range.
And Picard, since he gets the both last hits also, he had 5,000 gold after that fight. He pretty much does have the Bloodthorn finished up also now, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's at this point, you know, the next sort of slot for the, just get that Aegis. I mean, Roshan, it's up in, 30 seconds, so pretty short respawn.
The thing is, though, the one like sad thing also about PL is he does start to hit like some pretty critical mass. Yes, the shard is decent, but his Aghanims is pretty horrible. So he's pretty much almost maxed out at this point too. So they have to start, they have to keep hitting hard whenever those fights do kick off in these next moments. 37 minutes, neutral item is starting to get picked up. Mikey finished Shiva's, Arteezy finishes off his Mjolnir. Arteezy's bear is strong. The issue is his hero. If they can get on top of his hero, he's going to die instead.
Can they get the Roche quick enough, Shopify, now?
They kill it fast now.
Saberlight's got his items. Arteezy's got the AC.
They're coming, though. Here comes Whisper.
It's too quick. It's too quick.
Way too fast.
They're going to get this here, Shopify.
Okay. Saberlight takes the Aegis.
All right. I mean, very much saying, you know what, boys, I'm the carry now.
Okay. They're definitely going to make the call, though. They're like, Arteezy doesn't have Aegis. They're probably going to completely focus everything onto this Lone Druid now.
Full Bloodthorn on Picard. I mean, if he gets in, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Abyssal, the Bloodthorn, you can take him down. But yeah, Daedalus is done on Saberlight.
Okay.
So, he stands here in the fight, puts his BKB. Picard's has really got to make the decision on who he wants to go for. Does he want to try and go for the quicker kill on the Lone Druid, or does he want to try and eliminate the potential of Saberlight just being able to stand there and punch back at his army?
Game's still super close. All going to be up to who executes better in these next few fights. Gem, of course, as we saw also. Fly picked it up a few moments ago after having his Force and his Glimmer to protect. Can they find anything here? That's a nice neutral item. Give it to the bear. Penta. More damage for Arteezy.
Refresher on Chris now.
Okay.
EG's not scared. They're not afraid to fight this Aegis.
Picard feels very strong, but he's full committed.
Arteezy.
Arteezy needs to be careful.
I mean, they're going to put the global, trying to give some sort of safety here for Arteezy to back off the Sonic Wave, catch it onto Fly, and Arteezy jump forward from Chris. He's in with the BKB, pops the refresher. Saberlight, he'll jump forward, but Picard is on top of him. He's going to look to back away. They want to try and go towards Mikey, as Mikey was attempting to bring down Chris, but Chris doesn't. The BKB keeps him safe. Picard is in trouble. He gets punched up. He's going to get pulled down, and they got him. He wasn't able to back up to the rest of his team in time, and he's now gone for 90 seconds. He doesn't have money for buyback. He spent up for the Bloodthorn.
He went all in. And
they know it as well. You can see there with the aggressive Shopify. They go up to the high ground. They take down Whisper. They're looking at the tier 4s.
I think they know he has no buyback.
They know he spent up. They know he spent his money. He's got no money.
Can they hold without him?
60 seconds without the PL.
Look how much the 3 cores.
I mean, they know how quickly they take these buildings.
They look like they've got it.
I mean, they know that there's this window. As the tier 4s are gone, they're onto the throne. What could Whisper do to stop him? He's going to get in on top of Saberlight, but this Saberlight's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for round 2. Arteezy just hitting the H, and it's over. This is going to be game 1 going to Shopify.
Look at him go, Boba. Big smile.
Really well played. I mean, Picard's the PL. It was having as good as a PL game would ever really do in this sort of day and age. But Shopify, they knew how to deal with him. And that last window, as you said, it was the money. He didn't have the money. And Shopify, they checked the items. They knew he spent up. He spent a lot of money. He didn't have enough to buy back. And they used that window to close it down. I mean, we've seen this before already from Shopify in this tournament.
Yeah.
Some games where they've been in really tough situations, but they're able to figure a way out of them.
Just very good. The way that they target heroes is just excellent. I think Picard's maybe underestimating how strong the leash talent and stuff like that is also from the Nature's Prophet. He commits in, he gets focus fired. Great targeting coming out from them. And yeah, they identified he had no buyback. That was the only death from Picard's, and it's the game ender.
I mean, there you go. There you go. He tried his best, and he nearly made it work with the PL, but it wasn't enough. Shopify Rebellion with the outplay, and just general strong play all round. Saberlight stepping things up as well, knew what route to take this as the Nature's Prophet. Given the Aegis, he's ready to stand his ground, hit that Ancient alongside Arteezy.
Cool stuff.
Close this game one up. As ladies and gentlemen, game one of this series will go to Shopify Rebellion.
It does indeed. That Phantom Lancer, though, I mean, kept getting fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter, and in the end, doesn't really matter because, I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
That was real. I thought that was cool.
Do it again.
Fatter and fatter and fatter, but in the end, it didn't really matter. Woo! Because tower push is all that it takes, and they struggled killing that Phantom Lancer the whole time, but the one time that they get it, it's the right time. They just go throne, and it is over. Kezu, Brian, Jenkins. Let's break this one down, Kizu. This one, you believed in the Phantom Lancer. Let's start with that one. And he didn't do bad, per se.
I mean, he didn't, but you can tell that the hero is very volatile. And even when you're having such a good game, it's perhaps a bit hard also, I think, to understand how strong you really are, how far can you go in. And the hero just has a lot of weakness, and we can see it in this game. There's a lot of itemization that Shopify went for with the Radiance. I think was a double Mjolnir on the heroes as well to kind of deal with it. And I just like the conviction and the confidence that Shopify played with in some of these fights where they know they can get a guy killed, they go for it, they get this one kill on the PL, and they literally just strike for the game end.
Yeah, it's deceiving the PL versus Nature's Prophet matchup because Nature's Prophet generally lacks illusion clear for the early stage of the game, but when he gets this Ag Scepter plus the Mjolnir, PL is not good against ranged carries that stand there with BKB. He's not good against this. And even though Saberlight's the offlaner, his build was Daedalus Satanic with a BKB.
He's a carry.
You just don't kill that guy. You actually don't kill him as PL because even though PL's a right-click carry, he uses Diffusal, which does not go through BKB, and that's his primary source of damage.
Maybe on another patch, though.
Yeah.
Because there have been times where, the Nature's Prophet does lose the 1v1 when he stands there and, turns and fights with the Satanic. He just can't out-heal the PL's damage, but PL doesn't do enough damage, and PL's not tanky enough to win the 1v1.
Yeah, I think the only reason, Kezu, you believed in PL is because you haven't had the displeasure of playing it.
Probably true, yeah.
I played it twice this patch, and I was like, this hero's got no chance. I think that was the perfect PL game, so I can see why Pakaz went for it.
Yeah.
And I might have even gone for it
too.
Myself, thinking man, if this is the dream. I love playing PL. They're going to get owned. Everyone's going to think my pick is sick, and sadly...
That's the sort of game you veto it afterwards. You're, all right,
Yeah.
guys, we tried the PL. It didn't work. It was a perfect PL game. Let's just not pick this.
If you can't win with PL in that game, then this hero cannot win a game in this tournament, I think.
Yeah.
That's just sad.
It is sad.
It is sad. We also had some questions. Of course, we had an overall first pick, Bad Rider, coming out, which Mikey plays very well.
I like
Mikey. That's a different guy.
That's a different guy, yeah. But Mikey plays it really well. Obviously, one of his signature heroes. Instantly, the Queen of Pain was picked up with that as well. And we have that actually as our head-to-head for Acer Predator because it's a matchup that we know well, and Queen of Pain does technically counter the Bad Rider. Of course, Bad Rider still ended up winning, but I do look forward to hearing from all of you how we feel the matchup went. Kessie, you want to go first?
I would say, always Chris Luck did very well in the lane. He kicked him out eventually, but Mikey, he's played the matchup before, goes to the Ancients, they're stacked, gets himself some gold, some experience, so he was still very fine in that matchup. I would have liked if we saw Matthew kind of rotate there, because when you do have these counter matchups, you need to do more than just beat them in the lane, especially when that was your response. Beat them in lane and then try to follow them furthermore, which I feel like they didn't do. So, Mikey just kind of making the best out of it.
He did indeed, and I did promise you guys a head-to-head. We're not going to get it. We're going to get a different one, though.
Ooh.
Yeah. Maybe we want one from Prakaz and Arteezy.
And it's because carry players are such greedy little babies that no matter what, the game has to be about them. Wow, Arteezy, what a fantastic
damage.
job.
I mean, to be honest, it was, I think, even though we had, EG was ahead for a majority of the game, they could never take down buildings.
Yeah, they had one tier 1 tower, I think, by 20 minutes. And that was after, like, they shut down Mikey in lane, and then there was that one rotation where he went on Bakaz, and Bakaz outplayed him with the defusal. The problem is if you don't transition these kills into anything, then Shopify is just going to respawn, reinstate the state of the map that they previously had, and then when they kill you once or twice, they have Lone Druid Natures. It's just a hard spot to be put in, and that's why the PL, even though it's super good in the game, didn't supply them with that building damage that they desperately needed.
I think all of these teams need to start thinking about these Shopify push strats. Like, this is the second time where the game was not always going their way. In fact, it looked like they were losing, and then they just, take one fight and then take a bunch of objectives, and all of a sudden the game is impossible for the enemy team. Like, they're really good at playing these push strats, and Arteezy looks great on Lone Druid. And maybe part of that is because Mikey can just be first pick Batrider every game, play into a counter, and still do fine.
That looked better than the Huskar.
That was not the one. I think that's another hero that is going to get vetoed for a little bit. I do like that Shopify have changed Arteezy's hero pool a little bit. He's also played the Luna. Didn't look the best in that game, particularly in the start, but like these Lone Druids and Lunas who mitigate the off-lane pressure quite a bit, and then it makes it easier for your team, and then you can play with them. That looks great. I want more of that.
More of that? Well, maybe we're gonna get more of that. Maybe we won't. Someone that was silently in the background, by the way, hitting buttons at the right time, which is very important, by the way, in Dota 2, is Fly. Was playing Silencer, doing a great job at it. And we thought, the guy has been, he's been around for a long time. We thought it would be nice to, once again, throw a little bit of a spotlight on him. So, as always, we will head into a break before the draft of the next game, but we are gonna leave you with a spotlight on Fly.
Hey everyone, I'm Fly, and I play position 5 for Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, so how I started my professional career is that I used to play with an online friend, and he introduced me to Heroes of New York. He's like, hey, this is a fun game, you should check it out. And I just got addicted to it, so I just played non-stop. And, things got rolling, Dota 2 came out, and eventually I made the switch. It's been, I don't know, at least 10 years now? Something like that. So I think what makes a great captain in Dota is someone who leads by example. If you want your team to practice really hard and you want to make sure everybody's playing a ton of pubs, if you're not going to do that yourself, then why should they look at you and be like, we should do that as well, So I think that's one thing that is really important for me.
Shopify Rebellion.
Something that personally keeps my drive going is that if I feel like I can improve myself, everything will fall naturally in a way. Like your team will improve, and you'll be able to compete against other people on a higher level. So that's kind of my personal motto about it, and I still have that drive to become better because I think I can become better, and that's what keeps me going.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the show. This is DreamLeague Season 19.
16.
16, I thought. What happened?
What?
16?
Are you guys gas-lamping me?
16.
Can we do that again?
Yeah, run it back.
Run it back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 60. This is good.
60?
We're going to
What?
be here with my
Woo!
co-host Sheever and my two lovely panelists on my right, and Land Slammer.
Brand.
Well, I don't know who that is.
I mean, what's his name? You can't get
What?
his name right.
I'm a breakfast cereal.
Brandland.
I mean, there was a Land Slammer in the previous game, in the Phantom Lancer.
Whoa, whoa,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We are well in the way of the draft once again.
Oh, sorry about doing that. My bad, guys.
It's all good. We have got, once again, a Bat versus Quap matchup, so it seems like EG didn't think that was a problem. And it's 19, by the way, but the big letters above us kind of gave that away anyway. And another, okay, so the only difference so far is a Jakiro, Brian.
Well, while Jenkins was distracting us, we missed the Broodmother ban.
We did.
That's really exciting. Because if you pick Broodmother, they run Warlock Pudge and then they take you out.
That's the counter.
That's the
That's a
hard counter.
hyper-specific example. Did that happen at some point?
No.
Oh,
That game never happened.
To you guys.
Yeah,
that
definitely
game never
not like
happened.
9 hours ago.
Definitely not.
There's always a game 2, Jenkins.
No, there isn't. Not if you get disqualified.
Okay, so back to the draft. I think the Jakiro, they picked it up because they banned it second round last game.
They did.
On Shopify. It's specifically very good against these summons offlaners just because of all the AoE attack slow. So I think they're gearing themselves up for a much better lane against the Nature's Prophet because Disruptor generally struggles against summons offlaners in lane.
They've also done very well with Jakiro. They've played it a few times. I'll say Jakiro's like your generic. First of all, he lanes well into the summon heroes, as you mentioned, and he gives you like the easy follow-up in the game if you ever have a stun. Drop your Ice Path, drop your Macro Pyre, so just make sure you have another guy who goes in for you.
Where's the stun coming from, though? Because a lot of times that's the mid. And
Yeah, I
Quap is
think
not doing that for you.
It's probably gotta be my bro Whisper or Matthew.
Okay. Might we see a Ricky?
We might, because honestly, it would be good for their map, you know, against the Bat, against Nature's Prophet, you can find them. Then you have a dagger, you set it up, seems good. And Matthew, he's a specialist on the little...
Oh, they banned it.
Oh, there's the ban. Now here's
That
the real
replaced
question.
the Jakiro.
Will EG take out... Will EG pick the Primal Beast again against the Nature's Prophet?
It worked out okay last time.
Do they believe in it?
Why wouldn't they?
Because they lost.
Oh, they did lost.
Well,
It
they
didn't work
also
out well.
lost and still picked Queen, so...
My bad.
That is true. They're confident in that one. I mean...
I think they probably understand with what you guys said. Phantom Lancer
is the problem.
Boo-boo.
But if you have two problems and you take out one of them, it doesn't make the other thing not a problem. You know what I mean? Because Queen of Pain's also
a problem.
Kind of bad. Yeah, I don't know if it's first... It didn't dumpster Bat Rider by any means. Mikey was still fine. He got his boots of travel relatively early. Like, eventually he started having a big impact. There's this like 5 to like 10 minute window where the Quap is like 2,000 gold ahead of the Bat.
Yeah.
And then Bat has the bots, and then he starts getting a bunch of kills, then all of a sudden it goes even again. So that window is important, but it's not... Maybe it's not first phaseable. Maybe that's not that important.
Queen is just not, I would say, the strongest hero. And if you do pick in this matchup, I was saying it last game, I'll say it again now, I feel that you need to double down on Queen winning the lane and then playing through this lane and like pressure the mid tower or get vision on the Bat to run at the triangle when he farms early on there. So I would like to see EG do that, or at least try to in this game.
Is this like the Mirana Tusk follow-up? I feel like that's such a Shopify draft. Disruptor Tusk?
I mean, why not, right? Look at all these +4s that are banned from EG. Tusk looked good last game. It probably looks even better this game.
Yeah, I almost forgot Disruptor's in the pool. I feel like if it's still there, one of the teams is going to grab it.
Yeah. It's really good with heroes like Bat and Nature's Prophet too. I feel like, I mean, Nature's global hero, Bat global hero. Disruptor can set up ganks for them. But just pulling a hero back into a Bat Rider, meaning like he doesn't have to lasso, he can just kill people with his overwhelming damage from the napalm is pretty nice. Disruptor just wants damage. That's all he really wants.
Yeah. I mean, what's the deal? It is going to be a crit hero, most likely, regardless of what happens.
Yeah, they want to leave the Nature's Prophet flex as long as they can.
Yeah.
Ooh, a Rubik instead.
Okay. Against Jakiro, I mean, stealing Ice Path is arguably like top 3 spells in the game to steal, and then you can lift the Clockwork out of the cogs, or you can lift your allied hero out of the cogs once you have the Ag Shard. But I will say, the Clock versus Rubik matchup is not as Rubik favorite as people like paint it to be. If you look at Dota buff, like the win rate of Clock versus Rubik, Clock actually is like top 15 win rate against Rubik in the game. And I think the reason for that, and this is over millions of pubs, I think the reason for that is because Rubik doesn't like a hero that just runs at him in lane. Right? It's like he wants to, Brian, you were saying Rubik wants to like nuke the creep wave, push the lane, get the range creep, and Clockwork kind of forces you to like, hey, attack me, use your nuke on me, and then you're not nuking the creep wave, and you're not winning the lane.
Yes. My big thing here about the EG's draft that you were mentioning is usually Rubik would be laning against Clock here because Pandamu is the only one that's played Clock.
Yeah.
For Evil Geniuses. So, but they've got the Jakiro. It's not like a 4-position Jakiro, is it? So it might not be the Rubik versus Clock in lane, so maybe that's not so much of a concern for them, and that's why they're willing to pick it.
I do wonder if the same thing goes for like Disruptor though. Like I feel like if I'm Clock and I'm running at one of these 2 squishy supports in lane,
Well, Disruptor wants to glimpse you for damage.
Yeah, that is true actually. Now that it does damage, it's forcing a glimpse is kind of like, are you really forcing a glimpse when he's like, I want to do damage with it anyway.
They still pick Primal Beast into Disruptor as well. Disruptor's one of the better heroes against Primal, I believe.
And Rubik. I mean, Rubik can steal the ult and do it better with actual cast range. Yeah, all of them other than maybe Trample. Trample's a little sus to...
It's a nice farming spell.
Yeah, Rubik has
stack those camps and clear them.
I'm still okay with the Primal. I think the lane went well last time around. Should be okay this time too. Maybe slightly worse because Disruptor's a better laning hero than Silencer. But overall, I'm just really looking at the Clockwork, playing in the offlane, being able to move around this Queen of Pain. Because when you pick Queen this early on, it's not a hero that you pick and you're like, go do your thing, you're against Bad, it's good enough.
Yeah.
I really need to see them like enable this hero into the game because Queen just isn't the best hero, so help a brother out.
Yeah, I agree. I like that. I like that mentality, and that extends that window, that like 10-minute window where Quap has a lead because you get to that earlier.
Yeah.
And obviously getting to a window or a timing earlier in Dota, this game's all about snowballing.
Yeah.
Like that's how you get an advantage. Just kill the Bat over and over again.
So far we've had the same bans come out from EG as previous game. Is this the point where they banned out Luna and Void last time in this position? Is this the time where you ban out Lone Druid?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, they took it out.
Right on cue.
Because
I mean,
it was a little much. It was.
Shopify should be looking for similar carries, ones that are like aggressive in lane but can also withstand the pressure from Primal Beast. Other heroes that come to mind, I think Luna is a bit sus into these heroes because they can get on top of you.
For sure.
I would say, I mean, I'm not a carry player, but I would feel that a hero like Lifestealer.
That was literally number one in my head.
Yeah,
so
you have a double melee strength lane that works well. You can stand your ground against the Primal. He will never kick you out. Disruptor likes having an aggressive carry in his lane, and you have an infest bomb with the Bad Rider in the game, and it's just a very good next game.
Yeah, you're just you're unbootable out of lane unless they just bring 4 heroes, and they're probably not even going to kill you. They're just going to make you walk away or TP. The BKB piercing disable from Hook is a bit annoying, but it's just something you have to be aware of in the game.
I have a question.
I saw your hand up there.
Yeah.
I call on you, Chiefs.
Well, in the previous game, we also mentioned that Nature's Prophet could be a flex potential, of course. And because they don't have any really tanky heroes, is this a game where you'd want Nature's Prophet to be played by Arteezy, and therefore you pick up a different hero for Saberlight and make it the more sturdy one?
If I'm an NP carry and there's ever a Primal picked against me,
You're like, nah.
I'm begging for my offlaner to take it.
Yeah, it's just a really hard lane.
Okay,
You're
fair
susceptible
enough.
to exactly what he was concerned about with Luna, I think. They're really they're telegraphing this Lifestealer pick, I think, because those are two very good carry matchups against it.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be... What do you think is the backup? Because if EG are looking strictly at these bans and kind of understand what Shopify should be looking for, I think this Lifestealer ban should come to mind for them. But
I like Faceless Void too. I think that's what they banned last game. You said, Chiefs?
Yeah.
I like any hero that's just hard to gank. The Time Dilation and Time Walk are just very good against Clock and Primal. They both have a bunch of active spells.
Yeah, I would like that.
There's not great synergy with like the Chronosphere, but other than that, it's like a perfect Void game. None of these heroes can ever really catch a Void.
Yeah, there's two ways to play Void. You play for like bursting people in the Chrono, or you play for like the BKB
Being
Scotty
survivable.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a definitely a solid pick.
I kind of like the Void because I think he, as well, can stay in the lane fairly long. He can play prolonged team fights later on as well with some BKB timing, Skadi, time walk around. Time dilation is incredibly annoying as well. A lot of these EG heroes. So yeah, I would be vibing with either of those picks.
But as we said, EG might just be banning that one, considering they had the Faceless Void on their radar as well previous game. They're taking an awful long time, by the way, to think about this.
That means they're considering something else. They're like, would we rather them have the Void or the Luna?
The Luna was the other one that they banned previous game, so they probably were debating between the two. They do not want to face Arteezy's Luna, it seems.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here.
Okay.
Weaver.
For
Shopify.
It fits the bill, like, of what we're looking for, like a hard to gank, hard to boot out carry.
Isn't Clockwork kind of good against Weaver?
No.
Yeah.
Lifestealer! Well, you guys were mentioning it the whole time, so the Telegraph hero...
I'm surprised EG didn't see that coming. They either didn't see it coming, or they have something prepared in this last bit. Maybe an Ursa?
It's probably like your go-to here. You have the Jakiro who can help you in the lane against the Nature's Prophet, and then you have like the in-game matchup into the Lifestealer, so Ursa would be the first one that comes to mind for me.
I think you have to hard counter it. It's like Ursa or Troll or... I'd say Razor, but it's a bad Razor game.
Once again, Slark, but not into the Natures in lane.
Ooh, well, this was one that was banned out instead of the Terrorblade by Shopify previous game, and this time around, EG gets their hands on it, the Baton.
Thinking emoji.
How does that do against Lifestealer in game?
I would say a Baton's actually pretty good against you later, but the thing about it is when both of these heroes are farming on the map, a Baton's going Radiance, and Lifestealer has like an armlet, so he'll just boot you out of areas, and a Baton doesn't get booted out by very many heroes in the game. So I would heavily lean towards being the Lifestealer here. I think the Lifestealer has a free game, which means that this hero had to hard counter it, at least from my perspective. So I'm really going with Shopify again.
The Abaddon leans a bit more like towards your team, you can say, from the lasso, so maybe that's something that they value, but I agree with Brian. I think this is a very good Nakes game. I would love to play Lifestealer in this game. You're going to have a lot of tempo, you have good core matchups, I feel like you're chilling, so Arteezy, I feel like he should be replicating game one and have a good time.
Dude, I've played this Nature's Abaddon lane a lot. Like, this is because that's the most popular offlaner. That's the most popular carry in pubs at the start of the patch. It is, you do not care about the harass coming up from the shield as Nature's Prophet. You just TP to the base and then TP back. Like, you legit, I feel like this doesn't lane counter the Natures either.
So we are thinking a 2-0 here.
Yeah.
Which would put Shopify in a almost as good as guaranteed position for staying in the competition, which is, of course, making it to the next group stage, which is only set away for half of the teams competing in the group stage.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I mean, for EG, I really think a lot lies on Chris Luck on the screen to have a good performance. Rotate to him, speed up the game, because he needs to open up everything.
Okay.
If they do that, they can win. If they don't, I feel like they have no chance.
All right, all the pressure on Chris Luck. See smile. Let's see how he does on the Queen of Pain this time around. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fogged for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Shimmy. Yes, Game 2 of EG versus Shopify Rebellion as we get into the action here. Very much looking forward to seeing what goes down this time round. Last game, honestly, Fog, it was pretty close up to those final moments where Picard was caught without buyback.
Yeah.
Here in Game 2, we're seeing a change-up. We're getting the Abaddon coming through, something that was taken out in the bans last time. What do you sort of make up of the overall carry matchup this time between Arteezy on the Lifestealer and Picard on the Abaddon?
Looks better for Shopify this time, even more so. I mean, it did look like on paper, of course, it looked like a pretty perfect PL game. So I think Shopify, they've got great ways to be able to counter everything. And I think when the panel's saying a lot of pressure on Chris Luck as a Queen of Pain to carry, I mean, this is also a pretty volatile hero. Even though they do open with it to try to counter Bat, the Bat did pretty okay inside the mid matchup. And also, I want to see Chris be a little bit more reluctant of how he blinks in and how he uses Sonic Wave. I feel like he just like, his kill store at the end of the game is pretty decent, but I feel like he just like, he kind of just like kill stole with his Sonic Wave a lot of times. So.
I mean, that's what the spell's for.
So, yeah, I think it's a lot of pressure definitely on him to have a even more explosive kind of matchup and stuff like that. Because, yeah, Mikey, he did pretty damn well. And now Mikey, though, looks like they might be able to get him here.
Looking here for the first blood. Mikey, he will be getting taken down here. It's going to go the way of Chris as well. So a nice start here for the co-op in a lane matchup that already should be going pretty well for Chris.
Yeah. Suicides to the tower for Matthew. Going to be able to reset himself, get that free TP. All right, let's see if those... I mean, now it's not... Like, there's no way there's going to be those denies. We saw Mikey get like 3 or 4 denies in the first 2 waves, which usually doesn't happen since Batrider has like 40 base damage versus the Quap. So yeah, Chris, set up for success. It's a good start. Lanes again. I mean, Arteezy definitely set up to kind of free farm down here. This time he has a Disruptor at his back, and he is versus his double melee. Should do very well. Top, they at least on the side of EG, they have the Jakiro to deal with the Nature's Prophet to help a little bit versus Treants. As the panel mentioned, Disruptor doesn't do much, so that's why they went for this. But Pekaz overall going for the bat, and we'll see if that's actually going to end up paying off. I feel like Saberlight should just be able to farm freely up here again like he did last time. He plays that secondary carry.
Yeah, very much was exactly that last game as well, right up until the end. And with this sort of fully stacked build. Mjolnirs, Daedalus, even taking that the Aegis in the last moments to help close the game up.
EG is doing a very similar thing that they did last time, though, with you see the Sentry Ward they placed to block the hard camp again. So they understand about these matchups to shut down the bat with the quad pick and then also to block his camp so they can't actually just, you know, farm them out. Even also blocking the top one.
We'll just see what... I mean, even with those efforts, honestly, it didn't really slow Mikey down too much that game.
No, he's... I mean...
He was still super relevant in terms of the farm and damage he's able to do, even if they do try and slow down the bat at this stage.
Yeah. He's just... Like I said, it's the best hero. He seems to just be very comfortable about... Even if he does get shut down, he has ways of recovery. Oh, no, Matthew.
Fly's going to have the glimpse as well. Makes Matthew have to tank a couple more tower hits, so Matthew... Super low hit.
He's got a Fairy Fire. Can he play around it? Fly? Not quite fast enough.
Yeah, we'll get Matthew away from the lane though, so less pressure to be put on Arteezy for now.
And still seeing Mikey get some denies anyway versus the Quap.
And top lane so far, it's a
free farm.
Very slow start for Pekaz.
Yeah, this lane doesn't feel easy at all. It's 2 ranged heroes that's just beating on him. Abaddon, he's a pretty low armor hero overall. That's why you see him go for the Ring of Protection in the start here. So he's just getting beat on from Treants, beat on from the Rubik as well. Is that 2 courier snipes there for Matthew? I think it is.
He's the courier sniping king.
It really, even as a clockwork.
Yep.
Cool stuff. Okay. I mean, look at these lanes, though. It's 17 and 7, 14 6.
Yeah, and mid lane once again, denies. Right? It's sort of your first 3 minutes of gameplay. Quap's not quite had that edge against the bat that you may expect to see. Mikey's doing fine.
Yep. And then he just shoves the wave in also, so he's going to try to guarantee these last hits. It's going to be a glyph. I imagine that is Chris that's forcing that because of that Firefly. Secures one of those denies. Yeah, you know, we open up with Quap to counter out the bat, especially in lane, and
Bat's doing fine.
He's chilling.
Once again, yeah, Mikey. I mean, as we say, you know, with how much he plays the hero, I'm sure he's played this matchup a million times. Yep. So knows how to deal with the strengths that a Quap can have against the bat on those first few waves.
And they're going to, of course, get those stacks ready for him, too. So if he does well in the lane matchup, he's going to have stacks to even farm that much more. So double stack, hard camp as well as Ancient, crit, already getting them ready for Mikey.
We'll see how much success EG has with trying to get in on this area of the map and slowing down that sort of stacking, as they did go for last game.
I'm gonna try to find like a little bit of a stat at some point soon. What the ratio of carries getting their courier killed compared to supports? Carries are just so reckless with their courier. They don't care.
Cores don't check.
They really don't.
Especially not on the way back. You get that pickup, you're like, whatever. My courier dies. My courier dies.
Saberblade able to get that one up top. Big glimpse.
And that should do it here.
Nice one.
Kill for the safe lane duo of Shopify. Fly able to take out Matthew.
Dream game for Arteezy. Set up beautifully with all the hero picks, and his lane just going phenomenal, 24-9. Get great core-to-core matchups. More stacks being made. Are they going to look to block some? They will. So Panda, he's going to put a sentry down to block the 1, but Ancients are already getting set up for Mikey to farm. And he already can. He's level 4, so he can just do the smoke play where you just stack up your sticky stacks and then smoke farm it.
Saberblade trying with the blocks of the treants here.
Nice
and this
blocks.
should be good enough to set up to take Panda down. No escape for the Jakiro.
And yeah, look at Mikey. He's doing Ancients now. So level 4, smoked up. It's free to do these Ancients with the smoke as bottom. Also, Matthew should be fine. But because...
they might just get him as well.
Oh, he's looking dead if there's blocks.
Yeah, with the body blocks. I mean, that's the double kill for Saberblade. He was crushing it last game, and he's looking to be on track to do that again here. Double kill just 5 minutes in. Rough start for the safe lane of EG.
How did... What?
I don't know how Picasso ended up there.
I was like, oh, is he buying Ring of Health? But he's in a Abaddon, so it's like, why the hell would he be buying that? But
Battlefield. But yeah, I guess he felt stronger under the shield than he was, stepping out into the river like that. He's already lost his Shakira. He was on his own.
You have to respect the physical damage that comes out from Nature's Prophet. Tread's done 80 damage. As I mentioned, Abaddon, look at his armor. Even with the Ring of Protection, he's got 3+2. It's only 5.
Saberblade feeling super strong now in this matchup.
Excellent start for Shopify. As yeah, just better matchups in general across the board this game and just beautiful lanes. And now, Arteezy, he can be left alone. You can just move the supports around wherever they want to go.
Yeah, he can't die down here.
Nope. So Fly, he can take the mid lane. Sure, it's going to be constant denies that come out from Chris, but he's got to get levels, and Mikey's just jungling. So good efficiency coming out from them. Yeah, wonderful start. Pretty worried for the side of EG this game. Because should be fine.
This time able to get around the treants in time.
He's got to be careful how far he does step up, though, constantly. I mean, yes, Lift is on cooldown, but...
He's just desperately trying to get near the creep wave, but...
He's going for crit, but because...
Oh! He's actually just dead. Matthew has turned up.
But crit, he's got a fairy fire.
And he's going to be able to get Panda dragged in underneath the tower. Sure, crit goes down, but they get the two of them. They might even get Matthew as well.
Do they have the physical?
Let's have a look. He's able to get out of the sprout. Should be fine. All right, they didn't have quite enough lockdown. More kills that are kind of getting handed towards Saberblade. He's on a killing spree. And yeah, because he's got to be more careful. I mean, we saw last game, he did not die at all until those last moments. Those last losing moments had a very clean start. This game on the Abaddon, he's struggling in this lane.
And you do not want your Abaddon to get slowed down when he's playing versus the Lifestealer core. The Lifestealer would just eat you alive with his early itemization. Big concerns. They're trying to contest and block the stacks. We see Matthew really trying to go toward these Ancients, but just gets pushed away. He's going to try again. He'll block the hard camp at the least, but he might pay with his life.
Yeah, the two supports. Crit and Fly. I mean, they probably would have... Oh, not quite enough.
He's actually living.
All right. Matthew gets out.
Okay. And they see the Quap rotating over, so they'll give respect to that. Shopify.
Right. Well, Matthew able to get his job done there. So make sure that the large camp doesn't spawn and survives.
Well, lives with, what, 10 HP or something? That was very close. Whisper has hit 6. He's farming pretty damn well. Even though Lifestealer is free farming, he's actually having a better game than last time in the start here. Starting to get some tower damage here. DD on Chris. Only going for the 2 points in Shadow Strike this game. Prioritizing being able to make early rotations. Keep his farm up. And he is that top net worth. As the panel said, it's all important for this Queen of Pain to pretty much have a flawless game or the game is going to get weird. And, oh, looking at his itemization, is this the potential for something like an Orchid or something? This could be some different items coming out for Chris this game.
That's not a bad Orchid game against a Lifestealer. Oh, drop the Sonic Wave in the mid, take down Flight.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Saberlight. Yeah, I was thinking about TPing over into that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really curious because I don't believe Witchblade is gonna be a very valuable item on the co-op this game. So I think if he does go for Orchid, it gives you kill threat perhaps on Lifestealer to get that silence and stuff. I mean, we'll see if he does commit for it, but it perhaps is looking like that.
Silence, yeah, it's good against Lifestealer, good against Saberlight if he's only got the spell to rely on to try and TP out. Put a stop to that.
Yep. And because, I mean, even though he did die twice, actually, he is
farm's
ahead of
all right.
Nature's Prophet. Okay, alrighty.
Yeah, his farm is absolutely all right.
He'll have his Midas at a decent time.
Matthew, once again, being very annoying here for Shopify, blocking the Ancients.
Literally the same thing he did last game. He's under-leveled, but you can see the merit of why. Whisper.
It feels good to be this good.
He's speedy.
Now, let's see what Chris can do with this lead. Top farm at the moment as the Queen of Pain, but very much did start to fall off in game one.
Drag back, Chris. Should be fine. They're doing a lot of damage here onto this mid tower. He's gonna pause.
We got our set headphones, apparently, is the call.
Okay, everyone takes a sip of their drink.
Let's see, so 6-3 at the moment. EG with a slight gold advantage here of 1k.
Not too shabby after a couple of those deaths, of course. And they will have, at least with the Abaddon, even though versus the Lifestealer could be a little bit of that awkward matchup until he does get like his Manta to get the silence and whatnot to be able to deal with him, he will be able to protect his allies, of course, versus that Batrider.
Well, Whisper wants to go.
Glibs.
He's going to go straight in for Fly. Fly gets knocked up onto the cliff. They'll catch him with the Ice Path. Panda trying to finish off this Disruptor, but
Chris?
maybe taking a bit too much effort here. Fly's going to be able to TP out. They'll lose Matthew. And Chris, he's got to run. Mikey gets the double, taking out both supports. As, they wanted to go in around Whisper, but yeah, Fly kind of to his own benefit, getting knocked up on the cliff. They couldn't quite quickly kill this Disruptor off.
I mean, I feel like they're kind of lucky that Chris gets out there. One more hit and he's probably just dead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Space for Kaz, but also space for Arteezy.
Yeah, he's getting full free farm down it, and we'll see Panda TP in, but Mikey was ready and waiting for him. So they'll be able to set up for, see if Arteezy can get the kill and get out, because a lot of TP's coming in. He can. He's going to jump into Mikey with the Infest.
Nicely done.
They do have Lasso.
They do. And we did see the Quap actually, he committed for Witchblade instead of going for that silence.
All right, okay. Let's see what he can get done with this, Chris.
Yeah, of course, gives him some armor and stuff like that to protect versus the physical, but, we don't see Orchid anymore, really, on the Quap. I was just wondering, because of his Lifestealer, it used to have these type of merits, so...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See if it pays off for him. And yeah, both of these carries doing the same thing. The Midas, it's gone off the table for Pakaz. He's going to be going for that Radiance. It's going to come quite a bit later, though, than Arteezy right now, with how good of the start that Artur has been given.
Yeah, and I guess, we saw the start Arteezy's had this time around. This is one of those situations where you do feel good with getting the Naked Radiance because of how quickly you get it, right?
Yeah. Mikey? He's getting caught.
Yeah, Whisper. It's also going to be able to get in on top of Crit and lines them up nicely for the two-man Sonic Wave of Chris.
Smooth gank. Playing around their vision there. Bit of an unexpected ward. Perhaps it's on like the low ground. It's about to expire also, so yeah, they catch him off guard there. All right, making some good early moves here. 9-5. Last game was incredibly close throughout pretty much all stages until that end. This one, it's looking to be pretty similar. Fly, setting up for top. They cancel the charge, and Mikey, he's got the boot to travel. Can he catch Whisper?
It's pretty speedy with the pick pole. The Sprout will block off his escape. Whisper tries to stand his ground with the Pulverize, but the Firefly's already out. The Lasso's up and ready. They're going to be able to grab the co-op into the Pulverize. The stolen one there from Crit. They'll be able to pick up both cores. Whisper and Chris end up getting taken down.
These deaths hurt a lot. As we've said, Co-op, it's still, honestly, it's the same hero as it's always been, right? You have to kind of snowball. Any of these deaths, they really, really add up quickly, so that's a pretty painful one. He TPs and dies almost instantly to the rotation that comes in. And Crit, he has, in my opinion, one of the best spells that he can steal this game besides the Jakiro ones. Pulverize is fantastic. And it's continued stacks. feel like we haven't seen EG really stack almost at all, and I feel like Shopify, we've seen like 10 stacks already from them. Yeah, it's going to be the 10th stack right there coming out, so even more than that. Really prioritizing getting that farm going.
Seeing this timing as well, Arteezy.
He's got it done.
That's going to be a very good time on the Radiance. They're trying to go on him, but he's just going to look towards Matthew. Matthew's got him with a hook shot, but Arteezy's able to turn and take him out.
And I believe they have the Ags now.
They've got the telekinesis into Pulverize. It's enough lockdown to burst through Chris, as that's going to be 2 more here for Shopify Bell. And EG, they're struggling to fight them right now.
And they have another glimpse. They're going to get Panda. Uh-oh, EG falling apart. These deaths compound so quickly. The co-op just now 2 times shows up, dies. All his momentum is pretty much gone. And Arteezy's even chasing Pakaz. All right, he'll have to back it up. Crit. They can't even punish this play. Shopify cruising through this game now.
Yeah, very scary to fight around this lifesteal at this stage with the quick Radiance timing that Arteezy was able to get.
And Chris, he has to be way more careful how he's playing. It's not easy at this point either because the Nature's Prophet has Aghanims. They have the global root. Crit, of course, was still stolen Pulverize. They have way more answers for the co-op this time than they did last time even. Pakaz shows his face bottom and he is getting surrounded.
He's looking pretty dead. TPs are coming in, and he has got that borrowed time, but it will come to an end. See if EG can do anything to help him in time. The Static Storm's laid down by Fly. Very little that EG can do to help out as Pakaz goes down. They'll jump towards Arteezy. They have got the Pulverize. He's getting low, and with the Sonic Wave, they'll burst him.
Mikey.
Big kill there for EG. And now Matthew hookshotting in. They want to try and look for more. Closes the gap onto Sableye, but Sableye able to push himself out of the cogs with the Sprout. Matthew goes down, a double kill for Fly.
Or Chris, he blinked in. Oh, Chris.
See if he can get out. He can. Chris blinks back up, but the glimpse is there. And that Fly's got a triple. I mean, see if we can get anything more. Now it's going to be time for them to bail out. Sableye TP's away. Fly, he should be dead here. I don't think there's much you can do against Panda and Whisper. So EG getting a decent bit of a cleanup.
But Pakaz just continues to have an incredibly rough game. He still doesn't even have his Radiance. Some good kills to come back there, but Queen of Pain dies again. Abaddon dies again. I feel like Shopify is still very happy, even though they do lose a couple heroes here. And Fly definitely very happy. Triple kill.
No, absolutely. That glimpse as well. It must have just sort of caught him on the edge of the range there, because I reckon Chris felt he was safe under his own tower, but he wasn't.
I thought he lost vision too, right? Like the angle that it was.
Yeah, what was sort of giving the vision up there?
I guess it was just like a creep or something they gave it at the end there. Didn't quite get to see.
Let's have a look. I mean, at this point, nice moves for Sableye as well to buy time getting away from Matthew. And they're back in action.
Because
he's got borrowed time back up. TPs are coming in. He should be fine here. I mean, Arteezy's still thinking about going for this. They get the glimpse back, in fact. As Arteezy, who infested the creep, jumps back out. He's going to get caught by the Pulverize, though. Arteezy slipping up. I mean, he gets Pakaz, I think, with the Radiant Spur.
I think so.
As he was dying to the Pulverize. So, a trade successful.
It was pretty close to him living. Crit actually had the stolen shield. He just couldn't get just in range of it. He has Aetherland, so it was actually very, very close for him to even save perhaps Arteezy. But still, they're slowing down Pakaz. He's getting no item development.
How close is he to the Radiant?
He's still like 500 gold away. And I made Chris again.
No, not again.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is a disaster. It still is a total disaster, really, for the side of EG. Shopify time and time again getting these
Chris
matches.
was having such a good start. He was top net worth, but yeah, pretty much with these 4 back-to-back deaths, they've hurt.
Oh, and Pakaz just gets glimpsed to base.
Yeah, these 2 cores, they're struggling.
They
It's been
sure
a tough
are.
game for Pakaz and Chris.
I mean, Whisper's going to have to do some insane work in this mid-game here with his BKB
he's
early
the top
timing.
net worth of the 3 of them right now. You know, we've seen Whisper pop off on Primal Beast before, but he's going to have to do it to a level that he's not reached in previous games. I mean, it's a heavy game for Whisper to carry from the off lane.
Catch after catch after catch. Having this type of a lead lets it be pretty easy for Fly to get these type of glimpse plays. They're always the ones on the aggressive move, and now Roche, it's on the menu. Crit, he's just hanging on to a Photic Shield. I mean, there's so many good spells this game for the Rubik.
He's having a brilliant time. I mean, yeah, both supports, honestly. Shopify, as you say, flying crit. Making the moves this game. Radiant's finally done, but it feels like many moons ago that we were seeing Arteezy pick up his.
Still gonna be a steal, Matthew. He's got the rocket. He scouts. He's smoking, but there's a ward. They know the angle he's coming from. Crit's hunting him.
Matthew. He's gonna make the jump. It's a little too early.
Arteezy
dropped the Sonic Wave. They get the flame break from Mikey. They're able to get in, and it is Arteezy that still picks up the Aegis. So Shopify Rebellion, they'll get what they came for. EG not quite able to interrupt in time. Matthew, he's got to step back here. Crit actually catches him there with the stolen dual breath. They'll focus towards Arteezy, but the rage is back up. Chris jumps in, but Arteezy's just going to go straight for him.
Chris
is gone. Arteezy tries to TP out with the last seconds of the rage, but the ice buff will catch him. And at the end of the day, Arteezy, he doesn't mind staying around. He's ready to continue the cleanup. Whisper's trying to run. He'll attempt to pig pole away over towards Pakaz. He's into the trees, but again, Crit with the stolen dual breath.
Do they get vision?
Him down.
They're gonna get a glimpse.
Looking for Pakaz. Fly's gonna find him. The glimpse is there. He's got borrowed time, but there's not enough time in the world here. The Pakaz could borrow. Oh, maybe there is.
Maybe there is. They don't want to dive too hard.
They don't want to.
I mean, they got absolutely everything there.
I mean, yeah, they did. They don't even need to kill Pakaz to feel good about that move there. Shopify Rebellion went pretty much, 4 kills. Again, Chris suffering there, jumps in, and Arteezy just runs straight for him.
Chris is just being way too reckless. Matthew.
He's going for Arteezy. Chris, the jump. Arteezy's maybe even considering if he's going to help out on this one. Nature's Wrath comes in. But, won't push his luck. They'll lose Crit here.
They're just losing. I mean, they're just losing every single fight
hold
on
up.
the side of EG.
Why did Mikey die to a neutral creep? Mikey. I guess I was just farming some ancients or something. It happens. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes the ancients are just a bit too strong.
I mean, they are pretty scary sometimes. I mean, it looks like it was cleared, though. It looks like he killed it and died to the I don't know, whoopsie.
Well, that happened.
Happens to the best of us. Whisper, we'll get the tower. But yeah, momentum from EG, it's just completely stopped this. I mean, if there ever even was any. Pakaz itemization totally slowed down. And these supports are just massive, as you were mentioning before. Fly, he's got Tranquil Drums on his way to Force Staff. Crit, he's got Force, lands in almost a shard. Tons of different ways to save, even if he doesn't steal the shield. This is a beautiful showing this time around from Shopify. Last time we said game was very, very close. This one,
it's tough for EG.
It's a tough one.
It's really tough. They're not out of it, but no, they're going to have to step at the play here.
Chris has the protection now of BKB, so does have some type of ways to at least save himself, but still he could just die inside like Lasso, so does have to still be careful.
This is gonna sting.
Bottom Panda. 6-0 and 15 on Saberlight.
Oh, feeling like you might not want to let this lad get the profit.
No, and it's a first 2 profit as well. Mid, Mikey. The Infest is at the ready. Whisper.
Put the BKB, and he's able to charge away. Whisper will manage to save himself. Well, to the side, Chris has jumped in and put the BKB. Sonic Wave going to be dropped onto Fly. He'll get the kill.
It's a stolen Sonic. Crit. Can you find the angle? Chris is able to get away. But having to use a Sonic Wave and a BKB to just kill that Disruptor, again, doesn't feel great. As Shopify start hitting tier 2. Manta already finished up for Arteezy. And Crit, he's still hanging on to Sonic Wave. Big burst damage. Cool stuff. Saberlight, we see he's going to be going for that Silver Edge, so they will be able to potentially just pop that Abaddon, as we've seen sometimes. If they get the Disruptor ult plus the Silver Edge hit, he's just going to probably go down from that one too, so they're itemizing to deal with this Abaddon, who's already been dealt with the majority of this game already.
Oh, that's easy. Interested in getting in behind the tower here.
Trying to get some vision to go for maybe some type of glimpse play. Really wants to finish off this tier 2. EG bringing the numbers.
Saberlight also causing issues for the bottom tower, pushing him with the treants.
Ooh. Am I seeing that right? I am. An item that we don't get to see too often. I like this item quite a bit. I feel like it always has some cool hidden potential. The Aghanim's Lifestealer. Hope he goes for it. Looks fun. And we're seeing Pakaz, he is adapting a bit here also. You usually just want to be able to go for your like Manta, Blink, Basher, stuff like that. He's feeling the need to go for BKB versus all this crazy disable that really is coming out from Shopify.
Well, I think, and
that Silver Edge thing, yeah.
The Silver Edge Static Storm is going to make his game very hard to play in the fights. Nature's Wrath catching on to Chris. Will manage to blink away in time. Over to the side, Saberlight's got him pretty deep here. Stands his ground with the BKB. Whisper and Matthew back to the tier 2. The glimpse. It will drag Whisper back.
Arteezy just runs in, forces BKBs, and they can get the glimpse on the follow-up afterwards. Chris, I believe he did end up holding his, the one silver lining perhaps for EG, but they will lose a tier 2. Map control. Map just continuing to shrink for them.
Whoa, sick burn.
Up to top, they get the outpost now also, and they're going to be able to continue to push perhaps for that top tier 2 also. Smooth execution from Shopify so far, and EG, things are still looking unbelievably difficult for Chris.
I mean, it's just going to be a question of how much EG can do when that BKB is done on Pakaz. That's what they're looking towards next. They're going to have to hope that he can turn up to the fight and have an impact.
Thing is that they're just really just getting massively outscaled too, because Saberlight, he is literally a secondary carry on top of that lifesteal, and Mikey...
There ain't no secondary about it. He's the primary carry at this point.
Very true. And Mikey, as we've seen time and time again also, his Batrider scales. He's got his Witchblade, he's got his Shard queued up, he's always ready to go for these kills, and Chris always has to be very careful. $10K lead. Did Arteezy commit his gold? I think he did.
He did, yeah.
Okay,
go for the Zags.
Zags, cool. I love it.
So what do you think the reason is for the Ags this game?
I mean, he can just jump into any of these heroes and he has no fear. Oh.
I think it was going to go anyway, right?
Yeah, but then if he steals it again, it's cooldown. Whatever.
I guess true. But
he's you know what?
In the fights, he's looking at other heroes anyway.
Yeah, but that's a taunt play right there if I've ever seen one. He's like, I don't even need it.
Well, Matthew, he's going to try and get it on a crit, but Fly will drop down the Static Storm. Cars post the BKB trying to get in on this one. Matthew's going to be the first to fall. They get the lasso off onto Whisper. Quick shield here from Pakaz and pops the BKB. Allows him to take down Arteezy. They can maybe go for more because Mikey may have put the BKB, but he's very low. Mikey has to run. Fly, he'll try for the TP out, but they'll get him.
Finally get something going for them.
Oh, that was a huge fight there from EG. Taking out Arteezy. Let's see what they can do now. They're taking out 3 of them. We'll see what the next move's going to be from EG, but that was the exact fight they needed to have around Pakaz, turning up with his BKB and just able to kill the lifestealer. We'll see it again.
Good sacrificial play from Matthew. They just get the catch on top of him, and they can actually stick onto Arteezy long enough. They throw literally everything onto him to blow him up.
Yeah, Pakaz and Whisper just able to focus him down after the rage. They get the pulverize on him, and he's gone. Nothing that Shopify could do to save him.
And that's the, like you said, the BKB. That's the showing from Pakaz, and ooh, that would have been a huge pickoff if they were able to find him there. Pakaz, he almost has his Manta now too. So okay, slowly but surely, getting back into this game.
A crucial fight there for the recovery of EG.
Chris now has Kaya Sanj also, so versus these disables, even if his BKB's on cooldown, has some status resist. Roche, it was a long respawn. That would have been pretty fortunate for EG if it did instantly respawn after that fight. Gonna constantly be keeping tabs of that one. And let's see, yeah, I mean, the Aghanims versus the Lifestealer, I'm not saying like the exact reason. Like sometimes when you see it, it's like versus a Void, because then you just see the Chrono, you jump inside of him, and he just is disarmed this whole duration. So we'll see if it will pay off. I thought he would just go more for standard itemization, but maybe seeing something that I'm overlooking here.
It's going to be interesting to see if it pays off. And at the same time, if we continue to see the next fight shift in EG's favor, it might feel a bit weird.
Yeah.
Going for this bit of a different build. If it doesn't quite have the impact that you would hope to see from the carry.
It just makes him not able to stand toe-to-toe with the Abaddon as nicely. Like, if he had, like, his AC or something like that, then perhaps he can just hit him, but this one's going to make the playstyle a bit different. Whisper.
Matthew's in on the side. He's going to get in on top of Crit. Crit's able to force away. Fly will glimpse back Matthew, but Chris has already been able to jump in, take down Crit. They get the Sonic Wave across. The Whisper's in with the Pulverize onto Fly. They've taken out the two of them. They'll turn towards Saberlight. Saberlight trying to stand his ground with the BKB, but they'll get him. They'll take him out. Mikey, can he clean up in return? He's here with Arteezy. They've found two so far because he has to borrow time. Matthew will buy back to make sure that Shopify Rebellion aren't really able to continue to chase EG.
They're doing big things here, though.
I mean, they lose, two of them? But they get the three of them, and they take out Saberlight. Saberlight, with as much farm as he has, it's a huge kill. Because he's climbing his way right back up the board. He's second in net worth. Shopify, they're getting shaken up big time.
They really are. He's actually surpassed Arteezy now, and Arteezy, yeah, he's got his Aghanims, but standing toe-to-toe versus Abaddon now is going to be way more difficult. I'm really curious to see if this is going to work.
Does. Let's see if it feels good here, because, yeah, it's definitely a bit of a risk to go for this game.
Yep.
Mikey, he's going to try and go for Chris, but the Glimmer's going to be offered up from him, and Chris is able to blink away.
He's inside of him.
All right, there you go.
There's one. The cooldown's nice. That's the one big thing. 20 seconds. Yeah, I'm really curious about this one. I think I've only really seen it built versus Void. Rocket to scout the Roche. Arteezy, his damage isn't really that great versus the Roche with this build. And now Pakaz, after that, I mean, pretty tough start. He's top net worth.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic recovery from him on the Abaddon.
He has a full basher, and he's level 20. You
can see that kind of trailing behind for the majority of this game, but now he has taken over Pakaz. Top net worth right now.
Shopify looking for something here. Pakaz not the target they want. Level 1 Ice Path. There we go. He got a better steal now. Arteezy running in.
He wants to get in on this. I mean, it's a great static storm. But they will be able to step away from this. They turn over towards Arteezy. Arteezy jumps in over towards Pakaz. Pakaz pots the BKB to make sure he can get this borrowed time off. He's going to turn towards Saberlight. Saberlight's been taken out.
They're falling apart.
As they've got to run now, Shopify, with just the three of them against the four of EG.
Chris, he's starting to do it.
I mean, Arteezy's trying to stand his ground here against Chris, but the blink's back up. Chris can get away.
They're going to chase him. He's got Manta. Can he dodge?
See Whisper trying to get the angle across to block off his escape, but ends up getting caught by the lasso. Mikey with the BKB will look now to chase for more. They get the telekinesis onto Panda, as Mikey will be able to make sure that they get a bit of a punch back in their favor this time, Shopify.
And do you see what Mikey's queued up? He's queued up on Moonshard. He's like, move over, Artur.
I mean, he's right. You know, he's like, well, if my life dealer's buying Aghanims, I'm buying a Moonshard.
I need the right click, not him. All right.
Okay.
Still a big kind of comeback there anyway from EG. These last few fights starting to really matter, starting to slow down. But Shopify,
there's only about 3k gold in it. I mean, Shopify Rebellion will be able to bump themselves up a bit here with this Roshan. But definitely having to be careful in these 5v5s. EG posing to be quite the difficulty to deal with. Yeah, Pakaz, not quite the easy kill that he was earlier on. I think, well, I saw those 4 deaths early in the game, but since that, they've very much struggled with Pakaz in the team fights.
Yeah, the BKB pickup, it's done so much for them, really, to get them back into all these fights. And Chris, even though he died, 3 times in a row early game, he's playing a lot cleaner this time around on the co-op.
He's picking it back up.
Still Shopify in the lead, but definitely been shaken up quite a bit. Arteezy. Should be fine down here. They gave the Aegis to the real carry, Mikey, who, by the way, he did commit for the Moonshard.
Hell yeah.
Oh, this is going to be so cool.
I mean, you said it, Mikey loves this sort of right-click build on the bat, right?
Yeah.
This is what he does pretty much consistently in his pubs.
In his pubs, he
gets
goes
the wins with this.
He goes Hurricane Pike.
Yeah.
Honestly,
oh, yes,
a lot of
the Hurricane as well.
Yep. Yeah. He goes all out right-click build. And he is getting these levels. I mean, this hero, when he's 20 is a big timing, which he has hit. 25 is a ridiculous timing when you get the double flame break. You just solo kill heroes in lasso with the right clicks and sticky stacks. It'd be cool to see. He is, of course, still like middle of the pack on the net worth. The Picazia, massive. Abyssal done. Lasso.
And Mikey's going to get the jump in onto Chris, but Chris is able to hot the BKB and jump out. They weren't able to do enough damage to kill off the quad quick enough. And now Picaz, he's entered the fight, and he's ready to help try and turn things around here. Shopify Rebellion, they'll lose crit. Arteezy, he might not be able to get away from this. He's caught underneath the tower. He's going to get taken down. They'll lose the two of them. Saberlight's got to run, but the dust will catch him.
And they get Mikey.
They get the pulverize as well on a Mikey. They're catching them all here, EG.
Oh, they're doing it.
Saberlight, he will be able to TP away. But Mikey left behind. They have the ice path to set up for a second attempt on him, and a very successful attempt it will be. They're losing this lead big time in Shopify. These fights are not going great, and Arteezy just not quite able to have the impact that maybe you would have hoped for with the farm that he has.
I mean, his farm is also just stopped. He also instantly canceled his infest. He jumped inside and then just instantly jumped out, so Chris is able to reset, come back in the fight, and Matthew gets a perfect snag. This build is definitely feeling like it's hurting a little bit, perhaps, for Arteezy. His right clicks are just, they're insignificant.
They're not there, yeah. He can't get the kills quick enough when the team offers up the lockdown there.
And Saberlight,
losing this lead.
He's been found. He's dead.
I think EG are going to be feeling very, very happy right now at this point. Godlike on Chris. That lead that Shopify Rebellion had against them is pretty much completely gone. As EG, they're absolutely the ones in control of this game right now. Picaz is massive, and they just don't have the hero to stand toe-to-toe with this Abaddon.
Yeah, even though you can see that Shopify were getting some type of triple scaling, they completely stopped after they went for this build. And just look at the graph. It tells the tale of the whole entire game here.
Look at that.
Picaz is almost 25 also. That's a Rex.
It certainly is.
And
it certainly is.
Arteezy, yeah, he now has BKB, but like we said, he tickles. He doesn't have damage now. Glimpse.
Chris will just BKB walk it off. EG in a very comfortable spot right now. I mean, they know that Shopify, they struggle to take the fights whilst they're ahead. Now Shopify's behind. These fights are only going to get easier for EG. Because he's reaching level 25, he's close to getting his next item, the Silver Edge done that he's got queued up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
What is the answer now, like you said, when they are behind? How do they get these catches? They're going to smoke. Feels like they have to start getting some momentum going their way. Arteezy, as we said, has BKB, so a bit safer, but his damage is still quite weak now versus these two tanky cores.
It's kind of on Saberlight to do the right clicking. He will be trying to get the AC on for the team, Saberlight, but still a bit of a way away from it.
Yeah, and Mikey, I mean, he's getting closer and closer to Moonshard, but it feels like he's just trying to make up for the lack of Arteezy's damage. EG being careful in the base, almost like you said. They hit 25 now on Abaddon, almost 25 on Chris. He's got a DD in the bottle for the next fight, too. Can't burst this Abaddon. Can't fight him toe-to-toe. What do you do? Hey, Picaz, he just walks up.
He just walks up.
He's like, hello.
Forces out the rage from Arteezy.
Chris. Jump in versus some illusions. Rook comes out, Arteezy's in, but getting bashed.
He's going to have to be careful as this rage comes to an end. He'll back off, Matthew. He's in with a hook shot. The BKB's now come out from Arteezy and Mikey. As Arteezy looks to stand his ground against Chris, but Picaz and Chris, they just turn straight towards Saberlight. The stunning wave's there as well for Chris, pushing back the two of them. The bash is onto Arteezy. A pistol blade gets dropped down as well from Picaz. Rage is back up from Arteezy. Both supports immediately coming in with a buyback. They want to commit for this fight as they'll lose crit. Saberlight, he's trying to turn towards Picaz, but the BKB's up from Picaz. Pots the Manta as well. Jump forward for Chris on top of Mikey. Mikey's gone. And Arteezy, he'll infest aggressively into the clockwork, which will get him the kill. But Chris, he's just cleaning up.
He's killing everybody.
And they're ready to go for more here. It's just Arteezy and Fly left. The Rage is back there. Arteezy will try and run, but Fly will fall. He'll go for the TP out. They know is they got anything to cancel it? They don't, so Arteezy will escape. But the rest of them, 4 dead. I mean, it's effectively 5 with Fly dying twice in that fight. It's just once again where EG there coming off massively on top in these team fights.
They're just surviving way too long, these heroes on the side of EG. Chris gets, what, 8 Scream of Pains off, 10 Blinks. He's just jumping in and out of the fights constantly. The Baden lives the entire duration of it, too.
Lots of money on Picard. I mean, he's got his options open, really. Do you think he will go for the Silver Edge, or is there maybe even other big items that he's considering?
Do they have an AC? I mean, maybe he can just go something like a Nullifier if he wants to. He's got a lot of options, like you said.
I don't know about... Imagine Arteezy's going to change this up. He's... Oh, yeah, there we go. He had the AC queued up, but there was already an AC on Saberlight. He's just got to get some damage. And the small crit is going to be purchased. He's going to try and work up to the Daedalus.
Okay.
Try and... Yeah, just so he could have a bit of a punch.
But they still don't have... They don't have this BKB piercing kind of like bash or anything like that also, and they're just really tanky. Honestly, the Queen of Pain, super tanky. Whisper, super tanky. Same thing for the Abaddon. And they have multiple different Lincolns, so now they're blocking each other, protecting each other versus Lasso, the Infest as well, too. I was trying to think maybe that's why he went Ags, to just break Lincolns for Batrider and stuff. I'm not too sure.
Oh, there
These
we
things
go.
quickly falling apart.
Because he's made his decision, he'll get the overwhelming blink out. He's got it complete.
Cool.
Able to buy it straight up.
Tough to expect which one he was going to go down with this route.
I will say that, I mean, well, he should, I mean, he's unlikely to die, but does, of course, put him in a position again where the buyback money will not be there.
Okay.
But, yeah, this game on this level 26 Abaddon, I don't think he has to worry about dying.
No. He's got, I mean, they have double Lincolns to throw on him as well, too. And, yeah, they're looking for the smoke. After such a good start from Shopify, last like 6 fights, 7 fights have just been disastrous.
They really have. EG's just winning every single fight right now.
Fly also just getting run down. Chris, honestly, but what a recovery.
Yeah.
I think he was 3 and 5, right? If I'm not mistaken, and now he's 15 and 5.
No, it's been a sort of the last kind of 15 minutes from EG have been fantastic.
It's easy. Trying to go toe-to-toe with Pakaz, but this is a dangerous position for him to put himself in.
You're going to be getting silenced, you're going to be getting bashed. You've got to get into the trees and hope for a TP, and luckily for him, Pakaz will head the wrong way. So, Arteezy able to get out.
He just, I mean, he tickles. Even with the crit, he just really does tickle.
Honestly, EG's getting close to just being able to go to the high ground.
Absolutely.
And, I don't think that they care too much, really, what Shopify's going to do in terms of a defense. They'll head back wanting to deal with the state of the lanes. They don't want to let Saberlight get away with any sort of rat plays.
But who do they prioritize now also in the fights? You can't kill the Abaddon. Maybe you just have to full commit for Chris at this point because he is a total nuisance in every single one of these fights, but he's tanky. If you ignore him also, he is just going to rip everyone to shreds with his Bloodthorn. He also has 4,400 gold, so he has buyback even if you do commit for him. It's just not easy at this point for Shopify for who they want to pick and choose. And yeah, EG, they're bringing it right to them. Crit, fire, they found.
Straight away in for the easy kills.
And that's the gem. Mikey has, of course, deviated the build. After having his Hyperstone, he wants to go for this Refresher, but as you said, multiple Lincolns, shield to protect. Shopify needs some time for some more items because they really just lack so much in damage at this point.
I mean, Arteezy very close to having the full Daedalus.
Okay. But Whisper has a full Hex now, and as we said before, 5,000 gold on Chris. They're hitting some pretty much peak timings, like full itemization now. Pakaz also has boots to travel. Actually has bots too.
Ooh, Matthew. Very close to catching Crit and Arteezy there.
Can they punish top Mikey?
He wants to.
Look for Whisper. No, the boots of travel too. It's freshly picked up from Pakaz. He's joining. Roche, it's going to be back up and it's going to be instantly scouted. The rocket's there. EG can just walk right into that. And it's in Aghanims.
I mean, can you do anything about this?
Doesn't really feel like it right now. Do you want the Ags co-op on? Yeah, I know you're a big fan of that one.
I mean, Chris might want it, but I imagine Picard will take it, right?
Yeah, just give it to Picard. Is Whisper's Break very useful this time? I just give it to Picard.
Give it to the Abaddon.
Yep.
There we go.
Now, you lacked damage before. Now, when he's borrowed time, he's just going to be healing everybody up on top of it, too.
No, absolutely.
Who got the cheese? He also got the cheese, okay.
Yeah, Cheese and Ags on Abaddon. Aegis on Chris. Smile on the Quap. They're going to be ready to push high ground, and we'll see if Shopify Rebellion is going to be able to deal with holding together some sort of high ground defense against this very strong and sort of self-sustaining push of EG.
How do they kill these targets? Chris got a trick. He has had a Trickster Cloak now for about 6 minutes or so very tough to focus. And with this Abaddon having Aghanims, like he's just gonna heal everyone during borrow time.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they just haven't killed Picard in ages, and they haven't killed Chris in ages.
No, not since like the 15 to 20 minute mark. It's been like 25 minutes or so that it feels like EG just have been running the show.
Yeah, there you go. Chris on a 12 kill streak.
Yeah, wow, that is. Yeah, he literally was 3 and 5. Yep. I'm just so impressed with his recovery this game.
This is why they want to get in the Quap early.
Yeah, definitely. Mikey has Refresher, and he does, I believe, he's about to hit 25 as well, so he's about to hit a pretty peak timing as well, but as we said, there's shields, there's Lincolns. He has to be able to prioritize and pick these targets perfectly in order for him to have that kill threat. Whisper now also has a secondary form of piercing magic immunity as well, so versus that lifesteal, you can just grab him. EG getting stronger and stronger. Saberlight. All right, looks like Shopify, they're going to try to set something up, but this doesn't look easy.
They're going to try it.
See? They do it perfectly.
And they might even get more. They'll look towards Whisper. They'll get him here. Crit with the Stolen Pulverize. Whisper's going to get taken down. Chris jumps in with the Sonic Wave. Bursts through Saberlight. See if Chris can clean up anything more. But with the other two cores on EG down, this is a bit of a tougher fight.
They're chasing him. Can they catch him?
See the hook shot from Matthew. It will catch on to Saberlight, but it gives space for Chris to get into the trees and TP out. But Matthew left behind. And indeed, there we have it, as you say, so that the clean execution, the combination of having some sort of disable, a silence, and a break, that will kill the Abaddon.
They catch him off guard. Perfectly done, though. A literal perfect execution coming out from Shopify, exactly what they needed. Mikey, and he's going for another.
Ooh. See if he can get on top of Chris again. Chris has blinked away, but Mikey is closing in on him.
Can't quite get him. I mean, you see the 25 on the bat. It's no joke how much damage he really can kick out in just a couple seconds there. And no buybacks. They might just get wrecked.
And it's a no buyback situation.
They don't have a lone druid though this time, so they can't just like throw it or anything like that.
They do still have like an AC though.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean Saberlight at the moment he's working on the tier 2 bottom, so he won't be with them for the rack push top.
But I mean, they're gonna at least get one set.
3 heroes, no buyback.
They're gonna try to get as much as they can out of this.
Keep going. I think here for Shopify Rebellion.
15 seconds. This game is crazy. RTZ now hitting 25. Same thing for the Nature's Prophet. Trying to push him off of this Rax. And they will.
We'll stop the push for now, but losing 1.5 barracks here.
EG, they have to give some respect. The Bat 25, gotta be careful. He's made magic happen before in the earlier series that he's played. And Refresher, it's back up in 8 seconds. Imagine EG does not split up like they did there this time. Picaz has to be playing near his team a bit better there. Has to be very ready for that break plus disruptor ulti also. Mikey using that ninja gear so that he can try to get the setup. A window perhaps found for Shopify. Picaz and Chris leading the charge.
See where they want to head next. Getting flight, but
Saberlight's going to be annoying now that he's 25, though. He can just keep split pushing. Instant TP, set up and farm constantly to finish up his Hex. Keep cutting these waves. Might have to be careful here, though. He shows, and Matthew, he's on his way. He's got the gem as well. Can you find him? Arteezy's courier.
Let's see how safe Saberlight plays.
Whoops. Just so you know, that was the rapier for Arteezy. I mean, it was just the Demon Edge, but he has the relic on him, so he is going for just the...
Oh, hell yeah.
So this is what the Aghanims was for. It's for the late game, to jump inside and two-shot people with dataless crits and everything.
All right. As you say, there's got to wait 3 minutes until he can get his hands on the Demon Edge. But, well, with the way that the game's going, definitely reason to believe Shopify Rebellion will sort of stall it out for 3 more minutes.
Oh my god, if they can bring this one back.
This was the plan all along, as you say. This was the plan. Arteezy with the big brain late game approach. He didn't want to end the game early. He wanted to enjoy his Dota 2 today.
That's possible.
And get as many minutes out of it as he can. So go for this. Yeah, Ags, Daedalus, Rapier.
It's cool stuff. And EG, I mean, like you said, definitely have to watch out about buyback scenarios and stuff like that, as we saw it bite them last time. So we are seeing kind of all of them hold on to quite a bit of gold here. 7,000 on the Quap, 7,000 on the Abaddon, about 3,000 on Whisper. So, yeah, significant buybacks at the ready. Mikey constantly on the prowl, though, with this refresher.
Oh, Saberlight.
Right, this is a risky play.
Oh.
Oh, my lord. They're like, there's a base ward somewhere around here. Will he get it? Oh, he doesn't even kill the base ward. It despawns.
Was, of course, the shard there of Chris. He was able to take out for now, Saberlight.
Just being annoying. Crit. So I feel like Crit's job right now is just break Lincoln so Mikey can double lasso people.
There we go. I mean, you see the damage. Wasn't quite enough, but Whisper's able to heal up, put the BKB in the cheese. He's going to be fine.
Arteezy.
He's pretty deep. He'll have to put the BKB to step out of the side. Chris commits him with a Sonic Wave. He's taken Saberlight out. Saberlight down for 2 minutes.
And Arteezy's being chased.
He's going to try and escape over towards the creep wave, but he's caught in the ice buff. They try and force it a bit too much there in the mid there, Shopify Rebellion.
Picasso's in range. He gets the shield and heal to let Whisper pop that cheese.
Not having the sort of means to keep him locked down against that sort of save.
Nope.
And now 100 seconds without Saberlight.
They're going to try to force a buyback.
Now, how's the courier def looking for Arteezy?
45 seconds.
45 seconds till he's got to wait until he can get that rapier.
They're going in.
They're going in deep. They're going to be on the tier 4s. They're going to be able to take down Mikey.
He's got a buyback. Arteezy's might probably forced to as well.
There's still the pain, as you say, because there's 30 seconds, no rapier. They get the last order. Chris, they're going to be able to drag him up towards the fountain. But Chris,
he's alive.
He's able to blink away in time. Crit with a stolen blink. Jumps forward aggressively over towards Chris. You see Picasso's starting to try and end the game. He's already taken down one of the tier 4s. They will back off now with a fortification.
25 seconds to Arteezy's courier with the rapier.
He needs that delivery to hurry up. As EG, they're pushing in.
They want to go for tier 4s. They want to close this one.
They want to end it. Picasso's going to jump in aggressively on the fly. Let's fly out for 80. No buyback for him. 3 versus for 5. Where's that rapier?
3 seconds.
3 seconds. Is he even going to get it in time? They're hitting the ancient. They're looking to close it up. He gets the rapier, but this game, it's over. It's too late indeed. That courier snipe earlier from EG meant that whole window, the whole plan of Arteezy for this Aghanim's Daedalus Rapier, it was destroyed. He only got it in the final moments of his own Ancient Falling Fog.
Oh my god, honestly, I have to give so much compliments to Chris Luck. Like, this man right here, C-Smile, had one of the rougher starts I think we've seen as this Quap, like, and he's 3 and 5.
What was the kill? 15 kill streak he goes on, must have been?
I think it's like a 14 kill streak
at the end.
An unbelievable recovery from him, and it's all really around the timing of when Picasso got BKB, when Arteezy went for Aghanims, they hit their timing and they just find these consecutive fights. Wow. That was impressive.
No, that really was great stuff here from Evil Genius this game. And we saw game 1, Shopify Rebellion winning a tough game. Evil Genius is on the other side of things this game. This was a tougher game for them, but absolutely just knocking it out of the park with the sort of second half of gameplay. And Shopify Rebellion just all over the place. They didn't have the means to sort of pull this game back together. Evil Geniuses with the straight-up outplay. Incredibly impressive. And as you say, C-Smile ends 17-5 and 18. This is why they want to get that quap nice and early in the draft.
What a roller coaster this game was. If you would have asked me like in the first 15, 20 minutes, I would have said that Shopify was going to walk away with this one, but Evil Geniuses bring it back, and then Shopify bring it back again, and then Evil Geniuses bring it back again. Quite the showing here indeed. They tie the series 1-1. What that all means, we'll talk about in a little bit. But first, why was this such a back and forth, Brian? Why did this game play out the way it did?
Sometimes you buy Acceptor on Lifestealer.
That's it?
Yep.
You're not happy with the Ags?
I think, Shiver, this game, we did not see Chris Luck. We saw Chris something else that rhymes with uck.
Tuck?
No, truck.
Truck. Because he ran them over.
Because he ran them over like he was a big dump truck.
Well, he had a rough start, though.
Yeah, but, we said that he needed to be the one to do that because, he was the only one on EG that was not doing horrible.
I feel like he had a good start, but he couldn't do anything because the rest of his team was struggling, so as a co-op, you feel really bad.
There was a dip. It was like Bitcoin, but not a scam, where like there's this dip and then just massive increase in amount of value coming out of this guy. Fever?
Oh, it's my turn, isn't it? Following up on that, you want me to analyze this game?
Yeah, go ahead.
If that was your carry, and you had supported him to free farm.
That was after game 1.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, that did not just happen.
I'm like, wait a second. Why is he so happy? That
Those were the monster moments. Okay,
Yeah.
I was like, that was...
It was a monstrous moment if you take it into consideration game number 2. That's for sure. It was a great showing from Evil Geniuses. They obviously ended up with a well-deserved victory. It was very, very close cut. Unfortunately, that courier snipe, Kezu. We had the courier not getting the rapier in time. Would that have made a difference, you think? Would that have turned it around?
Personally, I think no. Because like in the last fight, they tried to initiate, they like double lasso the Primal Beast. I think Pakaz came in, he saved them. I do have to agree with BSJ very heavily on Arteezy's item build. I feel like he kind of shat the bed with that one in this game. Because I think they were in a good position to take the game. But sometimes, like Dota works in a very mysterious way where if you just screw up one little item, it will ruin the rest of your follow-up items, and then suddenly now your team is lacking damage, or you can't play the next fight because you're missing a Satanic or a BKB to stand your ground, and then suddenly, bam, your game is gone.
The game is gone indeed. I want to also start a little bit, or continue a little bit with the end of the draft, because I think we were all not really on board with the Abaddon coming out as the last pick.
Late game, it was strong.
Yeah.
Like, late game, it's really hard to kill him. And with heroes like Batrider on your team, that's like the whole purpose of your draft. Is like whoever you see, you go on them. And it's not only difficult to go on Abaddon. They did manage to kill him that one time with the Silver Edge Static Storm combo. Yep. But, I mean, like you said, they used all the eggs in their basket to kill Whisper on his Primal Beast. And it's just completely negated by one Aphotic Shield.
Yeah, it was a rough game. You guys are kind of low on talking points on this one.
I'm thinking of interview questions.
No, what causes a game to be like that? It's like it was a very back and forth game, right? So why is it that straightforward? Where item build just not?
I have an answer.
Late game just better for EG?
Team fights. It's team fights. Like sometimes you just have a Dota game where it's like a fight goes one way and then the next one goes the other way and then the next one goes the other way.
That's literally what happened.
And there's kind of like sometimes you have a draft where like if you fall behind, you literally can't do anything. But other times, you have things like, you can get like a clutch Aphotic Shield where you take off a lasso, or like one hero can get like a 2 or 3 man black hole. So there was a lot of like out skill potential for both sides, and they just continuously did it to each other. And maybe if Arteezy doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter on Lifestealer and the build is a little bit better, perhaps it does get to the point for Shopify where they take a lead and then EG can't get it back, for example, possibly. Because I know a lot of people were criticizing the Aghanim Scepter. It looked a little rough.
There's a lot of like map play that both teams can do. You have like the Batrider Nature's Prophet on one team. You have Queen of Pain who's going to push out lanes with like an hook shot, Abaddon with the Radiance Manta. So both teams can just put the map in a state where it's not necessarily just team fight on team fight, but like you have to respond here, we can get a pick off. It drags out the game. And eventually, I think Chris Luck, he just got to recover incredibly. Like, he just goes top net worth. Abaddon's getting his farm up. And then when you pair that with bad item builds, you can just turn the game.
It sounds pretty simple in that case, indeed. One bad item. It feels really mean to say that also for Ortiz. It's like, well,
incredibly unforgiving.
The problem
you
is
build
for carries
too bad.
especially.
he was the game-winning hero for them, and we criticized the Abaddon pick quite a bit. And when he misses this window where Arteezy is supposed to be the game-winning hero because his item build falls flat, it will make the Abaddon look better. Now suddenly they can burst heroes, and that's when the Abaddon can really shine, get this net worth, then save heroes. So Dota is just a very, very snowbally game, especially at this level of play.
And we even saw Mikey do like a similar pivot with the Moon Shard. That he didn't go.
That he did.
We have a call, so I stopped talking.
Have a call. Thank you.
Hey, Chris.
We're joined by Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you doing? Congratulations on the game.
I am fine. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We will also, I believe, have an interviewer here as well. Although I know, Chris, you also speak a bit of English as well. So we'll see how far we get. I have a question. This game 2 just now was very, very back and forth, especially for you. You had a rough start to the game and you ended beyond godlike. How did it feel to play Queen of Pain, 2 games in a row actually, in this final game?
Actually, it was comfortable because we're planning we have the plan. They pick a Betrayer, we pick a Queen of Pain, and the first game was good in the lane. Second game also too.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, cousin.
After game 1, what did you talk about to potentially change for game 2? Because you went for a lot of the same picks, but was there anything you talked about that all we need to change was the carry pick?
Yeah, I changed the build and the Queen of Pain, and also the supports, because maybe the support the first game was good in the lanes. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Hey, Chris, Jenkins here. I'm wondering, who is the most bald guy on your team? Who's the baldest?
Matthew.
Okay, good. That's good. Thank you. And who is the most immature on the team? Who's the biggest child?
I don't know. Maybe me or Pacas.
Okay, that's it.
Or Whisper. It's me or Pacas or Whisper.
Okay.
That's 3 out of the 5.
They're all children.
That's a good ratio.
That's quite a good ratio. Brian, do you have a question for Chris as well?
I was just going to say, did you guys know they were going to first pick Batrider coming into the series?
For the second game, no, the first game.
Okay, because you said you had a plan for it, which I thought was really good, and the fact that you're so confident on a hero no one else is playing is quite impressive. So.
Yeah, this because in the second game we know they wanna pick Betrayer, the first pick. So we have the plan that if they pick a Betrayer, we can pick a Queen and the other support, because in the first game we pick a Marcy, and in the first game was good in the lanes on the game, so we changed that.
And this second game that you just ended on, it was, from a viewer perspective, very back and forth. Were you as a team always confident that you were gonna win this one? Because it looked a little rough from our perspective at times.
I think maybe we lost the early so hard, so in the middle of the game, so we recover it, we win.
You definitely did recover and won that game, tying the series. Chris, congratulations on that. Looking forward to seeing you playing later again today, and good luck.
Thank you. See you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, with another tie in Group A, it's getting kind of scary, because we are having so many ties in Group A that there's still, even though there's only 2 more series left for the teams, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know who's in and out. We don't know anything for this group whatsoever.
Big question marks.
Big question
coming out
marks.
here tonight, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian. Oh, that's me. Sorry. I was going to say that the fact that these 1-1s are all happening, it's not like there's teams 2-0ing each other where there's like bad matchups for specific squads. I just think that's really unique about a tournament, that everyone's just kind of taking games off each other. And I think that speaks a lot to just the competitiveness of like interregional play and how different styles clash.
Yeah, we do have a whole day selected, not tomorrow, but the day after. A whole day is scheduled and selected for tiebreakers, and it looks like we might just need that whole day.
We'll be using that day.
I think so, yeah.
I think we will as well. We, of course, have a lot more matches to play, though. We're going to go from Group A to Group B with our next matchup, and it will be Tundra and Talon that will be featured on this stream, so we'll see you after a quick break.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Thank you, Bickering Pandas. A well-synergized intro for a well-synergized panel. And I figured we're going to put this well-synergized panel to the test.
Oh.
Are we ready?
A test.
To prove that we've got great synergy.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Now, we all know...
Am I part of the panel?
In this case, yes. Yes.
You've been upgraded.
Yeah, upgraded. Yeah. We all know that there's an empty seat next to Kezu right now. And it needs to be filled. And I think that you know that improv like style of helping each other, like building off each other's sentences. I say one word and we all like finish the sentence.
Okay.
Yes, and exactly. That's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna say, ladies
and
gentlemen,
please
welcome
my
best
guest,
which
is
great
and
amazing.
Blank. What? That's it.
No.
You come on now.
No,
yeah.
Oh, her name is, and then.
You gotta say it.
Wow.
Are you happy with your intro?
Yeah, that was really cool.
That was sick.
Down is such a well.
You said amazing.
Yeah.
I said amazing. You said and.
You said
I mean, I was gonna get to and her name is, but then we were like, yeah, that's it.
You said amazing.
I said great.
You're amazing, Shiver.
Thank you.
Jenkins, you're also great.
Those are cinnamons of each other. Great and
Cinnamon?
amazing.
Somewhat.
I love cinnamon.
Cinnamon is really good.
It's
love
really
cinnamon.
nice, especially in oatmeal or an apple
True.
or ice cream.
And cereal.
Ice
And
cream.
cereal. Cinnamon
Well,
ice
ladies and
cream.
gentlemen, you know what this all sounds like? This sounds like something somebody would have as a profile picture on their Discord or Steam or Twitter or Facebook or MySpace or... and we're going to introduce this with another segment. Guys, get the jingle going.
Ooh.
I don't like this one.
You don't
I
like
don't
it?
like this one.
Uh-oh.
This is not what we rehearsed. I don't like this. You can stop. This is going to be... Just bring the title screen up because I don't remember what the segment is called. Guess That Rager, but it is... who's that avatar, ladies and gentlemen? Woo! So we are looking at two players, and they're going to be part of this next matchup. Either these are going to be Skeeter's avatars or 23 Savage's avatars. So I want you guys to guess with the drum roll.
Why does it say tomato?
Because this was one of their avatars. One person, either 23 Savage or Skitter, had this as their avatar. So we'll get a drum roll here for the panel. Whose avatar was this, Effie?
Skitter.
That's correct.
Damn,
It
that
was
was my
Skitter.
guess too.
Yeah, well, the name in the
You're too
picture
good.
kind
We
of
did it
gives it
together.
away.
Yes,
Okay.
Fever. I started with an easy one, okay?
We're a unit. This couch.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
1-0.
1-0.
Well, if we're a unit, I know the answer. I don't remember, but bring up the next one, ladies and gentlemen. I remember that one. Whose avatar is this? Kezu.
It's between Skeeter and
23 Savage.
this is 23 Savage.
That is correct. That is 23 Savage's avatar, ladies
Once
and
again.
gentlemen.
Another point.
Hell yeah.
I think. I don't know. Who cares? Bring up the next one, ladies
Great
and gentlemen.
game.
Yeah.
The next avatar. Whose
Oh, I know.
avatar was this, ladies and gentlemen?
Skitter.
23 Savage.
She's cheating. I think it's Skeeter.
Okay, you guys have to pick one.
23
I think you have to trust me. It's Skeeter.
Okay, I
Interesting.
will give a point if one of you can tell me what the name of this character is from anime.
Meliodas.
That's correct. So that is actually Skeeter's avatar. I think it was wrong.
We got it.
But you guys get a
What?
point.
Yeah. And
That
then
is
we got 2
Meliodas.
points.
I mean, we got both.
We got 2 points
That's
because we
2
also
points.
knew the name of the character.
You're not competing with anyone. So
But we're winning. That's
Okay,
all
they're
that
not
matters.
competing with me.
you were
Oh,
right. You were
thank
right.
goodness.
You were right. Can we bring up the fourth avatar here, ladies and gentlemen? Whose avatar is that?
It's Shiver's turn.
Shiver?
23 Savage?
No, that's 21 Savage.
Wrong.
Yeah, that was 23 Savage's avatar, obviously. Okay, now we have the final one. This is going to be the hardest one, ladies and gentlemen. Hard mode coming in hot here. Whose avatar was this?
23 Savage.
Okay, Effie, do you have a guess?
We're a unit, so I'm with
Yeah.
Kazu.
Skitter.
This was Effie's avatar. This was one of Effie's stupid avatars.
I take no blame on this one.
That was my avatar. That was when I went on a 15 loss streak.
Oh no.
I knew you were. For some reason, I just knew when I saw that you wouldn't remember.
But no, because it's been a while since I've had that avatar. I thought
that-
it was part of the game.
That was like 2021.
That was a few years ago when I had that
Yeah.
avatar. But every time I go on a 15 loss streak or something incredibly painful, I will bring out the crying cat.
I can appreciate that. Looking at cats will make you happy.
Yeah, there was a few of them on there actually. So yeah, can we get a round of applause for Effie and Kezu? They have won the game.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations.
You tricked me.
Now, who's that avatar? Can we title screen up one more time?
It's coming.
It's not.
There is no title screen.
Okay, should have made one. God damn it.
Next time.
Next time. There's always room for improvement. That's the fun of it, right? And what we are going to do is going to look at some Dota 2 because there is a series in Group B. Very important series, actually. Talon is playing against Tundra, and they are playing for a lot of points. And so far, Tundra is 4-4. Not that good, but also not bad. Talon is 2-6, which is not great. Yesterday, they actually had a pretty abysmal day when going 0-4. And Effie, I heard you say this morning, why is Talon so bad yesterday? What was the answer that you were given when you asked that? Because yesterday they did kind of fall.
Honestly, I'm really shocked because I thought that maybe initially their performance at the start of the day was kind of acceptable because their first series looked pretty close. It seemed like they made some mistakes, and then in that second game versus Spirit, they kind of chain fed on the offlane, so you could chalk it up to maybe a bad game or just a bad performance. But then they got 2-0'd by Nigma, who are now a Division 2 team, and that's not to take away from them as individual players, but they are not one of the stronger teams in the tournament, especially when you're pitting them up against a team like Talon, who placed 3rd at the last major. So honestly, I have no idea what's going on with them right now. It could be jet lag. It could just be them losing their mojo. It could be that the strategies that they played in their region during the DPC, their openers, they're just not transitioning or carrying on very well into this DreamLeague.
Yeah, and this player on our screen has been one of the standout players, especially when you're talking about the Lima Major, how they got
good.
3rd. This guy is good, Kezu. He has been popping off a lot, so there's a lot of pressure on this guy today as well, right?
Yeah, and one of the problems for me is that in my opinion, they've been playing very slow, and they're making it very hard for both Q and Mikoto in the game, because I feel like they don't have that much to play with, because all their 3 cores, usually they want to farm, or Mikoto's maybe the one guy that doesn't want to, so it's basically on Mikoto and Q, go together and hope to make space for 20 minutes for the rest of the bros to come online. Which right now, with how other teams play, they're going to play fast, they're going to punish you. So I would like to see them make it a little easier for them in terms of more playmaking, ease of execution, go together with a 1+1, get kills, and be a little less greedy on like jabs and 23 Savage.
Yeah, if they can do that, that would be great.
Yeah, it would be great.
I think yesterday, so I didn't manage to catch their series versus Nigma. I just saw the draft, but I didn't really see how it played out. Of course, everybody saw the anti-mage rampage. I think everyone heard about that one. Go Miracle. But honestly, I can say that in the Spirit game, like, you could really identify where they went wrong. And in game 1, it was overextension. But game 2 was just a complete choke by the offlane, by Jabs and Q. Like, they messed it up entirely. So I don't even think that 23 Savage or Mikoto are the ones that they should be focusing on right now. I think the offlane in general, they need to kind of sharpen their play, and then maybe it'll improve from there. So like I said, I'm not really sure what's going on with them, but I can identify which players right now are the ones who are not playing up to par.
And if we focus our attention a little bit to Tundra, they have, 4-4 sure is great. They did not tie all their series. They got some 2-0s out of there as well. They 2-0'd Spirits. They got 0-2'd by Liquid, and they tied against Beastcoast and OG. But these are guys that we are generally having higher expectations from. Jenkins, if you want to add to the conversation.
I would say that's not okay. This is a brutal group stage. I will say that.
I will say that too.
This is a particularly brutal group stage. We're losing 8 teams. That's a lot. That's half of them. The teams that they played against, Beast Coast is looking really good. OG is looking good. Liquid is looking insane, as they have been for the last few months. So I don't know. I think Tundra's looking pretty fine. I think they'll probably end up somewhere near the middle of the pack. But it should be enough to get through the group stage, and I still believe that this team could go on to win the whole thing. They look pretty good in their games.
Tundra, when they get their drafts, which in my opinion are drafts that can play the map with your 3-3 Beastmaster or 3-3 Doom, some Naga Siren that's running around, then that's when they're at their strongest. And then usually 9 also, he gets to shine in these games. On his DK, on his Pango, he runs around, he creates the space, which... I always have my eyes on them, but I feel like that people are figuring them out slightly, because most of their wins, they are off of the back of your Beastmasters and your Dooms on 3-3.
And we just saw on our screens 9 that we wanted to highlight a little bit. Does that mean that if 3-3, he is stable, he performs? Does that mean that 9 just got a little bit of extra pressure on him to be the one that is basically taking 33's job, is taking over the game, because people are expecting 33 to do these things on his Beastmasters, on his Dooms? Maybe get a little bit more of a surprise factor. Is that a bit too hard to do right now, Effie, because everybody has studied 9 so long that he can't come out with those surprises anymore?
I think 9's always going to be the type of player who can be explosive in a game and can move the game. His hero pool is very massive. He's always ready to flex heroes that maybe other teams wouldn't be looking at flexing. They kind of pigeonholed him a little bit, especially during Tour 1, where he was playing the more boring heroes, because you really couldn't stray from that. But I think he's in a place right now where he can go for more variety and maybe surprise people with, right? Like, I mean, this team is playing the mid-Ricky with the Meteor Hammer. I'm not a big fan of it, but it really works for them. It really works for them. But I think overall, I would say Tundra is very dependent on their side lanes winning.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't count out the mid lane and what it can do for the side lanes too, especially now that you're not stuck playing these like Linas and these Pucks and these Tangos only.
He caters a lot to his team as well, where they have flexed a hero like Beastmaster into the mid lane. You haven't seen anyone else do that, but he will do it if it makes his side lanes win, because that's what they just thrive off of. Their side lanes are incredible. They're the best side lane Dota team right now.
And it's kind of strange, right? Because when you look at Tundra last year and they were playing the mid-Coddles and the mid-Earth Spirits, you didn't really, back in that phase, you weren't really considering them a side lane team. You're just like, okay, their mid player is kind of insane, kind of runs around the map, and then you just have this incredible offlaner in 3-3 who's always doing something. But with the addition of Saksa, last year, it just changed the dynamic entirely. Suddenly, they just became oriented on the side lanes, and 9 lost a little bit of that spark.
Yeah.
But I think it's something he's always going to have.
No, he's very versatile in terms of I feel like he caters to his team very well, and especially when they do well in side lanes, he can just go there, make these plays. And to me, when I look at this DK opening, I mean, first of all, I like the Eng into the Prophet, because you can always match it. You take the tree, so you have a good lane matchup there. And then DK, he answers the map pressure pretty well as well. You can play him carry, you can play mid, and to me, this hero, it's just creeping up to S tier right now in terms of how good the hero really is.
Yeah, and they love this DK to combo with their Mirana, right? Mirana is one of their favorite heroes to play during the DPC. It feels like they really hit their stride once they started playing these Mirana Shaker combos, these Mirana DK combos. And just having a DK so early in your draft, like, addresses so many things for you, right? Suddenly you have the solution to tower pressure hero that pairs with Enchantress, like you mentioned, but also it's kind of an anti-puck, anti-spirit type of hero where you're not really worried of being caught off guard by some spirit that you can't deal with.
Counters Makoto's entire hero pool. Batrider, though, very good against DK. Your armor, your regen does absolutely nothing against Bat's damage over time. Enchantress, same thing. Like, you cannot heal through it. Your ult, obviously, Bat doesn't care about attack speed at all. That's a really good Bat pick. And they pick it on 8, which means they get these 3 bans to block out whatever they don't want to play the Bat into. A lot of the time we'll see, like, Queen of Pain banned here, but maybe not, just because the DK is already picked up and because, I don't know, Queen of Pain didn't look that... It looks shaky. Depending on the game, it looks shaky. Depending on the game.
Yeah, it did win. I would say you can still ban it, because Tundra shouldn't really be too scared of playing DK carry against a potential Nature's Prophet lane. But I do like the Batrider response a lot. When you play against DK, you need to have these type of heroes in the mid game that have, like, I like to call it the FU, the screw you damage, where at some point you have like this Ursa, the Timbersaw, the Batrider that they either burst you really quickly, or the longer they stick on you, you're eventually gonna die. Because DK is just so tanky that when he just gets to play his fight with BKB and he just chills there, the hero becomes godlike. So this Bat pick, very good against the DK, super good against the Eng, and very good with Nature's Prophet. They just play very well off of each other. So I'm already more happy with Talon's opening today than I have been with most of their openings yesterday.
Yeah, it's just gonna... So the thing is, when you look at this Talon Nature's Prophet, and this is something that BSJ kept mentioning yesterday too, but you look at this Nature's Prophet, and if it's any other team, like Liquid, you think that this can be flexed to potentially 3 roles, right? But you see Talon pick it, and you know it's going to be the offlane Nature's Prophet. Potentially, maybe it's something that they could look to flex to 23 Savage, but it's not something that they've done yet. So they start with these flexes, but they don't actually flex them, and it just makes it so easy for the opposing team to address this Nature's Prophet. And I wonder if this is something Talon themselves have recognized from yesterday and are willing to work around. But from where I'm sitting, I just feel like, yes, it's jabs, and the Tundra are just going to play around it now.
Talon is just waiting for that deciding
The one
game.
time.
The one time they're gonna pull it out. And obviously they tried to do that at the Lima Major, but they end up giving Nature's Prophet away several times to Liquid. So unfortunate there, but otherwise, maybe we would have seen it.
Historically, that strategy has not worked out.
No, it's not. It's wishful thinking. Wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Yo, this music is so cool.
Yeah.
It really is.
I'm like vibing. I'm like,
It's the best draft music you've ever
Existential kind of experience. I could see a Storm being picked up versus the Bat as well. I feel like that's a like Queen of Pain light when it comes to the laning phase. You're getting the constant stick charges and able to keep pushing out the lane with your remnants, but also it's a hero that's really good at catching the Bat Rider in the mid game and also good at catching the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. When you play against Bat, this hero needs to be addressed in either a way where you have counter initiation with like a save or a Tidehunter, or you want overwhelming jump from yourself that one way or the other you need to counter the Bat's jump or have the opportunity to jump yourself.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, the Bat Rider team, they're just gonna pick and choose all their fights and pick you off. So I'm just really interested to see which approach Tundra wanna go for. I could see the Storm because it gives you this secondary jump, because Tundra don't strike me as a team that is gonna pick some Oracle or Omni Knight or Legion Commander to purge. They're not gonna do that.
That's too defensive.
Yeah,
that's too defensive.
Yeah, they're not about that stuff. I could even see them go Mirana to play the map, like something like that.
With DK.
I'm just strongly feeling the Mirana coming out of Tundra, and I think that the Pango is still in the pool, and that's
True.
always been one of Nine's comfort heroes.
Yeah.
It's also great against the Bat
It's a
Rider
good
mid,
matchup,
right?
yeah.
You can disengage, you can secure runes, you can rotate when the Bat Rider does. It's also a good hero to catch the Furion, and like we mentioned, this is most likely an offlane Furion, so you're really comfortable putting this DK plus Ench versus this Nature's Prophet.
Whoa! Now it's not the first techies, and we've seen quite a bit of techies on ex-Hellraisers, of course. But I do think this might be the first one Tundra plays this Dream League so far.
Probably, yeah. I have not seen them play it, at least lately.
I can look it up.
It's always these AoE teams.
Didn't OG?
It is the AoE.
OG has played it,
OG
yeah.
played techies yesterday.
twice or
Was it versus Tundra?
Yes, they played it versus Tundra yesterday, so that
Yeah, maybe they thought it was cool and wanted to try it.
could be.
It's a good hero. I feel like it's like Hoodwink, except you have to throw yourself into the fight to stun them, and you have to like epically outskill them to kill a hero with your mines. But it's like overwhelming magic damage from a support.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you need when you're playing with a DK, right?
Yeah.
You need some kind of burst damage to follow up on the
Yeah,
stun.
it's really good.
Like in the past, he's been paired with the things like the Hoodwinks, the Skywrath mages. The techies that fits the same archetype where it's this ridiculous amount of magic damage to... Right, so now you can kind of see the crux of their gameplay.
Yeah.
When you get this link on the DK, you can just burst one target, potentially disengage, or take that burst, get an objective, leave the area. It's just a very simple way to approach the game. The one thing is, I just don't know how I feel about techies for teams that don't play it often, right?
I would
agree. You see ex-Hellraisers play it, and it's incredible. It's one of their best strategies. It's Antros' best hero, so it makes sense for them. But Tundra, I mean, have we seen Soxa play this year? I don't
Not
even
in
know.
a long time. You're right. This is like a freak hero. Like it's just these absolute freaks that play it. They're like so good at it. You're like, why? Why won't just play Hoodwink? It's way easier, bro.
I'm a bit, because they did want the follow-up damage into the DK, as we've mentioned, but there's like your Hoodwink, your Snap, so, I'm open to always be surprised by these teams, because Techie is definitely one of the heroes I don't have the most knowledge on.
Well,
Not a lot of people do.
Yeah.
It wasn't played by OG against Tundra yesterday, so they must have gotten it in maybe a scrim or something, or they saw it yesterday in the hands of OG against a different team.
Well, someone definitely slapped them with it.
Yeah,
Maybe they've been
must be.
practicing.
Very likely.
Maybe. I mean, here it throws bombs and then it throws itself
Just get
at
in there.
targets, and then that's the one thing that I don't like about like techies as a follow-up to DK is like, yeah, they can burst the target, but is techies going to be collateral damage afterwards?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
Are you gonna,
he is.
Collateral damage.
Are you happy to lose your 4 hero?
Surely he's not going to be
Expensive
Saxta playing it, surely. He's played it once in his professional career.
I don't know though, dude.
Snaking seems like the
has
Ench
been
player.
he's been Ench in like every single game. I was looking at his Dota buff yesterday and just wincing for him.
Yeah, but there's been a whole period where techies mid was a thing. Isn't it 9?
I don't know.
Oh my
Against Bats?
god.
I mean, that is something that I feel like they would do.
If it is 9,
But I don't know.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
It's something they could do, but I hope not.
I hope it is.
He's not played it before.
I really hope so.
Listen, it's most likely a 4 techies. That's usually where the
Yeah.
hero is played. Because I do feel like you want to put this Enchantress versus a Nature's Prophet. I
Yeah.
mean,
You do,
It's
yeah.
a great way to
Yeah.
secure the lane versus it. It just makes the most sense. But it is Tundra. You can never. We were just
Yeah.
talking about 9. And
Oh,
his
it's a
odd
it's a
hero
mid
pool.
tide, I think, against the Batrider. Right?
That could work.
I don't think so.
I've seen 9 do this, dude.
I mean, I've seen 9 do many things.
I swear to God, dude, it's the bat counter, bro.
I think the mid tide versus the Batrider can work.
They banned
but-
Ursa, so I'm not sure.
I mean,
actually.
But it's not what you want out of your mid laner here. You need something to start the fight for you, especially if it's going to be a carry DK, like we mentioned. You need some kind of reliable jump coming out of your
Like
mid lane.
techies.
Right. Is that a reliable jump?
Just wait 15 minutes and you have the reliable jump.
That's right. That's
And
right.
Pango is still in the pool. They,
Yeah.
they banned the archetypes of the heroes we were talking about, right? The Puck that can start the fight for you, the Storm that can start the fight for you. And at this point, Pango seems like a no-brainer, but
The Sprout Leash no longer works as a counter to the Pango
That
either,
is-
because it does
yeah.
not go through BKB. Nature's Prophet otherwise was a really good counter. It is not anymore.
I mean, thank God. Why was that even in the
It
game?
was very stupid. I agree. I think Pango is is like a no-brainer here. It's one of his best heroes. It's good against Bat in lane. It's good against TA as well.
I would,
in game.
Yeah, I would still love for Pango to come out here. I think you guys are on point. Also, I feel like the TA Pango matchup has changed a bit, where the Pangos now, they're more open to buying like a halberd to make sure they don't get clapped in their role by the TA. I would say the Tide, you just go off lane, you're chilling, you have a range 4 with you, you're gonna have some good team fighting, you can build your usual items.
So we've talked a lot about Tundra's draft, but we actually didn't touch up on Talon's last few picks. I think Talon's draft right now looks very well-rounded,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You have the Phoenix, which secures the team fight, which is always excellent, but you have the Sunray, which is percentage-based base damage versus DK. It's good against Enchantress. It's a potential Vessel Buyer, and it's also good against Tide, right? And there isn't really an egg hitter right now up until DK gets items and goes in Dragon form. So it looks like a great Phoenix game, and you have the Tusk and TA synergy. It's a tried and true combo. It's an incredible amount of damage. So yeah, Talon, while we were talking about Tundra's potential Pango, which no-brainer there, right? I think Talon have actually come up with something quite nice for themselves here.
I think Talon have had a pretty good talk yesterday after their series, because this draft looks a lot better. I agree with you. They tick most of their boxes. They had made good counter picks. They have their team fight going on. They have a decent carry matchup. I do think that DK will eventually out-carry in this game if he gets there. But there's going to be a lot on 9 and like the early game to go with his 2 supports, which is usually the case for Tundra. Then hopefully Skeeter gets to his blink timing, maybe some Radiance, go and play the map. But Talon, they've got their own answers going.
And I think that TA as a carry versus the Techies Harass is pretty good, right? You can just refract off the Sticky Bomb.
Yeah.
I think, and it's 23 Savage, one of his top 3 carries, I would say. So honestly, I know Talon had a bad day yesterday, but I'm really feeling them with this draft.
Okay. Guys, who's on board?
I'm
Still a little bit pensive?
No, I'm debating because I like Tundra's draft a little more, but I can see Talon where they're gonna go with this bad lasso, bring in whoever they want, and then they just clap them out of the game with the TA. And I agree that I feel like 23 Savage should have a good early game as well, because I don't see what Tide Techies do to him. They're gonna get an Aegis, they're gonna play fast, so I feel like if Talon are gonna win a game, it's this one.
All right.
I'm not feeling Pulvis about my prediction. I'm going to say Tundra. I do believe that they have a pretty mean death ball that I definitely believe in. I believe in Techies and 9 on
Techies believer.
You believe in Techies? Just straight up?
It's good. It is good. It is I think people think Techies is a Hoodwink light. I think Hoodwink is a Techies light.
I would have liked Tundra's draft if there weren't a Techies. It's just a question mark for me right now.
I will say it's Saxa playing it, and I know there's no professional. There's one professional game that he's played on Techies so far.
Enough.
That's
enough.
He lost.
No, it was good enough.
Techies is not a question mark to me. It's an exclamation mark.
Ooh.
And so that's what I think is going to happen tonight.
I'll say Saxa plays so many games that I am sure he's played a lot of Techies games in his pubs on his various high-level, high-ranked accounts. So I'm thinking. I know. I'm going to give my opinion. I don't normally do this, but I'm thinking Tundra is in a good
Oh, it's time.
I know. It has to happen sometime. But maybe I just jinxed them. And that's possible as well. And with this music starting, you know what's coming because it is time to get into this first game of this 2-game series. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, CBS. Talon versus Tundra, and we indeed are getting to see a bit of techies coming out from Tundra. Sure, I hear that there are definitely teams that will play this, but as it goes for Tundra, not really something that's been part of their repertoire, folks.
No, he played it once in his professional career. He played it 2 days ago, and he won. However, when I looked at the game that it made a lot of sense for a techies. He was playing versus some heroes that you want to play techies versus. He's versus some like Slark, some Pugna, stuff like that. So the silence and all that is very good. It looks like he does like to go for this Greaves kind of build, play for the team. And I think, like they were saying, I think this might be the Hoodwink replacement. Because if you look at everything else from Tundra, this is a very Tundra draft. You've got Snaking, Enchantress, 33 Tidehunter, Skitter playing DK. All these heroes make a lot of sense. It's just this one is absolutely going to be that question mark to see what he's going to be able to do with it. So, eyes on Saksa. The rest of the draft, very well-rounded. Talon, of course, as they've said multiple times, had a bit of a rough day yesterday, but the first game they played was pretty exciting. It was like, what, 86 kills in 40 minutes, something like that. They ended up, of course, losing because Spirit, especially Yatoro, popped off, but let's see what they're going to be able to do today.
Yeah, and what do you sort of consider the strong parts are Talon's draft? I think we heard from the panel that they like the 23 Savage TA coming in last for this one.
Yep, definitely has some merit. Has also some problems it could run into, of course, versus multiple forms of disarm, which could be pretty annoying. Playing versus techies, the taser can even be a little annoying. Playing versus Pango can always be obnoxious. Let's just see if they can execute, because as we said, yesterday was definitely not their day overall of executions after they ended up throwing their lead in the first game that they had. And looks like Snaking actually, he's got some Sentry Ward stuff in. Okay. Let's see how these lanes go down too.
I mean, which of these lanes do you consider the most volatile?
I mean, I've been hearing more and more from people that they actually don't, like Quinn was saying that he doesn't actually mind this Pango versus Batrider matchup so much. I've seen some Bats be able to take advantage of it, but Pango ends up doing pretty fine in most.
Please.
As for who's could suffer, maybe top. Honestly, the Phoenix and the TA could be into some problems. I think Tundra, they are one of the few that actually just work magic with Tidehunter +1. Usually it's the Tide Hoodwink, but for some reason they just end up finding kills that I think most people just don't anticipate. And Techies is very threatening. Even though there is a fraction, of course, to block out a lot of damage from Techies, maybe you could see the Phoenix get brought down.
I mean, I guess on that bottom lane, the sort of safe lane duo of an Enchantress and a DK
should be fine.
Kind of tough to battle into right early for Talon.
Yeah.
Not really going to be able to kill these heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the Ench maybe gets brought down if he steps up too far, and there's some really cool blocks that come out from jabs, but yeah, that's about it. DK should be just fine unless Skeeter makes a huge mistake. I hope we get lots of kills, though. This one doesn't feel like... Honestly, I don't feel like many of these heroes should die in these lanes almost at all. So this might not be one of those super exciting games that we saw yesterday from Talon, where it's just like 2 kills a minute and stuff like that. Gonna be a bit slower paced at the start, I'd imagine. But you can never really tell sometimes with Talon.
And overall, if the game stays slow, is there... I mean, I'd imagine you probably favor Talon, right? If this game goes late.
It's a good Phoenix game for sure. Like, the Phoenix support scaling is going to be nice up top. He is taking quite a bit of a beating, 23.
All right.
The lane that I'm telling you, Tundra just makes magic happen with these.
Yeah, it's maths, really. You know, 33 is greater than 23. Simple maths.
What the hell, Lacoste? Is that you?
I feel like he's probably dropped that one before, hasn't he?
I don't know. That might be a pretty good one. And also, we did see, so they punished. So they saw the skill build from 23, I'm pretty sure. He goes for Meld level 1, because he's playing versus Tide. He wants to go for the alarm, but he takes Side Blades at 2, which you always want to do also, but no refraction, no way to block the damage.
Does make it a bit tricky on these early levels for sure.
I still didn't... I mean, I didn't think that he would drop, but like I said, Talon, it's always like that bit of a wild card with him and jabs. 23 and jabs sometimes just die very unexpectedly.
Yeah. I mean, it is an aggressive duo, right?
It is.
You got the point and gush, and then suddenly this Techies is ready to throw a mine down, jump in on you.
And I think honestly, they're the best team, in my opinion, by far at playing with the Tide +1 in just the laning phase. They always get these kind of crazy kills. And right now, lanes, I mean, farming looking very good for the side of Tundra. They're slowing down the Nature's Prophet. I mean, he can't bully the DK. The Ench just takes his creeps. The Tusk can't actually do anything to them either unless they're pushed up very far, which is just not happening. In mid so far, yeah, Pango's holding his own. So an excellent start coming out here for the side of Tundra.
Thinking about going for
Jump here again, but this time Refraction's up.
He does put the second point in blast off too, so they want the high points of silence. This in particular, I would say, is more for Ollie, because now 23 does have Refraction a bit harder to punish.
Bottom lane jabs. He's going to get burnt down by Skia.
I'm telling you, man, jabs in 23 sometimes. I don't know. Just die like
yeah,
this.
these sort of early deaths in the lanes, we have seen it before from these two.
A lot of harassment, suicide, or blast off not quite up. Definitely don't want to be dying versus this DK in laning phase as an NP. Jabs, TP's in, he'll get stunned, but he's fine.
Super solid lane for Skeeter. Easily able to get in a fair few denies as well against jabs.
Yeah, and Snay level 2 enchant, so he just constantly gets these big creeps, which is going to cause big problems really for jabs and for Ollie. Oh, sorry, for Q. Apologies. Gotta be a slow start for jabs.
Let us fight.
Snaking being very annoying here with the centaur, just making it very hard really for the two of them to set up anything.
Get the stun. Got a follow up.
So it's going to be a fair bit of damage onto Q.
He is looking pretty dead. Uh-oh.
I don't know really what Q and jabs can really do as a duo down on that bottom lane now. These couple of deaths make it very hard to do anything aggressive, at least.
They just gotta pull waves now at this point. I don't think you can stand toe-to-toe versus these two. You're gonna get killed. I mean, Snaking, they mentioned it on the panel. He's been playing Ench. Like, any game they give it to him competitive, but also in pubs. He's been really practicing this one. Definitely paying off for them.
I mean, and just a great hero to be playing right now.
Yeah.
Super strong for the lanes.
Already 3 kills. 23 though, after he did die top, things are starting to get much more established for him, but they're not touching 33. He's gonna have Meteor Hammer pretty much already done. And honestly, looking at the game for the Meteor Hammer, they have one way to stop it. It's a Tusk snowball early game. They're like a lasso, of course, but you're not gonna lasso to stop it. No soft commit to really stop this Meteor Hammer from just wailing on towers early on. And it's a refraction burner.
Absolutely, yeah, something else that the TA is gonna have to be concerned about getting hit by.
Yep. And he's not going to expect it this early. It's just going to hit 23 already here. It's a problematic start.
Saxa?
That's a deep dive.
Oh, that was never going to be anything more than just a death there.
He didn't even have any follow-up. That was actually a bit crazy. Now there's a lasso.
I mean, okay, 9 gets dragged in. And he's got the stick charges. We'll get the 3-man shield crash off.
He's okay for now.
But he's going to get caught in the shards. And not back. They'll lose the 2 of the mid. A bit of a slip up there from Tundra and Talon. They're quick to capitalize on.
Nice rotations from the supports. 23 is pushed out of the lane, but I think he's actually not too unhappy with this because he's got some big stacks that we've been seeing the Phoenix get.
He's still got a lot of farm. I mean, the CS is still fantastic on 23.
And they're getting ancient stacks, I'd imagine, either for him or the bat. Maybe Mikoto takes it because we do see these bats tend to go for this. And now Snay.
Let's see if Jabs and Q can take him out here. Good body blocks, they certainly can. No escape for Snaking. Talon getting themselves nicely on the board here. 3-3 now. Talon picking up some kills.
That's the Talon we like to see. Hitting back, even though they do give up a couple kills. 33. He's going to get this tower very early, though.
Yeah, not really any sort of
Sucks.
combination they can put up there to stop that.
He's got a buddy.
And he's got 9 and Skeeter ready to head over to help him out. As Q will certainly go down. And Mikoto, he'll have to back away from this. Doesn't want to mess around with these 3 heroes on his own.
Can they get the push rolling down here? Skeeter did pop Dragon Form. We'll get a couple pokes on the tower. 23 actually shows back up here.
Yeah, he knows that 33 hasn't got quite enough mana to set up some sort of Ravage Meteor combo.
But 33 doing his standard efficiency plays. He's going to drag the wave, look for some neutrals to farm on top of it. Actually, he's just going to block camps. So block camps and pull it back to the small camp on this Tidehunter. While bottom, significant damage, but Snaking should die.
Some good moves here from Talon to really equalize things after a bit of a slower start in the lanes.
Yep, 4-4.
Pretty much back to even, and yeah, 23 very happily farming away.
He's just cutting the waves so that the Tidehunter isn't actually able to use the creep waves plus Meteor Hammer on the tower, so nicely done from him. TP's over to the mid lane to continue farming. 33 though, like I said, efficiency plays. He always tries to use his Meteor Hammer at the most efficient way possible, so pulls it into tower. He's going to Meteor on top of all of it. And that's nearly going to be the tower. That's pretty much the tower just dead here. So 8 minutes, 50 seconds. It's already gone. Sox is now going to get some stacks started.
I'll take that.
Who's going to be clearing the stacks on the side of Tundra? Which core are you giving to these two?
I mean, 33 tends to take him almost every time, but I wouldn't mind if 9 takes it. But I think that 33 will just end up taking it. So every time I see them have stacks, he just does that. So 9, he's going to be looking for more rotations. Doesn't want to sit mid versus like something like that. Bat Mikoto, Ancients are getting started. He's not using the smoke play, so it's a little bit more difficult for him to clear them out, but he's going to be able to finish him off anyway. And 23 just farming on the other side of the jungle. So had a bit of a slower paced game, even though there were some kills maybe unexpected in the laning phase. 4-4. 9 minutes, 40 seconds. And 33, as usual, top net worth. Very standard for him. And he's building into some armor. Looks like he's going for like phase boots, maybe a... Is this going to be like maybe an early like Vlads or something? He's getting gone on. Just enough.
The two of them can do this.
Quite a bit of damage.
Oh, he's going to put the Ravage. But they'll still be able to chase him, so this will be a Ravage for nothing. They get the kill regardless.
And bottom.
And they'll lose Skeeter. Mikoto able to get him very deep with the lasso. Is successful with the kill. See if he's got any way out of this. It's a good Rolling Thunder for 9. Leaves no escape for Mikoto. So 9 will be able to get the 2 kills in return. But yeah, not without Talon finding something first. Both taking down Skeeter and taking down 33 across the map.
2 for 2 cores. All is right in the world, balanced. Big thing, of course, is though 23 having excellent start. After he dies first blood, he's just chilling, free farming level 10. Gonna have good timing on his Dragon Lance. And yeah, 33, next tower. So he said there's very limited ways for them to really stop it. It's just the Tusk who can't do so.
They're gonna try and go in on him.
They've got the bots also.
They got TPing over. 33's in trouble. They're gonna have some TPs coming in to help out. They'll get the Flame Break knocked back. Mikoto ready to dive in with the Firefly on top of him. See if it's going to be enough damage to burn him down. Not quite.
Nice
Snaking's able to slow down Mikoto, make sure that he cannot continue to stay on top of 33.
I like that they just bring numbers. They're like, don't just let him go for these Meteor Hammer plays. Yes, we have Snowball and Punch to stop now, but they want to try killing him because he's not as tanky as I think he believes he is. Overwhelming physical damage, overwhelming magical damage also from the Bat Rider. Close start here. Less than 1k lead at the moment for Tundra. And okay, they're actually giving Skeeter the stacks. It looks like, so. No, oh, damn, the stupid skeleton spawned. He didn't get the stack off on the hard camp. A rare time I don't see 33 taking them.
I mean, I guess, he's had that good of a start that he's like, you know what? Enough's enough. Let the lads catch up a bit.
It's all about timings for DK, right? It takes some time for him to really be fully enabled, for him to get that insane timing that we see so often. BKB Aghanims, Manta, etc. Trying to set up this DK for success. And he has to go for the BKB early. As Panel mentioned, the Phoenix, the Bat Rider, it's overwhelming magical damage that they do have. Close start here, but a slow pace game. Zeta, I believe, almost a Deso. Not quite there. He's just the first Mithril, I believe. And Snay. Jabs. They get the connection.
Yeah, when the two of these kind of team up very hard to sort of survive through the combo, the tied techies at this point.
And Soxa, he is going to do the build that I saw him doing, the one game that he played in a pub, but yeah, it's just going to be Greaves, it looks like. He lets 33 go for more of like a greedy style build when he does this.
Okay, gets the Vlads.
Yep. He's got it finished already. Pretty good Vlad's game. Pango, DK, benefit from it nicely. Gives his team all this nice little bits of protection, of course, versus TA. Talon, level 7 hit on Phoenix, level 7 on Tusk. They want to start making their own plays. Just gotta be careful who they walk into. If they go for the Tide, they have to get him pre-Ravage. 33, shows himself mid. They're gonna make the swing over. Talon wants to fight.
I'm at 9. That's
now
Makoto lose to go first. They lose the jump over towards Makoto. The snowball's there, but they're caught close to one another here. The Rolling Thunder comes crashing across perfectly for 9. The 2 of them will fall. Ollie gets the Supernova off successfully.
33.
And the Ravage is there. 23 Savage tries to TP out, but the Ravage catches him.
They have to be pretty careful how they set up. They have to catch one of these 2 big initiators before they're able to get one of these spells off, either the Ravage or the Rolling Thunder. It's just gonna quickly turn on them. 9 gets the ideal setup, and he's looking to play fast. Takes the rune, instantly pops it, TP's bottom, so he's invis with it. Maybe gonna look for jabs.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Sax is heading over ready to join him.
Snay. Looks like he's gonna get caught in the meantime from the side of Talon. Jabs will TP and join. Yeah, Snay, he gets the read of where the ward is with his positioning there. Do they get the stack? It looks like it's just on the cusp. Nice stacks there for the TA. So Desto timing will pretty much be finished once he finishes that triple Ancient. But Tundra now, 3k lead. Making efficient moves of that Ravage plus Rolling Thunder.
Yeah. 33 is still massive, and of course Skeeter's going to be happy scaling with that Midas.
He's just...
BKB's pretty close, just about 600 gold, and he'll have that for the next fight.
He doesn't have to do much of anything. Jabs. 9's got the roll back up, and Jabs is in a pretty prime position for 9 to just bounce back and forth on it.
Good angle for at least a couple of connections. Won't be able to go for another one, and does respect the fact that Ollie's turned up. So 9, he'll start to back away. Makoto coming in from the side. The Q catches him with the snowball. Could be in a spot of bother here. 9 tries to swashbuckle out, but there's no escape. It's Talon. Turn up with the numbers, and then make sure that 9 gets punished for his attempt onto Jabs.
He's like, what the hell? There's 5 heroes here. They will be able to set up on him. Jabs maybe with a bit of a bait. 33, since they see 5 heroes, immediately starts to push top. Snay might get caught again here.
See if they want to go for the last, they do. Makoto will track back snaking into the very slow but successful punch there from Q.
They're really punishing all of Snay's movements, but Snay, he's at the same time while he's dying, he's giving information of where these wards are. They instantly dewarded. Another Meteor Hammer. I mean, top tier 2 dropping at 16 minutes. Ooh. Fancy deny. They're losing their outpost now.
Yeah, full impact now done on 33. So continue to get these crazy item timings, and it's going to make them pretty strong in the team fight. Ravage is at the ready if they want to try and fight around the Tide again now, Tundra.
They've got pretty much everything. Skitter maybe even able to join his buddies. I think they're going to force a Roche. They're going for it very early here.
Yeah, they know that if Talon want to fight into this, it's not going to be easy for Talon.
Yeah, they're nowhere near BKB. Well, I mean, Nature's Prophet is close to BKB. Batrider actually has it too, but TA can't. So, yeah, fighting into Rolling Thunder and Ravage in this area would be a death trap. Very smart call from Tundra. All right, they give it to Skinner. Sometimes I was maybe thinking that they could give it to 9. Sometimes we do see that happen when it's the Pango who's just leading the charge, but Skinner wanting to get more involved now with his BKB. This Wraith Pact is going to be pretty annoying too. Even though the TA, he has his early Desolator finished up on 23, doesn't want to waste any hits onto it. So it's going to be mostly up to him and Jabs to kill that Wraith Pact. Oh, 23. He's in a dangerous spot here.
He is, with the TPs coming over towards the outpost. Tundra's ready to take him down here inside their own jungle. Ravage is there, 23, nothing to be done.
And there's tons of different disarms there. Saw the Taser coming into play. Might be able to finish off Saksa, but quickly gets disarmed. Then the whole backup is there. When he's up, they're going to have a window, perhaps, to try to punish. There will be Ravage on cooldown. And they do have BKB Bat. I believe Bat BKB on Nature's Prophet. So for Talon, this could be a prime timing for them to try to punish.
Still difficult to do so into this Aegis.
Yeah. But you don't want to just give them time to just get Ravage back up, though.
You don't.
Uh-oh, Jabs. He's getting surrounded. He shows himself. Does he get the BKB off? He does not.
And they get a lot of damage off before he is able to get that BKB. So it comes out now. He's going to get inside of the Sprout, but Skeeter's able to cut through it and take him down still. As a top lane, they also lose Q. Bottom, Makoto wasn't quite able to take down Saxa. Saxa's into the trees. I mean, also Oli trying to find this techies.
He's got mech.
He heals up. The Supernova will be there, and the Fire Spirits were out. So Skeeter, he's not going to be able to have the attack speed to take down the egg. The Supernova successful, but Oli still caught by the Dragon Tail stun. Will still die at the end of it all.
Oh, that is brutal. I mean, Jabs, he's just playing very reckless. He sees them coming in, and he doesn't get the BKB off. He's looking elsewhere, I think, using the Wrath of Nature, and gets caught from the stun.
Sure, yeah, by the time the BKB's there, he's already lost kind of 80% of his HP.
And it's in a BKB for what? As he gets brought down. The efficiency from Tundra, it's working. 14 to 11, 4K lead, and Ravage is going to be back up in 50. Talon, we're not able to take advantage of that cooldown. The blinds.
I gotta, I guess, close the curtains.
Players hate the sun.
Oh, there we go. Oh, he's got those fancy automatic ones here.
Look at him.
It's trying to. Oh, it's not working. Oh no. Oh, there we go.
That's the light.
No, wrong one.
He doesn't.
There we go.
I think.
No, I think he gave up. He was like, well.
He's like, they're looking. I know they're looking at me. I don't want to embarrass.
I was gonna say, it looks like the blinds are still glaring into his face there, snaking. So he gave it a shot.
Skitter likes the sun.
Yeah, but he's got the light coming in from behind him, so it's it's not straight into his face. And 33, of course, in the perfect gamer setup there. All the darkness has been shut off from that room.
During this time now, 33 also gets into the enemy triangle. He's able to take away a stack. He's bought the shard. Skitter, he's got BKB for the revive, but there is a lasso.
He's got the backup coming in as well. So we'll get the BKB off. Here comes the backup. They'll pop the lasso here, drag him back into the midst of them all, and he will go down. Talon, they'll get Skeeter.
And they get his courier. All right, good punish. I love pauses like that. Pause into someone instantly dies. My favorite. At least able to strike back a little bit. 33 still top of net worth, per usual. Now they're looking for a fight. No lasso. No BKB bat. 33. Can Ollie make it away? There's a shard stun. Oh! Clips him.
He's in the trees, but yeah, they see him. Saxa jumps in. I mean, Talon's going to try and fight this.
There's a Wraith pack down, though. This is crazy.
have headed in, but the Ravage is there from 33. Q's gone. Jazz pots the BKB. They'll look to take down the techies first. They'll get Saxa. We'll see if they can get anything more. Makoto in with the Firefly on top of Snaking.
Here comes 9, though.
But it has indeed. There's been time for the Dragon Knight to turn up to this fight. And also 9's in with a swashbuckle onto the turn. And Jabs tries to TP out, but 33's able to catch him. The hammer comes crashing down onto 23. Talon, they lose everything for this fight.
They lose 5 heroes in the most bizarre place I think I've ever seen a fight taken.
In the literal, the far most bottom right corner of the map.
How awkward. It's like not even a place that you ever want to take a fight either. There's nothing to get out of this. Talon just wants some kills, but the numbers come. Tundra quickly swing over. The big advantage coming in for them.
To be fair to them, at this point, they're like, 33's used Ravage, and they've got Jabs and Makoto turning up. Jabs was in with the kind of full HP and the BKB. They definitely felt they could get just a little bit more from that fight, but as it ends up standing, they only took down the 2 supports, and they lost all of their lineup for it.
This is a typical Tundra play. They sacrifice their supports quite often. 9 of the kills on the side of Talon are on the supports. 5 on Snaking, 4 on Saxa. So just... yeah, these kills don't mean too much for the side of Talon when they're able to get it just on them.
Sure. And is that Halberd coming in pretty soon for 9.
Yeah.
So it's going to make 23's life even tougher in these fights.
And Jabs.
And
right?
Jabs
Both
on his,
these
2 range carries. They want to get the right clicks in. Yeah, Halberd's out.
33. Can he actually get away from this? It's looking pretty tough.
He's got backup coming in. They have to use the lasso and the Supernova.
And the BKB from Jabs. Holy moly, they really wanted him dead.
I mean, he's a valuable kill, as farmed as he is, but still never going to be feeling too good when you have to drop that much for just the 1 hero.
No, definitely not. I mean, 40 seconds, he's back up. And look at the position that they kill him, too. It's like, you get these kills, but now what? What do you get out of it afterwards? It's just a kill for some gold. And yeah, I like that you point out. We saw this build from Noob, I believe, right? During the DPC, he went for this halberd type of build. I think it might have been also versus a TA, and it looked amazing. So I love this approach here from 9. They have Taser, they have Lucky Shot, they're going to have halberd. Super good itemization. And yeah, Tundra, looking real good right now.
He's got a BKB to get out of this.
So no BKB Prophet, no BKB on Bat. TA is just finishing it up, but now for the next few moments, Tundra have definite ways to build the setup and go for some fights around the map. Jabs is showing bottom. He does have Shadow Blade. Okay, he'll be able to scurry himself away.
Uh, 23's got his BKB as well, so...
This is not a position you want to be in as a TA, though. He's 0-4. Not just that, but also playing behind as a TA is pretty miserable. When you're playing versus these type of... So many disarms, so many answers to you. And the DK, he is going to be getting this crazy item timing. Skitter, 18's about to be hit, so he's just going to be able to apply the slow constantly. And soon Manta. Sure, it's not the Aghanims, but he can go for that later on, since he's not playing... He's not really worried too much about all the magical damage right now. The Blue Dragon is still very strong versus something like TA. And yeah, Tundra, they're looking to make a move. BKB is back up for Nature's Prophet, but Batriders is still down. Yeah, Saksa Shard plus Greaves are finished too. He's got the Philosopher's Stone, so he's going to continue to scale. And yeah, Skitter, he's 18 now, so that very strong Blue Dragon is here.
Yeah, pretty much 18 now, and with that Manta done.
Mm-hmm.
Talon, they've got to get something good out of this.
They've got everything up. Tough to know who they can really initiate on and go for first. It's like, do you want to go for the Pango? Do you want to go for the DK? Because if you don't clear out one of them, they're going to get all this follow-up.
Tundra, at the moment, not really in a spot where they're going to get caught out. Be very far away from the smoke of Talon.
Let's see if Talon gets lucky. 10 seconds until Roche is about to... If it could spawn. That would be pretty fortunate if it spawns immediately. Let's see. It's going to be 3 minutes, so pretty much as long as it can get. No luck for Talon. Jabs. Jabs definitely has to be very careful. I mean, he's pushing the limits, but we're seeing, I'm clicking on heroes, 9, he is carrying Dust. So he is carrying Detection on this core. So he is looking for Jabs, and he actually catches the Dust on him. Jabs
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
is able to hide.
Yeah, sticking around. Oh. Top lane, they'll use the lasso to go on to sack.
He's fine.
He absolutely is, and Makoto has to BKB to TP out.
Oh, that is awkward.
They go for a bit of a deep commitment there beyond the tier 2 Talon. Won't get anything.
And now it's perhaps lucky that Roshan is going to be spawning right now, because BKB lasso on cooldown. So they will at least have some time before it does come back to get their cooldowns refreshed. But Tundra, they're going to look to punish this. Skitter. Sending the illusion, splitting him up. He's got Blink to follow up with initiation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very awkward jump. I mean, Stock's, he's quite tanky as this techie is. Nine. Should be just fine. And they saw Makoto, and they know his BKB's on cooldown.
Saxa. Trying to tease around with Ollie.
He can solo kill him, but now maybe Sox has gone too far.
Snakey's going to try and help him out a bit. So they can get him out of there, but TP over's going to be in play from Jabs. He turns up to the fight. They take down Saxa. So they can look for Skeeter. Skeeter has to put the BKB. Snaking also getting caught. Jabs comes in, picks up a double kill. They get the shot block onto Skeeter, but 9. He's going to come in with the backup. Heads in with the Rolling Thunder. 23 continues to push on with the BKB.
They got him.
And with the burn of the Stun Ray, they take Skeeter down.
Nicely done.
They need to go for more here. Talon straight in over towards 33.
He should be able to surround the Tide Hunter here. It's 33 also. No escape for him. Talon. A big few kills there. They take out the 4 of them. Roshan will be back in 20. Could be a good timing here. Talon keep eyes on it. They've got the trap in the pit.
They try to bail Soxa out of... I mean, Soxa goes for a solo play and actually gets like maybe 3 or so of his teammates killed trying to bail him out of that positioning there. Didn't get the Greaves off. I think the Wrath of Nature last hit just cleared him from like a third of... I mean,
this is huge for Talon. They're going to be able to get this Roshan as well. 23's in position.
Oh, this is massive.
2 then on Tundra. This is Talon absolutely closing that lead that Tundra's pretty much had the whole game. They pick up the Aegis on 23.
And now
getting this game back to very close. 20 to 19. There's only pretty much even on the gold now.
Pretty much the dream scenario for them to bring things back for themselves. I mean, Jabs, very chaotic with his play, but this time ends up paying off. Who ended up taking that shard? Was it... I think the TA had already bought it. Phoenix had already bought it. So I guess they're giving it to the Batrider.
Yeah, they'll pick up the gem now as well. Talon, so...
Nice.
They'll have this chance of kind of being able to take over the map.
Very good punishing plays. Let's see if Tundra looks to hit back at all. Maybe feeling a bit afraid now versus because BKBs are still up. Phoenix Egg also is still gonna be up in like 8 seconds also, so they don't really have a window to punish anything. So big moves here from Talon. And yeah, the last though, Soxa.
The 33's gonna respond. He's in with the Ravage, but the Stun Ray heals there, keeping Mikoto safe. He'll get picked up on the Snowball as well as they go straight over towards Saxa. Punch up from Q. They'll take Saxa out. 9 in with the Swashbuckle from the side, cuts through the Tusk. Jabs ult for the BKB TP, but it comes to an end. And the timing's there from 33, able to catch him with the tentacles.
Points for trying.
I feel like I see this every single one of the Talon games. It's so back and forth when they make these plays. They get caught out, they get Soxa, but they end up losing much bigger things out of it. Does cost a Ravage, though. But they'll also lose a tier 2. Back and forth we go. Skitter, level 20's hit. Aghanims very soon.
Full Octarine on Mikoto, that.
Okay. I love seeing the difference in all these Bat players. I mean, it's obviously just like mostly just Mikey, since he is the only real one that does seem to do that Witchblade most of the games. I know BZM actually does also, but yeah, cool to see that Mikoto goes for more of like what I would call, I guess, the standard of these Bat Riders.
Huge damage ready to come out now for 23. He's got the full Daedalus.
Still playing versus tons of disarms, though.
Gonna set up here.
Okay, might get the double.
Might be able to burst Saxa if he steps up. They're gonna try for it. Not quite enough damage though. Saxa heals up and gets away.
The Greaves to dispel that first meld hit. Close though. And there it is. The big timing the Tundra's looking for. The Aghanims is online for Skitter.
It's just gonna go immediately. I mean, the timing on the Aegis. There's still 2 minutes left for 23 to have it. They'll see him farming top, so maybe just trying to catch the rest of the team whilst they know that 23's away.
9 has a pretty interesting item build queued up if he does commit for it.
23's been able to jump over and help out the team now.
Kodo.
He's going to get in with a jump.
Doesn't get 9,
He'll
though.
go for snaking. Go for the easier at the 2 kills.
I wonder if 9 does commit for this. I mean, of course, versus 2 range cores, it's very beneficial, but I can imagine this Basher is just, you know, incredible as well, too. I mean, we'll see which one he goes for. It's kind of cool build. Not something you see very often.
Dire are scanning.
Lasso used on the Enchantress, but as we said, Mikoto, he had just, I believe, you know, yeah, he had the Quickening Charm plus the Octarine, so it will be back up in about 40 seconds.
Thinking about going for Q here, 9. He will commit with the Rolling Thunder, get in on top of the Tusk.
They'll get him.
He's trying to see if he can maybe catch anyone else here on the escape from Talon, but already only a fair distance away. A 9. She's still able to get in with the Swashbuckle. So might manage to keep chasing this down. Yeah, he's going to push on for this one. As Ollie, he'll put the Supernova, but they've got the damage, the attack speed at least to take it out with the 2 of them here. Skeeter and 9, they get the hits in, they take it down.
Snaking, he's bringing it to Jabs.
I mean, Jabs, he'll stand his ground for a little bit, but backup's coming in.
Jabs?
I mean, backup's coming in for both sides. Makoto is also here, but Jabs already gets so low, tries to TP out, but Skeeter, he can kill him off through the BKB. Makoto will manage to BKB TP out. He'll get out of there, but Jabs maybe standing his ground a little too long and trusting in the backup that Makoto could provide a bit too much.
I mean, Jabs has to give some respect to Snaking. Like, this is not just a 5... I mean, it's a 5 position Enchantress, but Snake, he's always very farmed, so tries to kill him. We did see the Scotty picked up from 9. I think immediately after you see those BKB TPs out, he's going to Q the Basher so he can stop them. Yeah, back and forth we go. Tundra now finding some pretty big kills for themselves, and Talon unable to really do too much with their Aegis.
They see him.
Uh-oh.
They lay down a sentry in the trees. They've got eyes on him.
23.
They've got the Ravage into the hammer, but he's able to get the BKB off before the hammer comes crashing down. So 23 will be fine, and now the backup comes in. Makoto. And with the lasso to take down Staxter, now they're going to try and look towards 33 as well, but they know that the backup's coming in from Tundra. Skeeter and Snaking sweeping straight over towards them. Makoto having to back off with the Firefly through the tree line.
His BKB was still cooldown. That was a good play there from Makoto to bail out quickly. Very all over the place with this game, 25-22. Tundra still feeling pretty comfortable.
9.
Makoto, his BKB's back up. He's fine. 9.
Yeah, well, he does blink up, considering chasing for more, but yeah, Makoto too far away and too hard to kill with the BKB available.
Skitter has claimed top net worth. Octarine soon on the horizon. Just this pesky DK that's going to be slowing people and controlling, feeling that they have more than enough damage. We are seeing, I mean, 33, he has finished up his Aghanims, so he's going to be able to enhance his team quite a lot there. Very back and forth. Lasso, it's back at the ready. Ali, almost level 18 also on the Phoenix, so gonna have this high-level egg. Could be a bit difficult for them to take down, as the panel was mentioning from Tundra.
9 are Skeeter, they're looking for Jabs.
Oh yeah, 9 actually, he buys Boots of Travel. He's getting sick of the split push that's going out from this TA and this Nature's Prophet.
And Talon, they're heading straight towards these two. See if they can get the catch on Skeeter, get the jump.
He's just going to walk through.
And they're able to fly over the trees, but the lasso is there. So he's already got the BKB off, but the right clicks are coming in from Jabs. Not quite enough to threaten Skeeter, and now 9 and 33 turn up. Go straight over towards the Tusk first, get the easy kill.
Okay. To get the cores out, though, on the side of Talon. Forcing the BKB as well, also from Skeeter and the Dragon form. Skeeter's actually changed the build. No Octarine, he's gone for AC. Feeling a little fragile.
Yeah, wants to be able to kind of have the chance of killing these heroes off through the BKB a bit quicker, step up their physical damage.
I mean, he's sold the Midas, so he is in. He is very much so in. They're feeling a timing coming in for themselves, and I mean, makes sense. He probably also saw like Silver Edge from the Nature's Prophet some time ago too, so maybe feeling like if he gets broken, he needs this extra armor, especially versus TA. And yes, now Snay, he is going to buy a gem. I was wondering, this was a bit of a late one playing versus TA.
Saxa
gets the grab.
Jabs. Be able to start thing onto Jabs.
He has no BKB.
He's very, very dead here. No options to get out of this one, Jabs.
Jabs, a very, very chaotic player, as we keep saying. 8, 8, and 8. Nice little score. 9.
And 23 Makoto, they're gonna try for this.
They should have him.
They've got the lasso, and they've got enough damage from 23 at this point, as he'll take the kill.
Can you guys be quiet, please?
Oh, kalma lang kalma. Relax lang.
And Skeeter and Snaking, they're gonna go into the jungle and get the jump here on a Q. Trying to take back control of the outpost. Well, they'll be in and ooh.
There's another blink from Skeeter in 3, but
does he want to go into the tier 2? He doesn't.
Nope,
so
he's
Q,
gone.
he is gonna get away from this.
Nicely done. Now this time it's them getting that big kill and getting away.
More damage now for 23. He's got the full MKB.
Got an answer at least for some of that evasion. Levels.
I mean,
he's also very high level, almost 25. The big talent.
If they get that lasso and 23's around, they should be able to burst through most of these heroes, even these tankier cores. It's just going to be so much damage from the Templar Assassin.
Definitely. And even if they even have opportunity to kill 33. If they have Jabs there, lasso him, Silver Edge break him, go for the full commitment, he absolutely can die as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Game very close. Sox is also building a halberd. I mean, all the different ways to try to answer versus this TA and Nature's Prophet course. Multiple different halberds, Scotty, etc.
I mean, it really is just that good, this game.
Yeah. Sox might get picked off here. Mikoto on the prowl. Whoop. Kodo getting close to a Hex as well. He's also very high level, level 23. Roche is gonna spawn. It's the Refresher Shard.
The Wild Wing versus the Treants here.
Remarkable stuff.
Easy fight for the Wild.
Tundra. Gonna start threatening Roche. He kill it pretty fast.
Talons, they're gonna want to get over it straight away.
Smoking over.
They need to get it fast.
Phoenix is 18. A good egg could be incredible for them. Kodo finds Snake.
Gonna look to take him out quickly, and Skitter's gonna jump over to try and help, but Snake King's already gone. They're in on top of 23 here, but he's able to get the BKB off. There's now the Supernova coming into play. Tundra, they're not going to be able to focus the egg. They have to keep their distance from it. They will manage to step out the range of the stun and turn back in to take down Q.
That is all of the BKBs. They do get a gem out of it, but egg was forced.
Looks like Tundra is still hesitant to go back into the pit, though. Talon hanging around.
Yeah, TA had hit 25 right before all that, so refraction instances came in, barely took any damage, got the moment to get the BKB off. 9. Start threatening Roche. He's trying to build a link. I mean, trying to protect himself versus Lasso, but means he's not going to have Basher on this Mango.
Mikoto wants to go for a steal.
Yep. It's very low cooldown Lasso. It's back up in 20 seconds.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Limited on vision, though. As I was saying, the Batrider was able to claim away that gem that Snake King had when he got the kill. Roche, though, it's dying. And they're scared to walk in.
Yeah, Mikoto not able to get an angle to close in on this.
Can Ali steal it? He's going to try.
But 9! He's preemptively ready with the Rolling Thunder. As he's able to put a stop to it. I mean, he did get the kill on Roche, Ollie.
Oh, wow.
So a little bit of something found there, but of course Tundra, they get all the pickups. Bottom lane. Quick catch from Mikoto onto Snake King as him and Jabs will take down the Enchantress.
Mikoto is just straight bullying Snake. That's what, 5 lassos on
knows
him.
that he has to BKB TP out of this one with Saxon and Skeeter turning up. 9, he's able to swing around for the side, finds Mikoto.
TP's on cooldown. 9 sticking on him with the Scotty.
And back over towards the Roshan pit. They will lose 33.
Okay. Gem recovered for the side of Tundra, though. Getting Aegis, getting the cheese, getting that Refresher Shard, and getting their gem back. And now 25 coming out for 9.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Crazily close this one. 40 minutes in, and yeah, still just less than 1k gold between the teams. There's that second halberd done here now out on Saxa.
I love when we have these as like back and forth. It's like a core dies one place, a core dies on the other place. Gems being passed back and forth between the two teams. 9, he's committed the gold for the Lincolns. He's gonna walk up. They're ready for him.
They're gonna jump him. They're over the punch. They've got the lockdown. 9's gone.
Beautifully done.
And they can take this tower as well. They're Talon with a great catch.
Can they poke a little bit here? They're not gonna try. It's crazy. I mean, the damage that comes in from 23 is ridiculous. At 23, though, he's showing himself.
Saxa. He's going to try and get the jump. He won't get the connection, but the Dragon Tail is there. They'll buy some safety here for 23 with the Snowball. He's going to have to put the BKB. He's going to attempt to stand his ground, and in fact will successfully do so as they take down Saxa at 23 with the remainder of his BKB. Will TP out. He'll escape. But Q, not quite as lucky.
Pass the gem back and forth again. Nice save there. Pays with his life, but bails his TI out of a potential scary situation.
Full Hex done now on the Phoenix as well, so Talon themselves also getting these huge items.
And big levels, level 20 now too. So he's got the Sunray talent, which is very good versus these tanky cores. He's definitely a problem. As we saw even inside that like Roche fight that went kind of back and forth ways. Yes, Tundra was able to disengage out of it, but you can see they don't really have great ways to hit it if they do get caught inside of a position where it is in a prime one. 33, Octarine. How many Octarines are in this game? So just 2? I think it is just 2.
A couple of options, a couple of hexes. And Makoto's got a hex, and Ollie's got a hex.
And we're seeing Jabs. He's queuing up the even more transition build after his Linken's AC. He's got the Revenant's Brooch queued up. It's one of the best items in the game versus those high armor heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how much armor does Skeeter have that you're effectively able to ignore with your damage turning into magical?
Right now he's at 47.
47 armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, those magical attacks are going to feel fantastic from Jabs.
Mm-hmm. As long as he's not like disarmed or something, or they're BKB'd. Makoto. Oh, did that almost saw him. Makoto. Arcane Rune. He's level 25 too, so he has crazy solo kill potential on a lot of these heroes. Even 33 if he's not careful. Jabs can TP and break him, and then they can double lasso and kill him. Or lasso and hex and kill him.
Oh, they know.
This time they know.
33 is going to get in on this. He's going to jump. He's going to try and open up things up with the Ravage. In fact, he's going to be ready to press the refresh and go for a second round of it.
Oh, okay. I think they had the follow-up step, but who cares? He really wanted him dead. And was that was the gem. So another gem being passed back and forth. He is maxed out. He is queuing up his next big item also on the TA. A rapier has been queued for 23. We are in for a treat.
What's he going to get rid of when he gets the rapier?
I mean, maybe it is just like...
Just the Deso? I imagine, right? You want your blink, you need your MKB, you want that range of the Hurricane Pike. And
yeah, I guess so.
You certainly need the BKB if you're sporting a rapier.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll see if he's able to get there right now. Tundra, level 26 on Skitter. He now has Octarine queued. Looking to close down the map a little bit here. Q. I feel like Q's been able to sneak out of a lot of these plays.
Oh, BKB.
23.
He's going to go for the TP out. There's nothing to stop him.
No basher. I mean, 9, like you said, he went for Linken's, so no way to stop these BKB TPs out.
He's going to go bash the next. He wants to get the overwhelming blink.
Yep. Interesting.
And the trees, they will this time find him. Q not going to be able to sneak away this time.
A new gem being picked up on the side of Talon. It's going to be the Phoenix who buys it, since the side of Tundra does have 2 of them. Jabs will show bottom. 9's on him. But again, no basher.
Let's see what... I mean, what do you reckon Skeeter's going to go for next? Probably just
upgrade blink.
Yeah.
Bottom, 9. They break the Linken's.
The lasso. And, I mean, there's Jabs here offering the damage up, but one more hit.
Oh.
The disarm.
They got him. The trap kill.
He's out for 100. This is a lovely bit of time here for Talon to get a push going. See what they can do down bottom. Revenant's Brooch now finished by Jabs.
He replaces that Maelstrom with it.
And yeah, getting involved with kills like that, 23, the Rapier dream very much is real.
It is.
It is close. 4,400 gold in towards it.
And they have so many ways to break the Lincoln, so he saw it just not really work out. And on top, he's dead. He's broken.
These are some fantastic moves here from Talon. They catch 9 bottom, they get 33 top. At this point of the game, and in a game that's been this close, these kills are massive.
They really are. They're getting some crazy levels, crazy type of control around the map with NPs. He's got free TPs everywhere, so he's able to join every single time there's someone shown. Pretty fast, too.
Oh, yeah, he wants to as well. He's going for snaking, but the heals. Well, 7 Jabs is in. Don't quite have detection at the front. So snaking will be able to get back to the high ground.
Oh, Jabs even gets rid of his boots. He's got a blink. He can be everywhere, though. It's so much threat around the map with the TA setting up on one side, Batrider setting up on another. There's always the break that comes in.
And I wanted 23 would do this, because I was going to say, I feel like with the way this game's going, I don't think the Rapier was a necessary risk.
But why not?
He doesn't need to take that risk. He's already doing enough damage. So instead, just wants to get the Axe Blessing. And I think, also realizing, he's going to have to get rid of one of his other damage items to get a slot for the Rapier. But yeah, with Desto, Daedalus, MKB, he already does enough.
We always wanted
Unfortunately,
it,
yeah. We wanted to see it, but yeah, definitely the sensible choice here from 23.
I'm sure the Talon fans were screaming when they saw the Rapier queued up. So probably pretty happy that they see this. Level 28.
Oh, and he's in. Makoto's going to be able to make the jump straight away over towards Saxon, but Saxon's going to be protected. The Supernova's there.
They can't hit it. They need to run.
Nobody can hit this egg. They can't focus the egg. They've got to keep that distance. 9 rolls away. We'll be able to swashbuckle to a safe distance. The hits from 23
They've got that long attack range, but not quite enough damage to take 9 down, so 9 will live. They'll back off for now, Talon.
You can see the respect that they have to give to the egg, though. Every single time, they're just like, we cannot fully go for it here. There's no way.
No.
Talon starting to get their full footing into this game.
Yeah, 10k lead now. Talon in a very strong late game position here, as I think was always going to be the case around 23. This TA, very, very difficult to fight around. And just down to the fact that Talon have so many ways to kind of make it hard to fight into them, as we're seeing with the Supernova, and the fact that Mikoto, every single time, we see how quick this lad is to jump and lasso. You know, no hesitation from him. He's pretty much always the one starting the action. Q, he's gone in on the mid. I mean, 33's managed to jump over towards the finish. They're going to eliminate Ollie. Q will manage to TP away.
Jabs has to be careful.
He's going for a bit of a rat play here, trying to get the pressure in down bottom, but the TPs are there.
Skitter just buys boots of travel too. I mean, it really has been the game of split push and pull attention all over the place from Talon, and they're getting all these pickoffs because of it. This Bat, this NP, doing incredible work. So Tundra, they're trying to find solutions, trying to be fast, making the move toward mid also.
Oh, and they catch 9.
Another one.
Mikoto and Jabs a couple of times now. They've been able to do this very nicely. Getting these quick catches onto 9, taking him out for 100. AoE Dragon Tail's going to be there onto the 2, and there's Skeeter and Snaking. They're going to try and battle into Q, and 23, they'll take down Q.
23.
And put the BKB. They have lost Daxter as Jabs was able to finish him off, and 23 is going to get the space to blink out to safety. Jabs also able to retreat from the mid lane after taking that kill, without anything that Tundra can do about this. Ollie does end up expending the buyback.
Jabs has 7,600 gold.
What does it? I mean, he's going to upgrade the blink, right? Or do you think he's considering something else?
I would imagine it's just going to be a swift blink, but who knows at this point?
Awesome money. We've seen in 23 how close is. Yeah, he's actually going to buy it up now.
So even more, the more global threat. Like they're actually everywhere.
This is great for getting up and down the map, as you say. You need this really on both teams at this stage of the game. You've got to be prepared to fight wherever and whenever it happens. And Axon TA is certainly going to help you with that.
It feels like at this point, Tundra very much so on the back foot. They have to out execute on versus Talon completely in this one, because the lanes are always constantly pushing in. They're always set up to get killed as when. And 23 is queued up again.
The Dream is back there. The Dream is back there. Back to the Rapier Dream now. But I mean, absolutely, that's the thing, honestly, about Talon at this stage of the game. This is the sort of period of a game where I think Talon's in their element.
This is SCA Dota at its finest. Get to the late game.
Tundra's going to start to struggle here against Talon.
Absolutely.
I mean, if they have just already, I mean, the kills are close, but yeah, this 13k lead that Talon have, and with how big both Jabs and 23 Savage are getting, this is a tough spot for Tundra to battle themselves out.
They just can't get the lanes pushed out. I mean, look, top lane, every lane is just always pushed. Top lane, mid lane, bottom lane, from how Jabs is playing, from how this TA is playing, and it's always just kill threats. Every single time if someone shows on it, Mikoto's going to be there with Jabs, or with the TA now at this point. Tundra have to be very decisive with these next few moments. How they stick together, how they split up. I mean, they have to stick together, but they also have to split to deal with this constant split push. Okay, Jabs, he's bought the Moon Shard for himself. He actually has an overwhelming blink queued up, so not going to be the swift one. He's starting the Rosh, though. He's going to get scouted.
A smoke up from Tundra. They really want to look for this team fight. Ideally, they want to try and find Jabs at 23. They're going to sell for the Phoenix.
That's a pretty big kill.
No buyback. Out for 2 minutes, Ollie.
And Rosh is up. Don't think they've scouted it just yet, but they definitely are aware that it's up. 23 shows himself for a second. Saxa.
Looking towards Saxa.
He's got A on disc, though, so they're probably considering not going for him this time around. Mikoto. Tundra, they're going to start the Rosh now.
I think there's a high chance, though, that Talon will still try and jump in with 4 versus 5. Jabs is going to start working on the bottom lane pressure.
Skitter, he's picked up his overwhelming blink now after his bots too.
Let's have a look. Oh, over to the side, though. Chew, he got a little too close. Will end up getting jumped upon and by some safety inside of the snowball. In fact, Mikoto, he's going to make the jump over towards Snaking. Drags him back with a lasso. 23 pots the BKB, but they're not quite able to take him down straight away. Jabs TP's in. They're looking for Snaking, but they won't get him. They have to start bailing out now, but Mikoto, he's not going to get the option to do so. Caught by the Rolling Thunder. He'll die there for the efforts that Talon make to go for that kill on Snaking.
Oh, this is incredibly awkward for Talon now. Roche, it's going to get secured from Tundra, and they can't actually get the split push going because of these bots too that Skitter has. He's always there to respond. Tundra will secure this one.
Who's taking what from this Roche? Anything big?
I mean, give 9 the eggs.
Yep.
And maybe the refresher shard, give that one probably to the Tide.
What I can do with 2 lives.
There we go, Ags for 9.
Oh, he actually has refresher already on the Tide Hunter, so...
Yeah, someone else can take that.
Yeah, we'll see who they end up giving this one to. Maybe they just do give it to... Maybe they just give it to 9.
Let's have a look.
Who knows? Snaking's just going to hang on to it for now.
Okay. I mean, is it any good on Saxa to get the charges back up of his proximity? It works like that, right? He pops it and gets the maximum amount of them back up? Or not?
What do you mean? Oh, the refresher shard?
Yeah.
I mean, other heroes are probably just way more valuable,
Sure.
I'd imagine. I thought you were saying the Aghanims. I was like, wait, that's kind of cool. This could be the one game that I could see actually the reactive taser on allies be kind of okay, but that sounds kind of wonky anyway.
Take his Aghanims. I mean, this game's going to have to go a few more Roches until we get that one.
Yeah.
More Saxa.
23.
I mean, they know he's around there, but yeah, 23. It was just Aghanimsing out of there.
Tundra, they make their mark. They literally got the best pick off they could get getting Ollie there when that Roche is up, so things back in their favor now for a moment.
23's he's taken the rapier back out of his queue.
He'll put it back in pretty soon, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, he's really teasing with us.
He put it back in. He put it back in.
Yes.
He knows we're clicking on him.
Come on, 23. Do it, but don't. Or maybe at this point,
honestly, maybe he does.
Honestly, it's kind of a stalemate. You're struggling to sort of break out of this kind of dead-even game right now. Rapier could be the thing that does it.
We did have, like a 70-minute game, I believe, the other day. I think yesterday or the day before from Entity, where I think there was 2 or 3 rapiers passing back and forth. This could get to that type of length. 33, though, hunting. They're looking for 23.
This is a very spooky part of the map.
Scouting with the Wraith Pact. Can't quite get him.
23 knows.
9.
A step ahead.
9 is setting up around top. The bots 2 plays. They're going to be all over the place. Both teams now absolutely have crazy threats all over the place.
Yeah, 9's kind of getting...
Oh, Jabs. They see him. They're setting up the trap.
They're TPing over.
Jabs.
Yeah, he's very dead. Oh, wait, BKB, is he able to TP out in time? But they got enough damage to go through it. They don't. He's away. Very nicely done there from Jabs.
The Lincolns. Able to keep him alive. Now 9 is just like, I need my basher. He's queued it up, of course, now at this point. I'm also having FPS lag, by the way, a little bit here, so I don't think it's just the players. Wee. 9's even going to reconnect, so it seems like everybody is. Yeah, Tundra, they're also disconnecting here, too.
What were we getting? We got 55 minutes in on this one.
This is some crazy farm as well, too. For 55 minutes in, there's nobody's really far behind on farm. Snaking 17k, Toxa 19, 33. Everyone just has so much gold. This is a wild one.
I mean, who has the easiest way out of this game, would you say, out of the 2 teams? Would you still go with Talon in terms of ease of execution with their heroes at this point?
The one concern I do have is that Ollie doesn't have Aeon Disc. So if they get on Phoenix, he just dies, and he is a pretty big aspect of their team fight. So honestly, it's really up to who gets these type of jumps, who gets these type of initiations.
Sure.
Because also Mikoto, I kind of want to see him transition his build a little bit more too, to maybe go for something like Refresher, or something that we've seen like Mikey do on his Bat Rider, because he's got overwhelming blink queued up, but him just having 1 lasso might not feel like it's enough at this point too.
And that's true. I mean, yeah, opting for the overwhelming blink
if he does go
over sort of finishing his last slot, right? Because he's still got a slot free with that ball in there.
Yeah, it's definitely I don't know. It's a little bit weird, but we'll see what he does end up going for. Yeah, because this one, it's a crazy one. How's the Aeon Disc? Do they have any actually on their side? No, they don't on the side of Talon. So the jumps, if they do get a good jump on Tundra, heroes will get deleted. While on Tundra, they have an Aeon on Saxa, which has been one of the big targets, and I imagine Snae's going to have it soon too, because he's been another Saxa.
They're going to get the last one to Saxa, but the Aeon Disc is there. Another fire in return, but he's back to the safety of Snaking and Skeeter. They won't push up into this Talon.
And now it's cooldown on Lasso. I mean, these Aeons, they're very valuable at this point in the game.
Dude, I'm seeing 23. Like he was hovering around that secret shop. It was looking like he was going to sell something and buy the rapier, but he's still holding off on it. I mean, in a game that's kind of this close, this tense, it's a risky call to make.
Do it.
To get the rapier or not here.
Do it, 23.
Because he's getting close to the point where he will be able to sell an item, buy the rapier, and probably still have buyback, but obviously buyback is not going to be worth too much when it's going to be into a game where you've just lost a Rapier if you end up dying.
It's very expensive at this point also. He needs quite a bit of gold to have both.
Yeah, but if he sells one of his big items, right?
Yeah, he'll be very close to it. Yeah,
he's gonna, I was thinking, what DPS-wise, you want to keep the Desto or the Daedalus? You want to keep the Daedalus with the Rapier, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The
Desto's got to go, because Hurricane Pike's just too value for him to keep.
Yeah, you need everything else.
Yeah. Skitter, the 57-minute Fireball is online. He has pretty much run out of items to buy.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. He's got Moonshard or not?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess the next thing is just Refresher for the backpack.
Sure.
Obviously, that's a very late game dream for him.
Or Pop Manta, backpack it, switch another item in, some type of crazy shenanigans. 9, the 57-minute Basher.
There's the Basher you wanted to see earlier.
Yeah.
It's there eventually. Yeah, a lot slower, of course, than the average. Interesting that 9 did skip it so far this game. But goes back for it at the end of the day.
I guess it is just because the game got to this weird state where it's like the split pushing's happening. He's scared of getting lassoed and caught on sides because he's answering split push, so you can always understand the reason.
And here we go, Rapier online, boys and girls. It's what you're all waiting for.
But he didn't sell. He kept the Desto.
He didn't. Well, I guess on the plus side, he's pretty much got the buyback gold, and indeed, he's going to want to swap something into that slot if he does die. Bottom lane, 33. He's going to pop the Ravage for this one. Gets the catch onto Q.
I'm still getting the FPS lag. I wonder if the players are too, because it's rare to see that it's like this. But I guess there's just too much gold on the map. Game can't handle it.
I think it's just a skill issue for you.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Tundra finally dealing with the split push that's been very pesky for them.
60-minute items, they will be coming out. This game ain't closing down in the next minute and a half.
Oh, there's so many big ones too. Ex Machina is obviously one of the most broken because refreshing these Aeons and stuff like that is absolutely busted.
Get a Mirror Shield or something on 9.
A Giant Swing on Skitter, and then on the other
Giant
side.
Swing on the Dragon.
Yeah,
it's beautiful to see.
There's a lot of different crazy ones, and for Talon, honestly, Mirror Shield even for 23 could be beautiful to deal with these type of instant catch stuns and stuff like that.
Wouldn't mind a Seer Stone as well on one of their Hex carriers. Yep. Can always be great catching someone with that incredible cast range, the Hex late game.
Ollie has not been given a chance to buy an Aeon Disc, though. He's pretty much getting no farm on the map because there's a TA, there's a Bat Rider, there's a Nature's Prophet taking pretty much everything. They also do have an answer for it, of course. There was this Witchbane that was picked up a very, very long time ago from Skitter, so he does have an answer for it, too. To be able to dispel it instantly, but he still does need it. Let's see if they set traps, because now there's 2 different plays that you can do. You either try to constrict map and hold the areas to make sure that the team can't farm those tier 5 neutrals, or you set traps, you set the wards up so that when they do go farm them, you gank them and get the big game winning move. But how's the buyback status even looking now at this point? I believe pretty much everybody is going to have it. Everyone but the Ench and the Tusk.
There we go, of course, Skeeter. As you like to see, buying that 60-minute Midas to get the guaranteed drops of the neutrals.
Beautiful stuff. And all right, Stygian Desto for 9. Fallen Sky for Skitter. Apex for 9.
Probably going to go for Skeeter, right? The Apex.
At the moment, BKB, Snay. Oh, Snay with a BKB. Okay. He decides not to go for Aeon. 23 will find an Apex. That's a nice one.
Book of the Dead.
Book of the Dead.
Always a favorite there.
Yep.
For shoving in a lane.
And for taking out any of these annoying traps if he's not there as well, too.
True.
It's very good this
a whole
game.
area of the map. That's absolutely true.
Down bottom. Soxa, deleted.
Oh, Snake King's also around. Of course, Snake King's BKB's on cooldown.
Snake.
They're going to try and chase on for him.
Hex.
The question is if Skeeter wants to try and help him out. Jabs TP's in. I think you just let Snake King die. No, Skeeter wants to fight. He's going to get the jump in onto the Phoenix. The Ravage is there as well. They'll be able to take out Ollie without the chance of Ollie getting the Ravage off, and they're in on top of Jabs. Jabs is gone. Tundra.
They're in for more.
They squeeze the chance there to take the fight. They go for more. They take out Q, and they're going to be able to start running down Makoto as well.
He has no BKB.
He's in a lot of trouble. The Undisc will buy him a bit of safety, but only a tiny amount as they'll continue to chase him out. It's 4 dead there.
And they still have a Ravage, too. 33, he didn't expend the second one.
Oh, they'll easily be able to force those buybacks. 23's got to be careful. Who's trying to clear out the wave in the mid?
He does
Last
a
one
ton of
standing
damage,
here.
but he needs his buddies. They go for support kills on the side of Talon again. Tundra, they strike.
An unfortunate moment there for Talon. Yeah, Tundra absolutely ready to return fire in that situation.
Snaking actually the one to be holding the mirror shield. He's like, screw you guys. On the core.
2 buybacks so far from Talon.
This is a wild one.
See if they're going to be happy with just letting this Rax go. Jump forward, they're going to use the Supernova. Snaking. He's going to try and walk out of this with the heal spot to BKB. Mikoto gets the lasso in on towards the Dragon Knight, drags him back over towards 23. We'll see if 23 has enough damage to take Skeeter down, but the stun, it catches onto 23. He's in trouble. 9 rolls in, he's caught by the Ravage here. 9, he gets caught, sort of caught on the cliffs there, but the bash is there with the jump up of the shield crash. Aghanim's attack, as that's going to be him going down. The Rapier hits the deck. The buyback will come out straight away, but there's a dieback on the Phoenix, a dieback on Jabs. Ultra kill for Skeeter. They're cleaning up here, Tundra, as this game, it's over for Talon.
Give him the rampage. He deserves it. There you go. 25-3.
I mean, what a game, what an ending. It was always going to be an explosive end, whichever team took it, but unfortunately for Talon, that fight that they get baited into down bottom, they end up losing 4 of them, and then straight away Tundra, you know, in a game that's been as close as it is, you get that sort of window, you look to end it. They go straight down that mid lane, and 23 just not able to find the position really to do the damage, gets clipped by a stun, and then the follow-ups there, the Ravages, the Rolling Thunders, nothing to be done there by 23 in those last moments. And Tundra, they take the victory.
And as chaotic as it all is, he only dies 3 times on the DK. Everyone else has like 8+ deaths or something like that. Skeeter, he's the rock they needed.
He absolutely is, and ending in a very deserved rampage there for Skeeter as the Dragon Knight, 25-3 and 11, 61k net worth. Didn't quite get the Rapier for his inventory at the end. That would be the pleasure at 33. He was able to pick that up off the floor. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a game one here between Tundra and Talon, but a game one that will end with Tundra taking the victory.
A treat indeed. Well over 60-minute games. I love those. And we did see them items come into play as well. The 60-minute items I'm talking about. Always fun. There's a lot to unpack from a game that was that long. Tundra, of course, taking that first game. Joined by Effie, Kezu, and Jenkins. And we're going to try to break this all down. But there's obviously a lot happening in a game like this. But there is one thing that we have to point out at the start. And I will start with that right now with this discussion as well, because we have not seen it before in the hands of Saksa. I mean, once, years ago. But Kezu, this was a Techies game for Saksa that ended in a victory. His first victory on Techies in professional play.
I did like his item build with the Greaves, but there was one thing outside of where the second row should respawn 28 minutes. I think regardless of what hero he was playing, he went for some, I like to call it the illegal move. When second Roach is respawning, you're not allowed to die on the enemy side and then allow them to take over the area and take Roach. But overall, he gets himself the W.
Yeah.
So I guess we can't flame him too much, right?
No, we cannot.
We cannot.
You know who we will flame, Effie?
Jobs?
No.
Who?
Try again.
I was asking you the question, and you.
I gave you an answer.
What's going on with Jabs here today?
Oh, I mean, I think he played well as the game progressed, but there were a couple of moments that Kezu and I in the green room were just kind of like...
She ropes you into that. Just so you know.
I mean, I'm not gonna...
That was awesome. I threw her under the bus, and she pulls him under.
Definitely dragging me.
All right, where I was question marking, and then it sounded like
no, I did
there
too.
were other
At
people
one point, I was really like, what is he doing? There was this point where he could have just TP'd out, but sometimes you overplay your hand.
He was just right-clicking. He's like, I got him.
When I saw him have the 1v1 with the Enchantress for a while, and he clearly wasn't winning, and he just BKB'd and tried some more, and then
just keep trying.
They rotated and they killed him near the what was a bottom tier 2. I thought that was a giant question mark. Another moment where he just didn't press BKB when there's a DK flying at him, clearly ready to stun him. Just stuff like that. I feel like he was a little bit sloppy, but I think overall he did play a solid game. Like, the Silver Edge is what gave them a lot of key kills on the Tide and the Dragon Knight. They wouldn't have been able to do it without that. I think Jabs as a player always has some ingenious itemizations. It's just that sometimes in the early game or the early mid game, I wonder what's going on there. Kind of like yesterday when Drow Ranger was beyond God like a minute 10. I was wondering.
Yeah, don't remind me.
We're never gonna let him live that one.
Yeah, never.
That was a big grief.
That was this time. It did not get out of control that much because the game did last for a very long time. So it could have been worse. Progress.
I mean, it was good. I'm glad that Talon were able to take it this far today because yesterday they didn't really inspire a lot of confidence. And I was hoping that they would shape it up today, have like some good team talks yesterday, and they did look better. The drafting was more solid. Their mid to late gameplay was definitely more solid. They were playing the map. They went for some really confident initiations, and yeah, it could have worked out for them. But I think overall, Tundra were just super clean. If we dial it back to the laning stage, I mean, we have to talk about this Tidehunter, Kazu.
Like, what I need to mention is that they got kills in both the side lanes that they probably shouldn't, but it happens in Dota. You get some outplays. Then the Meteor Hammer on 3-3 allows them to like speed up the game as well, where TA loves to win the lane, then sit there and do your back and forth, come there, but there's a Meteor Hammer taking your tier 1. Minute 16, you lose your tier 2. And when you play against Tundra, where they get to own the map, it's just their biggest strength, and it's so hard to beat them.
Yeah, I also think maybe potentially getting that meld level 1 on TA over Refraction, which caused 23 to die first blood, that was a bit of a mistake. Like, I understand why you want to get meld versus Tide. Like, it feels like you should just to harass them out, but it definitely feels like a bait, especially versus a Techie's lane. So there were a little bit of tiny mistakes here and there early on, but Talon did bring it back. In the late game. But I think that's by nature of Tundra and Talon having similar play styles of not going for anything too over-aggressive too early, trying to play the map and get as much gold as possible. I think that's probably what allowed Talon back into the game, because I would imagine a team like GG or Liquid would not have allowed that game to go on for as long as it did, to be honest.
Yeah, and these are the two guys we talked about just now. Of course, Jabs was on the losing end this game. I was able to, of course, delay the game for a very long time, and we saw 33 on a Tidehunter having a fantastic game.
He played so well.
Yeah.
He played so well. He was top net worth for what, the first 15 minutes? And then afterwards, after he got his refresher, he was doing some spicy plays. He was like ravaging, then tendrling, then refreshing, tendrling again, and holding the ravage. So, they see the refresher. They're tricked into thinking somebody got ravaged and died because the fight is so chaotic. You can't keep track of it, but he still has that ravage up his sleeve. And when they're pushing high ground on Tundra, he just comes in with the great ravage, stop cancels it like a couple of times, and then just gets the perfect one. I mean, he played impeccably well.
It was like, I would say it's like borderline flawless game from him, honestly, because like you could look at it, I mean, in a 60-minute game, like somebody fucked up. Somebody did. Probably most people did. Yes. Right? Because games they're not meant to go to 60 minutes. Like, Heralds have more experience in these 60-minute games than pro players do, because they don't go that late. Yeah. SEA, they're supposed to be better at those 60-minute games. Maybe not in this one, but yeah, 33, it's like with all, some mistakes coming from his team and mistakes coming from Talon's side, and the game's like really crazy and chaotic. It's like, to me, 33 was like the one guy in that game that was just static. Like, every play that he made was good. Him and Skeeter. I mean, there was with Skeeter, at least you could say like, okay, maybe this one point, where he got caught out bot, where like he lost the Aegis and he died.
Sure.
Right.
That was a pause right before that.
Yeah, there was the pause, and it's like that's one mistake. But for 33, like literally zero.
Yeah.
Literally zero, indeed. Now, this was only game 1. This was a 60-minute game 1, a 65-minute game 1, I believe, even maybe 66. We're going to find out if either of the teams can shape it up a little bit more for the second game. So we're going to head to a break. But when we're back, it's time for draft.
In Dota 2, there are 4 damage types for attacks. Number 1, the Runty damage type. These units deal 25% less damage to heroes and 30% less damage to reinforced units. Lane creeps, for example, deal Runty damage. Number 2, the Piercing damage type. These units deal 50% more damage to creeps, but 50% less to heroes, and 65% less to reinforced units. Most easy camp creeps deal piercing damage, which is precisely why the easy camp is so damn good at clearing through creep waves. Number 3, the reinforced damage type. These units deal 50% more damage to other reinforced units. They also take 50% less damage from heroes, 30% less damage from creeps, and 65% less from piercing units. Siege creeps and towers are reinforced, which is why they deal so much damage to each other, but are so difficult to kill for heroes. Number 4, the default damage type. Default units deal 100% damage to everything, and their damage is only altered by the target's armor and resistances. In Dota 2's Primal Beast update, these attack types went from hidden and only understood by people who read the wiki to not hidden, but still only understood by people who read the wiki. In this patch, a few units received a massive shadow buff as a result of some of the damage types getting reworked. For example, since defense classes became deprecated in favor of these attack types, Roshan's defense class went from basic to default. This meant that he officially took 50% more damage from piercing units instead of 50% less. This is why Venomancer or Shadow Shaman can basically solo Roshan with their wards, because they deal piercing damage. In the same patch, Undying's Tombstone zombies got changed from dealing piercing damage to dealing default damage. So, as a result, Tombstone zombies deal twice the amount of damage to Roshan, but also twice the amount of damage to heroes. In other words, Undying got the best of both worlds with these changes, which explains his pick and win rate since that patch.
it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Game 2 coming our way here for Talon and Tundra as we are back with a draft here, DreamLeague Season 19.
Good job.
That's right, very good number there. And yeah, Game 1 was a little bit of a long game, so I'm very curious to see how Game 2 is going to play itself out. And I'm actually kind of disappointed by the fact that Jenkins is only showing his back.
You think collateral damage.
He's
I'm sorry.
cleaning the furniture. That's all that is. A little bit on the other side.
Yeah, that's
You're
good.
getting weedy.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Sorry.
I'm glad you're shielding
What
it
is
from me.
this chair?
So, excuse me, I'm in a session right now. So, Effie, please tell me how you really feel about Jabs in this situation.
I just want to root for him so bad. So when he tries to 1v1 an Enchantress for 10 seconds, that makes me sad. Kazu?
I will tend to agree with my fellow panelist here. I mean, he did some very questionable stuff in the last game, and I want them to do better because what they're showing me is not good. Not good enough.
Because he did some good stuff too, Therapist.
He does the bad stuff and the good stuff, but I need...
Now, what I'm noticing is you guys are talking over each other a lot, so I want to quickly work on this. And
Yeah.
We'll do a bit of a, we'll do a little bit of coffee mug thing here. Whenever you're holding the mug, you can speak. So I'll go ahead and you can hand that to Kazu. I'm not giving it to you.
Thank you. So I'm allowed to speak now?
Yeah, you can speak now, so go ahead.
What am I allowed to talk about?
Whatever you were saying about Jabs or this draft, whatever you want to talk about, it's a safe place for us here.
Okay. I like that Talon are going for a bad rider here. I do hope that they're going to start to flex this hero. I know that Mikoto plays it. Jab should also be able to play it, because so far in their openings, they don't really flex the heroes that they play for. I do think that Bad Rider overall is good against Tundra. You want some form of map play? Hey, it's my cup, right? Here you go. Take over.
Too long.
Thank you, thank you. Also, you know, now that they have this Bat Rider,
Yeah.
but you see this Beastmaster
I do
in this
see it.
draft, you're not concerned about this tie that you cannot lasso.
Very true.
So there is no hero now that is unlassoable, which will definitely make it easier. Very happy to see the Marana Kazu instead of the Techies. Sox is not a Techies player. I believe in him that he can become a Techies.
Thank you very much. I would prefer you to change the chair around, but I also have very analytical thoughts to say about this
please.
game. And I don't know how to get this mug back to my analyst because there's definitely a little bit in here, so throwing it is not an option, but virtual cup coming your way, Kazu.
Oh, beautiful. Well, I'm a little concerned for even though I like Talon's opening, Tundra are getting their hands on heroes that are scary when I see them have these. Beastmaster, a 3/3 special, gonna be top of the net worth, nothing new here. You have the Moonlight Shadow, you can play the map. So Tundra already off to a good start, and for Talon, I just want to continue to see heroes that will help this Bad Rider get in the game, give another damage dealer and playmaker with the Tiny, so you can go together in pairs and combos to play the map.
Yeah, and having this Marana early on it's kind of an anti-hero for heroes like Undying. You know, it's a good tombstone hitter, it's a good hero to trade with it. It's an anti-hero for heroes like Phoenix, which they ban out anyway. And it will definitely discourage a potential Enchantress coming out of Talon. So I really do like this Marana opener here when you look at the bigger picture of Talon's draft. But I think that Talon will definitely have an easier time this game playing around their Bat Rider.
Yeah.
And also, I think that last game, Q didn't have the best performance on Tusk either, to be honest. But now they have the Q specialty hero, Tiny. Like, this guy owns at this hero. He is so good at it. And it feels like they've shied away from it a little bit. Maybe they lost some confidence after the throw that they had yesterday versus Team Spirit Game 1. But I think going back to basics right now at this stage for Talon is definitely what they have to do.
I do also like their bans a lot. Whenever I talk about Tundra, it's maybe a little boring, but they're just the best team at playing the map and being annoying, and 2 heroes here, 2 heroes there, illusions here, summons there. So I'm a big fan of what Talon are banning out. You have the Naga Siren, the DK, we've talked about it plenty of times, but Tundra are just very good with these heroes, so you take them out, make it a little harder for them to play the map. So I think Talon, they're on the right track in this ban phase right now.
Yeah, but also now that there isn't this Nature's Prophet in this first phase because Tundra banned it out, now we're in the Talon specialty, which is it going to be another last pick Jabs draft? Because often they will do this before the Nature's Prophet became their go-to. Jabs saved the last pick for his hero, and he would go really creative with it, right? He would go for the strangest picks sometimes. Some offlane Rubiks, some offlane Coddles.
No more Rubik, please. I don't want to see. Lucky they did ban it out themselves, so I don't have to see an offlane carry Naga coming out.
It works.
Yeah.
All right.
It worked.
But this
doesn't mean it's good. Doesn't mean it's good.
But this is what these drafts look like when Jabs comes out with the last pick Jabs hero. So I'm actually curious to see if they're going to be doing that here. And the Enchantress does come out for Talon. We mentioned it. We mentioned the Mirana as a potential way to dissuade it, but it comes out anyway. It's just that solid of a hero.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mirana traditionally very good hero against Enchantress. Trades well in lane, can arrow the creep, can arrow the camp, etc.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of what Tundra are doing here in the second phase. So your Abaddon could be flex. So they should also know that Talon can flex the Bad Rider to mid and offlane, right? You've now created 2 picks, even though you're not the ones with second pick, aka you're not counter picking. But you've now created 2 lanes that Bad Rider shouldn't feel very comfortable laning into. One is going to have an Abaddon, either on 1-5. The other lane has a Queen, so I would say that Tundra are protecting themselves pretty nicely. Also, Abaddon with Beast works really well in the game. You love Aura, same with Queen. Queen itself is kind of like a meh hero, but if you have a good lane and auras to back you up, suddenly it's actually a real hero.
She's actually a carry.
Yeah, she
She's
can
one of
be.
the best stat gains in the entire game.
And we saw her pop off today.
Yeah.
Even though it did take a while for her to come online in the hands of C-Smile.
And then I guess another nice layer to this Abaddon is, the Aphotic Shield excellent dispel versus Bat Raiders. So you can actually just have this be your position 5 if they don't go for some typical 23 hero that is countered by Radiance. But if they do go for that typical 23 hero that's countered by Radiance, suddenly you're just dealing with this safe lane Abaddon, and it just works wherever you want to put it. So that's really cool too. That not only is it addressing the Bat Rider, but it's flexible within the safe lane itself.
Yeah. So they do commit their mid pick. I was thinking maybe you want to keep it open for later because you already see it's a Beastmaster. Yeah. Maybe pick your carry. I was thinking you could, bust out some TB here, maybe steal the aura, steal the radiance until he shields himself, but they're going to go with the puck, which they're going to have a lot of go in, get in there, which means also it's an offlane Bad Rider, but for once I see Talon with a lot of heroes that want to go in, play fast, play together. So I'm happy with what they're doing for themselves. What do you think, Jenkins?
I think you're absolutely right, and
Love
probably the best pick that's going to come out here from Tundra would be the Sniper carry.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
To elaborate?
I think the Abaddon, when you're playing it against Bat Rider in a side lane, you don't need to have it be a core. Sniper, very strong against Puck. Actually, a very high win rate hero against Puck. You wouldn't expect it because it's not like you have some instant disable or something like that, but I think it's just because Puck is in and out of a fight, but not out enough that Sniper can't peep you. Puck always catches strays from Sniper in fights, and a couple of hits, you're dead.
I have a question.
I'll have one afterwards.
All right.
Terrible against Bat Rider, though. It's actually awful.
Mirana.
Yes.
Isn't it normally played by snaking as a 5?
Yep.
So wouldn't there be an Abaddon on the lane as a 5 unless he's a 1?
I think
is the Mirana Abaddon lane a lane already?
It could be. I mean, it's fine, yeah. I just think Beast Mirana is how can you lose that lane? It's such a nice pairing. And then Abaddon as a 5 is always going to have impact against the Bat, but it does depend on, what they want to do here with this last pick.
I think you're just always seeking to play the Mirana against the Enchantress. There's no reason not to. It's just such a solid lane for Mirana, and you pair it up with the Beast. That's strong lane arrow setup with the Boar Slow. She can also just play on nukes, right? You can play on the Axes and the Starfall. It's really versatile in how you approach the lane. So I'm pretty sure that this Mirana will not be going anywhere but in Slox's hands.
All right. We do have a couple of bans on the support side, and it's a Rubik that gets picked up by Tundra.
which means it's an Abaddon carry.
Carry Abba.
Which I'm okay with. I think there's a lot of issues when you do play Abba 5 into like bad plus puck. Into bad alone, it's good, but let's say your core gets last, so now you need to run after him and shield him. Boom, here comes Q, he avalanches you, the puck blinks and he silences you, so suddenly that doesn't really work out for you. They can still rotate like their Rubik and Marana, you know, as they kind of wish in terms of the laning stage, but I feel a little bit for the carry pick here, because a lot of the carries have been banned out that you would traditionally want against Abaddon. TB is out, Slark is out, but Morph is pretty chill.
I actually like Morphling here. I feel like this Rubik has to be a 4 Rubik now, right? It has to be something that you... Because if you put this Rubik with the Abaddon on the safe lane, I feel like that's definitely so exploitable by this tiny Batrider combo. It's a very simple matter to just toss it back. So it is a safe lane Rubik support. I just feel like when I think about this, it's just going to be so easy for Q to just toss him back to jobs.
Yeah.
And that's just an easy way to feed off of it, right? And I suppose that you're still depending on the strength of the Abaddon on your lane and the strength of its ability to maybe protect its support.
Yeah.
So I'll have to see how it goes.
Skeeter should be able to carry his support out of the lane. Like even if you get tossed in with the shield and maybe a level of heal, I would say that should be okay. I like the Morph pick, but there's something about these Tundra heroes that I feel like it's going to be a little too obnoxious on the map with the Queen, the Radiance Manta coming out, the Hawks. And even though Talon do have answers, it seems harder for me to execute than for Tundra.
So I think Morphling can carry this game. Like, this definitely looks like a Morph game that he can 1v5 the later the game goes on. Especially if he gets Shard later, which he will, and then suddenly the Roar is not a threat anymore. The Chain Stun is just not a threat anymore. It's not like Abaddon is a hero that likes to go Scotty or anything, right? Like,
that is very true.
Who's going to build the Scotty versus a Morphling? The issue, of course, is going to be the Tundra Snowball in the early game versus a Morphling who needs time. But, I mean, Talon's draft, I think, looks a lot better in how they can play with this Batrider. I had faith in them last game. I want to have faith in them in this game too, but I just don't feel like they're playing their A game. But I think that they definitely have the outscaling this time on the side of Talon.
So if it goes as late as it did previous game, Talon has the upper hand, but it's really up to Tundra to set the high tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, Mikoto's on his puck.
Yeah.
That is, like, he's arguably the best puck player in the world right now, and 23 Savage on his Morph.
Sorry.
Speaking of water.
It is time to...
behave yourself.
to get into our commentary team of Odie Pixel and Fog for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 ready to go here between Tundra and Talon. Fog, what do you make of this? A bit of a kind of a switch around from both sides really in the draft. We have obviously Talon. They open up with the bat. Out comes the Quap in response to this. They say, well, you know what? We're not going to put the bat mid. We're going to get jabs on the sideline with it and get Makoto on the puck. What do you make of all of this?
They're just going for their absolute most comfortable heroes. They are struggling, of course, as we saw even the last game when they perhaps did have this cool kind of scaling. They are buying some type of time to be able to get that. Tundra actually ends up outscaling them because of all the Roshans they were still secure and stuff. I think this is just like, guys, give us our biggest comfort heroes and try to set up Mikoto for some success playing his literal best hero. So.
All right. And how good of a puck game has it ended up being?
I mean, it can be good. I mean, it's one of those matchups that we don't see too often anymore. A Quap versus Puck, like what is this, 2016, 2015, something like that, which we used to see it all the time. It has its merits, but it also has perhaps its downfalls because Abaddon has a lot of different ways to play around it. You get coiled, you walk out, you borrow time, a friend gets coiled, you can shield them after they break it. So there's definitely going to be some ways to protect each other. And eventually there are going to be these forms of silences that can be annoying too. The Quap Shard is something that didn't used to exist, of course, versus something like Puck. It can trip you up, can be annoying, and the steals from the Rubik could also be. So I'm curious about this last pick though. You know, they must have seen something really big for this Rubik. It's not something you see often grabbed as a last hero, but Snaking, he must have seen something that he really liked about it. Maybe it is just versus that Puck versus, I mean, this Morph and stuff, these instant disables, but Morph is actually last, so yeah, that's going to be the bit of an interesting one to see.
And how do you sort of feel about the offlane back? Because very much a position that not a lot of other teams are really playing this hero in.
I think it's only Whisper, right? I think he's literally the only other player in the world that does go for it. But they wanted to get the matchup, right? They wanted to switch it up and get that puck mid. Doesn't look the easiest for him this game versus the Abaddon. And I'm going to be watching mid a lot here because the puck, you know, it is a quote-unquote answer to the Quap in lane and also in the middle of the game, but I9, he's probably played this matchup a lot too, and times have changed.
And what's for the result? You just go 0 points and Dagger in this matchup?
Absolutely. Yeah, you just go for the farming build, which sometimes just benefits Quap even more because Dagger is a pretty underwhelming ability after the early game. After laning phase in particular. And Tundra, I mean, this is a very Tundra draft. It's actually a very similar draft that we saw even earlier, right? We literally watched EG, Pakaz playing the carry Abaddon, playing with this Queen of Pain from the mid lane when C-Smile was able to pop off. And it looked very good as it scaled. This Nay.
He's going to find himself ending up underneath the tier 2 tower there.
He got tossed. All things these being said, Q, we saw him have a tremendous performance on the Tiny the other day. Even though they ended up losing that game, he was kind of just a secondary, or like a tertiary core in a way.
And what do you sort of make with the Morphling as that last pick? Is this one of those games where it's like, all right, you know, they get a certain point of this Morphling's going to take over?
In theory, he should be able to, but there is, like they said, there's a few things that maybe could just trip him up. Shard, Quap, Silence. Same thing for the Abaddon if he's able to get on him. But 23, I mean, this is his, again, it's his dream. It's his Grandmaster tier.
Only ain't setting him up for a good lane so far.
One more impetus. You got him.
This is going to be a nice lane for 23 to farm in.
Definitely. Probably seeing that as well, too. Seeing that they probably can't actually threaten him. They're just going to feed him one charges if they do end up going for him. So, yeah, 23, set up with like one of the best 5-position heroes to secure his lane. There always is going to be a bit of a, you know, a way for 33 to come back in the game, as we've seen him do so many times on the Beastmaster, sending the board, getting those stacks and stuff going. So, see if Ollie goes to block those camps. There, 23 just gets Soxa, too.
All right, you'll just step up and take it.
All right. He's believing in himself. Mid, though, is kind of even. It's looking pretty good. It's about to be, I mean, we'll see who's going to be able to get the better rune control with some of these rotations and Enchantress Creeps or something like that.
Oh, bottom lane.
Oh, again? Oh, no way.
I mean, this is looking to be a very good start here for 23 on the safe lane morph.
Level 3 on the Ench already, too. Soxa can't even punish to get a kill back. That one is an unexpected one for 33 to die like that. He has to walk back. And he's level 2. Not even level 3 yet. 23. He's really pushing the limits here. Arrow connects, but he's just fine. Glyph. Mikoto. Trying to bully 9. They are setting up to check the runes as CQ. He's set up around top. Mikoto's going to check bottom. 9 actually might get forced away.
Yeah, he can't go for a wall rune here.
He may have to just go to base pretty soon, too. Yeah, I think he's got to go back. Now bottom. Soxa.
He's able to get in for the kill, but 23 in return.
Get a courier.
He's going to be able to pick up the kill in return. That's 23. More than happy with Ollie dying. So he gets another kill for himself.
And Ollie with the death, I mean, he can come back and bring some regen that 23 is lacking, so can help him out. That's a phenomenal start, really, for him. And Mikoto, since he does get this double rune setup, he is going to have the advantage also onto mid.
And they're getting in on top.
They've got the shield, though.
Look at the stacks with the Mist of Avernus, the Curse of Avernus up, but not enough to stay on top of Jabs.
Goes for the double no build, going very aggressive onto Jabs. Trying to get any type of kills here. But yeah, Skeeter is free farming, so 28 and 11. Mikoto, even though they did push 9 away, it's actually pretty close on the experience. So 9, he should be able to hit 6 almost at the same time. But a rotation can absolutely come. It's 33, should be fine. But a rotation can come onto mid lane pretty easy to set up onto 9. They have a great way to break the coil too, with Q playing Tiny. So if they do see an opportunity, could potentially set up for 9 here with Mikoto having a good start. Yeah, 5-1. And Ollie, he can now leave 23 alone down bottom because the Beastmaster's been forced out. He's going to take away some neutrals as well, and even set up around mid. So now they're going to have the double support sitting around there to set up for the potential coil and get that rune again. Also for Mikoto. What's Tundra going to do to respond to this? Because this is pretty painful. They have a Morphling that's free farming on one side and a Puck that's now just getting every power, getting all the runes.
They're bringing the stacks over, but that's it at the moment.
Decent arrow. Ollie just has to take it. The attack would have gotten it. But the coil's there. Q. Can you get the toss?
The Snaking's here. Now get the avalanche out to the end of the coil, and that'll be enough. Q able to step up with the toss. They take 9 down.
Doesn't even have to break it. And that's with supports rotating over. I mean, 33, he's starting to just jungle completely. He wants nothing to do with bottom lane. And he can't actually do the Ancients or anything because he's low level, so he's doing it efficiently. He is hitting both of these camps with it, and they are stacked.
I just cannot afford to be a liability down bottom. Knows how easy it is for 23 to play aggressive, dive in and kill him.
I mean, they're giving a free thing to 23, but 9, he's turned up. Can he get the pop onto him? He's spotted by creep, so he can't. 23's going to shift up. Going to be that Linken's Rush to deal with the Roar in particular. Roar and Lift, the 2 instant disables that are going to be coming out from Tundra. It should be very good timing coming out for 23 as well. Jabs also in the meantime. Lane, of course, not going the best versus the Abaddon, but it can be expected. But Q, he's had these stacks ready for him. He's going to be able to farm and catch right back up. And yeah, Ollie, he scouted the stacks. He knows that this is going to be going on. He even takes the boar away. Oh, it's a deep play here. I don't think they can go for it. Even 33's turned up.
It definitely looked like they were considering the Dream Coil setup.
And 33, he's queued up the Drums of Slam.
All right. Interesting to see it being done in a game where there's not really anything that would have threatened his Ancient creep, right, if he wanted to go that route.
I mean, the Enchantress 20, but that's way later, you know?
But, yeah.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see him go for it, because it doesn't, I mean, it's looked a little underwhelming at a lot of times.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, kind of, at least recently, the other times that it got picked up were in situations, when there was like, a Night Stalker or something that was going to have an easier access, easier route to being able to deal with the Ancients.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how many stuns there really are. Stuns and silences, right? That's the way to stop the drums. There's a Waning Rift. There's going to be stuns that come out from Tiny, but besides that, I mean, maybe it is going to have the successful stuff, so we'll see. From 33, because it's going to come out obviously a bit slowly.
I mean, well, maybe that's the thing as well, because he's had a slow start. He knows he's not going to hit the timings on the more traditional item build-up that you want to go for as Beastmaster. So
I guess so.
He's going to go for this and hope that it benefits the team more.
It does a lot of damage, 1,600 damage or whatever it is before any type of axe debuff amplification or damage amplification and stuff like that. Just if you can actually get it to connect with every single instance. 2k lead out of these lanes for Talon. Things looking pretty good. Bat now, of course, catching up after he's done his stacks. And Mikoto looking to play active. A DD rune has been found. Snaking likely to go down here. He's going to save the coil as well for the next kill. Let's see if they go for Skitter as well. He's holding a skill point. So tough for them to really punish him here. But now they can perhaps get some good damage on the tower here with his DD on the puck. And I mean, that's pretty much the Witchblade done also for Mikoto. Phenomenal start for the mid in the safe lane. Yeah, this tower's going to drop very fast. Concerns for sure for Tundra.
A really nice early game stuff here from Talon. And just, the fact that 23 he is going to hit all his timings. This is a perfect start on the morph. Level 9, he's well on the way to the Lincolns.
Took bottom tower already, took top tower, so even more gold influx for the morph to get that fast timing.
And with as slow of a start as some of Tundra's heroes are having, he doesn't mind getting involved. Won't quite be able to grab the illusion there, 9. He's able to pick it up in time.
Fancy footwork too. Turns into the quad, blinks away just to make sure he's safe. This is going to be one of the faster Lincolns I think I've seen. 10 minutes in, he's already pretty much got the ulti orb and that purse.
I mean, as you said, at that point, the only way he's dying is if he's making mistakes. Very hard for them to kind of catch him.
Unless they like perfectly synergize, like a Rubik Steel to break the Lincolns with a roar from the side angle or an arrow. 33's changed his mind. He's like, yeah, you know what? Drums of Slam not going to be worth it. He'll go Dominator. I always prefer this personally, but it's fun to watch the Drums of Slam anyway.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2K lead, jabs. Also, as we said, he's completely caught back up. He's level 8, boot to travel online. Feeling good. Feeling very good.
Tundra just looking to continue to set up the map so that Skeeter can continue to find the most opportune places to farm. He's about 2,600 in on the Relic.
Yeah, he should have a pretty good timing, of course, but he wasn't given the influx of a bunch of kills, as we saw, of course, from the Morphling, and also taking towers. It's off the menu for now. The Talon playing this early game very smoothly, and now they're going to go for another tower. Ollie, he's got the rally. Snaking is here to stop it. And he actually does have enchant stolen, so steals it away, but it gets restolen back. In his tower. They'll have to rotate 3 heroes over to protect, even 4 heroes to protect it. The Roar. Can't get the connection. And during all this, because they're, Morphling efficiently jungling, Batrider efficiently jungling top, Puck making moves around, Q is getting an absolutely free lane down bottom. He is 300 gold away from a Blink Dagger on the Tiny as well. So they're going to have this dream initiation to make these plays, get on top of a hero that's kind of squishy like the Quap. And he can freely go for these like breaks onto the coil and stuff like that. And yeah, 23. It's done. 12 minutes and 30 seconds with treads. Very nice stuff so far.
And Tundra. Well, we've got Relics now done on Skeeter.
Okay.
But yeah, still quite the difference in the lead that 23 has. I mean, let's see them get back on with the pressure on mid. This tier 1 pretty much getting taken down. 33 and Stacks are trying to pull the aggro off for now.
9. Showing bottom. Q's in the area. They glyph the wave.
They've got
for
the
bat.
up. Toss. Not going to quite buy enough time for the rest of them to get in onto 9. So 9 should be all right. We'll see 23 up for snaking here. Is able to close the gap with the waveform. They get something out of this.
Yeah, Snay, he saves his buddy, stopping the Batrider from getting a lasso, but will pay with his life, and that is the blink now for Tiny, so easier ways for him to get the jump. And yeah, 9, he's pretty squishy at this point, too. So? Tundra. Heavily on the back foot. They can't hit towers either. Because of this advantage that Talon has in their lineup overall with the Beastmaster being shut down, they don't really hit buildings. So map advantage for Talon, lane advantage, gold advantage, everything going their way.
We'll see the power in. Makota is going to get lucky. He is.
Sure is.
Top rune. And it's an arcane as well.
And in the meantime, too, they're stacking. They have I believe, a quad ancient stack as well on the side of Talon to boost up their Batrider if you'd like to go over there and farm it.
Q. Tried to get the jump there on 9, but couldn't quite get the setup.
Ollie will get brought down. It's going to be one of those games for Tundra where they just have to farm and farm and farm to recover stuff. But jabs, as we saw it, as we were talking about, yep, there's the stack. Nom nom nom.
Q. Still trying to find a catch. He gets it this time. In onto Saxa. Saxa was not ready for that one.
Oh, and the lift. He actually... Oh, he doesn't get it in time. I mean, it's only a level 1 lift. Maybe if it was a level 2, he does have enough to just stop the jaunt away.
Good efforts there from 23. We're already starting to see some of his fancy footwork here as he shifts between the heroes.
It's always fun watching the Morphling versus Rubik matchup, because then when he turns into the Rubik, he also gets the spell that he stole into, so we see he has a Illusory Orb there, and potentially some other cool stuff later on. Skitter's Radiance is done. Okay. Is this where they're going to try to make their first actual move on the map? 15 minutes in. Dominator as well. Thing is, though, it's not easy. Puck, blink, Tiny, blink. It's just much easier for Talon to make any of these moves. The initiation is much
easier. Ollie, but they don't really want to go on the Enchantress.
No. Yeah, it's so much easier for Talon to make any type of jump. 2 initiators with Blink already. Gonna look to invade. They do see jabs, should be able to finish him off. And now they can maybe turn it into a tower push. So that first move that they've been able to make, successful.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, would there be a chance for Tundra to head into Roshan early this game?
Not with this type of kill, not just yet. They will find some stacks though. Skitter gonna be happy. Rotation's coming. Ollie scouting it. Here comes the puck and Tiny.
Yeah, they're trying to get in for the sidelines. Q. He's in with the 2-man avalanche toss to get the Dream Coil to follow up onto the 2 of them. As Baden will be able to walk away. Skeeter will live, just snaking to fall.
I don't think Tundra's mad about that at all. I think they're pretty happy they're able to steal some stacks. They only lose their 5 position. Starting to recover things. Less than 1k now for Talon. Can they find another though? They can't, but they will steal some stacks.
Definitely catching up on the gold front here. Just 1k gold now. Tundra closing the gap as these passive moments continue.
It's a very Tundra style, right? Just even if they're behind in laning phase, they're very good at playing the efficient map.
Skeeter getting bigger and bigger.
33 also 870 gold away from his helm. And as we mentioned, there's only really the counter that comes out at level 20 from Enchantress, and that's just that comes out way too late. But 9 will get caught.
They do have huge amounts of burst. Here, Talon, when they find you out alone.
Double blinks make it quite easy for them to punish, and they had vision of him there. Tundra, they got Roar, looking for jabs. Nice flame break. 23's turned up. He wants to fight. They're connecting with all 5 heroes on the side of Talon.
I think Tundra's going to realize. Staxa still walks straight into it, but if it's just him going down, Tundra's going to be fine. Snaking, though, he does get caught by Dream Coil. They will lose both supports.
Can they make the way into the Roche pit is the question now for Talon. Probably considering it.
Yeah, I think they could, right, if 23 wants to go for this.
Yeah, I think so.
2 heroes down on Tundra. Very hard for the surviving ones to kind of interrupt, and the Skeeter wants to walk in, but stick to their triangle. They're nowhere near this Roshan, so it should be an easy one for Talon.
Yeah, it's nice and safe when you have the Ench creep tank for you and you have high physical damage from the Morphling. Yeah, Tundra, no way they can contest. Talon.
We go, 23.
He's having a dream one.
Yeah, this is a really nice Morphling showing so far from him. 6-0-5.
They can continue to put the pressure on here too with these double blinks. Coil back up in 15 seconds. Another power rune for Mikoto. And tier 2. This might just drop also. There's a glyph. Do they counter glyph? They will for now, so they keep 1 creep alive.
Radiant's courier has been
Whoops.
killed.
Walked it into the tower while the glyph was still active. Classic core player. But yeah, tower drops, Roche drops. Big stuff. Jabs even, I believe, cutting the mid-wave. Cute little play from the Batrider. Tundra unable to pressure on any front while this is happening. Helm of the Overlord is finished, 33. Does have that one done. 9 close to BKB. So still, like we said, getting their items, coming along. The whole lead kind of feels like it's the amazing game from the Morphling, right? 6-0-5 on 23. He's part of 11 of 14 kills. He is literally that 3k gold gap at the moment. And it's going to be very tough to bring down.
Talon. I know that Tundra's around their own triangle. 9. He'll be the first to TP back to start dealing with the push at 23.
Makoto wants to try to find more. He's gone for boots of travel pretty early in this game on the puck. It's the way that Tundra's going to play the map. When they are behind in the early game, they're just going to split up. They're going to farm, so the bots feel like a pretty good choice to be able to punish these greedy farmers. That's that. They're going to catch Saksa. Can he arrow? No, he cannot. He'll be brought down.
Yeah, happy to use ults for kind of these smaller kills with sort of just how slow the pace is right now. They know Talon that as long as they can kind of keep taking away one of the members of Tundra here or there, makes it difficult for Tundra to get a move going. Tundra's still going to try regardless. They'll smoke up with the three of them.
Okay. But Talon, I mean, they seem pretty well aware of it.
They're not. I mean, is anybody even down? I mean, Jabs is going to head towards the area in which Tundra have made the smoke move.
Oh, he's going to show himself. Is he going to get caught? He sees 33. Bonks him back again.
It's a bit tricky to get on top, but they still have the telekinesis. BKB will be there, but there's the roar, and there's a lot of physical. Jabs is gone.
He even uses the BKB too. Gets punished. Top though, 9. Also gets found.
And 23, he's poking at the high ground and has forced out the fortification.
Tough for them to threaten him though. 6K lead. Back to business, even though they did lose a couple heroes here. They're still farming very, very well. And constricting the map. So Tundra, now at this point, very tough for them to really play, the Tundra-esque style that some people do really hate to see, where they're sitting in trees trying to farm, arrow creeps, push waves out. Top and mid are very difficult to do that now. They can do it around bottom, but around these two other areas, Talon, they're just ready to jump constantly.
Oh, cute. There's the jump you're talking about, straight in onto Saxa. Another free catch outside the base.
No glyph.
Another wave pushing in. They're back onto the towers. Tundra, they've got to do something.
Lincolns will get broken. Can they get a grab onto 23? No, they cannot. Q's there. Oh, whoopsie.
Oh, okay, a little bit of a misplay there. Makoto ends up jumping in, ends up being the one getting tossed back instead. Q will die for that. Skeeter. Borrowed time will get popped here as he tries to push on for more, but the rest of Talon, they'll step back safely.
Oops. I mean, Talon has a couple of these happen into some of these games. They both simultaneously jump and toss wrong. Tundra, gonna look to punish that. Age is still for about a minute. Roar up in 3 seconds.
And they're well out of there though, Talon. Well, 23.
Sitting low. The Sonic Wave is available.
They don't want to try and do it twice.
Nah, they can't do it the second time. 9 has queued up Shard. I think this is one of those that maybe can catch people off guard, the mini silence and stuff like that, but still quite difficult with how many items have been picked up from Talon. Manta for Skitter. Starting to get online. Manta and 15. 2 big timings, of course, for the Abaddon. If he's able to actually get the hits off, get on top of somebody, can get that silence. But Q always on the prowl. He wants to punish anyone who shows. They're expecting a movement bottom. Jabs. Waiting in the wings. Whoop. Socks it. Able to get away. Jabs.
I mean, they're all cheaping in for this one. Telekinesis onto Jabs, but he just pops the BKB.
Ooh, they actually canceled the TP from 33.
Yeah, Q tries to get it for a toss back. Saxa, he's going to jump in.
Oh, whoa.
Saxa, he just throws himself in the middle of the fight, and Q says thank you. Just turns and blows him up with a combo. The Dream calls out into the two of them.
The save. Skeeter. He's got his buddy. The flame break.
Trying to knock him out of the Dream core there.
Nice try. Q's back in.
He's able to get the combo here. Tossed this forward aggressively, and that's going to be enough for Makoto to jump in and finish your snaking.
They're in.
23's into the high ground. 33's trying to turn to look for a raw target, but he's not able to find it. 23 turns into the co-op, jumps in, bursts down 33. Tundra, they are struggling here. They're even going to get Skeeter.
He got silenced and got burst. 23.
I mean, some excellent morphling here from him today.
That's why he wanted it. Now he's doing so much, just turning into all these different heroes.
Yeah, even using their own voice lines against them. Dropping a quap line there against 9.
Onto high ground, no glyph. Talon, the cleanest we've seen them play, I think, in this tournament so far.
I mean, this was just a bit of a panic, really, from Tundra. They tried to get some sort of a fight going, but they just didn't have the correct way to go about it.
Oh, jabs. Jumps a little far here under tier 4s, but he's fine, protected from Lincolns, and that's a Rax grabbed. Yeah, Tundra.
25 minutes in.
They're starting to panic. 33 canceling the TP on the initial go, too. It seems like they had no interest in going, and this is one you never see picked up. Ollie, he has the shard. So maybe that's one of the answers to the hum of the Overlord and stuff like that. The little friends that no one even knows what it does. No, it's like a winner's curse.
All right. Tags up. He's been caught.
Dead again. Gem picked up
also.
Little
friends.
Yeah, the little friends.
How long does it last?
I think it's like, what, 6 seconds or something? Yeah. Got buffed last patch. Doesn't feel like they need it, but it sounds kind of cool if they're able to get something off with it.
I mean, so how is this not good again? Explain to me.
It only does the summons.
True. But it's a big summon when he has an ancient.
Yeah, exactly. So, but you only really, I mean, it was theoried around like countering Chens and I guess like Beastmaster, and so I mean, yeah, it's something we never really see, so it's very cool. 33. Farewell. They're fully. They're completely.
I mean, I don't know how 23 loses this game now.
Yeah.
He's far too far ahead. This is just perfect stuff on the morph.
He's 20,000 gold.
There's no way 23 can lose this one.
No.
He's 809. He's got all the means to be able to shut this down. It's feeling pretty much impossible for Tundra against this morph right now.
Yeah, they literally just have to have Talon throw the game.
23's got everything that he needs to be able to get the win here.
And now Tundra's also, they're trapped in the base too. They can't even do the Tundra stuff. They just keep all getting found every single time they do step outside. A flawless game from, I mean, 2 cores, yeah, the puck and the morph. This little switch up that they did, absolutely working. 23.
Cube. He's going to jump forward. They get Skeeter very low. Won't quite be able to force out the borrowed time immediately. Skeeter's trying to step in towards them. And they can back out successfully, Talon.
Come on, sprites.
I really want to see at least one little friends come off in this game. I don't know if it happened down bottom. I don't think it did. But
I don't know if I've even seen it. Does it have like some fancy flashy animation?
Honestly, I don't really.
We might not even notice. It's probably going to do nothing.
I mean, they don't need it. They only really need this Morphling, and yeah, he's proven it. Level 20, 23. Jabs. Got lasso. Jumping in.
He's in. He's going to grab 33. 23 jumps forward. Makoto's able to burst through, and the Dream Core's there is going to be able to catch on to Skeeter. Combo from Q. Takes down Snaking. And they'll buy back immediately on the 2 of them, Tundra. And Talon, they lose nothing for that. They take the 2 kills, force out 2 buybacks, and it doesn't really cost them anything, Talon.
Nope. They're chilling. Full desperation for Tundra. As we see it again. Clean and easy. And at any time that 23 even feels like, oh man, there's a chance that I can get like silence, nope, instantly turns into Quap Links away. Roche, next on the menu. I'm gonna bring up my graph and take a look. Yeah, I mean 97% or so it's looking like. I definitely expected. I think 3% might be generous, but that's probably the SEA factor. Just kidding, love you, Talon.
I mean 23, there's no way.
There's
no way they'll lose this one. This is just... Yeah, 21k lead, 29 minutes in. A Morph having an incredible performance in it.
Oh, absolutely.
In a game where Morph has not really been answered. I mean, the power of getting it last in the draft there. You see how good compared to the average 23 is having a game here.
I mean, yeah, 23,000 net worth. That's his name. What's the GPM actually looking like? 726. Oh. Hell yeah. And even being careful. He's not even going to go a greedy item next. He is going to go for the BKB. Just
the BKB and close it up.
Yep.
That's the planet.
Next tower. Glyph is forced. What can Tundra do? One last hurrah. Blink picked up for Skeeter. He's hoping to surprise them with this one, but it's into an Aegis. It's into an impossible fight. Jumps in.
Yeah, but Jabs is still able to get the BKB off. They weren't able to keeping chain controlled. Q's him with a 3-man tossed avalanche. That's going to be taking 33 out to start the fight off. 23, he's in onto Snaking, ready to dive into the base, take out some of these supports. Godlike now on the Morphling. Lasso's down a Skeeter. 23 also picking up 9 inside the base. GG. They'll tap out. GG is called. This game too, what a stomp, honestly. And 23 Morphling, 11-0-13. It was a perfect game from him.
This is the Talon that I think all of us were hoping to see. Because like we said, they've had a couple rough games, especially like the last 5 or so, where they had some advantages but ended up like throwing some of them away. This time around, no throwing away of that one. And we did get to see the little friends right at the end there. He did use it to kill 33, so at least we got to see it the once. But yeah, 23. Beautiful stuff, amazing gameplay. Great way that they switched around the draft too, putting the bat off lane, picking the push and morph. Yep. Loved it.
No, absolutely. Something that other teams wouldn't quite be able to do with the players they have, and especially those that feel comfortable taking the bat to the offlaners. As Jabs was this game, had a great time himself, 3-11 and some really good jumps towards the end of it. But indeed, overall, 23 definitely feeling like the star of the show there. 11-0-13. It was a great morph game, great morph pick, and then a perfect play from 23. They'll take home the win here. Talon, they'll get this game too.
Well, that was a very one-sided game too. After a very close, even back and forth game 1, looked like Talon decided they had enough, and we said their draft was supposed to come online later, and Tundra's draft was supposed to come online earlier. And I don't think Tundra really got any chance to play this game in particular. Talon ran away with it. I'm joined by Effie, Kezu, and Jenkins. Breaking this game down, Kezu, this was a game where, again, did Tundra get to play their lineup, you feel?
I don't think so. No, I was totally wrong with how I thought the game will play out. I would say that Talon played their lanes really well. They had this Morph Edge in the safe lane. They did really well there. They did pretty fine in their offlane. They're not supposed to win that with bad against Abaddon. Then Mikoto did well mid. They rotate there at minute 5, and I think that's first where they're really starting to get this tempo in the game. They go together, they make the right moves, and overall, I was just impressed and happy to see them play this way.
There was no offlane griefing that happened in this game. With a first pick, Batrider.
Maybe.
But they flexed it. They flexed their first pick for the first time in a while.
Yeah.
It is a change-up, but it was a great Morphling game. It's one of his best heroes. They played the lane impeccably. And Q, can we talk about Q finally?
Yeah.
He's on his tiny again. He's not playing these underwhelming tusks where he doesn't quite know how to play from behind. It felt like he was all over the place. He was roaming early on. He was getting these kills. His blink timing was good. He was setting up for so much. And when your morph is already snowballing and you have a roaming 4 like a tiny, these two can just play together and blow up anybody who shows up. So really well played from Talon. I'm so glad to see them bring it back.
Yeah, a strong performance indeed. Of course, another tie, just the way we like it, as we have had a lot of ties, which means that we still have no idea what's going on in either group, by the way. That goes for both ways, other than Team Liquid being very much ahead of the pack, but even they mathematically not guaranteed through yet either. Just a quick reminder that we are going to lose 8 teams tomorrow or the day after, depending on tiebreakers, as all the tiebreakers are on Thursday. But this game, I mean, I do want to focus a little bit more on why Tundra felt a little bit flat. We just highlighted why Talon was doing good this game. Their lanes went well. Like, where did Tundra drop the ball then, Effie?
So their offlane lost very hard, and Tundra is incredibly dependent on 33 having a good game and a good early start, and he's usually the key piece in moving the game for them, but Morphling just destroyed them in that bot lane. It was a complete snowball, and once you have this side lane that Tundra is so dependent on to move their gameplay forward, when that doesn't exist, they kind of just fall apart.
Yeah, something else with Talon that I feel like they did very well, and some teams fall flat when they play against Tundra, is that some teams feel they need to over-rotate. At some point when you're far behind with Beast, you cannot brute force the tower. You sometimes rely on your team to force the carry out of the lane so that you can take it. But 23 Savage is like, well, screw you, I'm gonna stay here, I'm gonna free farm, be in your face, and you're never gonna get any map. So Talon played that very cleanly, and I feel like they understood in this game how to actually play and move on the map against Tundra.
And that Beast looked much less problematic for them than the Tide from Game 1 did.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that they just let it through and played versus it, because as a team that prioritizes Batrider so early on in the draft, I feel like Tide is something they should fear more than a Beast, especially if you have a player like 23 who's good at these Morphlings, good at these Drows, good at this TAs.
Yep. There's also something off about the support duo, I think, with Mirana Rubik. Usually, I would say that Tundra have stronger supports that help their cores to get like out on the lanes. And usually I don't really see them lose the lane this much. But on the flip side, you just have Talon who really did the complete opposite. They did well in their lanes, rotated nicely, and then suddenly they're just the ones who are driving the tempo. And Tundra are usually not the best at coming back from these scenarios. They'll try to split push, but when you react properly, there's no coming back.
I hated the 5-Revic. I mentioned it in the draft. It just looked really weird when it came out. It would have made more sense to just swap that.
It really would. We are talking to the man of the match right now, 23 Savage. Congratulations on a fantastic Morphling game. How are you?
I'm not feeling really well because we lost a lot, but still it's a good win.
It was definitely a good win. You guys had a really rough day yesterday, and I know it was definitely not a good day, but I do want to bring it up a little bit because you came back so fantastically today that I'm really curious how you evolved from yesterday to coming into today against Tundra to looking like you are now.
I'm not really expecting anything after yesterday, so we just play better, I guess, the second game.
I've played a lot better. It looked fantastic. I'm here with Kezu, Effie, and Jenkins. They'd also like to ask you some questions.
I'll go first.
Sure.
Hello, 23 Savage. Congrats on the win. I really like your mid-game gameplay in this game. I think sometimes when teams play against Tundra, they over-rotate, but you guys played in groups, and I saw you drawing a lot on the mini-map and like pushing the tempo yourself. Can you tell me a bit about your communication in this game to make sure that you were gonna win it?
I was telling my teammates a lot to just keep going and do not be scared, because the way we play is different from the way we used to play in this game, because we are like kind of lost because we like lost a lot of games yesterday, I think. So try to talk more so they can be more aggressive.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
You guys are good. You shouldn't lose your confidence. But thanks for answering the question.
Don't be discouraged. Yeah. Anything can happen, and everything is a learning experience. But I just wanted to ask you about your process getting here. Like, where are you guys boot camping? Have you been jet lagged? Did you guys settle in well?
We're boot camping in Turkey. We're supposed to be in Germany, Stuttgart, but the visa is not like we had some visa issues, so we're in Turkey. But about the jet lag, we're not really experiencing the jet lag that much, so we just played bad yesterday.
And you recovered as well. You recovered as well. We're looking at the positive here, 23 Savage.
Yeah, I have a stupid meme question for you right now, 23 Savage. I'm wondering, what is your favorite recent hip-hop album that you've listened to?
Oh, I like J. Cole recently. Listened to a lot of J. Cole and 21 Savage.
Hell yeah, dude. Pride is the devil, brother.
I am more than I was.
Nice. Hell yeah. Cool. Those are good albums.
I'll take your word for it. I thoroughly enjoyed your match here today. 23 Savage again. Don't be disheartened by one bad day. It can happen to anybody. Of course, I wish you good luck in your series that you have later today against Nouns, and hoping to talk again soon. Congratulations once more.
Yeah. Thank you. See you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
It breaks my heart. Every time. Like first of all,
the thing is, he's been playing really well.
He has.
Throughout all of the days.
Yes.
He has brought his A game, so I understand why he feels so disheartened right now. But like you said, Cheever, bad days can happen to anyone, even the best of teams.
He's probably questioning himself.
Yeah, and that's the heartbreaking thing.
Is it
it's
me?
like,
it's not. It's not you.
In your case, it normally is, but
right.
in his case, probably not.
He shouldn't question. He shouldn't question himself.
He should not.
Yeah,
He's doing amazing.
You own 23 Savage.
Yeah, it's one of the worst things to feel as a player when you start losing and like you kind of start doubting yourself or your team especially.
Or your strategies that you prepared probably months.
Everything you've learned for the past 10 years of your life, you're like, is everything wrong?
Yeah.
Because I think we're doing everything right. What the hell's going on?
A lot of the times you start overthinking. So I hope that there's someone, maybe Sambi as a coach or one of the players who understands that, guys, we're still good. We just won a game. Let's talk again and build it up. Like, it's okay. We had a bad day. Let's go.
It sounds like he was that person during the game, based on the
in the game,
question
yes,
you asked.
I think so.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you definitely don't want to overreact. Like, you don't want to let a few days in a tournament overshadow everything else that you've accomplished that year. Right?
Yep.
3rd place in Lima, 1st place in their region. These are good accomplishments. So an overreaction to a couple of bad days at DreamLeague would be worst case scenario for this team.
Yeah,
I
majors
think-
coming up. They can go into it and absolutely crush it. Like, this is, they're good. They're just chill.
Yeah, and they have already faced quite a few teams already. They've already faced Liquid, so they have got Nouns today, who is not looking as hot. So perhaps that will be another confident boost. Of course, you're going to have to wait and see because there's going to be more Group B games at the end of the day. First, we're switching back to Group A. That is correct. We're going to have a game between Aster and Gaming Gladiators coming your way with Tsunami and the gang after a break.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the late shift. Oh, what is that in the distance? The shoreline, it's receding, retreating back into the ocean. There's a powerful force coming. It's a tsunami! Slowly making his way, rushing like the water of a tsunami. There he is.
There I am. Here I am. Here I am. Rock you like a
tsunami.
There we go. Yes. Effie, one job. A pleasure. A pleasure. It's okay. I forgive you. Trent.
Hey, what's up?
Another day, another dollar, my friend. We are here yet again.
Paid?
It's in my contract. I feel like you may have gotten the short end of negotiations. Effie, what's up? Can I hear you?
Oh, there
Now
I
I can
am.
hear you. There we go.
I
What's
did
up,
say
everybody?
rock you like a hurricane.
You did. Yeah.
That's what I apologized for, but that's a good song.
It is.
We can change it now, though, to
We can
rock
change
you
it.
like a tsunami.
I don't know if oh my gosh, she told me what the name was. The Bickering Pandas. That was yesterday.
That was yesterday?
Day 1 was happy. Day 2 was promiscuous. Day 3, they're bickering now. I see the animosity between these two. See? I just don't approve.
Affecting the music.
Poor chemistry for a jam session, if you ask me. And this panel is lacking a little bit. It needs a one more element, if you ask me. So can we get Kevin, Purge, Godak down to the couch?
I'll sit here, I guess. And the only chair in the room that's open.
Hello.
Well, technically,
Hello.
it's a 3-seat
want a
couch.
handshake?
Hello.
Hello.
Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Trent.
Okay.
Do you also want a long hand?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Do you want a long handshake?
Yeah, from you.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
That could have been my handshake.
Okay, great.
Great. Now that we're all acquainted with one another as we've never met in our entire lives.
Yep. First time.
I'm here to quiz you all on your Dota knowledge because we are getting into Gaming Gladiators versus Team Aster. Gaming Gladiators should be coming in as a red hot favorite because
Why's that?
they won the major, Trent.
Asterisk.
Does that matter?
Aster is.
Oh, damn. I didn't even mean to do that.
This guy right here. What are you asterisking? Is it because in grand finals they did not face the true Team Liquid?
That's correct. It gives me a little bit of doubts. They're still a really solid team. They're probably better than they've ever have been, with the exception, like I don't know, they've won some stuff before. They're a great team, excellent, but they are not the best team in the world. They're getting some 1-1s here, and that gives me less confidence in them as a squad.
Damn, you keep bringing that up. I mean, nobody's calling them the best team in the world, but they are objectively the major winners. And then they did go and 2-0 Liquid in the DPC. They got the
True.
rematch that they wanted. So
They're like, what more do we have to do here?
You know, you can be doubtful, but I don't think anyone's given them the title of best team in the world.
You're right, I do keep doing this, but in my defense, when you start them off with they won the most recent major, that just makes them sound so like the best to me, you know?
It makes it sound like they won the big tournament that matters, and
Yeah.
I just won't stand
And
for that.
and that's just not quite accurate. And I gotta jump in there and explain.
Do you see Tofu's face right now? That's
evil
him
Tofu.
reacting to the things that you're saying.
He's mad at me, dude. That's legit evil Tofu.
We had to sanction him for being too handsome on April Fool's Day, and so our artist did a proper rendition to show how he would feel about such a thing.
It's like they swapped the emotions of Tofu and Quinn.
Celery is like bang on though. That is what celery looks like.
That
in
is
real
what
life,
celery
too.
looks like.
Yeah,
Damn.
it's very accurate.
We need one of all of us.
Oh my gosh, that would be sweet. If we could,
on it.
we haven't. I don't know if there's like any show match plans, but you were featured in TI show matches. You got your the TI intro video or whatever.
Did I?
Yeah, remember they always do the player intros.
Team Dragon.
Team Dragon.
That was a time.
That was a legendary time.
Yeah, I was told to throw games and such for fun. We did our best.
Literally
for
too
content?
good.
For content, yeah. That was a good time.
Oh my gosh.
I can't believe
this groundbreaking accusation here. On the
Telling me
DreamLeague set.
that ability draft show match was not above board.
It was a sham.
Was that the one you're in or the previous
No,
one?
it was the previous one.
Guys,
You're
this
thinking
was
of
2
TI
years
11.
ago. I don't even
Thank God.
remember what I had for breakfast.
Can never besmirch ability draft on broadcast.
Fine. Do you remember anything about Team Aster then, Effie? Because that's what we're covering right now.
I do.
Okay. What you
Team
got?
Aster has kind of turned their luck, or rather their performance around in these last couple of days. Yesterday they had a great day. They went 3-1. They 2-0'd Execration, and they tied with Shopify, I believe. Let me just quickly fact check that.
Fact check it.
Fact check. It was a tie with Shopify, which is really impressive because Shopify have had a great run.
Yep.
And then today they also tied with TSM. When you compare that to the start, the first couple of days, and you compare that to their DPC tour in which they lost 4 series in a row, it looks like they're getting back into shape.
Yeah, they look really strong, honestly, and they were kind of like that going into the major as well. Just really solid players in every position. I mean, they're the farthest placing Chinese team at the major. And now they're the only one, which is a bit of a bummer, but downside of LGD, unfortunately, with the visa problems. But they're a really, really good squad. They constantly impress me when I watch them play games. XWY fits into the team great. I really like them, genuinely. One of my favorite teams.
Yeah, and Monet as well has never ceased to impress or match the standards that the extremely high standards that we hold him to in this carry role.
Yeah, I think Monet is an incredible player. He's definitely top 3 in his role within his region. He is consistently performing. I would say he is the best in China right now at Illusion Heroes in particular. The one issue that I have with Aster and the way that they play around Monet, though, is it feels like they're an all eggs in one basket kind of team. It's all in on Monet. Monet has to be the one to carry them. He has to be their win condition. And I feel like a lot of teams have identified that and been able to exploit that.
I feel like there's more teams than usual doing that right now. I feel like there's quite a few teams where I just look in the mid and I'm like, you are the playmaker. That is what your job is, and you know that. And we all know that. And like they consistently go for those patterns, and it feels like maybe it's not being punished as much as maybe in the past. Like it almost feels like you don't need to have as much flexibility in terms of like who's going to be anchoring these games for you. So, I mean, so far, obviously, they feel confident enough to keep going for it because Monet's not really mixing it up.
Yeah, I think I kind of bit them in the ass, though, a little bit, right? With their recent performance in their tour, they got 4th place. And I think a lot of people realize that it's a simple matter to just shut down their mid laner, and Monet just doesn't have space on the map to farm. But they've turned it around, like we said, Verge.
Yeah, they're definitely really solid. I could definitely see them going farther here. I think this is a series that they have a really good shot of going 1-1 at least in, but they could surprise us really.
So you are considering
Gaming Gladiators, the team that's not the best in the world. They could take them down a notch.
Well, see, now I feel like you're discounting both teams. Then is Gaming the favorite because you're like, oh, maybe they could get a 1-1 against the team that isn't the best in the world?
I mean, I'm heavily favoring GG here.
Okay.
I'd be crazy not to, but I'm definitely feeling more optimistic about Aster after yesterday's performance. I mean, the tie with Shopify really sold me.
Because some of the shine is coming off of Gaming as well. I think that pre-Lima, people were a little bit critical of Duracio's inconsistency. And then at Lima, everyone's like, well, he got Lina. So if he's got Lina, then life's good. And then post-Lima, again, he's becoming a little bit more shaky.
Are you referencing the classic Duracio feeds?
Yes.
The 1 or 2 that happen per game?
1 or 2. Well, per game, yes.
It wouldn't be a GG game without those. But you are right. The Lina definitely did anchor his playstyle and make him seem more consistent. But I still think that he's a world-class player, albeit he does make some questionable decisions. His team knows how to play around him very well, and I do think his performance this tournament has been good. I mean, with the exception of the 1 or 2 Duracio feeds. They've still been winning with those feeds, so
as long as they're still winning, it's fine. And moments like that too, it's like a very obvious thing. As if you'd be like, you died, dying bad. But like if you really look at like how much net worth they're getting from it, it's like okay, maybe once in a while he dies and it's drawing heroes across the map. But as long as it's not like a support solo kills you, it can sometimes still be all right, like for the grand scope of things.
Yeah, Monet refuses to feed to help out his teammates, and Dyrachyo is just the opposite. He's helping. He's enabling Quinn, and here we are criticizing him for it. These players can't win. We call one guy too greedy, and we say the other guy just feeds.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't just feed.
No,
he
I've always
also
seen him
does
feed.
well.
I've never seen him carry a game in my life.
Couldn't be done.
No, but I mean, when you look at the nature of Dyrachyo as a player and how he has evolved over the years, like in last year's DPC season, the way that he was playing was he was a very sacrificial type of carry, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is when GG, back then they were Team Tickles, they were innovating the tri-lane meta, so they would often sack either Dyrachyo or Ace, and they would put Dyrachyo on these like safe lane kunkas and just be like, all right, you're on your own, friend, and we're gonna play on Ace's lane. So he kind of just learned how to sacrifice for his team. And maybe he kind of held on to that habit a little bit too much.
Right. Well, we'll see what the strategy is against Aster as we get into a very tense. Whoa, this is moody. Wow.
They've been bickering.
They've been bickering. I feel the anger.
Which panda started the fight?
Which of the the drummer instantly gets pointed at.
The guy that needs both of his hands to continue playing his instrument. He cannot point.
He can't point back.
Very fair.
It's always the drummer.
It's always the drummer.
They're the aggressive ones.
All right, game number 1. Aster, they take out Io, and they take out Undying. And Gaming Gladiators, maybe some more Zoo. They take out the Broodmother, which everyone has to ban. Actually, has a single Broodmother gone through this entire tournament so far?
I don't think it has.
I don't think it has.
Brood, yeah, there's been at least like 2 games.
Really?
Who played the Brood?
The Fools?
I don't remember. It might have been Aster when I was that they let it through and then they beat it.
Okay. You can verify that.
I think it was Aster. They let it through and then they picked Disruptor and Timber immediately. And then they felt like they covered it basically. Disruptor is one of the better heroes against it because you glimpse back, you got kinetic field. The webs are just not important because you can make this somehow better than all cliff-like material.
Sorry to interrupt. I find it here. So they did let it through actually versus Shopify, and they did win the game. And they went for a Monkey Jakiro opener.
They must have done it multiple times then, unless I'm misremembering a different match. But I'm pretty sure it was.
I can keep
Aster.
looking if you would like.
I think it was. I can't remember what team they played against.
Hellraisers.
Okay.
You are right. They did go Disruptor, Timbersaw versus Hellraisers, who they gave Brood and Rubik.
And they might have done it at least one other time too, but that one I'm less confident on.
But it seems to me that Aster's the most guilty of letting it through.
Yeah, guilty or confident?
No.
They're
Genius.
confident.
Okay, that's
if they're beating it, if they have their response, then go for it.
They are beating it though, which is impressive. Which begs the question: is this Brood being overrated?
I don't know. I don't want to go near that hero, honestly. It's like, even when you beat it, it does not feel like a good game. It reminds me of playing it's like Alchemist, where it's like, oh, we won. It's like, just ban it. I don't want to play that again, I do think it's interesting that we've talked a lot about Enchantress and China in terms of it being a very, that region specifically, like really bringing that hero out early and everything. And typically, like seeing the Undying banned in the first phase and favoring the Enchantress wouldn't really be something in a lot of the regions. But number one, China is into it, so Aster likes it. But also GG, they're a team that obviously heavily favored the Enchantress. So I like this opener from Aster to sort of just like grab this first overall. Yeah. And GG took their time here with the Beastmaster Mirana. They weren't quite exactly sure how they wanted to answer, but this is pretty solid coverage for the hero.
Yeah, I would say so. Typically, when teams go up against Aster, when they're not second pick, and then they have to ban the Brood so they don't give it away, they're covering the Disruptor ban and the Ench ban. And when you're put in a position where you're second pick and you have to take out the Brood, you're choosing between either the Disruptor or the Enchantress. And I think most teams at this point would rather play against Enchantress than a Disruptor, but you're so right that it's China favored. But recently, it has done kind of a trickle down into other regions.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, we've been seeing it grow in popularity. GG themselves have played it a lot. A lot of other teams are experimenting with it. It's just the value that this hero brings you in terms of how early it can take the mid tower is something worth first phasing.
Conventional wisdom always told me that Enchantress was a Beastmaster counter, though. You steal his boar and suddenly his laning phase is not that relevant, but is it just because Axe build is so popular on Beastmaster these days that GG feels confident picking it into the Enchantress?
That's definitely a good point that you make. I think that Beastmaster itself is just such a solid hero right now. Even if your lane goes poorly, if you have a support like Mirana who can just stack the triangle for you over and over, it's very easy for her to do it, right? She can make it in time with her leaps if she's late. She has good she has good attack speed, so she can stack both with no issues, come back to the lane, maybe roam to the rune. Like, she's one of the better heroes at stacking triangle, so you can always secure that even if your Beastmaster loses in lane, there's going to be a way back in with the axe build that you talked about.
And it's just a really popular hero right now. I mean, if you're looking at stats for most of the teams, that's like their #1 pick offlane hero right now. It's just really good and consistent, especially because of that lack of summon issue. It's just, it's going to be fine in the lane. There's been times where Beastmasters get double kills and stuff like that with axe trading and playing in trees and stuff like that, so it kind of just does everything you want.
What's up with this Jakiro ban? I know I haven't seen that many Aster games, but...
Oh, they have been playing Jakiro, so...
And they give it to Bobica?
I think that's actually been their 5 hero, but...
Oh, and then they just keep Bobica at the end, yeah, okay, makes sense.
It's been, this is the hero that's brought them success. So, like, the shift that they had within their draft yesterday that made a significant impact was actually just going for this Jakiro. And I think they played it 3 out of 4 games and had massive success with it. So, Gladiators have, of course, studied that, identified it, and probably placed a lot of respect for it. I actually think Jakiro has been a little bit of, like, a sleeper secret weapon for a lot of these teams because it has come up every here and there, and it has a pretty high win rate.
I saw it get some wins this morning when other teams were picking it, and I mean it was a nice buff on the ice path as well. It's just more annoying to play against. It takes up more space in the engagement.
And if you miss the ice path, there's a much better chance that it eventually lands.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's just like a strong amount of magical damage, really good in lane. You have less Rubiks in a patch, which make it so that Ice Path becomes a better spell just by nature. You have to consider the kind of heroes you're playing against. And Macro Fires is just a very good tool in defending high ground, defending buildings. Zoo Strats have been very popular, and Jakiro has always excelled in defense against Zoo Strats, right? It's just that he's had kind of issues where he's a little bit clunky, but it seems like that's not the case anymore.
I think he feels like not fun to move. Like playing Jakiro just feels a little miserable sometimes. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it does.
It's like driving a bus.
I think one other tiny thing that might also help Jakiro is that Mango's less good at spamming, and that was a hero that actually wasn't a very good Mango spammer, it felt like to me, because his HP was already really high. Dual Breath's like 140 mana, which is kind of a lot for a Mango to funnel into, so maybe he just feels a little bit better when Mango spam becomes worse also.
But so far, I do think that Aster, with the first 2 picks that they have, definitely have an advantage over Gaiman's offlane. We just saw in the last game that we watched how good of a laner Morphling is versus Beastmaster. And Enchantress, yeah, she does suffer a little bit versus Mirana, but me and Jenkins were talking about this, and we really think this matchup goes both ways. You're like, yeah, and she can arrow your creep, and I mean, Mirana can arrow your creep and she can trade with you, but you can also trade back with Emphasis, and you can slow her, and you're a strong hero. You just need to buy some extra regen and you can bully her out too, right? So I do think that this GG offlane is going to be dependent on stacks to come back into the game.
Oh, and there's that Rubik ban into the instant CM. So again, double counter into the Ench. One thing that's nice too, it's not just about the creep, because like Ench likes to just like run up hills, see what's going on in your jungle, especially if you have some Beastmaster stacks. And so with all these disruptor bans, I feel like that hero's been one of the best ones at actually punishing Enches that try and do that. So Crystal Maiden, nice long route, you can max that out. You can try and punish the Ench if he tries to get in there.
Yeah, and I think Crystal Maiden's a lot more dependable, right, at killing the Ench creep than Mirana is, because you can just move the creep around. Like, we talk about arrowing the creep, but it's not that easy, honestly. But also, this indicates that this Beastmaster, like Tsunami mentioned, is actually probably going to do this axe build, because once you pick the CM, it's when you're basically wanting to supply that mana for some more mana-dependent cores. And Beastmaster is one of those, and it's most likely going to be something like a Storm or a Spirit-type hero for GG coming out, I believe, with this Crystal Maiden.
Even if you do go the Axe build, do you still get Dominator into Overlord on Beastmaster? Because that Dominator period, Enchantress still gets to steal that also.
I think if you don't go that on Beastmaster, it gets really weird because you pick this hero for map control, right? You pick it for vision, you pick it for that creep pushing out lanes. You just always want to make sure that you have that. We've seen some beasts go for things like Boots of Bearing and Drums of Flom, but I think that I really think that this is the best build for Beast overall.
I think if you go like an SF strat, like it can kind of work with the auras. If you really don't want to get the helm, if you're gonna try and get these other auras, and you have this like, oh, I'm like working my attack speed aura, like let's get some other big heroes. We're gonna like 5-hero group up. It can be good, but it really feels bad because, like you're saying, I mean, the hero, his whole identity with the abilities of the overwhelm, it's just like way too good.
There was a thread on on how Overlord should get the Necrobook treatment, because literally only Lycan and Beastmaster are the only people building it. And then
That's
there's
because we're just not creative enough.
drop-off.
Okay? Come on, guys.
And maybe it's because their natural abilities buff up the creep in a huge way, and it just...
You guys you need to get out there.
Oh, look, you need to get out there and buy Helm of the Overlord.
Who's your hot
Any
Overlord
other
to take
hero.
builder? Give me a
Marcy.
Marcy Overlord. You can rebound off your own
exactly.
creep.
Boom.
Okay, I'm into
All right,
it.
that's a good one. That's a really good one.
Nailed it.
But why would you buy a Helm of the Overlord when you could just buy a Meteor Hammer on like any of these heroes you're talking about?
Oh, like Beastmaster? Like he could just roar into Meteor Hammer, guys. I mean, look, why isn't that your build?
Before 6.
Yeah. It just hasn't been explored enough. Clearly, that's what we need.
Game and get their carry-to-carry matchup. They're sending Terrorblade to take the front lines against this Morphling.
Ooh, that's kind of spooky, isn't it? Morphling's kind of a fan of this.
I mean, you're going to have to play the Ags game for sure. That doesn't sound very fun, but they're going to have damage issues now on the rest of the Astra heroes. Like, Primal has a limited amount of damage. Clockwork's not that big of a threat, Enchantress too.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of feel like TB can play against everybody else, even if the Morphling matchup isn't the best.
I think Zeus probably makes the most sense for Astra here right now. It will correct their damage issues. It's a way to deal with the Terrorblade, who's very susceptible to magic damage. And also, because you have these two frontliners in your Primal Beast and your Clock, and you're going to have the vision provided by the Rocket Flare, the Ench Creep, and the Zeus ulti, you should have means of defending yourself from a potential Beastmaster initiation.
And Moonlight.
Right?
Kinda cool.
Yeah, the issue with the Zeus coming out now is that GG are just probably going to pick some like Storm or Ember to get on top of it, but this banning phase is where they can cover those nasty Zeus counters if that's what they're thinking about. But this is the hero that I like most. I know the Storm ban is telling me that they're looking at the Zeus, but still, they could potentially go for any other like ranged nuke type of hero. It could even be a Snapfire mid. Who knows?
It definitely feels like I feel like they probably won't get the Zeus, as you're saying, right? Because, it's the TB counter. But they're also recognizing that, hey, maybe someone else has that mid lane. They really don't want to see that Darkseer versus the TB matchup that all of those TB players complain about.
Yeah, there's the potential of the mid Primal Beast also, right? So they can cover their bases here for sure. Depends on just what they're more afraid of.
A Darkseer ban. Any potential for this Primal Beast to be going mid for Aster?
That's right. That's what we're getting to.
Oh, I was too busy staring at the camera.
I know, he was lost in his own reflection there.
Neil's like,
I can't blame him. He did look really good. Like like he was kind of just like.
Whoa, guys! Did you see Terrorblade got picked?
Cover your bases for sure here.
Neil, did you see that
So,
they
you talking about
responded
Terrorblade?
Beastmaster?
See, I don't really like the Terrorblade. I think
Okay.
Enchantress is gonna steal all your illusions.
Leave Mr. Hurricane alone. All right.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Here I am.
Da-da, da-da.
Not listening to my analysts.
They're taking a lot of time to think about this last ban, which means that they really are trying to consider all bases here. Is it going to be the mid primal? Is it going to be a Zeus that we have to think about or cover for? It could even be a Snap, like I mentioned before. That hero does fit a similar archetype, but I just don't think it fits it as nicely as Zeus does here.
They just, damage is one way, or they need more disable, or both. Damage and damage disable.
Could also be an Ember Spirit that Aster could look forward to. That's also a hero that GG could be looking at. Lots could happen here. They're
Just like-
taking way too long with this
There's so much
ban.
stuff they're missing I feel like, when I look at their lineup. Whereas Gladiators, like getting kills just looks a lot more straightforward to me. It's like nukes, stuns. Got two ways to set up arrows. They do ban the Zeus.
Okay, yeah. So it had to be the Zeus that they got. They took some time thinking about it, I think, for a good reason. But
Give me your
I said,
out there pick.
Potentially Snap, potentially an Ember.
That's out there right now. That's pretty out there.
Spellcasting. Okay, no
Yeah.
Reckley. Leshrac? It's okay. I mean, I feel like people pick TB against Lesh. Yeah, it kills the illusions, but like once they get Scotty, they're like, okay, no more healing for you.
Yeah.
You know, and you're pretty far away.
It would
usually.
be nice to get a little bit of tower pressure, but it's not really necessary. I mean, they have the edge
Morphling will
already,
be
so
fine.
you don't need to like double down on it. Pugna, that's your out
That's
there
my
pick.
out there pick.
It's not
Plus,
bad.
they're all
It's
going to
alright
buy.
out there.
It
So
was
it's the
Ember.
Ember.
Yeah.
So the reason I preferred, like, the Ember was the obvious option for XWY. Now that Zeus is out, it's probably his best hero, and it's a hero that can just jump the backline in Crystal Maiden and Mirana. It also can build the Maelstrom and take advantage of the TV, kick it out of the jungle early. The issue with it is just it can kind of get punished by the Primal Beast. I mean, not the Primal Beast, the Beastmaster, if it gets caught off guard. And of course, like the Quinn last pick Husker that was coming out.
Okay.
But honestly, I think the Ember versus Husker matchup is not that bad for Ember. it's not as bad as people make it out to be. Like, it's definitely playable, and the best Ember players in the world know how to deal with it, but still looking like a mighty scary Husker pick, Purge.
Yeah, they don't have that many disables, so I just feel like if Quinn gets ahead, he's going to be a freaking monster, and he's just going to go like push towers with his squad. He's going to be backed up by CM, Mirana, Beastmaster, while Duracchio's off split pushing and farming, and they're just going to wreck towers. If he gets behind, yeah, sure, it might be a problem, but it looks like a really good Huskar pick to me.
I only saw one Huskar here, and it was Mikey, and he got kind of obliterated in that game.
Yeah.
But this is like a Quinn cheese special, I feel like.
It is, but personally, I do believe in Astra's draft more, just because I feel like they have so many tools to kill the supports on the side of GG, and they have so many tools to punish the Terrorblade early on. The way that I see GG winning is just if Quinn completely stomps the mid lane. Like, it has to be a complete shutdown of the Ember for GG to have my favor in this game.
That sounds reasonable to me, yeah. I agree with that.
You looked troubled.
I mean, the CM, they haven't picked CM at this tournament. They're pulling it out here, maybe just because of the pick position that they were like, oh, we don't want to show too much. But yeah, it is a lot on how Quinn does. That's going to be really important here. So is he going to get smashed? Probably not. But will the rotations be too much for him to handle? Like, Clock is a vulnerability against him for a while. Like, getting roamed on by Primal's kind of spooky too. So they could put pressure into Quinn and really give him a hard time.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about that, like, end rotation mid, you know? Maybe the hook shot comes out a little bit early, or like right at the 10 with the tome. Maybe they grab that kill, he TV's back, dies again. Maybe they can get that pressure, but I'm definitely on Squad Huskar, gotta say.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's done this a few times, kind of knows what he's doing. But that's the game plan. It's like Effie said, right?
I don't know, I'm just going to have to say Astra here and go against the grain.
I think it's more like the Astra
justification for that is you don't trust the Huskar?
I kind of gave the justification a little bit earlier, but like I mentioned, I think that the rest of Gladiator's draft is easily punished by Astra's draft. The only issue lies within the Huskar. But it would have to be like a flawless game for Quinn, but I think I have so much faith in the Primal, the Clock, and the Morphling to just, by nature of their picks, kind of stomp Gaming Gladiators.
All right.
It might go well for them, you know?
I can't wait to see it. Aster looking forward to representing China as the only team from their region here and doing them proud. They got to do it in game number 1 against Gaming Gladiators with Cap and SVG.
That's right, we are getting down to the wire here in who's going to be in the top 4 and who is going to be eliminated out of the DreamLeague groups, man. It is tough out there. And Aster are currently in a dicey scenario where they're pretty much going even. And Gaming Gladiators, Avery, well, they're looking pretty hot. In fact, if they win this series outright, they would have, I think, a solid 8 wins. That's getting real close to being guaranteed.
That's too many.
That's too many.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's too many. You know, you want to.
Whoa, too many for Gaming Gladiators, or too many in general?
It's just too many, man. You don't want to win. You don't want to win that much. You're just gonna get cocky. You're gonna get complacent. You got to sprinkle a little more loss in there. You want to be right on that 7-7 mark, play a tiebreaker, get some momentum off that thing. Oh yeah, now we're super.
So you're saying Gaming Gladiators screwed up by winning Lima Major?
It was Quinn's biggest mistake. He should have kept playing with me and losing every tournament.
Yeah, well, I feel like with you, he had enough loss for a lifetime.
It was the hyperbolic time. The hyperbolic training chamber. But, you know, if I learned anything from Lima, it's that I talk about Quinn too much, so I'm not going to mention him in all this game. Instead, we're going to talk about the other big factors.
He who shall not be named.
Exactly. Even though a lot of this game is kind of dependent on that mid lane. I kind of want to see what Baboka does with Enchantress. I think Baboka, I've talked about before, he's a huge pivotal point for this Aster lineup, especially when he's on some of these weirder heroes that you don't consider 4s that he's supposed to be playing.
Yeah, they've been doing some weird stuff lately.
Yeah, so I'm looking at him secure Monet's early game on this Morphling, maybe screw with Ace's game in terms of this Enchantress Beast interaction, and if he can ever go mid and skew this matchup, that's pretty damn nice, because this is a 100-0 matchup. Quinn looks like he's already suppressing a giggle here.
100-0.
Yeah, there's no way to counterplay this. You just get speared, and that's it. You got to take the spears and hope you make it up elsewhere. Somewhere out in the world, this is bringing me back to those Optic gaming days. I think PPD has shed a single tear. My boy has grown up.
Maybe he'll win a TI. just like his papa someday.
Who, Quinn?
Yeah.
I don't know that one.
Effie said that she doesn't think that this matchup is as bad as it seems, and that the best Embers in the world do find a way out of it. I took that as her saying that if XWY loses this lane really badly, it means he's trash. So, some bold words, but I think there's something about Ember Spirit and that he just always kind of seems to do okay when it comes to getting out of lanes.
I think there are two matchups where if I sent Ember mid, actually there's a couple, but the two that come to mind where if I sent Ember mid and my expectations would be, bro, if you're level 3 at 10 minutes, I'll consider it success. That's Lone Druid and Huskar. Obviously, I'm a bit exaggerating there, but I think Lone Druid, Huskar, there's a Necro in there somewhere. These matchups, there is no counterpoint. You are just going to get owned. It's a question of how owned do you get, you know? Are you 5 Cinder Blocks chained to your team? Are you 4 Cinder Blocks? You want to be in the somewhere in like the 1 to 2 Cinder Block area, and then I think you have some playability. That's my rating from 0 to 5 stars.
How far up does the Cinder Block rating go?
10 blocks.
10 blocks? Okay. That's kind of what I figured.
I think that was
the high ground miss. That feels bad. First blood is still out on the table, so that would have been an excellent pickup. Celery still tries for it, but a little bit out of range there.
Now
Celery
he might pay the price. There's a charge.
Yeah, has to use the Frostbite to stop XXS from running him over.
Waveform bottom, Monet looking to get some damage in. Tofu's got to be careful. You go for these double nuke builds on Mirana. You don't have that leap. Oh, I would have tanked that arrow. Send a message, you know.
Not taking my range creep.
That said, Ace got the helm, and he's pretty much free farming down here. I say pretty much, he is free farming.
Oh, he went for it! Monet gets the first blood.
Damn. And this is what you want to see out of this Enchantress lane. You want this lane to be winning to make up for what's going to happen mid, and also just shutting down this Beastmaster, really valuable.
Oh, God. Well, I mean, he's doing better than you suggested. He's already level 3, and it's only minute 4.
It's like 4 out of 10 Cinder Blocks.
Yeah.
By the way, for reference, you know, the full 10, I feel like that was the Huskar game we saw yesterday for Mikey. That was a rough performance.
Yeah.
But this is not going to be that Huskar game because you're guaranteed a super free laning phase.
Yeah. Whereas that one, what was the laning phase matchup? I don't remember.
Invoker.
Yeah,
he got dunked on. That's a much harder matchup. Which is another reason why I feel like Baboka and Enchantress' game, as well as perhaps XSS Primal, have to set the early tempo in racking up the side lane pressure so that their cores come online between the Primal and the Morphling, and it can combat this Huskar in the mid game. Because this Huskar is going to be big, but Huskar is not just some auto-win hero, right?
Yeah.
We've seen plenty of people lose with this hero, and the reason you can lose is if that early Roshan gets delayed, or the cores can just man-fight you during your BKB timings. This hero can fall off.
Before he who shall not be named builds up too much power.
Exactly.
Yeah. I recognize that story. Just got to find his Horcrux.
You're a Huskar, Harry. That's the one impression I'll do for the entire day. The rest are on you.
Okay, thank you.
I've learned nobody likes them, so I'm done.
I liked it. And that's all that matters.
And you like anything. Easy audience.
Rude.
Still, Monet is liking this laning phase. As he finishes up Tread, still has some regen left. Top of the net worth chart here. Despite the CS differential, just that first blood doing wonders. If Morphling gets fat, I feel like I do favor him this game. I think it's a pretty damn good Morphling game. I don't think there's much that actually stops him outside of the gaming cores just being so strong that he can't really 1v3. Primal and Ember damage is nice, but it's not doing a lot through Terrorblade BKB or the Primal Roar hitting the Morph. But if he gets like a good Scotty timing, he's just going to wait for him in and destroy this Huskar, and there's no real save.
What about the Terrorblade, though? How's that matchup go?
He's
exactly there. Yeah? Oh, okay. I think he is like the hard carry of Gaming Gladiators, so...
Terrorblade is definitely better versus Morph nowadays than he used to be in the shotgun era.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
This matchup's not that bad anymore. But I still don't think Terrorblade prevents Morphling going in and dealing with the Huskar if the game gets to that point in a Roshan clash. That's what I'm kind of looking at. And I don't think the Terrorblade is as terrifying for Ember Primal as this Morphling is for the other gaming cores. That's how I look at it too. Like, Ember Primal don't really care about Terrorblade. If anything, they're pretty good answers to it if you can get to the items. The downside is your Ember is not going to exist for a while because of mid.
Sure.
So you do lose that element. And Dyrachyo has also had a pretty damn good laning phase up here, pressuring the tower, taking it to Pichu. He is evaporated. He is at a very good laning phase. And this Catapult's just doing work up here, man. Half a tier 1 gone for this Primal. Oh, he's trying to get the kill. Turnaround.
Oh, XXS. Very bold move by him. 1v2 trying to get a kill on Dyrachyo. Doesn't end up getting it, though.
Man, these are some rough lanes for Aster outside of that Morphling.
Hit him with the slam.
Good luck.
Why did he pick up the Bruiser? Out of all the neutrals in the jungle. Why that one?
Could have been the only one left on a camp.
Maybe.
Maybe some arrows came through. Probably killed the Frost Armor.
Oh, here comes. Nice.
Man, you're really into these random small things that nobody else cares about. It's
yeah, well,
impressive.
I'm pretty sure that might be the first time in professional Dota anybody has used the Ogre Bruiser to any effect. Dyrachyo's dead. Put him in the cage with the animal. That's a nice combo.
That's true. Cage match with the Beast himself. Not winning that one. And that's going to make up for what was happening on that lane, because that lane was not going that well. Now you're getting some momentum back on your Primal, who I think has to have a decent amount of momentum here to make sure you can enter these mid-game fights in good position. Quinn does have his Armlet online, looking to contest 8-minute rune, but Celery will take it. Says, ha! Finally a game I can take the rune away from you. How does it feel?
Tofu hops away. See, I want to see how much longer the Terrorblade exists in this top lane. Because I think getting a kill pre-level 6 on Primal Beast feels so good because it puts you up to get that level 6 a little bit faster. I think the early levels are so important on this hero to just kind of like keep the snowball rolling. I think that's a large part of where like Thompson's success with that hero playing at mid works, right? He gets the soul levels and he just snowballs off of it because if you can max out and get that 4-4-0 build,
it is very strong.
It's so much damage.
Only one leap for Tofu. He's probably gone.
Yeah,
he won't even use it.
He's goner.
So Monet continuing to push ahead of that Terrorblade, who does have to stay up here, I think, just because he doesn't want to go jungle too early. Quinn has been taking a lot of those camps around that upper dire jungle, which means if you leave lane as Terrorblade, you're just clumping the cores, giving the free solo XP to Primal, and you just don't have an anchor point up there to go back to. Whereas Ace has also been farming their triangle. They're trying to get stacks up for the Beast. Kind of classic Beast Arcane Boots gameplay.
Bobica does his best to try and disrupt it, but is met by 3 heroes. So he only steals a small part of that. Man, Quinn is just greedy. He has the freest lane. He could keep playing in that lane, but instead he opts to take both the Terrorblade and Beastmaster's farm.
A greedy man. And Dyrachyo gets a freebie. Pichu...
A lot of freebies.
Said hello, and Dyrachyo said goodbye. Collects another creep in the form of the Goblin. I will say XWY did a decent job of playing this matchup. He never died. He gets an Arcane Rune at minute 10. He's level 7.5. He jungled pretty efficiently here on this Ember. He's only 1,000 behind.
Oh, it snagged him. And he didn't get off the Strength Morph. There's a possibility of a kill here with a Frostbite and Quinn's extra damage. Waveforms away to the side, and yeah, he's far enough away. He's good. Maybe if Ace could have gotten there in time, but Quinn using all of that farm to now put some pressure on the map. Looks like they're going to try and take that offlane tower.
Decent amount of space for this Ember to try and make something happen, or at least get a bunch of farm while he doesn't have to interact. You're just going to trade towers here. I feel like Aster are pretty happy if they can never trade towers in this game. Because the Beast, I think, is kind of inevitable in terms of the tower taking. I say that in... They're actually just not pushing bottom with this Catapult.
Yeah, well, everybody left.
Ace just went to jungle.
There were
in the jungle.
4 heroes down there, and all of a sudden there's none.
And in fact, XWY is just going to TP down here. Says, if you don't want to push it, I'll come collect the Catapult and some extra creeps.
Surely that has to be an error.
I felt like Ace should have just taken it. You can send boars and stack triangle too. It's not like you're necessarily going to even miss the farm. I think this tower should be dead right now because I think Ember's very happy with how much space he's getting down here.
Yeah, and I think the Primal Beast could probably at some point in time go down there and fight if if they think it's a good idea.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's a decent fight point if you want to commit the cores. It's just a big question of where you want to commit your manpower, because Quinn is invading your jungles. We saw he's going to take Baboka for free. You want to be finding trades right now with the Ember and the Primal. This is when they're pretty strong. Especially if you can force the interaction into the Terrorblade. That's a pretty big pressure point for gaming. It's just so much overwhelming spell damage. It kind of forces a response. Again, Terraccio doesn't necessarily have the most space to go to on the map with how greedy his other two cores are playing it. You can leave the Morphling alone, create some pressure. Gaming have to react. That said, they're probably happy to take these reactionary fights. It's kind of the nature of a Huskar lineup. Like, you can always force the enemy to deal with you because in general, Huskar is going to outfarm almost any other mid.
Oh, an opportunity here. Armlet toggle, and I forgot about that interaction. I've seen this one a few times. Huskar versus Primal Beast mid. And you just use the inner fire to keep him off of you all the time.
This tower's still up. Not denying it for XWY. But that might have
Point blank frostbite, freezing fields, and that is enough. Really well executed by a Gaming Gladiator, sneaking up on him with the Moonlight Shadow.
See, that's why you leave that tower up. Because then they get baited back in the bottom and you get more juice out of that orange. Squeeze it for everything it's worth.
Getting a lot of pulp.
There is actually some truth in that. That some games you don't want to kill this tower because you want them to keep going bottom so you can get a kill point. There are some lineups that benefit a lot from having that happen.
That makes sense to me. But at the same time, I feel like...
I don't think this is one of those lineups. I'm just speaking.
Oh, okay. It is possible. Doesn't apply to this game, but it does. It is possible.
There's certain offlaners that prefer having that lane with a single hero in it, where they can keep playing the lane straight up and taking advantage of it and getting a kill, and leaving that tower up enables that because they can't necessarily use the super deep jungle from that tower going down. In this game, Beastmaster is a hero that generally can use that jungle very well.
Would you say Primal Beast on the other side is an example of that? Well, like, give me an example of a hero that would utilize that sort of trap.
I'll have to get back to you on that.
It has to be a hero that doesn't jungle super efficiently, which is, I guess, the problem with Primal Beast.
I think Primal could be an example of that. To me, I don't know if it's maybe about the hero.
Arrow coming in. Ooh, the hook shot. He actually tanks the arrow. XXS is going to go back into it. He really wants this kill, but the inner fire keeps him off once again. Bobica is going to try and cover XXS's exit here. And Gaming Gladiators won't be able to get more. Unfortunately, this Primal Beast has all this strength, but is unable to use it.
All right, you know what hero came to my mind going back to that discussion? Because I do think it's an interesting discussion. Viper. I feel like a lot of those Viper dual lanes, some of those lanes, they took the tower super early, and then Viper can't really go enemy jungle. It's very awkward for him to rotate mid, and then this guy's just farming really deep in the lane. You kind of lose your kill threat with the dual lane.
Yeah, but he's that deep. It's really easy to, like, you know, bring 3 heroes to kill him.
Like with the Viper Tusk lane, the Viper Clock lanes, when those are popular, you kind of want that tower to be there and the guy to feel like he has to keep going back because then you just keep killing him.
Right, yeah.
It's the ultimate honeypot. You just...
Once again, the Frostbite into arrow combination. Did the arrow not land? He's going to burn. He's going to jump through the remnant dodge, remnant dodge. There's too much. Ooh. It is too much.
I respect the attempt, but now he's out of remnant, so that might have not been worth it.
That arrow had to have snagged a creep.
Well, it was close. Ultimately, it doesn't end up mattering, though. This high-level Frostbite is proving very problematic for these cores.
Yeah, what I like about this game, the Gladiators have such a clear game plan, right? This kill combo of their heroes are just running around.
That creep was a hero. Yeah. Got aggroed into it. You got to aggro it the other way. That's the 1,000 IQ play. But yeah, this kill squad's nice. And the thing is, they don't have to make too many moves because they're just kind of farming for their Helm of the Overlord timing, for this Terrorblade to get to the Scotty, Huskar to get to his BKB. And then they're just going to be happy forcing the Roshan here with Hawk Vision. And what is the contest for Master? They just have to run the Primal in? That's a tough contest. I guess you have Clock. You can get some Rocket Flare Vision. There's some options here, but this Roshan is approaching very fast. Very, very fast.
I don't want to be too dramatic here, but I kind of feel like if Gaming Gladiators get this Roshan, the game might be too hard for Aster to win. So they're going to get another pick off here. That hookshot actually really good, and the waveform finishes off Quinn. Sure, Pichu loses his life for it. The stolen arrow goes out, but both Celery and Tofu managed to sidestep it. But with Quinn dead, I mean, this guy was the biggest problem on the map right now. They couldn't really fight into him.
Absolutely game-changing kill. It's so good for Monet to get this extra XP. I mean, they missed the tower hit, but they get the tower, and you're delaying that Roshan because that was Huskar BKB coming out. And another just chunking him.
Monet, he's got the killer instinct right now, man.
Like, this Morphling is strong. Like, this Lincoln's build in this game, they do not have control for him. This is why I feel like it's a very good Morphling game. And I think he has to continue being active here. The more Monet can get involved and shut down some of these gaming cores, it just buys so much space for December to catch up. And he has to keep catching up because he is half the net worth of his compadres here. And that is a rough place to be with a hero that is mostly designed around the snowball and the pressure that creates.
Yeah. Nova. Quinn not as eager to take the fights as he was before.
Flashback.
He does have BKB, though.
He does have it. This is generally where you want to force the issue. Helm of the Overlord up in 100 gold for Ace. That will probably be the signal to make the move. It's a question is Monet strong enough to combat that move?
Pichu's walked up that high ground a couple of times, and he's going to be caught once again. Hook shots over to the Morphling. Will be able to survive because of it.
And you got a beta out of that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Again, you're just looking to delay this game, and another decent find on the map. Tofu. Utility Mirana just gets caught out by XXS. And some extra XP for XWY at the same time. Aster finding these little things that's tripping up the game flow for gaming. Remember, this used to be a 4 or 5k gold lead. We cut it down to 2, and that's not off any big team fight or objective. That's just Aster playing the map better right now, and gaming not getting to play their 5-man clump for that Roshan. Helm of the Overlord is up. That dragon will tell Quinn, I got your back, bro. Go hit that Roshan.
Okay, this is the true test for Aster. I think these small kills and stuff are great, but it only pulled the win percentage, for example, was over 80-20. But now they've pulled it back down bit by bit. But this Roshan,
it's gonna have to
how
be a steal
contest.
If you want to contest it, you don't have primal BKB, so either XXS is going in, Pichu's going in, or maybe Monet if he's bold enough. But it is dying fast, and the creeps are blocking a lot of the hook shots.
Yeah, they got a lot of ways to get into the pit. They're going to go for it. Hook shot was almost perfectly timed. Unfortunately, Quinn was able to get the Aegis just before that. Looks like Bobica's going to die. They trade out support for that one, though. Aster, okay. They weren't able to stop the Roshan being done, but they do.
They'll take the fight.
Yeah, they get this Beastmaster kill. That's pretty nice on their high ground. The arrow nabs them, but Game of Gladiators can't fight up in that choke point. That would be crazy.
Again, Aster finding some little things off the back of what gaming want this game to look like. It's another big kill to take this beast off the map. They get the maiden trade. Man, that hook shot was so good. Yeah. It's like in half a second difference, you maybe get that Aegis steal. The readying the needle on all these creeps as well. Not an easy hook shot at all. You even get the D-ward.
Almost has a Force Staff, which Force Staffs and Lincolns are going to be super important in this game. Man, look at those wards destroyed.
I mean, now this game is just about stalling. For gaming, it's about forcing the issue with this Aegis, getting to your next Huskar item, which is going to be the Halberd, trying to find some pickoffs with him if you can with the extra Beast Vision. Pichu staying alive. But ultimately, you do want to get this tier 1 mid if you're gaming. You want to get it soon and maybe even some tier 2 pressure with this Aegis. Which means for Aster, shove the lanes as far and as deep as you can. And don't respond unless you have to or you're very confident to take that fight. Scotty will be finished up for Dyrachyo. So another big timing to be hit here for gaming as he metas to try and chase XXS out of here.
Yeah, XXS is just going to be able to TP out successfully, so he killed his creep wave, so there goes that push. The push on mid is still successful, though, for Gaming Gladiators. They get the tier 1. Where does Aster draw the line? How far is too far for Gaming Gladiators to go? Like, should they be trying to hold a tier 2 to keep their outpost up, or is that impossible?
It's tough. I don't really feel like you want to just fight the tier 2s. I think it's high ground.
Okay.
You do have this double damage on XWY. That's kind of tempting to fight around this mid tier 2. Radiant mid tier 2 is a decent fight place. The bottom Radiant tier 2 is garbage. But the mid one is
a death trap.
Is okay. Monet's gonna force them TPs back here.
Yeah, he's gonna wait for him. Has Manta too.
So this is nice play. As much as you can delay this, you're gonna be happy about it. Gaming are done messing around. They just want the fight. They are smoking up here right now.
Oh, XXS actually wants to go for this fight. Durancio, if they could keep some sort of chainstone, it'd be nice, but where's the rest of the damage? Oh, the hookshot goes down. They finish him off just in time. That Sunder was so close to going off. A Manta dodge on Quinn as he tries to jump in. Stuck inside the freezing field, but he was already morphed to shrink quite heavily, but they're going to be able to hit him with the roar, and that's good enough. XXS is going to be chased down. Honestly, they don't need the Terrorblade. They've got 2 different carries on the side of Gaming Gladiators. One falls, but the other stays alive and kills most of Aster.
Just nice stun chain for Gaming off the back to finish that Morphling. He has waveforming too. If that arrow doesn't land, he gets out of there, and that fight's an absolute disaster. So a good smoke read to this Terrorblade. Barely not getting that Thunder off. It's still gonna cost you.
Little friends!
Oh,
Get
not
him!
so little.
Those are some big boys.
The Beastmaster, not the master of his own beast. And yeah, that shard pickup, it's gonna do some serious damage. You get caught off with it. Bots pickup for Quinn. Probably trying to deal with some of the split push that Aster have been proposing. I kind of like it. Still has Aegis for a minute here. The group up did get them a tier 2, got them a tier 1 top. Not the worst first Aegis I've seen.
I was going to say Huskar's decent catch too if you get the Aghanims build, but then I remember we have Lincolns on Monet, and XWY is going to get a Lincolns eventually too, so maybe not. Well, then again, he has Heaven's Halberds. Could maybe
still gonna
put
be
Night
good in the
Shadow, break the Lincolns, and then dunk on him.
You have to remember, you still have this Beast Aura, you have Helm of the Overlord, you have a Terrorblade in this game. The Huskar doesn't need to be the highest source of damage. He just needs to go in, cause some chaos, and be the high ground siege mechanism. And the rest of his lineup can clean up when Aster commits to that fight. This Ember is just still so far behind in this game. It's brutal. This lane matchup is just brutal.
look at Boboka's inventory. Does that remind you of anything?
Despair?
No, Necronomicon.
He's still trying to build it a couple patches later.
I saw that. I did a double take. I was like, what? He's got a belt of strength on him.
He wants some more little friends.
Ooh.
Gonna join the party.
As many as he can get. So the Aegis is gonna pass away here. So they managed to get 2 tier 2s.
Pass away? It's like, sounds like someone died.
Yeah, we're gonna vary it up a little bit. I mean, it does represent a life.
Stolen life.
Stolen in Roshan's heart. Coming up the high ground, Aster. See who's gonna get caught here. Gets down to low ground. They do manage to get vision of him for the Primal Roar, so that's the pick off. They actually get Boboka as well, so Gaming Gladiators, a smoke back that gets the 2 supports. I'm sure they would have loved a core kill, but still not too bad.
And they had Terrorblade illusions on all 3 lanes. 1 illusion bottom, 1 illusion mid, pushed both in, and then Durancio sends another illusion cutting this top wave. So really good map control coming out for Gaming while they make this move. These small things add a lot of effective net worth when you make these clumped up smokes. Because if you miss, or even if you hit a random support, and you allow Aster to get the other lanes out, these moves are often not very good. But when you have so many summons with the Beast, you have the Hawk Vision, you have the Terrorblade illusions.
The Dragon King.
If you do it properly, it adds up. And yeah, 8k gold lead.
What do you think about XXS's double boot build?
We've seen a lot of the Primals doing it. I think Whisper does it every game.
Yeah, he does.
Just feels good, I guess. Like the extra boot move speed. And then you just build it into the bongo so you can join the band. Why not? There's a little bit of wasted gold, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a decent amount of wasted gold. I always look at it and I feel like unless there is a debilitating slow on the enemy team, I'm not sure if it's worth it. But, you know, they got Crystal Maiden. There's also like the Primal Roar secondary slow.
What if we added recipes to combine boots into mega boots? There's an idea. Here's a better idea.
What would you call it?
Going high ground. I don't know. I'd call it the Big Shoe.
All right, that's a pretty good name. I was thinking boots of everything, but the Big Shoe is so much more intimidating.
I mean, can you imagine your offlaners call, guys, I almost have Big Shoe. It's time to go. That's a free range tracks. No contest here. And that's without the second Aegis.
The Big Shoe actually adds a cosmetic. It's like the Mario boot. You know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Old school Mario, where he has he actually has the boot upgrade, where he's just inside a giant green boot.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Twitch chat knows what I'm talking about.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Because they're all boomers, just like me.
Nobody likes you, Captain.
My mom likes me.
She just lies.
Oh, no. She told me, she always told me that I was your favorite child. I'm an only child.
Should have taught you everything you needed to know about life right in that moment. As Aster have learned everything they needed to know about Ember versus Huskar.
That's not good.
It is punishing them very hard as they have yet to take a real 5-on-5. How are we going to see it? Has Quinn even had to use his BKB once this game? Already he has. He used it twice. But it doesn't feel like he needed to.
Where are you going?
The split push continues, but
It's
split push
only
gets you so far.
28 minutes in?
Yeah.
It feels like 40.
Why?
I mean, probably just because not a whole lot's happening. Mostly because Gaming Gladiators were winning and kept winning. And I don't see an end in sight for Aster, honestly. What is the end in sight for Aster? What are they hoping for?
Ultra late game here. The Lincoln Spears let them split push. You eventually get your Ember back online.
So you just got to stay alive for like 30 more minutes?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
That sounds like a Herculean task, but
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I've seen worse. You're only down 10k. If you get a good high ground defense fight, get some little friends going, your Morphling chunks the guy who's hitting the tower. I can see some comeback potential here. It's not easy.
Well, I don't think Game of Gladiators is going to go for that high ground until they get second Roshan, so we're going to have probably a little bit of time here.
I mean, you just need the Scotty on Morphling, and then I think you probably rather contest the Roche than the high ground defense, because honestly, their high ground defense is kind of trash.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's just going to be Beastmaster units sieging with an Aegis hero, and I don't think you can really wait for a minute and take that fight. So the Roche contest might be better with a Clockwork player. You make it really weird. You hookshot somebody. Maybe you smoke flank around, jump supports with the Morphling.
Plus, like, their strength in a team fight is their mobility of their heroes and dancing around the Terrorblade, right? When you are constrained to defending your buildings, I feel like that's actually bad for us.
It's rough. The auras are just going to be way too good for gaming here. They have a full on Guardian Greaves on Tofu, building in towards that pipe. You, of course, have the Beastmaster auras and the Helmet of Overlord plus the drum. It's a lot to combat when the gaming just get to clump like that and hit a single target. Shard and Aegis will go to Quinn here. So he has that extra inner fire. Slow heal.
Well, they did not contest the Roshan, so that leaves
high ground defense time, boys.
Well, I was going to say trying to rat. I think it might be a better idea to see if you can find some way to trade.
That's ideal. Yeah, I just don't know if you can do it.
Yeah.
And maybe gaming don't care. The only trade is really Monet threatening the base. But even if you're in that scenario, I think you can just trade, and I don't think you care if you're gaming.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to go back.
Gaming Gladiators are probably going to do twice as fast.
I mean, this is a game-ending push. If you lose this fight, they're just going to throw on you. They have Ags on Quinn. He is mega farmed right now. Not to mention, Dyrachyo finished BKB, Manta. On top of Elven Tunic, he has evasion on this Terrorblade. This is an absolutely terrifying fight. I don't really know who you try and burst here. Probably Crystal Maiden if you can find her.
You know, it's never
morale points.
It's never a good sign when your analyst is like, I don't know what they do for this fight, because you have all the information of being an observer and sitting here and thinking about it. Like Aster, I'm not. It is so much harder when you're in this situation to come up with a solution, I think.
I think you hook shot somebody and you double aggressive force staff them in.
Okay.
And then
an idea.
That's the start.
Okay. They're going to go for it. The Terrorblade. Oh, no, we got off the BKB. That's troublesome. Now they have to be able to reset. XWY does still have his double damage, so he can kind of poke at them. The Sunder's going to be used on Celery in the back lines. Dyrachyo back up to full health.
You got to chase him here. You got BKBs out, but you got to get something off this double damage Ember.
Yeah, no BKB. Meta is going to expire soon, so maybe time to smoke up and just see if you can take something.
I mean, they don't have primal BKB, but I feel like if you just let gaming reset here with this Aegis for another high ground siege when meta's back up, it's just going to be too brutal.
Well, let's see what Aster does. Do they play for the win or do they play to survive? Playing for the win would be going out and trying to actively take a fight against Gaming Gladiators, see if you could maybe take away the Aegis or something. Playing to survive would just be trying to hold another high ground defense.
They're not even ratting that much either.
No,
I feel like they want to fight, but
I mean, they have the
how do you
smokes
get
for
it? This is still into Aegis, though. That's the issue. And Quinn kind of knows if they go on him, the fight's probably good for his team. Gaming don't really want to take a fight without meta, so there's a 50-second downtime here. But that said, I think Quinn is still going to be happy to take the... What is happening mid? Oh, you missed it. He was frozen in the dance animation.
Who, the Terrorblade?
The Huskar. You know when he leaps and the target he leaps on dies and he gets stuck midair?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good time. You should have been there.
Sad I missed it. Butterfly? I mean, that is the ultimate timing item pickup right there.
It's the
That
game ender.
says, I am ending the game right now.
And Quinn can bots to the push. So when he's looking for these freebies, it doesn't necessarily mean gaming are committed with everybody. Just pop the clock and run down a lane. Why not? You have meta back up. You have this butterfly. I don't think you need to wait for next.
Look at XWY. He's like, I got to push in this lane, but this illusion was standing there, and it takes him so long to deal with it.
And the thing is, he can just get blink roared off a Lincoln's break if he's not careful. Yeah. He can also just get arrowed. These pushes are terrifying, but it is coming to you regardless here, as gaming want to go to game 2 with a dub. Aegis still up for 50 seconds, cannot focus his Huskar too easily. Who are you going to choose instead?
Got him with the center. Oh, arrow. Quinn's to dunk on him. He immediately gets grabbed by the Primal Beast. They look to try and finish up that Aegis, and they do manage to do so, but it cost them a lot. It cost them the BKB on XWY, their tier 3 tower, and the Enchantress. There's still this big Terrorblade to worry about. That's just a full set of racks, and Gaming Gladiators are going to keep it going.
This is your last fight. You've got to kill this Huskar somehow. I pray they have a better idea than I do, because I don't see how to win this fight.
It just looks like they're going to give up Megas. Hookshot goes in now. Pichu goes for the pushback there. Lincoln's blocking what it can. Quinn does get drug in pretty deep here, but he might be able to get the Morphling kill still, as he's stunned up for so long thanks to that arrow hit. Needs to be able to wait for him away, but he couldn't. Get dunked on a second time, and GG. I mean, this game, for the last... I mean, the laning phase was pretty damn bad because of the fact that it was the Emperor versus Huskar, but especially like 10, 15 minutes onwards, it was just Gaming Gladiators dominating. Again, it was like an 80-20 by like minute 15.
That's just the matchup, man. I just don't think you can be giving last pick Huskar in a decentish Huskar game with the Ember matchup.
Yeah.
When you need Ember to be dealing damage to deal with Terrorblade, you need Ember to be dealing with some of the wave pressure, because Ench Clock are not lane shovers. They're good in the skirmishes, but they're not dealing with the lanes that are going in from Terrorblade illusions, Crystal Maiden pumping up everybody's mana, Beastmaster summons pushing lanes, Tofu's just farming your jungle. Like, who actually clears the map and gives space for this Morphling to win those fights? That Monet played a pretty good game, just not enough time on the clock. And ultimately, Quinn Huskar says, I'm still pretty damn good. Why are you giving it to me?
Yeah, gotta watch out for it. Can't give away those free wins, especially in the situation that Aster is right on the cusp of heading down to that bottom 4. And this is not gonna help. Gaming Gladiators take game number 1.
And they take it in a very, very dominant fashion, perhaps somewhat predetermined from the draft, but Huskars are not always guaranteed for success, no matter what the matchups are. This time, though, Quinn was in his element. Actually, the whole team was in their element. Mirana was on point. Well, that was the main two to me. It was the Mirana and the Huskar, I think.
Tofu?
Beastmaster won his lane.
Beastmaster won his lane. Tofu?
Okay. Tofu had like like a 90% arrow accuracy. Every time I looked at it, there's just an arrow hitting somebody. Beastmaster that you guys mentioned had a really great lane until he didn't. Then the Morph was level 7, he was level 5. That's just naturally what happens on that lane. But early on, he seriously exceeded our expectations in terms of how he played the first few levels. And Quinn is just too good, man. He's just too good. I really thought that Aster's side lanes would win hard enough for them to be able to carry the Ember out of the rough early game, but that just didn't happen. I think the Terrorblade and Crystal Maiden completely won their lane also. The Clock and the Primal Beast could not do enough, and at some point it just felt like Morphling versus the world. So, I mean, well played by Gladiators. There were very minimal mistakes made there.
Yeah, maybe the CM is like good enough to like lane stabilize as a 5, that they felt comfortable picking it, knowing that like whatever they're up against, like CM can mango, fight, whatever, win the lane, guarantee your carry wins, and then they got a little bit lucky maybe by getting that matchup advantage with the Ember gets picked. They picked the Huskar, so yeah, they executed really well. I mean, the net worth, we thought that maybe, Ember's behind, he can catch up a little bit, but yeah, when his levels aren't high, his damage is low, then he can't pressure the map, then it's like, it just becomes a cascading issue. And I remember looking at the net worth, and Quinn was at 3,300 net worth, and Ember had like 2,000 flat. That's a big difference for like the early game stage of the game.
Yeah, and the way the Ember Huskar matchup goes is like, so the first few levels are pretty okay for Ember. Like, you can lane until Huskar gets more levels in, and then usually you just go for boots, and then you kind of try to play behind the tower, drag the wave, drag it to a neutral camp. But he couldn't even get to the point where he could afford boots on XWY. So he just got completely bullied out. On the first few waves where he should be fine, he wasn't fine. He just got outplayed by Quinn also. And his team wasn't able to get him back into the game. Like, for his team to get him back into the game, the side lanes just had to go really well. And I mean, Monet always plays exceptionally on his Morphling, but I think XXS and Pichu underdelivered. Pichu was oftentimes in the dire jungle doing a little bit of scouting, which he did need to do, but that kind of ended up in him dying 10 times, right? So your Clock's dying 10 times, you need him to initiate. Your Primal Beast can't really go in because the Huskar explosion just pushes him away, and your Morphling is just trying to play a game entirely by itself. It looked really grim for Aster.
Yeah, good point about the inner fire, because that was one thing that I underestimated in the draft, because I was like, surely the Clock and the Primal Beast are going to be able to get on Quinn and force him to potentially die, but every time he's just like pressing a level 1 skill, countered your level 4 skill, and then he just doesn't get to go in.
It's like a quick time event.
Yeah.
You know? Primal Beast is like charging after, it's like, and I just kept thinking he was going to get him. Like, he's going to this time. He's not going to hit it. Push back. There goes my 400 damage.
And there was this one time where it looked like it was actually going to work out for them, right? Like, Clock got in with the hook shot, walked back for the cogs back, but what happens? Tofu got with the arrow, connecting on the Clock before he could use his cogs and push it back into a Primal Beast connection. I just feel like everything was played so well by GG. And I guess you can't underestimate the Quinn Huskar. It's as good as people say it is. I mean,
it's really good. Yeah, I mean that is literally his cheese hero, right? Like, he doesn't play too much out of normal stuff, but like that's a mid hero that he really excels on when he plays it. But it's like that perfect level where he's very confident, but he doesn't do it often, so it doesn't also get banned. You're like, he's just gonna play something standard. Boom, there it comes, and then it smashes like the whole enemy draft. It was really good. Yeah.
As you said, Effie, it did feel like Monet versus the world towards, I guess, the mid game, seeing as how the supporting staff wasn't able to do much, his other cores weren't able to do much. But there was a moment where we got the vintage Duraccio, why is he dying here kind of thing, and then it almost seemed briefly like Monet was back in the game, but
Neil, that one's not fair. Come on. The vintage dying. He was, all right, he's in his jungle, which is normally not a typical place, but like I talked about in the pregame show, it's like him maximizing resources, right? And he did die.
Yeah.
But it took 3 heroes, and then his team backed him up. So you could argue he's like, okay, I'm going to play in a slightly dangerous area. I think I'm going to be able to get his thunder off. And he didn't. He was disappointed. We saw the clip. But then his teammates come in, and then they smashed. It was okay in the end. It's because they're winning.
Yeah, I mean, he played a good game, right? He hit his timings. He won his lane. He got the Scotty just when he wanted to, around minute 21 with the Manta. And when his team was ready to group up in GG push, Terrorblade did the Terrorblade job. Morphling, on the other hand, won his lane. But his map was much more constricted, much more small. And yeah, he did get a few really cool pickoffs, especially the one mid with the Starfall and the nuke that he did. That was awesome. But yeah, there's only so much you can do, really. And this goes back to the point that we mentioned earlier when we were doing the player head-to-head. But it really does feel like Aster is just all eggs on the Monet basket, and maybe they haven't been enabling him well enough, or maybe they have to consider enabling XWY a little bit more, giving him a game and kind of lessening the burden that exists on Monet's shoulders.
Yeah, it just comes down to the pick, I feel like, in this game. I personally think XWI is really solid, but that game, he just didn't really have a chance. Yeah, sure, his first couple of minutes maybe were underperforming, and maybe you think he's not the best mid in the world, but yeah, he definitely needs to do more.
They did first phase Monet's hero for this one. They picked up Morphling early on, and so even though they're putting all the eggs in the Monet basket, they're still not necessarily fully enabling him for success.
But the one thing I would disagree with you on is that leading into TI this year, Morphling was like one of those carries that everybody's like, oh, this is the hero. And it was played a lot at the start of the group stage, then it phased out when everybody was like, okay, why would we play Morphling when there's just better heroes, right? Morphling as a result, didn't get nerfed much in the few patches we've had. So now he's like still up there as a hero, and I think that's what we're seeing. It's like he was like an A-class carry going to TI, but he wasn't S tier, and now he's the S tier because the other S tiers got slammed down a little bit.
No, so Morphling got first phased because GG revealed their offlane in the first phase too. And that's often, if you see teams first phasing their carry, which has been a pattern throughout this tournament, it's when the offlane is revealed. So if you see this Beastmaster Mirana, you can go for this Morphling and just like 3-ban to protect it, which they did. You know, they took out the basic heroes you don't want to play against like Drow. And it worked out, right? Because Morphling did win the lane versus Beast Mirana, got a few pickoffs, had a really great start, went top, got the tower. It's more so the issue is with the other two cores on his team not really playing up to par. So.
It's fine. Next game, XWY is going to get 10th pick, and he's going to show us what he can do. All right?
But 9th pick, he can't do it.
No.
10th pick.
No, 10th pick, got it. All right? Listen, he got Huskard, okay? So they're going to have a little talk. They're going to motivate him. I'm going to pat him on the back. It's okay, bud. It's all right. It's okay. We're not going to let this happen next game. Okay?
Yeah.
I'll smile. Yeah.
Oh,
There's that confidence I like to see.
Yeah.
The energy.
Yeah.
The energy.
Yeah.
Woo!
Neil, do you want one too?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, because I know your co-host would give you one if you want it.
No, that's okay. All I want
I'm good.
is a game number 2 between Game and Gladiators and Team Aster after this.
love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Well, seems like we're back to happy times. I was enjoying the very tense atmosphere we had been creating previously, but I guess we're starting from neutral yet again. Gaming Gladiators in this game number 2, they're starting with a 1-0 advantage, though, as Aster need to figure out a lot of things.
They're actually just big GG fans.
Big GG
all.
fans here.
Yeah. They saw the win.
Life's
They're like,
great.
oh, we can be happy now.
We don't need to bicker anymore.
Yeah, no more infighting.
We can go back to
everything's
being
good.
promiscuous instead. That was, I swear to God, that was the name of their band yesterday.
It
I'm
was.
not.
It was.
Okay, thank you for.
It would be so sad if the only Chinese team in this tournament, gets dropped out of groups. So I am really rooting for them in this one. I want them to pull through. It's really boring when there isn't that, inter-regional competition. But losing a little bit of faith, unfortunately.
I know. I crave the diversity as well, but ultimately I just want to see the best Dota. And if
That is
Gaming
true.
Gladiators are bringing it, then who am I to complain?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they
Broodmother
are the best team in the world, as Purge was pointing out earlier.
That is true. We have
Well,
confirmed.
they did win the previous match, so yeah. One step towards that. Look, if they don't win TI, I'm just going to be like, I'm going to be the slight hater.
I'm not convinced. Broodmother and Disruptor taken out by Gaming Gladiators yet again. Aster ban out the Io and the Undying, and first pick a Beastmaster, stealing it away from Gaming Gladiators. Game and respond in kind with a Doom.
So I'm not sure how the coin toss went or anything, but I feel like if Gaming Gladiators have second pick and they keep just counter picking XWY with Quinn's hero in the end, I just don't see how they're gonna bring it back in this one, to be honest. And they already have the Doom, which has been one of the most popular heroes in this tournament, who does exceptionally well versus Beastmaster, right? He can just eat the creep early on, can TP to counter the push with Devour up until he gets the upgraded creep, the ancient creep. But yeah, so far so good for GG.
I really like the itemization variety that Dooms have been exploring as well this tournament. The games where they're like, oh, I have too many cores. Well, I'm just going to skip Midas this game. I'm going to go for the Greaves build instead, and then back to Midas or whatever else. It's not maybe the most complicated. The early Vanguard is switching it up a little bit too, so it's really giving Doom a different place. And there's the beautiful XWY.
Just staying hydrated.
Oh, I was talking about the Shadow Fiend. No.
I believe that's a Monet Shadow Fiend.
It could be.
I think it's just similar to last game. They see the offlane and then they're comfortable picking the carry. But of course, this is a hero that you can flex if you need to. But yeah, I mean, SF is an incredibly strong laner, can push Doom out of the lane. He's going to need a really strong position 5 of them, though, because he's always going to be susceptible into the telekinesis back, into the scorched earth chase. That can always be something that can happen. But I would say SF is one of the stronger heroes versus Doom on lane. So yeah, I would definitely not be surprised if it's the Monet SF here.
Trying to find one of those nice melee 5s here, perhaps. But of course, now Undying and Clockwork going to be removed.
That's a tough thing because Celery's hero pool is a little bit small. It's just one of those 5s that plays, 5 heroes, 6 heroes tops. A lot of them got removed early on, so maybe it makes it a bit harder.
To be fair.
True.
I think the approach Aster should take is just on 17, they should just go for XWY's heroes and use the last 2 bans to cover the really hard counters, because waiting to pick it on 23 is just miserable, right? You're just going to get like 24 countered by Quinn, same as last game.
Yeah.
And it's not going to do shit for you. And I honestly feel like when you're first pick, like picking picking 7th versus picking 9th, that doesn't make a difference at all. You're actually better off picking 7th in most cases, just so you can ban out some of the more pesky heroes. So that's what I would like to see them do in particular this game.
Yeah.
Not sure if they will, but that would be a nice change.
Because you would think that waiting would be good, but in the end, they just banned the 2 good options you had left. And you're
Right.
like, yeah, so it's just not a great time.
Are there any XWY heroes that they could give that don't require as much ban protection? Just something relatively neutral? Like, I don't know.
Shadow Fiend, Neil.
Yeah, that's what's going for me. But I do prefer the safe lane Shadow Fiend for what Effie said. You see the off lane, might as well just lock that down rather than flex yourself into a corner.
They're also banning out the carries that have a good matchup against carry SF, which are Drow and Sniper, who can outrange him, fight him from a distance. They take that out. Also, potentially banning out the Drow means that they're considering another melee for Aster, just something that can play make so they don't get bullied out on the safe lane, instead of potentially going for a ranged 4 to pair up with the Beastmaster. But we'll see. And they kind of, they identify that maybe they want to go for more playmaking type supports, and they take out the Clockwork, they take out the Monkey King.
You guys,
The question is, are they going to take out a third Bavoka hero?
Oh, true.
Okay,
Another 4. Yep.
And they just snag it for themselves. Probably the most contested hero between these 2 teams that was still left in the pool right there. So
A lot of teams are like in the Enchantress right now. Really, that's good.
any thoughts on the position 1 Doom? Have you guys been a fan of that at all, or no? Just stay away.
The what?
The position 1 Doom.
I mean, in the right circumstance, if your mid is some like hardish carry thing, totally fine. And in other games, as long as you don't lose your lead, it's totally cool.
I feel like it kind of fits with Duraccio. I like Duraccio Pudge, you know? It's one of my favorites to see.
Okay.
So kind of similar vein, I guess, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a potential flex. I mostly see it when you're scared of getting counterpicked at the very end, and you're like the 9th pick, you go for these like solid heroes like Lina or Doom that you're not too worried about as carries. But this early on, you still have a lot of options. But definitely, you can't discount that. So that also another Enchantress to completely crush this Beastmaster in lane, looking scary again for Aster. They definitely have to make sure to get this like 5 that can protect this SF.
It's in lane, and also the little friends. We saw it once last game, I believe, and it almost killed him.
Yeah.
It was very close.
Would have been the first kill in history of Pro
I've never
Dota from
seen-
little friends, I feel like.
I swear I've seen it. Maybe it's just my pubs I've experienced, or other pubs, but it's really strong against summons heroes.
Yo, the big ET.
This is a cool combo. I mean, look at the auras on Aster. All 3 of them are going to amplify each other's damage, attack speed, lowering their armor, and lowering their armor a second time. So that's a lot of damage amp.
And this is a hero that can body for the SF on lane. Like I'm going to assume this is a position 5 ET because I feel like that's where it should go.
Yeah.
But it's also something that is considered an anti-zoo hero, right? This was OG's solution to any kind of summons. Any kind of summons hero last year, they would just pick the ET. It excels in situations like that. But also, I really like the idea of pairing ET with a mixed damage carry.
Exactly.
Carries like Luna and Shadow Fiend, who benefit from his aura in both ways, right? They benefit from the minus armor, and they benefit from the magic amplification. And SF is one of those heroes who loves that.
That's a good point. And the other nice thing is that in some ways it's just good against Rubik. Rubik normally better base stats than almost any other support, but when ET's ramped up, way more damage, way more move speed, and he lowers a bigger percentage, well, it's the same percentage, but a bigger chunk of Rubik's high base armor, so really fits nicely.
This Lion is very interesting. I feel like Lion comes out when you are despairing, when you are full despair.
Despair mode?
It's a little spooky, but...
No, that is what SVG says. Like, the Lion comes out.
You're like, I need lockdowns
It's when the
to win
4
this
player
game.
feels like they need to win the game, right? That's when the line comes out. It's
Yeah.
like the 4 players Alchemist or the 4 players Invoker, where it's just their comfort.
Well, hey, Bowoka's really good.
So Lion gives you a couple of things in a draft, which is 1, hard disable. Like, it locks that down for you. And having something like a Hex, which is an instant stun, is something that helps you deal with somebody like Quinn, who has a hero pool that requires instant stuns, right? The Storm Spirits, the Ember Spirits, the Pucks, those heroes are traditionally countered by Hex. So maybe you have that in early to have a solution to picks like that, but also it's the follow-up damage to the Beastmaster Roar. So you just want that really high burst coming out of Finger of Death. You roar, You finger, you hope you get the target that you want, but I don't like Lion personally.
And Elder Titan on top of that too, to amplify your magic damage. So not that you get to finger very often, but it has good kill potential to take out the pesky Enchantress or something that's bodying, you know?
I just don't think the hero is that good. I mean, when illusion carries come out and then you get the shard, I feel like you can have super high impact, but I don't really see them setting up for an illusion carry here.
Yeah, and it's not going to be good if it's against Nature's Prophet in lane. Your hero is pretty squishy, low movement speed, low armor. Like laning against Treants, that's tough. I mean, you can stun them, but it doesn't feel good.
I do appreciate that Aster's draft is different, though. That it looks different than anything we've seen in a while. I like the ET and SF a lot together conceptually. If Lion has a good game and gets the Blink Dagger, they can take advantage of the Hawk Vision and maybe be proactive, be the ones to get the pickoffs first. But overall, GG's draft just looks so much easier to execute. It's just very solid. And they also have overall last pick to counter XWI again, which we didn't want to see that, right? I'm sure you could have just last picked this Lion if you wanted so bad.
They're just like, no, please, not again.
If they 9th pick Huskar, then I'm with you, Effie. Why not just 7th pick the Huskar? I mean, if they 9th pick Ember, then why ban the Huskar now? Should just pick it earlier in the phase and then last pick Lion, like you said.
Yeah, catch him off guard.
Maybe because they don't want to... They just don't want their opponents to... They just really like Lion.
Pretty flimsy excuse, Purge.
They love Lion.
I mean, it's annoying they would have only known one core and then have picked all 3 of their cores. It is a scary circumstance.
Yes.
I feel like it's got to be Storm or Puck now coming out for Aster. I don't know if you want to play Ember versus Doom, especially if you're going to get, a bad matchup for this Ember again. Storm seems a little bit safer just because you have that added jump to go on this Nature's Prophet to potentially initiate on the Doom before he can get the target to take advantage of the Hawk Vision. I like the idea of Storm more, but I can see them, doubling back and going for the Ember.
How about this Nature's Prophet? Where do you prefer it going? You want Dyrachyo or Ace to be playing
That's
it?
the carry Nature's Prophet, I feel like, personally.
Yeah, they do ban Storm.
Yeah, Storm was a good pick here. Are they just going to go back to Ember? I mean, Puck's also nice
would have been so good, too, on the Storm, these heroes.
Are we also ruling out the possibility that Monet has the last pick? And
there's Zeus again, maybe. Zeus with the ET, tried and true.
That'd be
something.
Cool. I mean, their disable front line's decent. Yeah, and they're going to go Primal Beast. Another run-at-you type hero that could work from the mid lane. Good against Nature's Prophet. Or they're probably, it's probably Primal Beast mid, but...
It is Primal Beast mid, for sure. Because you have this Beastmaster going on the offlane.
I feel like I've seen one team go Beast mid so far this tournament, but it's not as good as Primal Beast mid.
Well, thankfully Huskar can't bounce Primal out of Onslaught because he's banned out, but how will Quinn choose to ruin XWY's day today with this last pick?
Queen of Pain ulti can do it.
That is true.
Gust can do it.
Gust banned.
Any other forced movement skills?
Pango, he can roll into him.
Oh, there actually was still Pango.
But he'll take a spirit.
That'll work. Slight chains him.
Yeah.
Pretty confident to be picking a spirit into a Lion, but that's just how Quinn rolls.
That is how he rolls, but also Lion, not the best hero. I mean, if I do have faith in any region playing Lion, it is China. They do love their Lions, but I feel like GG have the momentum. Maybe Aster are a little bit discouraged right now. Honestly, after last game, I just feel like that they're the better team. So I think Aster's draft definitely has a bunch of solids. Like this Primal Beast can gank a lot better than the Ember was able to last game, even if he gets shut down, and he's not going to get shut down super hard. But overall, I think GG are really comfortable with the draft that they have.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like Aster is going to have some damage issues if they don't have like a lot of their heroes there. They need like 3 heroes in most of these ganks for them to be super successful, other than the supports. Supports definitely killable. So that could hurt Aster if they are spread out too much on the map and can't get together to go for these kills. And I feel like Quinn is just going to play with the Elder Titan and the SF kind of as he wishes. Like getting roared is kind of low chance for him. I don't really see the Primal Beast catching him much. So it just, as long as he stays away from Bavoka, I think Quinn's going to be able to style on him.
Okay, the Pichu spirit placement though, okay, can be clutch this game, right? We got all this amp damage possibilities, all this magic that comes out from the Primal Beast. It can be there. I do think it's going to be a little bit awkward because he's going to have to get his body in there as well. But that's okay. throw a couple deaths in there. Find that damage for the team. Maybe we get a ball rolling with Bobica here.
Let the spirit do the talking. You'll be pulverizing.
Yeah.
You'll be fingering. ET will be off in the distance, praying that they get the win.
Very emotional fight
Maybe.
here.
His spirit will
Gonna
be
be
there. though.
roaring.
His spirit will be there.
Tofu's gonna style this game. He has a lot of good spells to steal this time around, and we've seen him style on Primal Beast before. I think he's gonna pull it off
Rubik
again.
before. Wait.
Okay. All right.
XWY is styling on Primal Beast, correct?
No, Tofu's
No,
gonna be
Tofu's
styling.
By taking his abilities.
Oh, by taking his.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Trent?
I'm just trying to find a good way for Aster to win this game, guys. Okay, so there's going to be a fight at 11 minutes at the mid tower that Aster are going to win because Primal Beast is just kind of busted at that timing. All right? And that's going to be
Busted.
really good. They're going to win that fight. They're going to take the mid tower. And then 2.5 minutes later, they're going to win another fight. And they're going to go, okay, it'll be like 4 minutes later. They'll go Roche. They'll get first Roche on Aster. And GG get a little bit greedy, pushing side lanes. And they're going to win. Yeah.
Great. I mean, you could just keep talking and we can just see the whole game from your perspective.
That'd be good.
What I think what the viewers would prefer is maybe seeing it actually play out with Cap and SVG for game number 2.
Jesus. That guy would not shut up. Good Lord.
I've been listening to him all day. It's ridiculous.
His co-hosting role. Trent just has the hugest ego now ever since he's been promoted to co-host.
Yeah, what does that even mean? Co-host. It means you weren't good enough to host. That's what it means. That's like a co-caster.
Yeah, but it's one step up on the rung,
Another chain in the Cabal link of destiny. That's true. I actually like this Aster lineup.
Really? They hated it. You like it. I'm glad because I don't know how to feel about it. To be honest.
I really like Aster's lineup in the mid-late game if it's even. I think they just auto-win. I think this SF with the built-in Vlads the Beast is going to get through Overlord probably, and then the ET Aura on top of it, it's just so damn strong. I don't think they have an answer for him. I think Monet can literally 1v5 this game if they get to that late game on equal footing. He should have a good lane here. The one wild card is, again, Enchantress. I like talking about Enchantress because this hero can cause a lot of lane problems. And it is a very good matchup versus the Lion and the Elder Titan. So I have some concerns about this top lane being viable for Aster. I feel like Ace and Celery might just run it over. And they did put the Ench up here trying to get the ET matchup, because that Ench ET matchup that's a rough one.
Yeah,
that's
a rough cursed. You have been talking a lot about ET and how this hero is supposed to be a lane winner. And I feel like you have been unimpressed by Elder Titan's lane-winning capabilities lately. Is that still the case?
Yeah, they
DreamLeague
suck.
going on? Okay.
His
Why did we pick
laning's
this
terrible. Because the stomp is just too good. You win the team fights, you get the aura going.
Okay, Tofu is already styling. Gets first blood.
That's a rough one. That's a rough way to start. I was going to say this Elder Titan Rubik matchup is actually one of the better lane matchups, but not in the off lane because you don't have any room to run him down. So they're already taking advantage of it. It's going to be a lot of extra XP down here, something else you don't want to have happen to this Elder Titan. This early game might be rough. The side lanes are going to be very difficult for Aster.
I mean, shouldn't this one be okay, though? SF versus Doom, isn't that a winning matchup? I know the Enchantress makes a difference, but still, isn't the core-to-core matchup fine?
It's good for SF, but I don't think you can apply the pressure here because Celery can always force Baboka off the lane.
Okay.
This is that Rubik ET that feels good when you just slap him.
Yeah, so they got to pull the lane
All
back
the way.
as much as possible, so
Yes.
he actually has some room to maneuver.
Equilibrium, this is about as good an Elder Titan lane you're ever going to get. Furion, Rubik. You get extra damage off the Treants, and then you can just punch this Rubik all the way. That part I like. And Aster did get the support matchups. It's going to help him a little bit. But I think the level 3 top is absolutely terrifying. Lion is not a very strong laner. And the nemesis of Lion is, of course, the Enchantress.
Yeah, you said that. Why?
It's a lore. They hate each other.
I don't think that's true at all.
Lion used to have 5 fingers, but Enchantress stole 3 of them.
What? What did she do?
This is your daily loregasm with distraction slacks.
She sticked her little friends on him and they ate his fingers?
Do a slacks impression for us.
Hey,
everybody, it's
I know
your
that
Action
is-
Slacks.
Oh my god.
Here to cast another Dota 2 game.
I think that's Elmo, bro. He got confused.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds a little bit like Elmo.
Anyway, this matchup's terrible because Lion has no ability to fight the creep. He has no really ability to trade with the Enchantress, who just has better stats, armor, move speed, and impetus. And you just get right-click down. You can't really pull because Enchantress can always contest the pull, so you don't really get the levels you want on this hero in the safe lane. You can't really play aggressive. It's very tough. It is one of the harder lane matchups to play. On top of Lion just not really being that good of a laner to begin with.
Yeah, okay. I can kind of see that. Outside of the laning phase, though, they're not going to really interact with each other, right?
I mean, this lane matchup is almost as bad as that impression of Slime. That was one of the worst ones I've heard in a while. Oh, XWI.
Yeah, this matchup is getting real down to the wire here.
Yeah, this is a very close matchup mid. Man, Quinn is
CS-wise,
running away.
it's not close at all.
No, Quinn is definitely very advantaged right now. All three lanes going Gaming's way. That is a good sign for them. Again, I feel like Aster's lineup is stronger in that late game in the team fight with the auras and the SF just right-clicking people that's going to be outmatched. But if they fall behind in the levels in the network, you're going to lose a lot of map with this support duo that's very clunky and cannot fight Rubik Ench. Like, you're going to get beat on the runes, you're going to get beat in these mid ganks, you're going to get beat in the vision. That's going to hurt because this support duo is greedy. They have a lot of really powerful spells. They have very powerful ults and auras, but not if you can't get the levels and not if you have nowhere to go with them. He's going to get a little extra healing here. Not too shabby. And this is that level 3 top that is a pretty big kill power spike for them. Like, you get this level, you get a big Hellbear Smasher up here too. A lot of pressure going to go Monet's way in the next minute. As Pichu is also feeling it, might get killed off this.
Pull back in, has to go for the stomp to save himself, but Tofu eliminates him with the Fate Bolt. So XXS may be doing fine in CS, but his lane partner not doing so hot. And the Hellbear Smasher is coming to play. Monet takes a ton of damage off of that.
Honestly, not the worst outcome. That was a pretty big power point. They could have maybe dove Monet here if they got a good double wave going. The bear could last long enough. I think Aster are happy with what happened in that exchange. Still, these lanes are not going to get much better.
Happy that they didn't lose more.
I mean,
it
sometimes
feels like
that's
deja
all
vu
you
to
can
game
ask.
1 now.
That's Dota. Sometimes
Nice
not
dodge.
losing is winning, you know? Sun
That's
Tzu, the
life.
art of Dota.
Yeah.
That's the life? What? That was really dark, man. It's like Slane, I would say.
Oh, maybe you're rubbing off on me.
I hope not. I'm going to have to rebrand entirely. Oh, God.
Is under attack.
I'm going to have to buy colorful clothing. Please, no.
You already got complimented for the fact that you were wearing white pants.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Tsunami was astonished that Avery was wearing not black clothing and actually had white pants.
Yeah, well,
it was
back,
good luck.
Back to black today.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
By the way, how long has Ace been rocking the spade in his name?
The Ace of Spades.
Yeah.
Yeah, Motorhead. He's a monster. It's a good song. I like that song. And Baboka doesn't like this song.
Yeah.
This one hurts.
Round of...
You're going to have a death on this lane. I think my expected outcome would be probably 2 deaths on this line. So he's only got 1. That's pretty good. The net worth is not looking great. But again, I don't think you're expected to win this lane. I think it's impossible. You just have to make it up with the Lion's prowess in the mid game, which is also not great. But then you can make it up with Lion's prowess in the late game,
which
is also... That's okay.
Why do we pick this hero?
Some of us enjoy suffering. I'm going to try and land the chain stun here. And they'll get it.
Is it enough? They got it.
That's why you pick Lion right there.
Double disables.
Damn straight, son. 2-2-0, lining him up. Kapow! The finger gun sends Quinn back to the fountain.
Well, he's not level 6 yet, but...
Kapow! Lining up my finger impression. That's a value gank. You need a couple more of those to get going. Because you need the extra levels on your Aster supports here.
You also need the
boots.
space for XWY to move around, right?
Yes. Levels are super important for this Aster team, so the extra kills, very nice and juicy. XXS going to be farming up some stacks. Glad to see they got some B stacks because his lane was rough. So you got to make up in the economy in this next 3 to 4 minute period here if you're Aster, and you have to withstand the Fury on rotations. Dyrachyo has ult, he has teleport up, he is going Midas, but he'll be happy to join any of these skirmishes that happen around the Enchantress creep or the tri-lane mid, which a Quinn classic Reno for a reason. And it's coming. Coming soon.
What's he going to do with this? SF. He did not have stacks in his jungle, was just clearing them one by one. He's going to be caught by Quinn here. Bulbaca's going to try and help him out with an Impale. Celery from the high ground. Throws an Impetus, and that might just be enough with a Remnant and another Slight. No, Quinn actually doesn't chase after that one. They go back for the kill on Bulbaca, while Celery tries to bring down Monet, but he certainly doesn't have enough damage. He's just a level 3 Enchantress.
That Radiant Observer Ward paying dividends here. Just lets them force the SF out of jungle. You get the slow from the high ground. Really nice obs early from Celery. Another reason this offlane Enchantress can be super deadly, because you can get the early rotation in enemy jungle, get the wards up, and it allows all these moves later. Remember that period we saw 4 Enchantress? I think Taiga was playing it a lot.
Yeah.
No, Liquid, there's a reason. This hero is one of the strongest 4s in terms of laning when you played in this offlane, and then the acceleration.
Look at him.
It's so fast.
They are going to be able to catch Tofu here. XWY, imagine he has the spells to kill him. Onslaught's through. Does he not have trample?
He's got it.
Okay, he's got it eventually.
And this is a nice combo. The ET Primal, maybe not one you think of, but you can throw the Spirit out and just follow whoever he's running down. You get that magic amp.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty juicy.
You also have their ultimates combined. Hold them in place.
Pound them into the crack.
Through. Yeah, that's a good point. Open the earth up and shove them through the crack. Wait, you like that imagery? I could have done it way differently.
I'm not even gonna follow that one up. I don't want to get fired, please. Please.
Just spread the earth wide. 10-minute power runes coming up. 2,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators. Here comes the ultimate into the chain stuns once again. The panel talked about they're like, it's bold picking in a spirit into a lion like this, and you're beginning to see why. The chain disables offered. You just get one, and then the lion's able to join in, and these spirit heroes do not last long against that.
Man, it's just super good execution on these mid ganks. It's not easy when this Enchantress is running in your jungle and kind of blocking you from these mid moves, but Papoka has been able to find it twice without boots. This is a windlace lion. Being able to get the follow-up on a mid-spirit hero. It looks a lot easier than it is, trust me. This is not easy, and that'll finally get him to boots. He's a hero, Cap. He's a hero now. He can play the game. Lion spammers rejoicing everywhere. I actually love playing this hero, but every time I pick it, I know it's going to be a rough one.
Yeah. I just like, who out there spams Lion? I'm just imagining like some crusty, like 50-year-old Dota player who's been playing it since Dota 1 and found a hero that he likes, and the hero never changed, so he just kept playing it.
So basically the guy with nothing to live for.
yeah, pretty much.
He's almost 6. He is 6. He has finger up. Quinn's going to find it first.
Yeah, time for that kapow.
No, you don't kapow. Here, you save that kapow.
Okay. Hold it. Holster that. Holster them finger guns.
I mean, remember, this is a better finger. This is a 140-second cooldown level 1 finger instead of the 160.
Oh, my God.
The technology. It's a bigger finger.
He might get 3 charges by minute 30.
I mean, that's pretty good if you get that, yeah. Pressure's coming down bottom from the Beast, so while Gaming are trying to get this mid-collapse, and honestly, I feel like this mid-collapse has been slower for them than in a lot of their games where they do this tri-lane mid and try and snowball off Quinn, because Quinn died twice.
Yeah.
So you get this rally push going, it's probably just going to seal the fate of this tower. I say that Aster actually smoked in the river looking for the 12-minute rune.
Ultimately, they still got there, which... Am I wrong? I feel like Aster can fight.
No, that's just a tough fight. You don't have the summons clear.
Okay.
These 2 supports... It's rough.
I mean, the Primal Beast does it.
Maybe you can
quite
charge
literally
him?
tramples all over them.
I'm not sure what Aster we're looking for, because they smoked, but they didn't go bottom either. They're just looking for a finger charge. That's what they're looking for.
Bulbaca running interference here. XWY.
Kapow,
there it is.
Yeah, I mean, you knew I was waiting for that one. We're on the board. Add 1 to the total.
Primal Beast lifted him up in the air, and Bulbaca took his head clean off with them finger guns.
It's another good combo with this ET. You get that spirit on him. He doesn't have to commit. Amps the finger damage. It's a lot of little scaling mechanisms for Aster here, and Quinn playing with danger.
Yeah, XWY is going to be the one caught, actually.
Oh, nice stomp.
Beautiful. Hits the 2 on the side. They're trying to stall up the Doom. XWY needs to be able to get away from this one. Stolen Roar. That is rough. XXS, they don't even need to use it on him. They can hold it for somebody else, and that's going to be the Elder Titan. Meanwhile, XWY does eventually get run down, and it all turns bad for Aster. Jeez.
Just don't have the numbers. I mean, Dyrachyo can always come in with this ult and the TP. You can't really fight the supports when you don't have finger up. You have an Earth Splitter, but you can't land it. And yeah, that push just ends up way too deep. You get Omega punished, or as Quinn would say, Turbo punished.
Turbo.
And now you're down 4K. This is the scary part of the game for Aster. I'd say from about minute 15 to like...
What are you doing?
A little miss micro.
Just throwing couriers down lanes? Is that what we're doing now?
The lion life.
Dire's bottom tower.
Anyway, I think the scary part of the game for Aster, we're talking like minute 12 to like 45. I think if you can get through that period...
It's deja vu. This is game 1 all over again.
We're in a similar situation.
By 15 minutes, it feels like the game is...
No, this game is better than game 1.
Okay.
Because Quinn on the Ember is still struggling here. You're still going to have a lot of windows where you can kill him. If you can somehow get the Lion Blink, I say somehow because he has 1,600 net worth. So, yeah, he'll be working on that. We'll get back to him. But you have a really strong Primal who's going to have an okay BKB timing here. And again, the team fighting scale is still decent.
Yeah, Dota Plus says it's 50-50, so.
That's okay. That's pretty generous, actually. But you are going to have to, you're going to have fast Doom Wars here.
Oh, this is awkward. Who's going to get off the disables first? Bulbaka is going to be able to keep the Doom at bay. He's still at Primal Roar, though, and the TP's coming in. Nicely played by Tofu.
Oh. This Rubik. Somebody stop him. This is also the downside of Lion versus Rubik. You can't really cover your spells. And Stolen Impale is just... I mean, it's Stolen Earthspike's better than your Earthspike. It's on a better model, too.
Yeah.
The one silver lining for Aster here is XXS. He's 0-2, but he has taken all of that triangle stack farm, and he is going to have a decently timed Helm of the Overlord here. Probably in the next minute, he will finish it up off one more camp. And maybe you can just make a smoke play with that if you're Aster. If you can align it with this Primal BKB, even better. He's a little too far off of it, but we haven't seen a big 5-on-5 clash with the Doom Auras yet. Some hopium for Aster right now. You're down 8K. Okay, that's a lot, but like I said, I think if they get 1 or 2 good team fights in this game, that's all they need.
So where are they going to find those fights?
Around objectives. Objectives or some deep jungle work. That's pretty much it. You need vision for your supports on Aster to be able to take the engagement. Because if they just get TP'd on by Furion, if there's an Ench creep hitting the line or something, they're just taken out of the engagement. It's that easy.
So then on Gaming Gladiator side, they just need to make sure they don't overextend.
Yeah.
Walking up into high grounds with no vision.
Just play around the Rubik range, right? He has this Earth Spike. Plays like this. Just too easy.
100 to 0 to XWY.
I was going to say, like, that type of poke is nice, but that type of poke just sent him into the ground, so even better. They are smoking here, but Boca will look to run away.
As the Lion does.
Wow, he didn't want to finger him there. Maybe thought he was dead, but he is not dead, and now your team's in trouble. Stop land.
Oh, nice timing there. They're going to turn around. They're going to be able to hold him inside for the Earth Splitter, and that's where the finger comes through. Oh, no! He turned it right back around on him. Tofu kills Bulbaka. Oh, man. They had to drop triple ultimates to be able to kill Quinn.
That's worth it, though. And you got value out of holding that finger. Unfortunately, it means Tofu can use it back against you. He does gain a charge of his own. But again, it's just inevitable. You're looking for the big core kills here if you're Aster. They're going to keep coming on Quinn, and you're happy to take it. That is a lot of burst damage you have to respect. No saves on this gaming side, and a little dual action. The Grand Magus says, my finger is faster than yours.
Wow. It wasn't faster, but it was stronger.
That should help.
Demon. Gonna be caught here. BKB Primal Beast is tough to be able to fight into, and look at that
damage.
Celery just walked into the slam going out, but Quinn is tearing apart the backline here with the Maelstrom procs going off, and XBBY no longer has that BKB, and now the magic damage is trying to get the Tofu, just picks up the Primal Beast, throws him around like Mario does to Bowser.
Just ragdolled him into the stratosphere. Definitely having a laugh about that one. That looked really wonky, but of course that spell is very wonky.
Surely you know that Mario reference, right?
Yeah,
64?
I played Mario.
Okay. I was just saying.
What are you?
I was making my way from the oldest Mario games
I mean,
to
you're
new.
besmirching my esports name right now. And I have to defend myself. I shall see you. Midnight on the promenade, we shall duel.
Dire's top
Duel at midnight instead of high noon?
I mean, it's swords.
Well, this is certainly not a duel that's happening in the Roshan pit. It's 3 versus 1. Poor old Roche needs a helping hand, and Aster is not there to give it to him. They stomp on the ground, but they really don't want to leave their high ground area, it seems.
It's just not contestable. You don't have BKB on this Shadow Fiend. Maybe if you had that,
the stomp
you could think
steal?
about it.
Oh.
That was actually kind of close. They did.
Oh no, he grabbed the dragon. Let him go. Ancient Black Dragon down. That's 250 gold. Sad.
Sad face indeed. And they're setting up on Monet.
Okay, the slight dodge. Not even necessary. Darachi also had BKB, so there goes Monet. They gotta get something on the other side of the map here. I mean, this just cannot be allowed. Celery is gonna try and keep himself alive for as long as possible. Do you blow the finger? Yeah, honestly, you might need to.
Yeah. Charge number 3.
Okay.
You gotta get the hell out of here,
Doom
though.
goes into this fight. Darachi teleports in on the other side. That's because Quinn and Tofu are coming up the high ground now. The Primal Beast slowed up.
BKB,
Is
but
that
not if
like
you're
the
Doom.
first Doom of the game?
Oh, he woke them all up.
Oh, the axes woke them up from their sleep. No.
Not the combo you're looking for.
XWY maybe could have gotten out.
I think he actually might have. Unfortunate. And stolen spells are just destroying Aster in this game. They don't have the gap close to deal with the Rubik in these engagements, and Tofu is dominating. Aether Lens online, playing the greedy Rubik. Why not? You're just going to carry the game at this point. Level 4 Spirit.
And better than the Uproar that he had.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gets a little vision out there. Why isn't it a Rubik illusion?
I don't know. Probably because they just didn't want to code it.
BKB soon for Quinn, especially if they take this tier 2 tower. And if they get that BKB, they have the BKB on Duraccio, Ace. I mean, he's just tanky guy.
Look at this smoke,
Primal
though.
Beast really isn't going to do much unless they get the initiation. This 4-man smoke up from Aster.
I think they're banking on the fact Gaming might not expect this.
Yeah, they're going to walk up blind into this high ground.
Just got to throw everything.
See if they can kill him. Oh, no, he was outside of the range of the Earth Spike, so that's one spell dodged, and Ace is still alive. The clap 2 on the back lines, but Aster just ran out of damage.
At least they disengage.
I guess so.
And you give up Pulverize again, which is not great. We just haven't seen Monet join a single fight. Like, that's the thing. The SF is so much of their damage. It's also what their draft is built around. The auras to buff up the SF, get him in there with a Requiem off a Stomp or something. You can kill some of these heroes. He's just so delayed in getting to this BKB.
Yeah, he's not even the most farm core on their team.
No. He will just get BKB off this camp if they don't get ganked right now, because Tofu is looking, gets the good ward placement.
Pop up, they get the blink in. A nice stun entrance. They pulverize the supports, and they're both going to die here pretty easily, and they're going to be able to catch X success as well. So 3 down from this. Tofu. No survivors.
Just a brutal game. 18,000 net worth at 23 minutes. This game got out of control just off the lanes, and the Enchantress versus Supports matchup. Supports were just too greedy, too slow. They couldn't take the fights around their towers. Primal had nobody to skirmish with. and the whole map just disappears. Never got to see that late game. I still think it was promising.
What could have been.
Oh,
hey, back into the game.
There's that SFBKB.
Can XWY stop him? I don't think so. The Remnant was already out for Quinn, so. And now he's got the BKB.
You sent a message, though.
That you can't end the game yet?
Exactly.
That's a powerful message. Telekinesis trying to pull him out. Pull him out. He did with the Pulverize. They have to form a rescue mission. XWY is going to go for the kill on the Rubik. They do get it with the finger. A fourth charge, but it's going to come at a heavy cost. As Quinn with his BKB goes in. The Primal Roar goes out. They hit a stun, though, from Ace, and that stops all the damage. Okay, Gaming Gladiators. They have made a very good argument for being a few steps ahead of Aster, and yeah, they just call it. I don't even blame them. They got absolutely slapped down by Gaming Gladiators. All smiles, it seems, for Duraccio, as Gaming Gladiators put themselves in a damn fine position, moving forward and staying in the top 4 here at the DreamLeague group stage.
This is one of those drafts that feels good on paper until you go into it and your line gets impetus once and you're like, all right, this game's absolutely over. It's literally that simple and that early. This Furion and Ench are just going to destroy your supports on the map. And if you can't take fights to defend your towers, how do you stall or control areas to stop gaming building a huge net worth lead over you? Monet got one BKB Requiem off this game, and it was to kill an Aegis. He ended the game 0-3-0. For a team built around their carry and having him involved, and a lineup built around this SF getting to mid and late game, there is no room for him to farm. There's no fights for him to join. There is just no action happening. He got some finger charges, though.
Yeah, they got 4 finger charges before the game ended.
So you got that going for you. But Tofu, he just slams him into the ground. Stolen, Earth Spike, stolen, pulverized. And they got pulverized indeed. Brutal.
They did indeed. Aster now 5-7. They are in the bottom half of things. They are not going to be happy about that. Let's see what their last year is going in forward. But Gaming Gladiators managed to take this series very convincingly 2-0. A lot to talk about for our lovely panel.
The only thing I want to talk about is how Tofu just fucked him up in this game number 2. Jesus, that Rubik performance. Gaming Gladiators operating on another wavelength right now, at least against the only Chinese opponent that they would have had in this tournament, as PSG LGD were not able to make it in Aster. They got destroyed. And they picked Lion, Effie. They did it to themselves, really. They have no one to blame but their drafter.
Yeah, that hero sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know what that hero is about. Like, I feel like it's just a despair hero when you... It's kind of like, hey, let's just see if this Lion can carry the game for us.
Spells looked pretty good. Like, Tofu got like a lot of good stuns and like some really good finger kills. Like, I don't know if Lion's that bad, guys.
If we just ignore the first 10 minutes, Lion looked powerful from the position that he just somehow appeared in, which was a terrible laning stage. But other than that, his spells genuinely, like his Finger of Death plus the ET aura, that was some good damage.
True.
I think laning is far too important to be like, okay, let's have a shit lane and then do something cool with Finger of Death and Ancestral Spirit and Aura 10 minutes later. It doesn't work like that. But I mean, that's just due to the rotation that GG did. They put Ench, they wanted to chase Ench. They wanted to chase the ET with the Ench. So what ended up happening was they rotated the Lion to Enchantress's lane, and Lion had an even worse time than ET would have had at that point, I think. And the SF didn't shut down the Doom the way that they wanted to. They didn't win the bot lane the way that they wanted to either, because Rubik bodied the ET. And yeah, mid lane print went pretty well for XWY, which was an improvement from last game, but it's definitely not enough. If both of your side lanes lose and Ember Spirit still has a decent game, there's not really that much you can do after that. Plus, that Lion had like no net worth. I remember we were looking at his inventory and there were boots and 2 branches, and the courier was flying to him, and it was like minute 12. We're like, is that the blink?
He's had a good early game.
You know what it was? An Observer Ward and another branch. That's what the courier brought to him.
Look, sometimes you're in poverty mode, and that branch was very efficient. It gave him enough mana to cast all of his spells and get a kill afterwards. Like, You could easily make a montage of the cool things Lion did that game, and it was actually like not an insubstantial list. But the fact that his net worth was that low, was a huge issue. It really was.
That's such a bizarre thing to say.
He did
got
good things.
so bodied, dude.
Because they were so far
This guy's
behind.
got a montage.
They were so far behind because of how bad the laning
Okay,
stage
I-
went.
I see what you're trying to
but
say.
if he's miraculously, I don't know how it happens. Let's just say the lane stage went well. His hero would have looked good. They got kills on Quinn mid. Like by all means, the net benefit was negative of picking the hero, but there were some positives to his appearance.
I see what you're trying to say. That the hero has its merits.
It was
but-
some straight draft griefing happening there with those side lanes too, because like I've seen a lot of pros trying to spam the ET right now in pubs, trying to get a good feel for the hero, and a lot of it relies on like the boots of bearing being kind of broken, right? They're all like kind of like rushing that item as 5, and it feels really nice, helps the whole team. Lion also notoriously pretty greedy, doesn't want a branch delivered, would like to have a blink dagger delivered.
Blink is better, yeah.
And like at
All
the point
heroes.
they picked ET, he had nowhere to lane.
So I think the bane of their support duo was just letting Ench through the draft.
Yeah.
In retrospect, they probably shouldn't have done that, but hindsight is always 20/20. At this point, I'm convinced that Aster cannot win unless they're second pick. Like, this team is a second pick team. I feel like they have so many issues when they're first pick, and they're just not addressing them well. And yesterday they looked pretty good and their drafts looked better, but today they were a hot mess again. So I'm wondering what's going on with this team internally, because it seems like something's not adding up.
And even when they do get their first picks, it's not that scary. It was the Beastmaster this time, which I suppose is contested in this series, but it's not Broodmother tier or anything where you're like, oh, I need to have this first pick. Or maybe they just preferred side. We don't really know. They were Dire this game. They were Radiant game 1, right?
They need to be second pick.
Okay.
They just need to be
And
second
do
pick.
they have
this
to give it
game.
to XWY whenever they're second pick to get the last pick?
Looking that way.
Yeah.
Good
No,
start.
because I don't even know if it's just an XWY problem. I just feel like their openers, like their first pick openers, are not good enough, honestly.
Homework for Team Aster to look forward to as we're getting very, very close to the end of our group stage. They were middle of the pack, so they're not guaranteed eliminated or anything. I think almost certainly we will be having a handful of tiebreakers when we approach our final day of this stage of the group stage. And Gaming Gladiators, best team in the world, Perch.
Well, look, all that we know from this series is that Aster is not the best team in the world, okay? That's all we can know for sure.
No.
We will not know who the best team in the world is until TI.
Exactly.
So Tundra is still the best team in the world?
They were the best team in the world last year.
At any given moment, there has to be a best team in the world. You can't just not have a best.
Hurricane.
Yes.
This is a new season.
Yeah.
Hurricane season.
I'm fine. I'm fine with it not being Tundra, but I'm saying like there always has to be a best team in the world.
It's Liquid.
Okay.
Oh,
No one's
that's
gonna
a
disagree
bold
with me.
take on the panel.
Highest percentage chance, it's Liquid.
Well, if we were to trust our ESL Pro Tour rankings,
Which we do.
unequivocally,
no question.
it's the word of the Lord.
Yeah.
They are the best team in the world.
Boom.
Okay.
It's Fart Studios.
Well,
Well, I mean,
if they could play a game, then maybe.
That's a good point, actually. Once Fart Studios gets DQ'd from Div 2, they can now play in this tournament, which is the only reason they're not here.
That's
So-
true.
Oh, that's right.
We
That is
specifically don't allow Div 2 teams to
is
participate because they're too powerful.
Mm-hmm.
They would make all these other teams look like chumps. And one player that made all of Aster look like chumps. Well, that would be Tofu. Tofu, welcome, my friend. You did you not know that my voice was going to come? You looked a little bit surprised when I said that.
I was a bit surprised, like need actually a moment.
You can take a moment.
I didn't have
We'll
the
revel
picture
in your
open.
presence
I
in
didn't
the
have the
meanwhile.
picture open. I wasn't know where I'm gonna be at.
You're here, Dream League Season 19 on the mainstream doing an interview, and I couldn't be happier to have your gorgeous face here after we sanctioned you on April 1st for being too pretty. But now you're here, and your gameplay's been looking hella pretty. How did that Rubik in game number 2 feel for you?
It was super fun. Like, obviously we won and we had a good showing, but yeah, I don't know. Like, lanes went pretty well. They had super fun heroes for me to play Rubik with, and yeah, we had a good showing.
Yeah, as much as I would like to praise you guys, I feel like what's up with Aster, do you think, in this series? Because you had their number seemingly even from the draft.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with them, because we've been checking their drafts a lot, and it feels like they're going away a bit from what they usually draft and play, and also they've never picked a carry in the first stage, like ever. So somehow they ended up with pretty bad matchups, but also I feel like we were kind of prepared for heroes that they would pick, and then they went out of their comfort, and I don't know, it didn't work out. Not sure what they were doing.
Yeah, but it worked out well for you guys. Effie, you got any questions for Tofu?
Hey Tofu, congratulations on the win. So I was just curious, how much are you guys prioritizing preparation for this DreamLeague compared to something like the upcoming Berlin Major?
It's hard to say because, like, obviously we're playing here now, so we're not thinking about Berlin Major at all. It's mainly just this tournament now. In terms of prep though, we just take it one game at a time and try to also adjust and sort of evolve with what we play and what we need to get better at, or heroes that other teams prioritize that we want to learn. But then also there's so many streams and games going on that it's kind of hard to keep up. Like, it's honestly a bit exhausting also, but it's definitely fun that there's a like sort of high stake tournament going on with international competition.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Tofu. All right. So over the past year, I feel like you were kind of discussing. We feel like you've really improved as a player. So, like, if you were to go back 1 year and look at yourself playing, what do you think is like the biggest change that maybe you've worked on, or that like your teammates have helped you with, or something that you've noticed where you're like, wow, I'm a lot better at this now than maybe you were a year ago?
There's not really one big thing I could mention because you kind of just keep on playing day by day and improve little bits. But a lot of experience comes into play from obviously playing at this top level for a long time now. Also being really comfortable with my teammates and sharing ideas with them, and then just getting on the same page as a team. Individually,
And that works.
I don't know, you kind of just try to do your best and like improve day by day. So it's like, I don't know, little improvements that in the long run it might make a big difference, but feelingly, I feel like it's always been the same kind of.
All right, guys, no cheat codes out there. You got to work hard and take those little steps one step at a time.
Yeah,
All right, sounds
just
good.
Keep on the grind.
Thank you, Tofu.
Hard work and perseverance has paid off for you, Tofu. Congratulations on this 2-0 versus Aster, and hope to see you guys continue this success in the rest of our tournament.
Yep, thank you guys.
Catch you later, Tofu.
Have fun with the next series.
Oh, we will actually, because we need to get into that pretty quickly. He's getting us ready for OG versus Beastcoast, our last game of the mainstream after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to more Dream League Season 19, where you may be noticing something's a little bit different right now about the set. But we wanted to do something a little bit special. We've got OG versus Beastcoast coming up. Storied organizations, Trent.
Yeah, and you're really blocking my shot here.
Storied organizations, Trent.
Okay.
I find that they
This is an
oftentimes bring a lot of All right, Trent, what are we doing here?
What? I think we got a debate or something of like the highest caliber to really intelligent individuals. We're having some disagreements.
I heard about this, and I figured that there's no better way to settle these disagreements than to do it with a good old-fashioned debate. I want to bring out two long-standing fanboys and girls of these teams. OG versus Beastcoast. Please welcome Purge and Sheepstick! Welcome, lady and gentlemen. Sheepsticks.
Hello.
Hello.
What up?
I've been told that you're a big Beastcoast fan.
Oh, of course. I'm the biggest, some may say. Thanks to a little bit of, you know what I mean?
No bias.
No bias.
No bias whatsoever.
None.
But you're still a big fan of their Dota regardless. And Purge, tell me, how much do you bleed for OG?
Look, Tsunami, I'm just really here for a good argument. I'll say whatever I need to say to win. Okay? I do not care.
Perfect.
I just want to win.
I'm very scared of Purge, if I had to admit.
Should we do a coin flip to determine who gets the opening point?
Oh, you mean who gets to go first?
What do you want, heads or tails, Sheep?
Always heads.
Okay. Flip a coin for me. Let's see, I want to...
Guys using voice commands? Like,
Easy, as always. Heads never loses.
That was pre-recorded. I'm sure that was Trent backstage making a robot voice.
Please present your offense to why Beastcoast is going to come out on top in this series against OG for me, Sheepsticks.
Okay. Beastcoast is just OG, but better, right? You have OG who just show up on the day. Sometimes they're complete dog shit. Sometimes they play well. That's basically Beastcoast, except they are used to it. They have been doing it for years. They have never won a proper tournament, which means that they are forged in the fires of these random-ass group stage games where they can play their best chaotic Dota in their style, and they make it work.
Compelling stuff.
Thank you, Tsunami.
I am convinced, but only ever so slightly. I would like to hear a rebuttal. Purge, if you will, tell me about OG.
Yeah, her point was so compelling that it took you 2 seconds to say compelling immediately after that was over. All right, you compare Beastcoast to OG, saying they're better, and you say they're storied. That's not true. OG has won far more tournaments. And you know what? I'm not even going to talk about their glory team. They've won so many tournaments in the last year. They won ESL Stockholm 1 year ago. They won ESL Malaysia 3 months after that.
Both great events here.
Arlington
fantastic
Major,
organizer.
They got 4th place. And you might say, well, they didn't do that great at TI. They got what? 9th, 12th or something? That's what Beastcoast got. But the fun thing was that was the worst result that OG's had at TI in like 4 years. Matching their best. How can you even say that they're on the same tier?
That's the problem with
I'm not done talking. I'm reclaiming my time.
All right, okay.
BZM has played 7 different heroes in 8 games. His pool is vast. Tinker spammer.
Right.
He's ready to go if he needs to. And you know what? When I tried to look up some stuff about Beastcoast,
Objection, Kevin.
it was really
Shut
hard.
up.
I swear to God. It was really hard to find out stuff about Beastcoast because they're listed 45th in popularity on Dota Buff. I had to control F. That's all I need to say.
So what you're telling me is you're a bandwagoner who started supporting OG after they won 2 TIs. Is that what you're saying,
Look,
Pudge?
you don't need to be a bandwagoner to make it the clear, obvious argument that OG is a better team than Beastcoast, okay?
All right.
I'm just looking at the straight facts. You're over here on emotions. She's getting Beastcoast money deposited into her checking account every single month.
And? Are you getting any money?
I'm not. I'm just winning. That's all I get out of this.
You're poor. Now, here's the important thing. The rebuttal is that they may play, we play so many heroes. I'll play all these heroes, master of none. Beastcoast, they know what they like. They know what they want to do. And they've been that way forever. You have K1, Hector. He is still playing his stupid PL every single tournament, and he will cinch the win on it from all manners of tier 1 teams. These guys know exactly what they want, and they're going to play it. And that comfort is why we're going to win. Yeah, OG, okay. Look at Tor 2. They put Tiger on Ogre Magi, and look how that series went for them. These guys, they're cooking too much. They're burning.
You're totally right. Beast Coast's best achievement is beating the other only good SA team in their region consistently. Sure, they keep winning that. And then when they go on LAN, they get embarrassed, and EG does far better than them consistently. There is a pattern there. You're right.
We're not talking about EG. Don't bring them into this.
Was that too sensitive?
That was too
You lost your star players recently.
What do you mean star players? We're still beating them in the DVC. There is arguments to be had there, you know.
Like what?
The argument
Like,
we're having.
Any arguments to be had there?
The argument is that we're better than them online, which is what,
That's
coincidentally,
true. They are online
this
right now.
tournament is right now.
She's so right. They're going to beat EG online.
We're going to beat EG.
Trent, are we making progress here? Are you feeling convinced one way or the other?
I gotta say, the whole Page Shill thing definitely hurt your case. As well as losing games. That wasn't great. But also,
what do you mean losing games? OG have been choking out for months now.
Poor was plus points because he's just salty.
That's true.
Bringing that up. That's right.
Alternatively, to poke holes in Kevin's argument, some of the biggest praise he had for OG was with Seb.
Is this unbiased moderating, by the way?
Oh, I mean,
believe you're supposed to be a neutral party.
Listen, Trent was.
Is Beastcoast paying you too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my
We're talking about.
I'm gonna need a new host. Thank God we have a co-host.
Okay, fine.
Finally, my time.
You want to make a verdict, Trent? I can put the ball in your court.
I'm gonna have to go with the good old OG. I would say
it was easy. I didn't even have to be here for them to win.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the debate, it's a Purge and OG.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
European bias wins again, guys. Do not stand for this. All these talent, they're in the cabal, shilling Europe West Dota every day. Stand strong, South American fans. I'm with you.
Bring her off the panel. Go sit down. We have to do analysis now. Purge, get back here.
Okay. I won. I won. I won. Is that a Beastcoast gank I just saw?
Thrilling. It's over, Purge. Whoa. It's over. You won. Let it. It's all. Just leave her alone.
Okay.
I'm gonna get my notes.
My notes.
You've left your cell phone behind.
I don't care. I didn't want that one.
Beastcoast left their net worth on the map.
Please, Purge, for the love of God.
He doesn't understand. We work better when there's no net worth, right? Let me paint a picture for you.
Paint it.
Today, Beastcoast versus Nouns, game 1. Don't read into this. They're down 16k net worth versus Nouns. Everything's looking terrible. They're in their base. Life sucks. The enemy has a full 5-man and an Aegis. Beastcoast are down 1 man, and they just use buyback on their mid player. What do? They clutch it.
Oh.
They clutch it all. They destroy Nouns.
I did forget to bring up that they lost to Nouns earlier today.
Oh, you did 2-0 Nouns after that?
And OG did not.
Oh.
So, yeah,
peculiar.
It was in my notes, but I was having too good of a time.
You were on a roll.
No, it's fine. We can reflect. They killed them. They wiped them, Aegis and all. And then guess what? 15 minutes later, they were back in the same position, and they did it again.
But not.
And they won the game.
Well, that game, but not both the games.
Yeah, but the game one was pretty good. Nouns beat Shopify in the BTS Pro Series. So actually, and then Shopify went on to come fourth at Lima. So really,
it's very convoluted.
Somewhere in there, Beastcoast is pretty good, or it's fine that they lost.
Are we still debating?
No, I don't believe so anymore.
I don't know.
Trent.
Not much of a debate at this point, is it?
No, it's just beating a dead horse.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah.
Would you like to talk about heroes?
Nah.
Oh, well, too bad. The draft is ready for game number 1 of OG versus Beastcoast. You didn't give me any hero arguments for any of these things. You just talked about players and emotions.
Oh yeah, he said they had a high hero pool.
Tinker.
Oh yeah, you did say Tinker.
Well.
That's right.
But it's nice to have a smaller hero pool sometimes. It is.
Yeah, it really is.
That's
and you know what? Who's got a small hero pool? Taiga. Taiga's played 3 heroes: Monkey King, Techies, and some other weird ass hero.
Actually,
that
he's played 4, and you would know that if you had notes. He's played Willow and Marana as well.
Oh, Willow was the third one I was thinking.
You stupid idiot.
Debate has really energized this panel.
I see that. We should give him Ogre Magi. Sheepstick said Ogre Magi was great for Taiga.
Bickering pandas, more like bickering
Yeah.
panel.
Hey.
You see that? OG have to ban Tiny because she sucked so much at it in the DPC that they just have to take it away.
It's just that simple. Beastmaster and Rubik first phased for OG. Beastcoast start things off with the silencer.
Why does South America love silencer so much?
I don't know.
SA and STA, big silencer fans. I gave the
Southern
argument.
hemisphere thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's
I see.
under the equator. If Absolute Legends was still around, they'd be picking it too. I was led to believe that it was because it was a lane dominator, and Kezu quickly poked holes in that argument after supposedly interviewing Chinese players. I still think he's good in lane, but maybe that's not the primary reason that these teams pick him.
I mean, he was a lot better in lane like 4 months ago before he got nerfed again, because they did overbuff Arcane Curse a little bit. There was a period of time where the nuke was really high, but when you're opening that early, it's fine in lane, but it's definitely punishable. And if you have a bad lane, you just die.
Yeah, I feel like we had the conversation about like Silencer, especially Silencer plus Ember, like 100 times on China DPC this tour too, and every time I was like, I don't know, I just don't really like the early Silencer pick, and then they would always lose. I still don't like it. I've never been sold on it. I think the hero is weird, and it works in like 2 ways. You either like go in really hard with initiation and cover it with global, or you're playing against a bunch of team fight and then you global it, but you don't see heroes, so what do you global? I don't know. I don't like it. I just don't. I think the Beastmaster pick was really good against it because he sucks at clearing summons. So, yeah, L, Beastcoast L.
But at least you can global silence the boar with your ultimate.
All right, that's a good point. Yeah.
I do like seeing the mask come up over all the units. It makes me feel like I'm used to it.
Oh my goodness, these moves. Dancing.
They're grooving. They're moving and grooving. And especially if OG can replicate the Tofu Rubik performance that we just saw in the previous series, that'll be very encouraging. Naga Siren taken out, and Beastcoast ban out the Morphling and the Death Prophet.
10 seconds remaining.
Thoughts?
Those
no
are heroes.
thoughts, head empty.
First time we've
I'm
seen
literally still thinking about the debate.
You guys, what's your heart rate right now, Perez? I'm gonna feel your.
I feel fine now.
Do you?
Yeah, I think so.
Are you calm right now?
Which arm would you like to?
No, actually.
You're gonna feel through my. You're gonna touch me on the chest.
This is not.
I'd like to see you try that.
May I touch you on the chest?
I thought you were gonna go for a blood
Fine,
muscle.
yeah.
Like a normal.
You can really feel it there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You shouldn't use your
fun
thumb. There's
trick.
too much
If you
blood flow.
go to the side of your eye and go straight down, you can really easily find your pulse on your neck.
You're calm.
So
Sheep.
try that
I'm
at
not
home.
calm at all. I'm filled with anger.
I feel literally
This
nothing.
couch is kind
I
of
literally
big.
cannot
we,
feel
we
your
probably
pulse.
could all fit on here. This is nice.
Scoot over.
Hi.
This is great. Great idea.
All right, so here I am
Hi, guys.
watching the draft.
Oh, it just looks so good.
It makes the
to be over
producer's
here.
job a lot easier. There's just one camera.
Yeah,
Two camera shots.
It's actually just budget cuts.
This actually complicates the camera shots because they like to swap between multiple cameras, and now
okay.
they only have one angle to work
What
with
do you mean?
here.
They can just go to the band. I love you, band.
I love
Keep
it.
it up.
That's
Do you know
true.
their name today?
Huh?
You know their name
Oh, I actually
today?
don't. What are they today?
They are the Bickering Pandas
They're
today.
bickering
They're
today?
bickering today.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Not on good terms.
No.
No.
It's unbelievable.
We could start a real nice TV show like this.
This is like
Bunch
the
of
intro shot.
friends
That come
on a sofa.
the Doty bunch.
Aw,
Oh,
That was terrible.
whatever.
something better, co-host.
No, I'm good. I
Co-host.
really thought it was just the lights heating up this, the stage, but now with this human warmth is just great,
I'm
especially from
comfortable
over here. Yeah,
I'm
Purge
getting
has
his arm.
established a barrier. He's not part of the family.
Anything more than his arm is too much heat.
that's fair. Yeah. I can sort of see the draft now.
Yes.
We haven't progressed very far, have
No.
we?
Dragon Knight
Despite
and
all of these antics.
Alchemist have been banned out. OG still agonizing over their second phase final ban.
All right, give me your dream Hector hero.
Wraith King.
Always Wraith King.
Always
yeah.
Wraith King.
And he played some
CK
Sven earlier,
lovers
but
here.
that looked really bad.
Ooh, I did see that.
You know what's hype? And I had more points for the debate if it continued.
Oh my god.
It was going to be they're really branching
You guys
out.
need
on
another one
Beastcoast.
before
Yeah.
game 2?
I have many points.
Let me check my notes really quick. I know I didn't say them all. Oops.
Yeah.
Man.
Like,
No.
so during Lima, K1 played his first Nature's Prophet game,
Oh, gross.
which was very cool, and he won his first Nature's Prophet game. And they're progressing as a
Hey, I
team.
know
Like
that.
Schofield, he typically would always play like these melee pulse fours and being an absolute creature running around the map.
Mhm.
But now he's been branching out. They've been really making
Ooh,
an
nice
effort.
pun.
He's playing his like Snapfires and his Willows and stuff.
Yes.
My man they're learning. And I think that's been
Wow.
the biggest like problem for Beastcoast in years now, is that they just have stuck too much to their pools.
True. No one ever told them that life was going to be that way.
Yeah.
All right, I want Trent over.
Oh, wait, let me think. What's the follow-up lyrics?
You can clap. Would you like to clap 4 times
Techies.
rhythmically? There we go.
Techies!
He gave us the countdown. You're all
Yeah.
useless.
No, my.
Wait, what?
He counted us. He did
Are we
count.
stuttering in?
You guys are off beat. You guys are too fast.
I was on.
I never
I was on
watched
beat.
that show. Hey, look, I said it was. Look, I was doing my job, okay? First off. So you're welcome.
All right.
Yeah.
Is your love life DOA?
Is that the other lyric?
Yeah? Your love life DOA? That is the lyrics, right?
I don't know.
I don't think it was going to be this way. It's something like that.
Yeah, so no one told you life was gonna be this way. No. Your job's a joke, you're broke,
Yeah.
your love life's DOA, right?
I don't know, actually.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Techie's a DOA
So-
pick every single time I see him. Useless. Why do you have to wait 15
he
minutes?
Doesn't, he doesn't die anymore when he
Oh,
does
that's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
But he kills your possibilities of winning the game. Because why have to wait 15 minutes for your hero to be useful? Only if you're Ricky Sleep Dart in a previous patch was that ever viable. Waiting
Unless
for
you're Matthew.
blast off. Sorry?
Unless you're Matthew.
Matthew, that's
'Cause,
true.
you know, he's a good Rick.
Exception to the rule.
He's the one. At least we got
No,
one.
he's a support player. He's not the one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Alright, this clock pick, banger. I love that. Because I was feeling pretty bad about Silencer as a support. Because he can't really do much, you know? He's like a reactionary boy. Clock lets them go, and that's gonna make Ember have a much better game. And it's looking like a pretty nice Ember game. You know, he does have to be careful about this Techie's blast though.
There's still a Bat Rider in this draft, too. Kind of surprising.
I don't think OG will pick it.
No,
I mean,
probably not, no.
potentially.
I mean, that
Maybe.
might look kind of okay. I mean, usually we see it with the bat, or sorry, with the silencer. So, but unfortunately, I don't really have quite enough info to maybe do the old whisper style bat on that there side lane. You know?
Look, I know Techies doesn't have like the best win rate, but I think he's actually just a really effective hero in the early mid
I don't
game.
even know if Sigurd can play it.
Like lane wise is pretty sick. Maybe not against a troll. That doesn't sound as good, but you've got nuke damage at least. Jump in, disarm's kind of good against him eventually.
Does anyone like seeing this hero on their team ever?
So if you press troll,
Does
and
anyone want?
Techies puts 3 mines on the
I
ground.
love
You just
troll.
eat them, right? Like they blow up
do.
on you.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
true.
All right.
That's one benefit.
I think Troll's a fantastic hero. And also, Hector's going to be so happy because he loves buying Lincoln Sphere and he can do that against Beastmaster.
He does. I really felt like watching him at TI, like maybe not last year, but the year before. I think it was last year. He just that's how he solves his problems. He just overbuys that item because he's like, well, I kind of get initiated on a lot
He
anyway,
goes
so
through
I.
phases.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
he would buy Silver Edge every game,
Yep.
and then Lincoln's every game. I feel like lately he's been really enjoying Manta heroes as well.
Okay. Yeah.
He kind of always did, but I don't think that's like a new trend. It's just him being him. But I could see it, you know, I could see it happening.
Ooh, the Slarky Malarkey. That is a good Slark game. I mean, Global, yeah, sure. Global's always annoying, no matter what hero you play. But Troll and Ember.
Oh my god.
You know, Troll versus Slark. Boo. We're gonna have Depth Shroud and the ulti. You're just swinging. You're just
nothing.
fighting ghosts. There's nothing there.
He's just gonna stand still. He's gonna do some weird glitchy thing where he's like kind of trying to run 2 different directions.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Slark looks good. Worst case, he buys BKB and saves his allies. Last time we saw, at least I looked at a Slark game, the Depth Shroud just gives you so many good defensive capabilities. Slap on top of that, you have like Rubik Lift too, defensively if you want it. It feels like they'll have a lot better in and out. Make sure they waste Global Silence, then you hard commit. Or make sure they waste Troll ult, then you go back in.
I actually don't know what they're gonna pick for Sacred though.
Centaur not so good in this circumstance. They played that earlier today. Was that the one that they lost, Alex?
Yeah, that was a really bad game. I don't know when they picked it, but they were playing into like Slock and Morphlings. So it's like no matter what lane you go to, it just sucks for Centaur. Like why? When did they pick this and why?
His best hero that I used to watch was his Enigma, but that also doesn't really look too promising here.
Wait, Sacred?
Yeah.
I really
Back in the
like
day.
his Snapfire, but
Yeah, I think also gone, right? Yeah.
yeah.
What does he need to do this game? He needs to actually kind of hold the lane a little bit.
I think another hero that can go play with Ember and Clockwork would be good.
Oh yeah, because sounds are so bleh.
Bleh.
Yeah, a little bleh.
Make the smoke a bit stronger while K1 farms. Because, like, basically, Beastcoast just function on Dark Margo, knows how to play his heroes really well. He goes mid, he has a good time, he gets farm, and then he makes the mid game his bitch. And then K1 picks up the slack later.
Can he play the offlane Leshrac? That could be kind of cool.
They have. I think he did play it recently.
He has played it recently, yes.
Yeah. It might have been an IO. Was it
Probably
IO Lesh?
was.
Might have been IO Lesh.
Makes it a lot more viable. He's also, well, I guess he already knows his lane, so it's not a big deal.
I have notes for this. Let's see.
Is that why you bring those things?
Always.
Oh, that's kind of useful here.
So much things. Here's all the heroes, guys.
Well, sacred heroes. Can't get Pango, can't get Snap, can't get Darkseer. He did play the offlane Leshrac.
Yo, the Mag kind of hype though.
Mag?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was
risky
4-2 in
business,
this
but
tournament.
you know.
Oh, can you skewer people out of depth shroud?
Ooh, yeah.
That's a cool counter.
Oh, let's go banned, guys.
That
nice
was pretty
call.
wild.
Holy
actually.
moly, that's a giant Roshan.
It would have been really good versus the Slayer. Oh my gosh.
I'm touching it.
You're touching
I'm
it.
Now there's
touching
way
it.
too much
Good
body
dog.
Yeah, it's really heating up in here. It is a bit of a pit over
Things
here.
are getting crowded.
I'm being
chill,
chillin'.
chill, man, chill. Relax.
You almost got hit in the head.
I know we get the AR experts right here. You guys.
Did you physically react to that too?
No, I was not scared actually.
And you weren't doing
No,
your
I
job.
was not afraid of the giant.
It simply did not intimidate me.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Did you just pretend like it wasn't there?
did.
Was that your method?
I know. I'm a method actor.
Whoa!
Next.
Okay.
Was
Is
this
this
one
the third
random?
one?
Camera
Because the
got scared.
last one was random when they picked this.
They got 23 seconds left. That was intentional.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like Techies is kind of good against it.
Yeah.
Clark is not that bad against it. It's like kind of goes both ways.
I mean, I guess
Regen.
they could Bat Rider now. Like, you brought it up.
That'd be pretty fun.
Because that hero
It's
just
a pretty
kind
fun
of
back
runs
game.
a clinic.
Oh,
on
he'd be
these
flying out of
side lanes.
everything here.
It's a bit annoying into Silencer, but I mean, who cares? Just buy BKB raw.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. I'm down for the bat.
Yeah, I mean the bat's good against Clock too. You just gotta oh, there it is.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
good.
second-
That's good. That's good.
Is that a good one?
Didn't you call them Tinker Spammers?
No,
No,
I said
no.
it was BZM.
Oh, okay. I was very
hyping
confused
himself
by
up.
that.
He's ready to spam. I mean,
Okay.
what's their lockdown? They have
mean,
one
Clock
and a
and
half
Silence
heroes.
I was
We're good
confused because you
against
said it like it was a
Tinker.
positive thing, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, because Dark Margo is a big, he is a spammer of it.
Is
He's
he?
a big fan.
But as long as he's got his 50% status resistance shield on him, is Global Silence even that good?
A little bit. What if he gets 2? What if he gets a shot from the pit?
Yeah, you know you're right. That 5-position hero.
I saw it today, actually. A refresher.
Was it
concept.
Beastcoast that did it though, or some better team?
I don't know. You're being so mean.
Whoa, guys. We tried to separate you two with 2 hosts.
I know. It just wasn't enough.
And this is what happens?
They're both of these teams are doing fine. They're both like what
No,
5
I'm
and
glad
5
the
or
Pillow's
something.
here,
That's
frankly.
fine. I'll be the villain.
You deserve to be the outsider.
Oh my god, they both have 5 wins. Like they're legitimately equally ranked right now. Beast Coast is overperforming. Does that make you feel better? Those mild
Overperforming.
Those mild compliments.
They're performing to expectations.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You have
sir.
Neil, I have a pillow. This is a nice pillow, actually.
That's the most companionship you'll ever
Exactly,
have.
a nice pillow.
Very
Not
fun.
wrong, yes.
Okay, that was a very Ross take from you, Trent. Give me something more Chandler.
You guys want to play foosball? Well, I have a duck.
Could this be any more easy?
good attempt at a Woody one-liner. That was close.
Thanks.
I don't want to be
Easy
so-
Tinker game.
Easy Tinker game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll give it to 2 of my last 2 favorite friends. For this game number 1, it's Cap and SVG.
Did you say we're his last favorite friends?
That's still favorites, baby.
I guess
we in there. We in there.
Yeah, we made it. We
Straight
made
to
it
the
to the
top.
list.
Too easy, honestly, too easy. Even when Neil thinks he's getting you, he just gets himself. I've never been on anyone's favorite list before. I'm feeling good now. Thanks, Neil.
Hey, don't worry, Avery. You're in my top 4 of co-casters.
Well, that's a prestigious group to be in. I take that 2 wins on the day. You know what? Next time I see a Reddit thread that's just shitting on everybody, I'm gonna upvote all the comments. Because I'm a huge supporter of all the Talon.
Right. Everybody is an asshole in the Talon scene. Well, welcome to OG versus Beastcoast, everybody, where we have some repeat performances that are going to be going on here. First of all, OG are going to be running the techies for the 5th time this tournament. They are currently 2-2 against it, but to be fair, 2 of those losses were against Team Liquid. But also, to be fair, one of those wins was against Nouns, and the other one was against Nigma. So
if we account for the averages, they're basically 0-4 with techies. That sounds great. It's doing really well for them. As you know, I despise this hero, but I'll remove my personal bias from the equation. This is a high execution draft from OG. Techies is not an easy hero to play. Rubik as another huge playmaker. Then you have Beast Tinker. It's a pretty solid combination. We've seen it a lot. Later, you can start teleporting the summons. That's pretty nice. But you also have a Slark in the middle of it as well. So you kind of need a lot of farm on these 2 cores for OG. And meanwhile, you have a Techies and Beast who are also going to suck up a lot of net worth off the map. I also like that Beastcoast have Clock, Silencer, and Ember to get some vision, global, and gap close on the Tinker. I don't think it's an entirely free Tinker last pick. Like, it's good. It's definitely very disruptive to Troll. It's almost impossible to play this matchup as Taiga just gets beat down with cursed axes. But I do think Beast Coast have some answers to Tinker, so if Sacred can just destroy this Necro Slark lane, might fall into a space where OG just doesn't have enough space to get everybody the farm they want.
how do you feel about the Necrophos? Because that's another repeat hero. Beast Coast, well, I was going to say they picked this hero, but they actually didn't. They randomed this hero in their series against Nigma, and apparently they liked it enough that they're willing to pick it again, or pick it for the first time, perhaps.
That's how well that random worked. Hey, we'll random it a second time. Why not?
Is the hero actually good, though? I feel like we have not seen much of it.
I think this hero performs really well in pubs and stats-wise, but in competitive, he often suffers versus counter picks. I mean, Tinker, Techies, Rubik, all pretty good versus hero. Just long-range magic damage tends to destroy him. Nullifier destroys this hero, but he does have a very good matchup versus Slark here. There's not a lot Slark can do versus him in the lane, and it should punish it really hard. Yuragi just getting beat on. This is a kill.
Oh, they blocked the pounce, too. He was close enough. Schofield was. That the point-blank pounce did not end up getting him out of there. And now Taiga's dead again, I think. He's got Fairy Fire to work with and some wand charges.
Fairy Fire coming off.
Oh, he had telekinesis, but the curse. Is that going to be enough? Level 1 curse doesn't do that much.
That was close. Stinger was bringing his Fairy Fire out of the backpack. Could have manned up, I think, for another right click, but he'll be happy to force the salve out of Taiga. This is a lot of space for Hector on the lane. DM not doing too shabby either, pushing towards that helm.
They're really set on being able to block that. Chu stuck, and are they going to get a second kill here? No.
Yeah, he went reactive taser as well.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I mean, sometimes it's okay on lane, but honestly, I feel like this hero on the lane is really about the 404.
Yeah, or at least like level 3 having 201 and being a threat.
I just don't think Techies performs that well from a defensive orientation.
For sure.
You can get away with it in the safe lane if you're doing pulls and you have Headdress to give Slark some regen, but I really feel like Yuragi is just going to continue to suffer down here, and there's not much counterplay.
Yeah, Chu, the only thing he could really do is die instead of Yuragi.
Can leap in, take me instead.
Yeah, pretty much.
In the arms of an angel. An elephant angel.
In the arms of 3 angels.
Not a fun lane. You were talking about Necro as viable in this patch. I think this hero has a place if he has a good lane matchup like this and can get fast auras up. He's one of the stronger ball heroes, like a Greaves or a Pipe, and just going at these objectives and tanking it up. He still thrives in that area.
Taiga fighting back, telekinesis, doesn't throw him anywhere, and he will die to Hector, who's not going to slow down.
Got the 4.
Had another round of the melee axes, so DM can't fight back. Between the kills and the board kills, they're getting a lot of extra experience here. Yuragi still in some trouble. Chu, this is kind of what we're talking about. The only thing that Chu can really do is run into them.
Death pulses are just adding up, though, and you still have a half wand here for Sacred, so he has a lot of gas in the tank. Headdress just delivered. The regen war down here is going to be brutal for Yuragi over the next 3 levels to get to that 6. I do not envy his position. Good thing for OG is BZM is free farming mid. And that's what you want to have happen with this Tinker. BZM can bail out these side lanes or at least snowball them if he has a really good game like this off of Fast 6 and the fast first item, whatever he decides to go after that blink. But he can potentially turn around some Necro dive or turn around some troll engagement top if he gets there fast enough.
Hector's dead. He's just trying to do as much damage as possible before he goes down. The regen trade's probably not in his favor after those, well, several kills that they've gotten.
Just couldn't get high enough fast enough off that ring. And DM punishes him with the Helm of Iron Will. Still a very powerful item on this lane. Top of the chart is still Sacred down here, as Yuragi is no longer able to go up for a creep.
No. And Slark can't go jungle. So what do you do?
Ask for a remake.
Sorry guys, we misclicked. We meant to ban Necrophos.
How can you ban it when they're going to random it, though?
It is a good point.
He has boots now. That'll help him stay away farther a bit faster. There is no counterplay on this lane. He is going to suffer. The dive will come through when you shove it in with the Death Pulse. Just about the TP reactions.
Here comes the mass TP reactions. They got Taiga and BZM are going to be joining here. Can they get a kill out of it, though? It's not even that close. Sacred is going to try and go for a second kill by fighting Taiga right now. Eventually runs away. So they trade support for support. That's certainly not worth it for OG.
I mean, it's worth it in the sense that you had 3 range creeps and catapult going into the tower on that push. So Yuragi gets all this solo XP. They vacate the entire area. That's going to be almost level 5 for him. You had to do something about this Slark's game, and that's a pretty damn good way to do it. Like, the kills didn't matter as much as him getting all those creeps.
I feel like that's Dota 2's version of the trolley problem.
Yeah, I mean, they diverted it, ran a couple kids over, but they got Slark to his levels. So who really won, you know?
Well, he's not to his levels yet. There's another split in the tracks that's coming up because Yuragi still has 2 levels to go before he's safe.
Okay, so you run a few more over. I mean, somebody...
you're committed at this point. He already ran over some kids.
The path to Slark's ult is paved with the blood of the sacrifice. Somebody needs to lay down their life.
BZM's back again.
Just trying to bail out this lane, but I don't think even BZM feels good about this. It's like, whatever, man, I'm out. Later, good luck.
Early Tinker, what he does is like the harassment damage of repetitive rockets is really annoying, but Necrophos doesn't care. If he's winning the lane, he gets all the regen to stay full HP.
Pretty much. He's just sustaining through it all. It's not doing anything to Sacred. It's getting Yuragi the waves. And in theory, BZM isn't losing too much of this. He farms out mid and then makes those moves. He's still pretty farmed and staying up there in the levels. I just think this is necessary. I like that OG's doing it. It's gonna keep him in the game.
Schofield catches up to him with the boots. Oh, doesn't get him with the cogs. Awkward.
Could still get him with the next rocket. Oh, he has wand.
Top lane, what's going on here? Jeez. Oh! Arcmago just gets bursted down, and with the roar, they're going to be able to catch the silencer too. Okay, this is where OG can start turning things around. Just ignore the Slark lane and focus on DM.
These are those Tinker rotations that are deadly on these side lanes because the side lanes are set up for the action. Somebody is going to be trying to kill somebody, and that's where Tinker thrives. He can just come in and clean up.
God, he's soaking experience. He's so close to 6. He's probably telling Chu, get the hell out of here. Oh, it's my 6.
Go blast off into the trees. Another skirmish top. Hector has ult. Gonna try and man up.
Telekinesis will separate him from DM. Isn't getting much heals out of this one, but does manage to get the Rubik kill before he falls.
Tinker coming in once more to try and clean up on the support.
And he's got that blink dagger, so he's gonna go for the kill on the silencer and gets it pretty easily. No punish. Top lane, or bottom, sorry, Reaper Scythe finally puts Chu down. Yuragi, this range creep will do it.
That was a worthwhile death right there.
Okay, never mind. Sorry. I got a little excited there.
Chu will pave the road for his Slark.
I saw Sacred get that deny in the range creep, and I thought Yuragi was still 5.
He'll be 6 now for sure.
Yeah, he is. He's good now.
And now BZM for the 5th time. But has Yuragi overstepped?
Or maybe they're not enough. Double for BZM.
Damn.
BZM has saved OG.
He just went in 3 lanes. He's still winning mid while he's doing all this. I don't know how that's happening, but he's ahead of Dark Mago in net worth, denies, and XP here. Just an absolute monster performance in the first 10 minutes from this BZM Tinker.
Yeah, considering the fact that he has been a part of 6 kills and is only behind in 6 CS.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. He's literally basically winning 3 lanes.
Yeah.
The one-man show. Just hop in my Tinker backpack, and I will carry you to victory.
Teleporting him over the finish line, perhaps.
Making this hero look busted, to be honest.
10-minute power rune comes out. And it was bottom lane invis for Chu, snacks it away from Dark Mago.
The big question for him is going to be, can he continue to skirmish like this after Beastcoast have their ults? Because global and hookshot into the battery are pretty nasty for this hero to deal with. But
oh, yeah.
It's also thinking like he did so much work, it might just not even matter. He brought both his other cores into a decent position. This Slark is not that far behind anymore, and this Beast is well out in front. I would not be surprised to see DM just make the early rotation through the jungle and collapse on mid. It's going to be a decent fight for OG if they have the levels on the supports.
There's going to be a bit of a support diff right now, though.
Yep, there is.
OG's supports are very experienced stars. And the 2 on the side of Beastcoast already have their level 6s, so...
Maybe you want to try and make some action happen with this while you have that differential.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong. Like early global at this point, there's not much counterplay on the hook shot global in, especially if you find the Tinker. You just have to be wary of this Beastmaster cut from behind. Like DM is in your jungle. This move can come at any time. It's pretty easy for people to connect to it off a smoke. Gonna find a quick little techies.
Not bad. Though I do kind of feel like Beastcoast is using a lot of ultimates to kill Chu. You know, like the Reaper's Scythe they used earlier. Sure, you want the stack, but keeping the Reaper's Scythe would have kept the Slark down more.
I tend to agree. Killing techies at this point, it's nice you defend your jungle, but the whole time this is happening, you're giving space for Yuragi to catch up, who is going that medical Midas.
Medical Midas?
Yeah. When you get this injured.
When you need first aid?
Give me that shot, Doc. I need it straight into my veins. It's going to catch up in levels, right?
Yeah.
I like the Midas here. I actually think it is the correct itemization for the Slark. You need the levels back. You need to play for that later timing. You have no momentum. Global to try and catch this Tinker.
This is a bit of a stretch.
No
Schofield
hookshot,
did not have his hook shot, so maybe he can content himself with a support kill, but it's not what they were looking for. That already gives me a bit of concern, just because it feels like a bit of miscoordination there. Here comes that play you were talking about.
Yeah,
DM's coming from behind. Dark Mago has to jump to his remnants multiple times, and he doesn't have enough of them. He's going to be caught. Chu finishes him up with the silence pretty easily. Sacred is running down the Tinker, though, and now they have the hook shot to be able to put him down with the Reaper's Scythe to give in the finishing blow. Chu is stuck underneath this tier 1 tower. Did get his level 6 off of the Ember kill, so he's got that going for him.
Hector
That's about
says,
all he's got going for him.
Give me that last hit for my Battle Fury. That's a pretty good fight for Beastcoast. They get the Tinker kill and they stop this Beast cut that was proving to be pretty deadly if they just get away with it. So that's a lot of momentum lost for OG around this mid tower. They're going to have to try and make that move again, but now it's a lot harder.
This is also a very fast Battle Fury, right?
Yeah.
13 minutes? That's got to be ahead of the pace.
Oh, K1 really enjoyed that fight. He got his Battle Fury off it, and now he gets to clear through a whole set of jungle. He is living the dream. You also get another Reaper charge. You don't get any stolen in, since Stinger forwent his glaive point here. A little sad, but it's not going to be the biggest difference. And I think Dark Mago's probably the biggest loser out of all of that. Like, the Ember fell a bit behind off that fight. He did have a regen rune that he really wanted to use off of that Tinker poke mid. Take the fight afterwards, but just not tanky enough to live through the burst. And now this map is probably going to stall out a bit. You maybe have another good beast smoke or move with the next roar, but Overlord, Helm of the Overlord up in 300 gold. You can't really force the Roshan with it. I think it's a bit too slow. So do you try and force that tier 1 move again with the beast? And if that fails, your game is... It's really rough at that point. At the same time, you want to get him active. Haste rune.
Got him right as he
Not
grabbed
gonna
that
save
haste
you.
rune.
And this silencer has a lot of levels, man. Both these Beast Core supports.
Yeah.
You're almost level 9 on this Schofield Clockwork. That is brutal. Level 8 coming out for Stinger in 1 creep. It's a lot of damage compared to the 2 level 6s for OG. And I feel like Techies is not a hero that functions when he's behind on the levels. Because he's all about his spells having the damage ramp to kill heroes before they overcome the EHP threshold where he can't burst them.
Yeah.
Sure, you can do some shard stun shenanigans later, but honestly, that stun is not necessarily reliable. The follow-up always isn't great, especially when you're playing in a global and a sustain hero like Necro. I worry for Chu's impact going forward, just based on the amount of support levels that Beastcoast have extracted from this early game.
And if things do start going a little bad for these other heroes of OG, it just makes the burden even heavier for BZM, who is going to be going Shiva's next item.
It's a good Shiva's game. Very good. If he can get to that like Shiva, Strength, Blink, maybe BKB if he wants it later to deal with the global or the Clockwork, it's probably on the menu. He's going to be pretty tough to deal with. There's not a lot that stops him during that period. It's just going to be how farmed does K1 get and what can he do with his net worth. Does he find global for the bottom?
Oh, for the Tinker.
With
Nice.
the Tinker ward.
So OG will definitely know the ward is there. They ping it out almost immediately, but it already served its purpose.
And now you have 30 seconds, no Tinker. Maybe make some more moves of your own. Hook shot
the
to
hook
find
shot to be able to catch a support kill on Chu. Boy, Chu is...
He's struggling. This is kind of the price you pay with Techie sometimes. Like, if you get abused in a lane matchup, this hero is a 5, just doesn't do anything on the map. You kind of just have to farm. He also doesn't have the best cores to play off of. Like, Tinker, Slark are not doing anything for this Techies.
He has 8 CS and 6 deaths.
Well, you didn't have to rub it in.
Thanks for that.
I mean, I'm just saying, Techies is a hero that usually kills creeps pretty well once you have level 6.
I mean, that's better than 6 CS, 8 deaths.
We might see that in this game, the way it's going for Chu. We might start having to deduct some from his CS score if he keeps dying.
Well, this is that Helmet of Overlord smoke. This is the big one for the tier 1 mid. This is what OG want to get a lot of momentum off of. Open up the map. They're looking for the flank. Taiga behind with stolen fire spirits.
Yeah,
looking for that initiation. But this is a pipe Necro. He's really tanky. This is not the guy you want to go on.
He's riding that tightrope. He's trying to present himself as a target to go on without getting caught.
And this is normally where you just go in the Roche pit. Anxious to see if OG try and force it. Because like I said, their lineup is not the fastest at doing the Roche right now.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I would not.
And that does open up a window here for Beastcoast to try and punish something on the map or get a tier 1 in return. Hunt the Tinker a bit more if they can. But I do think you want to get active in this period if you're Beastcoast. Use your support ultis. Use the fact you have Pipe Mech on this Necropos. This is where the Necro is really strong. But as Tinker continues to ramp up, that Necro can get kited in the later fights, and it's harder to take that sort of static engagement, so you want to use it while you can. Schofield looking.
Got him!
Ho-ho.
Nice reactions. And BZM will suffer another death at the hands of Schofield.
So many levels for this clock.
Yeah,
level
he
11.
is huge.
And he's had a good game. And he's really abusing this Clock Tinker matchup, putting a decent priority on it. This is really exactly what you want to see to punish the Tinker. Get these few deaths in the mid game, and suddenly he falls behind in net worth, and all those items that come out, okay, by the time you have Shivas, K1's going to have BKB. By the time you get to your Strength Blink, you're going to have some more survivability items, and this Necro is continuing to build some stacks here. This game's not looking too bad for Beastcoast. Up 4K. They had a really rough early game dealing with that Tinker, but those 2 Beast moves to mid weren't at the pace OG wanted, and their supports are behind.
Nice Force Staff. Gets them
away.
away.
Happen.
Global Sounds is going to be used here. Are the cores here to be able to punish, though? They do not have the Reaper's Sight, so it's not going to be that easy. Chu just throws himself in there to make sure that Yuragi gets the reset on out. Amber is around. He's got to be careful. Yuragi, he doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter. He does not get that far away with these pounces, and he ends up dying to Dark Mago.
Oh, the smoke for the missile.
Oh, that is a nice idea.
But dodge, she's out of
Dark Mago, he has nothing else to dodge. They give him a Force Staff, and that regen was enough No way. 11 HP a second,
God.
and it actually the Force Staff made the difference.
And now K1's trying to run down your techies, and he's going to get him off the fizzle pop. Brutal team fight for OG. Thinking they're going to be able to get this Ember on the cleanup. Instead, they get nothing, and they lose Slark in that engagement, which was his defusal reveal. Beastcoast, right place, right time to try and force that jungle fight and maintain control. And
That's a
bailing
great
out
example of the support difference there, right? Like,
Yeah,
the
100%.
supports on Beastcoast are strong enough that they both have Force Staffs, so they just don't feed away kills to Yuragi, and then they're impactful in being able to turn around and kill Yuragi later.
Just the extra EHP and levels, too. Like, look at how aggressive Schofield can be. He's piped up here. There's nothing to worry about. And Dark Mago was low here because DM almost solo killed him before this fight with a roar and all his summons hitting him. So that almost transitioned into this kill, but imagine if that lines up for OG. It's a much cleaner engagement.
He had to be down below 20 HP. That Force Staff gives him an extra 2 seconds to work with.
Once more, Yuragi trying to force the issue.
You go for the silence.
There's a
kill.
Reaper.
The Reaper side, though. Oh, Yuragi. He didn't actually die to it. Oh, that is real bad. Chu is going to try and chase down the silencer in the craziest fashion.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Schofield solo kills BCM. During that engagement, the clock
again
just out of control.
Oh, and now he's on the other side to be able to bump back Taiga into the hands of Hector, who they want to fight right next to the Roshan pit, and they do have a hero that takes Roshan pretty nicely in the troll, so they'll go for it.
All the auras on the Necro, all the levels you could want, and that is not the place you want to lose a fight if you're OG. Meanwhile, Dark Mago got your bottom lane in. He's not even joining that Roshan. Super efficient map usage by Beastcoast here. Age is secured for K1. Beastcoast fans always love to see that. Then, man, BZM's game just got killed. Yeah, by this clockwork. Schofield had his number and he booked his ticket. Said, yeah, you might kill all 3 of my lanes, but I'm going to kill you all 3 times. Welcome to hell.
He hit it with that *69, you know?
The dial.
Making the early calls, but
I mean, think about where this Tinker's net worth was at the 10 or 12 minute mark. He was at 5.5K. We're at 8.9 at 22 minutes. It's like 3K gold over almost 10 minutes. That is 300 GPM, absolutely brutal here.
when you delay that first item after Blink Dagger, it just has a huge impact, right? Because that's your farming item, effectively, for a Tinker. It speeds up your lane progress a lot.
You can shove the lanes faster. He can be more survivable in the fight. Maybe if he has that, he doesn't die to this.
Oh, we got him again!
It just can't keep happening. Somebody stop.
He's level 15.
he's higher level than the Tinker.
Higher level than the Tinker. And Dark Mago has a double damage. He's going to chase after Yuragi. I don't think he's going to get it, though, out of mana, sadly.
Schofield. He's got a family, son.
Does he?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
They've been killed by the hook shots. Yeah, that is the face of someone who is tired of playing against Schofield. You know, I've been there.
Yeah.
I have been there, and so have many other Dota players. Why won't this guy just go away? Go hook shot somebody else. Go hook shot Chu.
Nope, he's fixated. He's found that Tinker is to his liking, and he's just going to keep running at him. And Beastcoast, I mean, I do not disagree with this move.
Yeah, what stops him? Tinker outspam? Not if the Tinker's dead. They're going to try and catch DM on the side.
He's got the jetpack, so he's going to give himself nice, clear vision of where DM's at.
Gets the big lizard too, plus 250 for Dark Mago. Give him the boar on top of it. Global for this bottom engagement, which is also happening. They found BZM again off that global into Reaper.
BZM dead again. Yuragi's going to try the Force Staff. Oh, no. Chu completely whiffs on that one as a result and will just die. They fought that 3 versus 4 in the bottom lane and came out ahead. Did Hector even use anything?
No.
Still has
BKB.
Aegis. He uses BKB. That's it.
This game just got out of control insanely fast off what looked like it was a really good early game for OG, but that Tinker just went nowhere. Schofield, he got the taste for Tinker flesh. And he liked it.
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Guardy Greaves now. I mean, you're just so far ahead of schedule if you're Beastcoast. You were not supposed to be hitting high ground until, you know, at least second Aegis, if not third. But this first one, they already take a full lane of barracks. And the only reason OG really has a hope in this game is the fact that they do have Tinker plus Beastmaster, so they can kind of get out on the map. Slark is very good at doing that as well. So it's going to be a little hard for Beastcoast to actually keep them inside of their base and starve them out.
The thing is, do they need to keep them in the base when they can just hunt them on the map? You have
hook shot.
Here.
Got him.
This clock is just going to prevent the split push. I think he's just way too strong.
He is too strong.
He's even going the second, third item blade mail here. Very uncommon, but when BKBs for OG are this delayed, why not? The power of support levels. Never underestimate them. You know, when that carry tells you, hey, I need solo XP, what do? You slap him. You say, I'm going to carry the game. And then you'll probably get reported. But
I think Dota has enough toxicity issues without you suggesting physical violence between teammates.
Hey, what do you mean? Dota's toxic?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I never noticed.
JJ says no, apparently.
No.
You never noticed, huh?
I went to know.
I feel like
you
that says
told me.
less about Dota and more about you. Another Reaper's Scythe kill.
Double bore. Why not? Add it to K1's CS total, sitting at a clean 317 for this troll. And this game just went nowhere for OG. It felt like once they had the pipe on the Necro, the 5-on-5 wasn't good enough, and the beast momentum wasn't there because the Slark was just too far behind to join in those fights and get an early Roshan.
Look at Schofield. He got himself a jetpack, went down the line, got a ward behind the towers.
You know
and
who
as
he's
a
looking
result,
for.
they're going to get 2 support kills off of that.
He's waiting for the Tinker.
Oh, yeah. His hookshot's going to be up at the same time as Tinker's going to be coming alive, so.
He's not hooking no Beastmaster here. He's waiting.
Nope.
He wants to send a message. BCM.
Stay in your fountain. Oh, Yuragi.
Ooh.
He knew it was there because
look,
the Shadow
Schofield,
Dance.
he knows he was going to go bottom. He's already hunting him. He might get him here.
Oh, the creeps are in the way.
Run,
Get out of the way,
son.
creeps.
Run.
Is he going to do a blind hook down the line? No, he sees. Oh, no. This time, BZM was just barely ahead of him on the blink. I mean, if BZM gets caught there, just GG out.
I'm with you on that one. It's just too much. All right, they got Ags on Yuragi. There's some hopium. There's a lot of 4 stabs on Beastcoast side, 3 of them.
Yeah.
So these pounces aren't super effective as K1 continues to march down, and there's another big golem fed away.
Yeah, that thing is just...
It's been a decent amount of gold to Beastcoast in the summons. I feel like it's at least a couple thousand.
Oh, 4 step again, too. He cannot land a blast off. Not that it would have done really anything.
I mean, this is also probably one of the problems I have with Techies. I feel like his damage comes out pretty slow.
Yeah.
It always gives you time to react. So when you're in these behind positions, it's even more punishing. When you're ahead, if you don't have all these 4 staffs and stuff, the hero can give you that burst. But when you're behind, good luck connecting on these spells, man. It's impossible.
So what you're saying is he's going to be great hero next patch.
It's coming. Into the mines.
Ooh, look at Mago.
They all got dodged.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Another Reaper Scythe kill. Mago's just going to keep going. He's going to make sure both the supports die. Doesn't get you. Gets pounced on. They actually do hit him with a blast off, but again, the 4 staffs are there to be able to get him away from the pounce leash.
BZM's kind of going ham.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of damage out there,
the
bit by bit. Granted, the buildings are falling all over the place.
Yeah, K1 had other ideas on his mind and just megas them. What a classic Hector play. So yeah, you guys can kill heroes. I'm just going to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, he probably has figured out, just like when it comes to hitting neutrals, he's probably figured out the efficiency of building killing.
They don't run away from you, as there's nowhere for Yuragi to run. cogged into the Waiting Axes, and that'll be the game. Man, just a brutal beatdown on that map. I don't think I've seen a better early game into a worse mid game in a long time for BZM on that Tinker. He was a 10-minute god into a 20-minute grave. Schofield just put him in the dirt. No way around it. MVP of that game for sure.
Yeah.
And I like how Beastcoast played around this pipe Necro, defending their jungle areas and taking the fights in the areas where they wanted to. They didn't try and get super aggressive, forced into the Beast Vision, or like try and stop this Slark from farming. They just played around their timings, play around their troll, let OG come into them off the beast moves that they know are coming, and bring the numbers to those fights that you have to bring to make sure you don't lose too much map. I think that's the key to this game. I think if you try and make too much aggressiveness happen when it's not in your favor and this Tinker snowballing, you might just throw the game there and suddenly OG get a Roche, they get an Aegis onto the Slark who is struggling, and you can come back. Beastcoast just didn't give them much opportunities, and honestly, a pretty clean game from them outside of that laning phase.
And that just puts Beastcoast. I mean, both the South American teams are killing it in this group stage.
They look good.
Beastcoast with the win here against OG. Possibility of just locking it up. I mean, I think they're already in a great position, seeing as they're 6-4. They get a little bit more, and they're just locked in. But that is for Game 2 discussion. We're going to take a short little break here and check in with the panel before we check out that Game 2.
Call that episode the one where Schofield makes BZM's life hell. I've never seen a Tinker seem so terrified of a little robot man on the other side. Clockwork all over the place. BZM suffocated all game long, it seems.
Whew, that was, I was a Tinker believer. I gotta say, I feel like, Clockworks, they've been like demoted a little bit down to like position 5 sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Not this game though. Got to be a little bit stronger, a little bit more powerful. Big flex time here from Schofield.
Yeah, I mean, not just Schofield, really all of Beastcoast. They're just they're an amazing team, really put together.
We got our sofa back,
Like,
so I'm
they're
just making the most.
They're really
of it.
good. That was like the Beastcoast special, basically, just like showing their skill level, doing kind of unexpected things, like just dead reading exactly where BZM was going to be and catching him. Those like 2 kills that he got on him, the first with the Tinker Ward, and then the next one like close to his Dire offlane tier 1 tower. Those 2 kills like completely changed the tempo of things, because then all of a sudden it's like BZM, instead of like having equal net worth plus a good Shiva's timing, is just like playing extra scared, getting less farm on the map, and now he can't use his net worth to wield against like anybody else, like the troll.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, did the debate results somehow rub you the wrong way and you feel a little bit validated now?
I feel a little validated, if I had to say so myself. Like, if I had to say I was feeling pretty good, like on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm at a 9. Like the 10 would come if we win the second game.
2-0.
Yeah, but
Like
for
an
now,
I-9.
it was pretty good.
Great performance.
What were you saying? Like about OG,
I mean, we can have both things. I can win and you can win this way. This is really for the best.
Excuse
me?
Well, I mean, you were kind of
Goddamn
hyping up
millennials.
that Tinker pit.
Socialists on my panel. I don't think that's how it works. You even specifically shouted out BZM Tinker, and look where
Exactly,
that...
you did do that.
Yeah, and it looked great, but Schofield's
so
clock
Did we watch
was...
the same game?
Look, there's two things can happen. BZM can play on his side well, and Schofield can murder him and
Yeah.
prevent him from continuing to play well for the entire rest of the game. That's all.
I mean, you saw it, man, in this camera, head in his head. Like, oh my god.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that's the power of Schofield.
When he unleashes the beast.
He does, and he does that. My God, he loves. I mean, I talked
Cracks
about
that
how
can.
he's expanding his pool, but honestly, when you put him back on those little melee initiators, whew, he goes crazy.
That's good.
Satisfying stuff. And how about any of the other 8 players in the game?
What? There were other players.
They did their thing, but
The
everything's a
Necro
lot
was
easier
cool.
when Tinker just keeps
Necro
dying.
was cool.
That's true. Yeah, really did a lot against the Slarkin lane. Basically just pressured him constantly. He was abusing one and stuff to try to offset it, but it was just putting him behind. And then so basically Slark had a worse game, and then Tinker had a worse game. Who's going to get any kills, like they said on the draft? Who's gonna pair with the Beastmaster now?
Yeah.
Beastmaster's about making someone else stronger and allowing them to have more space and kill setup and stuff, but there was just nobody else to think. God, the blood from my foot was
You could have said something. The bit wasn't that important.
So yeah, kind of really just undermined their entire strategy. They needed at least one person to do well, and then Necro Pick took out the Slark out of the game, and then Schofield did the rest.
Big draft win. Nice picks.
Yeah.
Nice
Gotta
pick.
say, I like
Good.
flexing the clockwork into this like more important role. Has a really good game. The Necrophos, not a lot of teams using that. Oh, listen, every team fight, I just kept looking up at the top of the screen and seeing a dead tanker and it's a killing spree. So I feel like that really does take the cake for this game.
I literally made a joke in the green room. I was like, the Beastmaster's pushing top. He forces Schofield reaction. They kill him with clockwork. I'm like, oh, okay, this was actually a great play by DM because now there's no hook shot available to kill BZM. BZM's dead on the bottom side of the map. I was like, oh, God. All right, this one's over. Call it.
Yeah, there was no respite for that tanker, and these signature heroes that are coming out, BZM's had it in his arsenal for a while, but this Necro seemingly just came out because they randomed it one time, and then they were like, oh yeah, this hero exists. Even in their interview, I think Stinger was saying that Staker was like, oh, I'll play it, I guess. And it turns out he's actually quite good on it, and it is not as bad of a hero as everyone thinks. Why are we not seeing Necro more often?
I mean, it did get buffed. It was played with a lot on the most recent patch because his Death Pulse mana cost went from like 190 to 160. So it's like
How do you remember that?
He spent 8 hours
does
reading
his patch
those two
notes.
numbers.
Yeah, basically.
He converts the percentages, helps him remember. You know,
like that. So he gets his mana back a lot more evenly, so you can spam more. So a lot of people, plus Radiance got buffed, right? So people are like, oh, I gotta play Radiance Necrophos and see how that works. So
He's a Greaves buyer also, which is
Greaves buyer, yeah.
the de facto standard for offlaners these days.
Yeah, and then also Slark has been trending up, so it's natural to think like if we've seen a lot of teams play with Slark, you got to start thinking of some solutions. What are the top heroes in the meta? What are the fresh ones? Let's get some alternative options as ways we can beat them in that like late game draft. And they used one there. It was really good.
I do think like one problem with Necrophos is his lack of mobility as a hero. Like I think it's sort of similar to Viper as well. Whenever that hero's meta, you see teams struggle to really activate it, which is why like there were teams like I think Spirit that would run Tiny with the Viper, and it was more like throwing people into the Viper and making him have a good game. Like Necro can have those same problems. It's like he can walk across the map. It takes so much time. He's not really good at clearing camps like really, really quickly along the way. So like you kind of want to put him in a lane and have him just like shoving it out, or like having him be sort of like an anchor for people to play around. So that game, I thought it was nice how they were just not rushing things super hard. You know, it was like, we're going to hold our areas. We're going to make Necro more of like a line holder, like a body. He was doing good things in that respect. I think they used him well because I think that hero is hard to use.
And you and I, Trent, were skeptical on Troll the Warlord as a hero.
Always. Yeah.
And I feel like every single time I see him win, I'm like, any carry could have done that.
No, you could.
That was the case.
All
in
right,
this
benefits
game.
of Troll this game. He did a really good job of taking Roach when they had the chance. So
Okay.
when they had moments to take objectives, he makes it really easy.
Sure.
And that's a big plus. It's also really strong to give mobility to both your supports because, you know, he can do whatever he wants. It's kind of hard to deal with a Troll in the early game. So
Sure.
that's good. So that helps enable the games of Stinger and Schofield. And of course, Schofield carried the game. So ergo, Hector is the reason they won.
It's true.
I mean, he's a good laner. That's the other thing. The Beastmaster that game went for Boar is actually not Axis, maybe to help trade better against the Silencer or something. But yeah, his net worth was just pretty fat pretty quickly because as long as he's individually survivable and the other heroes can go to the other lanes, and yeah,
It
puts
didn't
him in a good
matter.
spot.
Schofield was the carry. And I want to see Schofield's numbers when stacked up against the enemy 4 position because I think Taiga was a little bit outclassed in that comparison.
0-10-4.
My goodness.
Oh my god, okay. More than a little.
Put it away, sorry.
Hmm.
Well, who was the predator and who was the prey?
Oh,
I'll let you guys figure it out.
damn, that's so funny.
Yeah, Taiga got 8 this game. Or actually 10. Schofield got the 8 kills. Yeah. It's the end of the day, Trent. What do you want from me?
It's actually not quite there. We're almost there.
We're almost there.
Okay,
Thankfully, there's more good Dota.
I feel bad for Taiga because he actually, I mean, okay, you could criticize him for this, but he usually has a very high death count when he plays Dota. But I've seen games where it's good. It's because he usually tries to play really up on the map and make things happen. Especially when he plays stuff like Monkey King, he'll want to be on like the back lines of the map, trying to look for couriers, trying to look for vision, trying to give his cores like a good game by making space or like dragging people around. Like when I said in our debate that OG was like a worse version of Beastcoast, that was probably the two players I was thinking of the most. Like Schofield has typically been that. He would just walk randomly to the enemy fountain and be like, "Hey guys, what's up?" And like 4 people will start running at him the whole way along, you know? And I feel like that's what Taiga does, but like less successful. Because he's had a lot of freaking deaths.
I do unironically think they are the best feeding support duo in Dota.
Yeah.
Beastcoast. They do it
Beastcoast,
so
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Like it's actually ridiculous.
He's turned it into an art. I mean, like, I can't think of before Tiger this stretch of tours. I couldn't think of any other support that has been doing that style.
They use his deaths so you know who else used deaths really well?
Yeah.
OG when they won TI back when they were good.
Yeah.
They used their deaths.
Jesus,
and
all
buybacks
right,
really
relax,
well.
relax.
So-
They did qualify
Am I right?
for a major.
No, am I right? I was trying to like
Yeah,
go on your
defend my
side.
team,
I was
yes,
trying
Yeah,
to yeah, see what's
let's not pile on too hard. They're okay. They're okay.
We had our piece. Let's the teams do their own talking in the games, because OG are going into this game number 2. Were they on a break? I don't know. Maybe they'll get a 1-1 split. Only one way to find out. Stick around for game number 2 of OG versus Beastcoast after the break.
love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of our third day. And because it's the third day, we've done a great deal of group staging. And in that process, would you believe it? We've finally figured out some eliminations and some teams that will be moving on to the second stage of groups. Trent.
Have we? Yes.
Tell me some names.
Okay, well, I did a handy, what do you call those things?
Liquipedia?
Mnemonic memory device here.
Yeah,
Make sure I
acronym.
can remember them all.
Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally.
Yeah, so it's grape.
Okay, I think that would be Game and Gladiators.
Yes. How did you know? Energetic.
That would be Evil Geniuses.
Very good. And hold on, I got it. Superstars.
Not Beastcoast.
There's an S team in Group A.
You still got it.
They are full of superstars.
Bet boom.
S. Also,
Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, that is correct.
Sir.
We have 3 confirmations of teams that will be moving on. Game and Gladiators, Evil Geniuses, and Shopify Rebellion will be making it to the second stage of groups as they have locked in for Group A and the elimination in that group. What was your
I
mnemonic
had
device?
that as well. Enthusiastic.
Yeah, well, they're not going to be
Entity.
feeling...
Very good.
Well done.
Thank you. Got it.
And
unenthusiastic about their result, though, as they are eliminated at this stage of Dream League Season 19. And Group B, which is the group that we're covering right now, only has 1 lock.
Nihilists.
Perch?
Lock? Did you say lock?
Locked for elimination.
Wait, block?
They're eliminated.
Oh, they're gone?
We have an elimination.
Oh, yeah, you got that one, bro. Come on.
I do not know how you guys can focus right now. This man is playing a cooking instrument.
It's nouns!
Yay!
Good job, Purge. You're so smart.
What a handy device to remember those teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're just cooking up some
Ooh,
great Dota
sheesh.
here,
You
as
going-
you can hear.
You went hard on the pan.
Pot.
Pot. I don't know cooking, guys.
No.
Ordering up that food all week, huh?
You know, heroes, though, because we can get into the draft of game number 2, Beastcoast versus OG. Beastcoast take game number 1, and they ban out Doom, Broodmother, Anti-Mage, Dragon Knight. After that, OG, they also took out Tiny, Ember Spirit, Naga Siren, and Snapfire. First pick went the way of Beastcoast. They got Silencer. I swear to God.
Yep, that was nice.
I swear to God, Patrick.
Playing 2 songs. I'm so desperate for electricity. Plays it
has
over other
haunted
music.
me.
Give the
for-
people what they want.
No.
Okay.
I gave it to them. I gave them a on-stage performance. What more could you possibly need? I'll
like
start
another
playing
one.
Sonata Slay if you're not careful, all right? Because all I do is slay. Pick Undying and Rubik on the side of OG.
Wait, I have a more important question. Do
Yeah.
you know how to play any instruments, Tsunami?
I played the viola for 5 years.
Could you play the
That's
song
the heart
on the
of
viola?
the orchestra. I know that.
It is. It's
You're welcome.
viola was the poor man's violin because violin had all the competitive kids and viola
Yeah.
had all the losers.
Yeah, but it's the heart of the orchestra.
That's what the propaganda that we spread. Truth
That's
be
right.
told, it's more of a cello thing to be the heart of the orchestra.
That's wrong.
Who told you this?
My aunt, who is a
violist.
Yeah, she like runs. She runs shit. All right, just trust me.
But
on
does
this
she
one.
play the viola?
Yes.
Well, that's.
But
a
also
bit
the
bi-
violin because there's not enough students for her to teach viola too.
Case in point, the very small heart of the orchestra. Okay, what can I play on the viola?
Your song.
Electricity? Absolutely not. I was a terrible sight reader, and one of the competitions that they would always have us do at state competitions is bring you a piece of music and you have to sight read it.
So
And-
I don't need you to sight read it. I need you to play it from your
learn it.
heart.
Oh,
Play it from your
my tiny
soul.
heart, the heart of the orchestra.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave that to the bickering pandas on one day.
Okay.
No promises, though. Kevin, you've been
Dude,
suspiciously
he's playing
quiet.
glass. Like, how good can this guy
Stop
get?
distracting this man from.
Do you know why there's
Sorry.
different levels of water in every glass?
Because it changes the sound.
Yeah, that's right.
That's correct.
The tone would be the correct word, but yeah, you got it.
Damn. Can you relax?
Don't
Hey,
know
what's
anything.
happening here? This is
Disruptor.
suspicious.
Oh, that's a lot
This
of
is
support.
a suspicious
Undying
lineup.
Core.
Alert!
No,
Alert!
No, DM's played offlane Undying before.
Oh, well, you gotta alert it.
Alert!
Don't act like it's not cool.
Put a siren
Oh,
emoji.
like why you have to be so blasé with like someone's busting out the yeah, he's playing. But come on.
Look, OG's got all the
What
best
are you,
supports.
some kind
okay?
of non-Europe West cover? Ho, 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 ho. It's funny because none of you did.
Okay, so what's his itemization for this fame?
Rub it in,
offlane
thanks.
Undying?
Seriously.
Didn't get hired.
Sorry.
Wow.
Is he a locket builder?
Yeah, no, he.
Oh yeah,
What
no.
does he build actually?
He's playing a
Probably just
lot. I don't
greed.
know. Sheep.
I think it's just greed.
There's non-Europe cover. Doubles don't know anything.
I'll be real. I'm feeling a little spiteful after
Why don't you
the
check your
debate,
notes,
guys.
huh?
I'm feeling a little spiteful after.
You don't say. I didn't feel the
How about
energy.
boots of bearing? That's a good item. Why can't he build that?
It's actually sick with the zombies.
Yeah.
They actually get a lot of attack speed. Yeah. But the problem is you have to like let them build up first and then pop it.
Yeah.
Well, look, we know that hero works. Okay,
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be a good one. They've got glimpse to counteract it a bit.
Yeah.
They stink against Tombstone. I guess it's not as important when it's the core though.
Yeah, it
Which is kinda
does. Who
funny.
cares, Lamal?
Yeah.
Just go in with Storm and stun him before he can use Tomb, and then you follow up with. You know what? That's the same with Clockwork. They can both just go in together. Chain stun him. Never let him use it.
Holding hands.
Yeah.
I don't know if we discussed it, but that hair is powerful. That's
Oh,
a
yeah.
very powerful blue.
I've
I have to
enjoyed
say.
the looks. Q on Talon has been rolling up with that hot pink hair. That's a look. This blue hair, real vibrant.
Well, this is the purple hair, the purple-headed, the cone himself. The Grape Crusader, as AC once said, like 9 years ago, and I really liked it.
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. We have a Darkseer on the board.
I'm so happy.
What, you like this hero?
I love Darkseer. It's one of my favorite offlaners to watch. I don't like playing him Well, I like playing him, but you have to get past the laning stage because this hero, for some reason, is just like one hero that just does not lane the way other heroes lane.
I thought it was kind of illegal to pick this hero without knowing what the carry was. Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah,
You shut down specific carries.
And those illusions don't look so hot right now. I don't know. Watch out for that
Yeah,
disruptor illusion.
Yeah, but Darkseer Clockwork as a lane is just goated. You can never go wrong with that lane.
Does this is a question. If Undying's ulted and you
No, it
take an
doesn't.
illusion,
I tested it one
you
time.
don't get the damage amp?
Oh.
You do.
Sorry,
You do?
I thought you were going to say the shard.
No, I was gonna say if you get an illusion of Undying
Of a
or
flesh
ulted,
golem,
yeah, you
he
get
will
the
have
damage amp.
damage amp on the
So that
punches.
seems pretty sexy.
He applies damage amp, really?
Yeah, illusions do.
Punch.
But yes, I suppose the shard would not work. You would not generate zombies.
I tested that one time to see if it
Okay.
would work, so that would be funny, and I'm pretty sure it didn't.
It does not.
Because like the illusion doesn't have the shard, it turns out.
Correct.
Weird.
Strange.
Well, at least there's certain pressures on your carry. What kind of carries like playing against Darkseer that aren't anti-mage because he's banned?
Range
Juggernaut!
Oh
Am I
my
right,
god,
guys?
that one was
That
a
was the
hero.
classic,
That's
yeah.
a Dota 2 hero?
Apparently.
Oh.
Allegedly. How about a good ranged hero? So still Agi, has an okay illusion, but you're more capable of dealing with the hero overall.
Yeah, I mean you can just itemize a bit differently. Maybe get Daedalus up in there.
Also pretty good versus
weird.
the cogs as well, compared to a lot of other carries.
Yep, you get caught, you just yeet out. No problem.
And he can last hit under tower if Clock and Darkseer are just stealing waves constantly.
I hate Morphling in lane. It's so lame.
Yep.
Just it doesn't matter. You can't harass him. He just heals back up.
Yep.
You harass him just to lower his damage slightly.
It's like punching water.
And then
you know?
eventually there's like a
Nothing
lane
happens.
moment and he just morphs down and up. Yeah.
Still there. It gets all over your hands.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, but like, yeah, you're right. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't beat that
exactly.
argument. Yeah.
What can you do? It's exactly what it feels like playing against Morphling.
Burn it.
It's a bit of a shame though, because Undying and Morphling would be a good lane, but I can't imagine what mid Rubik would be an alternative. One of these three heroes has to be the core, and it has to be Undying probably.
Still fine lane, because Rubik and Disrupt are such lane secures.
You know, some mid Rubik has been teased. People have been trying a little bit.
Really?
Well,
But
make them
I
stop.
think I do believe that the
I will
off-lane
tease
Undying
that it's
is what's
still
happening.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what if Meteor Hammer?
Finally. Solved.
Think about how long range you could Meteor Hammer towers then.
That's a cool
what I'm
idea.
saying.
That's
or
a
you,
good shot.
Or you just meteor hammer from so far away they don't even know you're there.
Yeah.
You're like in the fountain and a meteor hammer hits you and
Rubik's like by tier 2s.
OG need to figure out what carries to ban out for K1. They take out the Slark. And Beastcoast targeting mid laners, I would assume. They take out the Pango. And they take out the Puck.
What is there? Like a Drow Ranger, maybe?
Some quality. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Drow would be
That's
solid.
definitely the ban.
I think that's fine. I'm just trying to think because obviously the nice thing about Morph versus any Agi carry is that you can buy the Ags and then you remove a lot of the Agi, and it's like super hard to deal with. I think that maybe works in Beast Coast's favor because they could just take like a strength carry instead because they like playing those. But then you're playing a strength carry into Undying off lane, so
Yeah. I don't really like the strength carries against Morphling typically anyways. Because he's just... Like your damage against him is just not that high.
Yeah.
Man, Thomas is such a monster on the guitar.
Can play too.
Oh man, they push the camera out of focus with their weird noises.
They ban out the Troll Warlord, so Drow Ranger still remains as a possibility.
What about just like a TB or something?
Yeah, we already saw it once before. It's like it's not great versus Morphling for certain reasons, but at the same time, it's also just TB, controlling waves, pushing out, high damage. They could also do some crazy like Lifestealer, except again you're a strength hero, but that could be kind of good this game. I guess it's also bad versus Morphling though for the same reasons.
Yeah, you don't want to give him a free raid.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Bloodseeker.
Oh, but it's so fun with these other heroes. Oh, Bloodseeker's good.
They do like Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it's a Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
I think you got it. I think that's the pick. Oh, it's the bear, man.
Bear.
Okay, Kill Tomb kills all the first 3 heroes that OG picked. Not the absolute best against Morphling, but it's
pretty
fine.
good
Hey, if he's
against
stunned, he's just
I'm okay
dead.
with that.
You know, that's the Ursa.
Here's the thing: it doesn't matter how much you morph. You're gonna bear claw through it.
Let me get this straight. It's a body of water, and you just swipe it harder.
Have you ever seen a bear
Every
by a
swipe
river?
does more
What
damage.
happens? What happens when the
That's-
bear's by the river? He eats.
He slaps
Let him-
really
he gets
fast.
them
Let him
fish.
speak.
Gets that fish.
Yes, sir.
All right? There's fish in that Morphling. And he's going to take that salmon right out of there. They're
shit,
trying to
he got-
swim up that stream? No.
Look how tiny that Morphling is compared to Disruptor. That's a killable piece of water right there.
Hey, there's
The
a juggler.
BZM Invoker.
Yeah, that's
Almost as good as the BZM Tinker.
almost.
I mean, it's a good Invoker game. You tornado all these Iron Shellers.
A lot of dispel
overpower.
targets, yeah.
Okay, so what is offlane Undying going to do in this game that's going to make me go, oh, that's really cool that they decided to go offlane Undying?
He will enable a fast Roshan. He will amp the damage of all of his teammates' team fighting spells. They will be able to group up as a team and do big damage. Big damage. Good,
Big
Trent.
damage, good.
Good damage.
Okay.
Disruptor, alt, bear. Bear cannot growl.
That's true.
Yeah, that's good. All right, I'm sold. All right.
Storm cannot
Wow.
zip.
You won this debate because no one's even going to try and argue with you.
Good boy.
when Schofield hooks in, there's going to be a tombstone, and that's going to make it harder for him to live afterwards.
Okay.
That's it.
Compelling.
I mean, it's a
Kill
pretty
sports.
nice draft from OG, honestly. But I was
Yeah.
like, I mean, with all of this mounting evidence that OG has a better draft, it's going to be a Beast Coast 2-0.
Okay. Purge.
You throw me some loops here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they picked Undying first phase and then just instantly dumped it into the offlane is a little surprising to me, but it's better that than like pick it as a support and not have the good matchup. So yeah, just burst nuke Ursa, try to like really make his game suck pre Ring of Health, and if they do that, they win.
All right, well, Storms have been having some up and down games. I feel like it hasn't been too odd. I wouldn't say it's the best looking game overall. You know, you got yourself a Rubik. You know, you make one mistake, there's a Disruptor. So some chances here. I'm always interested to see how Dexter does though in those like opening phases. See how much do they want to join in, how much do they want to just like split push the entire time and try and control the map. So I think Sacred's got some ideas.
Yeah, bear.
Okay, bear. We just bear.
Yeah.
You have to keep on chanting that until I'm ready to give the game away. So.
Bear.
Like a polar bear.
Bear.
That was not good.
You know what you call
Bear.
Ursa with a
Bear.
radiance?
Bear.
Solar bear.
Bear.
Is that
Bear.
what the hell is
Thank you.
What?
What? I don't
That's
get
not
the
a pun. What is a
What is
solar
that?
bear?
With a radiance. Like a polar
Yeah,
bear.
but what is a
Come on, guys.
Oh.
Keep up.
Okay.
Jeez.
All right, fine.
What the frick? I actually like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been waiting to use that joke when Ursa finally built radiance, but they
It's not going to happen this game, I don't think. No solar bears are on our horizon, but who knows? K1, he's known to pull some shenanigans. Who knows what he'll do in game number 2? Let's find out with Cap and SVG.
I don't know what was more embarrassing there, Trent's pun or the fact the panel just did not get it.
Embarrassing, indeed.
Indeed. Welcome back, everybody, to OG versus Beastcoast Game 2. And we've got some interesting twists and turns. An early pick Undying becomes a core Undying for OG. And Beastcoast, well, they picked up the Ursa Burr, which I am not convinced they actually answered Undying in this game, Avery.
They have some soft answers to him. I think the lane could be a little difficult. First Blood will help out if they get it.
Who gets the last
cog?
BCM gets it in the end. Nice.
That was a kind of unfortunate cog. I guess you can always throw it into him there, but he's dead no matter what. I really like the Invoker pick. I think their lineup wanted to address a couple things. They wanted some more control for the Darkseer clock, dealing with the shells, so you get a purge through Tornado. Super nice answer to that. You want some more control versus Ursa. Invoker, great at that in the late game with Deafening Blast, Ice Wall, all these things. As Schofield continues his reign of annoyingness. And then I think that Invoker also helps Morphling fight the Ursa matchup with the extra alacrity, the control and buff ups, the extra right-click damage from the Exort later. I'm really looking for the BZM show. He had a really good early game last time. I just think it was a harder matchup to not get caught when the map collapsed. This time around, I expect great things from what OG told me was the greatest mid in the world.
OG does say a lot of those types of things, yeah.
This was No-Tail himself. High praise. From a man who played with the opposition.
Yeah, I don't believe for a second he said that, but it was a good attempt.
Unconfirmed rumor.
What do you think about this late matchup here? We've got Silencer Ursa versus Undying Rubik. For me, like you talked about BCM, for me, I think a lot of this game comes down to how this lane goes.
It can influence a lot. If DM just gets shut down, I feel like this game is going to be hard for OG because K1 is just going to run away with it. He can just do the early Roshans. The Darkseer is going to be able to buff up this Ursa. You have some minor control between the Invoker, Disruptor, and Rubik, but BKB Ursa just runs through all of it. So the big question here is, can you limit his acceleration off the lane in the early Roshans to get your Morphling into a stage where that Ursa doesn't look too scary? Another factor they have to consider is that Schofield clock went ham last game. He's on it again, and now he has Darkseer to pair him up. This thing could just be too deadly on the map. If you start running around with some shells, catching some heroes, you do have Glimpse, you have Lift, you can deal with the clock in terms of the supports. But when you have the extra Surge, sometimes you can just close those gaps on top of it. So I like both these drafts, honestly. I think they both make a lot of sense. They come together. Chu is having a much better time than last game, where he did pretty much nothing. He's already had a lot more impact. 2 kills off the bat, off the early glimpses. And honestly, I'm just going to vent for a minute, Cap, if you will indulge me.
Go ahead, yeah.
How many games are we going to give first blood to this Disruptor glimpse before teams just respect it? I don't get why it's still happening.
It does happen a lot.
Like, what?
Like, every single time that it's a Disruptor, you know that team is going to 5-man smoke up and run at you.
And then you just stand somewhere, and then you get run at, you get glimpsed. Oh, guys, I got glimpsed. Like, yeah, no shit. It's happened 30 games in a row. Like, why is this still happening? Stop. Just stop. Get help.
Get help. You need help.
But
that right there is a frustration that only a captain of a Dota team can possibly bring to full fruition, I think.
You know, the irony is I feel like as a player, I had a really high rate of giving away first bloods. My team would just flame me for it. So I've been there. I would stand on that rune, get glimpsed, and be like, guys, I mean, who thought they'd all be there?
Yep.
But I do think it skews a lot of these Disruptor games. You have to respect this spell early on, and Chu already up to a kill and an assist, making it work. Again, just the damage you can output off this little glimpse in these lanes is really nice.
Oh, Chu, he didn't get to the other side of that kinetic field.
Oh, it's going to turn it around.
Schofield actually 1v2 inside of the cogs will die instead. So I was going to say that this lane for Morphling versus Darkseer, it's a bit of a wash. But it's even better than that, apparently. Not only is Morphling just kind of casually free.
It's nice for Darkseer. Like, kinetic field for Surge, Glimpse if you get gone on, can limit the aggression, while Morphling will always free farm versus Darkseer as long as he's not getting massively dove. Lane's going really well for OG here. All three of them looking pretty damn good.
Nope. Caught you again, but underneath the tower, Schofield's going to have to pretty much suicide for it. The Surge is not going to get him out because the kinetic field is locking him in. So,
just not worth it.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth.
You're going to give the free regen to Chu, who's going to be able to come back, be strong under the tower. He's going to be able to deliver Morphling items.
I mean, can Schofield even TP? Yeah, Schofield can't even TP out. He's going to have to walk out to win.
Yeah, it's rough. XP for Darkseer, always nice, but that's not the trades they're looking for. Mid is also going very favorable for BZM here. He had first blood to boost him up, but he is almost 1,000 ahead of Dark Mago on this mid lane.
Yeah.
Just burning regen, going Meteor Hammer as well, Cap. Your favorite item.
Not true, but okay.
But then we have to ask ourselves, why is Meteor Hammer not your favorite item?
Why isn't it your favorite item?
It's not. I hate it.
yeah. Why isn't it your favorite item? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I never win with it, but we'll see if BZM can win with it. He's going to get it really faster. The faster you get it, the better it is. Really faster. The faster you get it, the better it is.
Yes. You also, though, when you play the Invoker Meteor Hammer, you have to be really good at hitting this timing because it changes as you hit these levels.
I mean, he's a professional. He's getting paid to hit that hammer. He'll hit it.
Okay.
And the thing is, it is a good Stormancer. I think I've seen a lot of cost Wex Vokers do this in general, but I think versus Storm, it's pretty nice because you can guarantee the stun out of the Tornado, which guarantees the EMP. And it's just debilitating for the hero.
You know that viral tweet? You know, like, I don't get how NFL kickers can just miss. Shout out to Ninja for that one. Now I feel like you're saying the same thing about this Invoker Meteor Hammer. How many Meteor Hammers is combos is he allowed to miss?
One.
As a professional. One.
Yeah, the first one.
Okay.
That's when you get the timing. You're like, all right, it's locked in. Mode zone, mode hammer. Never missing it again.
I'm not too surprised this Undying lane is going all right for them. 27 and 12 for the Undying compared to the 31 and 2. I was surprised that Beastcoast drafted a melee hero to go up against that Undying.
Oh, Dark Mago got 6 off that, but
the tornado hit him right before he could get the zip away.
Nice gang from OG. Perfect timing, and now you get to hammer that tower on mid. Massive damage being dealt. While Yuragi can sit top solo, and DM is sitting solo bottom, like you said. This game's just looking like a much better setup for OG. A lot more comfortable with their support duo influencing the game. Okay, we're going to run down DM a little, but that Tombstone is always there lurking. You don't want to get turned around upon. There's a lot of lane pressure coming out for OG. They're threatening all these lanes right now. Schofield going down top. Your mid tower is just getting hammered off cooldown. This tower's almost dead. And you can't really prevent this.
Storm, long zip in.
That's how you can prevent it.
Tornado is going to go off with the EMP, and BCM will be able to disengage. So now Mago's out of mana.
Yeah, is that worth it? Your hammer's back up in 5. Man, Dark Mago's just getting punished to hell in this matchup. Schofield's going to have to refill the bottle to give him the resources.
Hector's dead.
And yeah, this is the product of drawing those supports off the lane.
There it is.
Tombstone up and run it in with the catapult. All 3 lanes continuing to dominate here for OG, and their supports are having a much better influence on the game and a lot more levels compared to last time. Feels like the reverse, right? Level 4s to level 3s right now. This is not where Beastcoast supports want to be.
I think BCM's just trying to make sure he doesn't get denied for the tower kill.
Oh, he got pulled again off the hammer.
Yeah, he
locked
did.
in the cage.
Pulled in. The glimpse is only going to help him out so much here. The tornado goes out, but he's going to die to the cogs burn ultimately, and actually the creeps. And the supports from OG a little bit late this time around. I feel like BZM just really wants to get that tower kill, and then he can go wherever else he wants to go.
Yeah, I actually think they should have just called for it. Because they know it's the last hammer for that tower, basically, and Beast Coast are going to respond. I think that was a play for OG where you just bring the supports and you counter gank it. Could have been nice.
Trying to catch him with the flesh golem. Hector did activate the enrage, gets away a little bit. Now underneath the tower, he has to turn and fight. There's no other option. Can't run away from that zombie.
Get the storm teleport here. Gonna find a support, but that's probably it. Dark Mago, he's probably okay with that exchange. Schofield's still messing around mid, preventing the hammer. It's probably the best you can do. Stick the clock here and have him interrupt it. If you mana burn him, so what compared to mana burning Storm? In that sense, I kind of like this rotation. Dark Moggle's gonna stay around.
He's so desperate. The Cogs push? Okay, it hits him, but the Meteor still went down. So it finally dies. Now BZM, he's free. He can go wherever he wants. He's no longer chained to trying to take down this mid tower.
Can hammer to his heart's delight.
And apparently he's going to stick around and try and finish on Schofield. Really nice sidestep. Dodges the tornado.
The hammer. It is unpreventable. It is inevitable.
It's coming. Cannot stop it.
Carl. That's his name.
Yeah. Well, we spent the last 2 seasons casting Southeast Asia, so when you say Carl like that, I definitely was not thinking about Invoker.
Well, Carl also plays Carl.
Yeah.
If only there were a player named Hammer. MC Hammer with the hammer.
That is a pretty good gamer name. That's a freebie. Any of you guys want that, you could take it. Change your gamer tag to Hammer.
Double tornado, but the silences are just destroying them in the engagement. Dark Mago walks
out.
it off.
Schofield's going to die.
Or
Gloves back. He's going to be able to get Mago as well. He's got 1 zip, and it's not far enough.
He got the zombie, though. He got the zombie.
He got the zombie. Doesn't give you any gold.
Round of applause for the zombie.
The zombie would have died anyway. The zombie dies when you die.
Well, he could have been an alchemist. And then he would have got the gold. That's a fun interaction when you get to farm the zombies as
well.
Ooh, that's satisfying. All right, now we're hammering bottom tower. Schofield, once more, he says, yo, BZM, I got your number from last game. I know what you're up to.
Does he? I feel like BZM changed numbers. He was tired of all the scam calls he was getting.
1-800 hammer time.
Oh, he tried to catch him inside of cogs of his own. They still have glimpse. Missed the tornado, though. Schofield, it's going to take a long time for him to burn out. I think they're going to get it, though. Yeah,
he had full stick. Baiting himself. These are like the classic little Schofield plays that are just waste so much time. Like, he's messing with 4 heroes and delaying this tower while nobody else is here. None of Beastcoast are interested in fighting with Schofield. Like, whatever, bro. Go do your thing. We'll see you in like 10 minutes. But that will be a second tier 1 for this Invoker Hammer. That's a good sign. Taiga gonna go down and +2 int for Mr. Stinger. Always nice to steal it from those supports. Limit the mana pool a little bit.
Chu does have Static Storm.
His
TP is very slow, but BZM is going to come through the river and catch up.
And they have a glimpse if they can see him. Tornado, we're going to catch and set it all up.
Pull him back into the hammer.
Ooh. I mean, this is a pretty value Meteor Hammer. It's basically already paid for itself.
Oh, certainly.
Even if he sold it right now, I'd say it's still worth it. And this is the early game that OG Sidelanes can set up for them. They have played it to a T, and they are in a very good position to just run away with this game. Double damage for BZM. Time to invade some jungle areas.
Oh, Schofield.
He has a
does
shell.
have BZM's number, it seems, but BZM, can he get out of the cogs and away from all this? It looks like he's good. Hector, he's going to turn around and try and shred DM. Could not get away. So, fight or flight. He chooses fight, dies there. BZM still a little bit low here. But they cannot fight the ball of OG at all. He TPs away. Mago, only a little bit of mana to be able to jump away from Uragi, who's still chasing after him as a Darkseer. Sacred going to work on Tiger right now. DM's going to come back, protect his support. While Mago finally gets caught up by Uragi.
Brutal fight for Beastcoast. They get nothing out of that, man.
Now they're up 5K on OG. They struck back with a vengeance here in this game, too. They wanted to make sure they keep a tied score with Beastcoast. This series, it started with them being 6-4. Currently, Beastcoast is 7-4. OG wants to make that 7-5.
And you know that BZM tip on Schofield was for last game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, you can hunt me. You can kill me a couple times, but I got your number.
Yeah, Invoker is not the same kind of helpless target as Tinker.
And he has good matchups this game. He can just remove so much of the damage and utility. Like that fight, you get hookshot shelled, but shell gets instantly removed from Tornado. And it's just so much of your damage gone. This fight gets kited out. Stolen shells from Taiga doing some work as well. helping Yuragi get some of those kills on the chase.
Oh yeah, that's actually pretty funny. Morphling Rubik, they've got a lineup that any spell you cast, OG can turn it back twofold.
Yeah, Taiga's running around with level 4 shell right now, just burning people. It'll get the glimpse. This will secure Darkseer kill, probably. I don't think that TP's in time.
You would be correct about that assessment.
And this Disruptor, proving that he is still a first phase hero, man. He has destroyed this game. Like, compare Disruptor impact this game to the Techies last game, right? I'm not trying to hate on Techies. I'm just saying it's a world of difference. Choose 4-1 and 9 right now. And the thing about Disruptor is once you start to get ahead, the hero just compounds it. Because once you're ahead, it means you can usually run at people. Once you can run at people, Disruptor just thrives. Puts you out of position, deals a decent amount of damage, locks you in place. Can't even build 4 stats versus hero.
It's funny that this game is going so poorly, and yet Hector still managed to get Battle Fury slightly above the average.
It's a classic Hector maneuver. 0, 2, and 0, and still has 112 CS with a 14-minute Battle Fury. Treads. Honestly, it's a pretty good Ursa game right now. There's some hope.
Not too bad.
He just has no space to use it.
Yeah.
That's the issue right now. Beastcoast have been relegated to their triangle, and that is it. As OG continue the pressure, invading jungle, trying to kill this high ground ward. You got to defend this if you're Beastcoast.
Yeah, they're going to try. They're going to try and burst down Chu as quick as they can. Chu still silenced up due to the global, while the initiation from the other side caught the Invoker, and they do manage to get that kill. So Chu is still alive, though, and he's going to use the Glimpse to bring back Dark Mago.
High ground Tombstone causing them some issues. Choosing to just run away and not engage into it. Probably a smart choice. This Undying Illusion kind of going ham, though.
Get the full disengage, so not bad fight for Beastcoast. Getting an Invoker kill.
Wait, does that Undying Illusion no longer proc the slow?
I don't know.
Didn't look like it was.
Didn't look like it, yeah.
Interesting.
But you're certain it used to?
I'm 99% sure. Maybe I'm just getting old. It's seeing things in the shadows of my games past. Stolen Surge.
Taiga's having way too much fun with this
styling on some kids right now.
All right, he's going to get caught by the hook shot.
Yeah,
he will.
So what? The heals are there.
Man, Schofield is not having the same kind of fun game he had in game 1, that's for certain.
I mean,
Every single hook shot, most of the hook shots just turn into him dying. That's the usual Clockwork performance, to be honest.
The script has been flipped. I would be mass tipping him right now. I'm surprised. There's not just a Schofield tip every single kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Especially from OG. This is a rough form team. So polite. Iraqi continuing to accelerate off the Manta, off the Falcon Blade. Not an item we actually see too much anymore, but still going to provide decent value here. And the onus is on Beastcoast to make something happen with this Darkseer Greaves. They have level 11 Darkseer, they have Greaves, they can get a big AoE vac into a cog or something. Maybe it's enough to win them the engagement. They're only down 5k. Like you said, they're still finding some farm on the map, but it feels like Dark Mago is just not a factor right now. Too far behind, OG know it, and they're just going to force the bigger prize. Undying Ult, Alacrity on Morphling. Stolen level 4 Ion Shell again being thrown around from Taiga. You're going to need a good steal here.
They have to get this.
Got a
It's going to go out. No follow-up, though. They got Glimpse sent away. Yuragi is very slow doing this one. Jump in with the Clockwork. The Roshan is going to die soon, but they already tornado him up in the air, so they got the Aegis for free. Managed to wait for him out of the pit as well, as they're chasing after Dark Mago, but he already TP'd out.
Tornado to secure it, and of course, K1 will find Ancient somewhere. You cannot prevent him finding that farm. How is he almost top net worth? Like, is this a
crazy?
Is this a magic trick?
Kind of is, yeah.
There's no way he should be highest net worth in this game. That is just Hector things.
Economist, man. He just knows where to find gold.
I like that we can only see his eyes.
That's a classic Dota player. You know, Dota players and webcams, they'll figure it out someday.
It's so menacing, you know? He could be saying anything down there. We don't know. Could be flaming his team.
You think that's why they do it? They want to keep the,
Yeah, he doesn't want his lips read.
That's like baseball coaches hiding their signals.
But I can tell you what K1's saying right now.
Yeah, what's he saying?
Hey, Schofield, please stop dying. Please stop dying. I can carry this game.
I don't think he's saying please.
Schofield, stop dying. I'll carry this game. That's what he actually says, by the way. If you ever play a pub with him.
I have played with Victor a few times, yeah.
He just tells his team to stop dying.
Stop feeding, I will carry. Yeah. And I say, okay, I'll try my best, and then die 5 seconds later.
I mean, you can't help it sometimes. Nonetheless, he does get the BKB. So if you can shell surge this Ursa in, this is that BKB timing that's pretty good because you eliminate a lot of the control from OG's side. The Invoker spells, the Disruptor spells, the Rubik, even the Tombstone. It's not going to stop this bear. And if you can get a big core kill, either the Invoker or the Morphling, Undying before he drops Tombstone, that's a bit harder. But if you get one of those things going for you, you can take the fight with Global as the follow-up.
Yeah, that was my biggest problem with the way you were talking about Beastcoast team fight is that they don't actually have a whole lot to combo off of the vacuum, right? It's like combo into cogs, but I guess if the Ursa is big enough...
Get the cleave.
Yeah, the cleave damage may actually be impactful.
And he is highest net worth. Oh, not anymore, but he was for a second.
For one brief shining moment.
All right, I mean... Observers, you ain't got to do me like that. You don't got to do me dirty.
JJ's over there. Wrong.
Excuse me.
Wrong.
Excuse me, sir.
Actually.
There's the big smoke, though. This is a huge smoke for Beastcoast.
Okay.
They find the Undying.
That's a pretty decent catch if they can blow him up right away, but the Force Staff got on the other side of the cogs. Hector is now trying to finish up TM, but he's already inflicted so much damage with a high ground Tombstone, and he's just kiting around K1. He's going to use his entire BKB to try and finish up T1. No way. He just didn't stop. He just kept going and going. He could have walked away.
Oh, there's no running away once that initiation goes that bad. And
I mean, Sacred tried to walk away.
Force Staff is still a pretty damn good item. Just ended Beastcoast's game right there. I don't think you're coming back after that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I mean, that sounds harsh to say, but that was really like the one fight where if you get that clean jump on Undying, you get that burst, might be able to win that fight. But the utility is there. The shells have been there the whole time from Taiga. Even in the trees, you're not safe, Schofield. Death number 11. Not lucky.
Oh,
Dark
they caught
Mago.
him on the Static Storm on the zip-in. That is just dirty. That right there is like full confidence. I know exactly what you're going to do. He's going to buy back and go for it. DM still rips himself. He's not going to get it. Oh, he's been silenced. He's out of mana too. Oh, that's a dieback.
The last word is victory for OG here. I mean, K1, you might be high net worth, but I don't know if you're doing much with it. BKB, I was like, cooldown for 10, actually.
Hit him with the meteor. That was the one. Oh, he hit the clockwork as he jumped in with the hook shot.
Revenge is sweet, and it is a dish served through the meteor hammer.
Serve up another slice with the glimpse back onto Sacred. It'll get the double for Yuragi. Elena Barracks, Beastcoast. I mean, you do still have a tier 2 up on both your other lanes, but like,
I mean, this is a toasted game, man. You are way too far behind, and your lineup just doesn't function from a comeback standpoint because, like you said, there is no big VAC combo to make a comeback through the net worth differential. It's just the Ursa jump, and the Ursa jump is no longer good because the kiting mechanisms are there. Maybe if you have Storm BKB, this can go a little better for you, but that buyback is going to kill his momentum there. And man, these games, some of the games in this tournament have been very one-sided dominant. I don't know if it's just outdrafts or just super one-sided outplay in terms of laning and execution, but these games feel a lot faster than they did in the previous Lima Major, for example.
I was thinking the same thing, but I was thinking the fact that, you know, what a difference this group stage could be if it was best of 3s. You know,
that's
because like we have had so many series go 1-1. Like, just who knows with a lot of these teams what a game 3 result would be.
I mean, we'll never know. You know, Is Europe the best region? We can't know because they're
We can't
top
know
at
for
any
sure.
game threes. They could be the worst region for all we know.
South America is doing damn fine this tournament, but not so fine in this game.
Hector has a basher. They will smoke on top of him, killing the Forge Spirits.
Okay, is
holy
that
moly
what the
play.
target
They
want to
need
go
the bash.
for? Maybe they can burn him
No
through.
bash.
It's going to be hard. The waveform gets away. A little bit more distance. He turns into the Ursa. He gets a surge. He's running away. Oh, no. He's kiting out the Ursa again and again and again. Brought back into the kinetic field. Oh, man.
The kiting and the stolen spell is just way too powerful for Hector to fight through. Even with that high net worth, it's not enough. And good spirits for OG. It does feel better to win that game, too, than the game one if you're going to split.
Yep.
At least then you're like, all right, I had his number. BZM's like, whatever, man. Schofield, you had me game one, but it wasn't you, brother. It was me.
And that is super interesting. That means that in the end, I feel like the result is actually okay for both of these teams. They're already above the pack, so being able to tie means that they're both now 7-5, and they will stay in the top 4 area, which just means it comes down to their matches tomorrow, where OG is going to match up against Talon, and Beastcoast still have their series against Liquid. So that's
a tough one.
Definitely a tough one for Beastcoast. We'll see how OG fares against Talon tomorrow. But as it stands right now, both of these teams are slated to stay in DreamLeague Season 19 and move on to the next round of things.
And MVP to BCM this series. Like, he played a really good game one in terms of salvaging those sidelines. It didn't pan out, but that was kind of just the map crumbling. But this game, too, man, he destroyed Dark Mago mid, Meteor hammered his way through the tier 1s and just set this game on a platter for OG, I feel.
There was the beautiful force staff, pretty much the fight that breaks Beastcoast as a result. But that's it for this series, and that's it for this day. We just have one more day to close out this this first initial group stage. Let's head on back to the panel and check out what Tsunami and the crew are up to.
Hell of a turnaround from OG and BZM specifically, because I can't imagine how frustrating that game number 1 was. But to turn it around, come in here, blank slate, and take Beastcoast to school, it's impressive from these players. Obviously, they're no strangers to high-pressure situations, but being able to show it against Beastcoast here, good stuff.
From head in his hands to hands in the air.
Hey-o.
Whoa! Looking way better this game, buddy. Nice
Get into it,
job. Thanks, guys.
No problem.
I thought it was just 2 of you, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to do 2.
You have to participate.
OG haters, where you at? OG haters, where you at? Where you at?
Yeah.
God, they're such a cool team. I love these guys. Let's go.
I mean,
Shout out to Tyga.
It was ironic that like they both stomped each game. Like it really was like the game 2 was more one-sided, so definitely OG wins. But I just like that BZM got his mojo back. That was fun.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
He just tried to slip it in by you.
BZM
I was
got his
supposed to-
mojo back.
No, that's
Not that
Before
part.
that.
Before
They
that
both
one.
did equally well.
Yeah.
But one game was faster is what you led me to believe?
It was. That was a more one-sided game.
So they
Do
win.
you disagree?
No, that is
That one's hard to
correct,
disagree with.
technically. But,
Cool. So I'm right.
I mean, game 1 was more fun to watch, if you ask me.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
plus.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's true.
talking about the entertainment value. We're all winners.
We're all winners, especially the viewer.
A hard one.
Hard one.
And now the 2 teams are still equally tied in points.
Yes. The only lock that has been confirmed ever since the last time I told you the locks is Team Liquid in Group B. They've only lost 1 game. I'm not sure how it took them this long to finally get locked, but they are confirmed to be going to the second stage of the groups. And what was your mnemonic device as we recap viewers who may have missed the first part?
Grape.
What?
Gratuitous? What was your first one?
I think it was
It was
grape.
grape.
It was
Okay,
grape.
that one,
Grape.
Game and Gladiators, is
Yep.
also moving on.
Enthusiastic.
Evil Geniuses is also moving on.
Superstars.
Superstars.
Shopify Rebellion.
Shopify
baby.
Rebellion is also moving on.
Woo!
And so we are starting to lock some teams for the second stage of groups. And Group B is still some question marks because I believe there are still some other series going on the Storm, Ember, and Earth streams right now. But we're not worried about that. We're worried about OG Beastcoast 1-1. Good showing. South America. 2 South American teams may make it through to second part of the group stage.
I feel like Beastcoast and EG are just pretty damn good.
They are.
You know, enough to at least make their way into like respectable placements in international tournaments. I'm still waiting for the day where they actually win one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard because you only do have 2 really good teams. Like I think Hikori after TI sort of fell off a bit as well, which is unfortunate. They're still coming third. They were like what? They were. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the point is these guys are good. I think EG is the most likely of the 2 teams to take like the higher placement still. Just from what I've seen of them, they just seem more reliable. But Beastcoast always bring very fun Dota, and I do love watching them.
South America is still so far the only region to have not claimed a Valve major yet, or TI, obviously. And so if there was ever a year for that to happen, this is looking optimistic. Come Berlin, obviously teams are practicing. In fact, Tundra is practicing so much that I'm not sure if you caught it, but Saxa on Twitter announced that he will be taking a break from the remainder of DreamLeague to reset his mental. I mean, it's been a hell of a marathon all through DPC and now this, and then going to the Berlin major. So he will be pausing his time here at DreamLeague to focus on Berlin. Perfectly understandable.
I believe Aramis is a stand-in too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, pretty good stand-in
Yeah.
as far as stand-ins go.
I wonder how they settled on him, because I don't think any of the players had former relationships with Aramis, at least on teams that I can think of.
Not sure.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask.
I don't even know who that is.
They have to just win.
His most recent team that I remember him being good on was Alliance.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Well, they probably just play. It's probably like pub things or something, or they know a guy that knows a guy. I mean, they're
Maybe Mikey was like, "Hey, I got another guy."
my friend. I swear he's better than me.
Yeah.
No, I mean they can pick whoever they want, right? And I think it's a reasonable choice for Sox to do that, considering that the guy is also important.
My phone was on silent actually, so I saw the notification too late. Yeah, they tried.
Yeah, I didn't find out till Tsunami told me.
No. Like,
Oh, because you're both aspiring for positions.
Call me in.
Mm.
What I was saying.
He's the stand-in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, you were definitely.
See, it was
top-
just so
you
unlikely
were
that
top
you didn't even
10
get the
for sure.
joke.
Yeah.
This guy's jokes are just failing so
Yeah,
much,
it's-
and it feels bad
Solar
because
Bear.
I'm
Yeah.
fairly sure it's our faults, and I just feel bad for him.
All right.
I picked it up.
Thank goodness.
His dad humor is lost on us because we are not children.
I am a child.
You are a child.
100%.
Purge and I are not children.
Only most.
This is why I have
Boy,
to do
do I
so much
love sugar.
procreation. All right. The only thing keeping the Dota population growing.
God bless you.
Yeah.
friend.
Going for that 10th child soon.
I gotta get
Go.
scrimming teams.
Do the balance shuffle.
Yeah.
Any more thoughts that you guys have on Beastcoast versus OG, or did the 1-1 series kind of do all the talking for us?
It was a stomp. It's like hard to
Yeah.
go into the nitty gritty. Ooh.
Fine. We can get nitty gritty with our interviewee because we got Chu on the line. Chu, welcome.
Hello.
Okay. Just making sure, because I accidentally ambushed my last interviewee, took Tofu by surprise. I want to make sure that you are adequately prepared as we congratulate you on a game number 2 victory. I want to know how much of your coach blood was showing up after that game 1, because game 1 was quite tough for you guys. Whose job is it to reset mentally? Do you still do that, or do you take a backseat now that you're the active player?
I mean, I wouldn't say I would say we do it as a team, because it didn't hurt so much in terms of mental side first game. We just got stomped, we go whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We just stomped them second game.
Were you always doing it as a team, even when you were coach, or now on this roster it's more evenly spread out?
I think now it's more spread up. Everybody can do it on this roster.
Okay, yeah, because I remember I watched the documentary, the Seb documentary, and it definitely seemed like they would regularly call you and Misha, and you guys were the emotional rock at that time. And so I'm glad to hear that it's spreading out more evenly. Sheepstick, do you have any questions for Chu?
Of course. How do you think your relationship as a support duo with Taiga has evolved over the course of you guys playing together since you joined the active roster?
I mean, dynamic didn't really change, but we start doing the less stupid mistakes. We start synergizing with each other more, talk with each other more, talk about items, talk about wards, because it's 50 minutes in the game. Usually there's our shop is out of the wards, and we talk about it, so we can have some vision for our baby course.
No.
Wait, for my fantasy points, which one of you places more awards, Taiga or you?
I know Tommy doing more worse than me, usually.
Okay, I'm going for my gold chew card next time then. Purge, any questions?
Yeah, obviously the Western Europe DPC region is very difficult, and you guys have had to play tiebreakers, and you're always on a knife's edge with other teams. How does that, is that affecting your guys' mentality that much as a team? Obviously, you're very skilled Dota players, but it must be tough to always be in these tough situations. How are you dealing with it?
I don't think it's like tough, but of course on some perspective, like it's kind of hard to play Liquid, Tundra, Gaming Gladiators every season. They do their dirty stuff over and over again, but I still think like you learn from the best the fastest way.
All right. Well, I mean, you talk about playing against Western European teams. Are there any teams maybe from outside of Western Europe that you would like to play in this tournament that you were like really looking forward to getting your chance at?
To be honest, I'm enjoying to playing Eastern Europe teams a lot, like Team Spirit and Hellraisers. And maybe SA teams, because like they got their like unique style.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I like it.
And then something that we were bringing up on here that I would be curious to hear your thoughts on. How are you dealing with the rigors of being an active player? Because we saw Saksa announce that he'll be taking a break to focus on Berlin. This is I guess this season has been your return to competitive play. Has it been intense for you, or has it been okay?
I wouldn't say it's kind of hard because we have a big, how to say, like we didn't play last major.
Right.
We had like 2 or 3 weeks of the free time, so I could like spend some time on myself and the pubs. So it was kind of easy. But tournaments is never ending for some reason. I don't know.
No, I can understand that. And this is going to be quite the session between going from Tour 2 tiebreakers, now DreamLeague, and then looking forward to Berlin. But it seems like your team is handling the situation quite well. Shu, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, and hopefully we see you in our second part of the group stage.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Shu. Every time I ask these players like what they do on their time off, they never actually take time off. They continue to play some variation of Dota. Either it's in officials or they're pubbing, which it is their job, so sure, but like, someone randomly gave you 3 weeks off, I would probably play Dota also, actually.
Didn't we have that interview? It was like, what are you doing now? I'm off to go play Path of Exile. See ya.
Oh, that's true. It was a gaming player. Was it a gaming player?
I don't remember anymore.
It was someone who said it.
Respect.
Yeah.
Fun fact, the Dota 2 subreddit, you can see like the overlap that other subreddits that people subscribe to.
Yeah.
PUBG is actually number 1, surprisingly. But Path of Exile is the second highest overlap with the Dota 2 community, I suppose.
Is PUBG just like an outdated one just from when it boomed?
Yeah,
and
when everyone played it.
Yeah, like literally every single person online played PUBG when it came out.
Yeah,
that's true.
I'm assuming it's the remnants of that. But Path of Exile has a lot of overlap.
It looks very complicated at first.
Yes.
So that's why Dota players are drawn to it. They're
Right.
like, yes, something else I can feel superior about. I will play this over the other games in the genre and feel good about myself.
God bless us. I love being elitist about things. And that's why I only want to see the teams that are doing the best in this tournament, because I only want the best of the best moving forward here in DreamLeague Season 19, Group A, as we get to the end of our third day of groups. You can't see it for sure, but I can tell you that Evil Geniuses, Game and Gladiators, and Shopify Rebellion are locked to move on to our second stage of the tournament.
You know what that A stands for right here? Americas.
America.
All right? EG, South America. Game and Gladiators, Quinn, North America. Shopify Rebellion, North America. TSM, North America.
Holy,
what
he's
is this
right.
group?
He's
What is
actually
this
right.
group? I mean, excuse me, haters?
And then in Group B, nouns.
Hey, we're not there.
Okay.
Settle down, sheep, settle down. Entity was the last confirmed elimination in Group A. And yes, Group B, oh no, it is nouns.
Coach Blitz!
Can we get a sad Star Spangled Banner? Oh, I love the minor key so much. That was good. Yes, unfortunately, nouns have been confirmed eliminated from Group B, and Team Liquid are a lock to move on to the next stage. Beastcoast, OG, and Spirit still need to figure out what will be happening tomorrow. And I think Spirit's still currently playing a game right now. I'm assuming.
Yeah, they're playing versus Liquid right now.
They're playing versus Liquid right now. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see how that goes. As for our schedule for tomorrow, these are only 2 confirmed series, although we will have tiebreakers depending on various outcomes. Entity will be taking on Aster, and Entity unfortunately don't really have anything to play for. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. Depending on your performance in DreamLeague Season 19, we have our own point system.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The Pro League points.
Right.
Yes. Ooh, that's important.
Yeah, and so your seeding here will determine how likely you are to be invited to the play-ins to the Riyadh Masters, and it will control the invites to DreamLeague Season 20. So you're not just like an auto-invite. Basically, your performance during any tournament, DPC, majors, any other
The one I
event
host
that
in my
has-
basement.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's also on the circuit.
If you can get them to agree to play in your tournament, of course.
Yeah.
You tell them that DreamLeague points are on the line.
Do we get
some
points
Halifax
for being here as well?
No, but you will get points.
Great question, actually. Are we on the chart?
I want points.
You can
we get
receive-
auto-qualified for talent work?
You receive points in the form of monetary compensation because we actually don't have tiebreakers tomorrow. Those are the only 2 steers that we will be doing tomorrow, and tiebreakers will be airing day after tomorrow. So you can get points for that. Money points.
Money points.
You love money points.
Let's go. I kind of wanted like a gold star though, if you have one.
Do you have a folder that I can put it on?
You can put it on my face.
I don't think that's what teachers do.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, I'll find a gold star for you.
Thank you.
Trent, any
What a
takeaways?
host.
Yes?
No, just, willing to give gold stars to your panels. That's really nice. My takeaways?
Yeah, positive
Dota-
reinforcement.
The Dota's been really good.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Some regions maybe doing a little bit better than some people might have expected after seeing that Group A right now. But you know what? The thing is, it is still up in the air. That group's pretty tight overall.
You-
so it just
you're
means
right.
there's a lot to fight for tomorrow.
Like in Group B, Liquid with Blitz, that was a good shout, and then
Yeah.
Beastcoast, another South America. So
Yeah.
like there's 2 in
And Tundra.
in B as well.
Tundra coach.
Yeah.
And Snake King.
And Snake King.
So
King
really,
of
yeah,
the team.
America's the greatest region in Dota.
Finally.
Yeah.
We deserve that.
Yeah, we deserve
God
that.
bless.
It's been a hard.
We took over talent work a long time ago.
Yeah,
it's,
that
it's
was-
about time we
lock that down real
finally get our way into the actual games that matter.
Purge, any takeaways? 3 days of group staging.
After watching BZM smash people with his Tinker, it was also pleasant to
Holy
watch him
moly,
get
you are
smashed
never
back.
going to drop this debate.
Oh no,
are
it's
you?
really not about that. I swear to God.
really not.
Like I'm saying, he had an amazing Tinker performance early in the tournament. Watching it get countered gives me more safety in my worry about pub games. Not that I'm I'm not a Tinker hater, but I know a lot of people are. So clock is clearly the solution. That looked real good.
Yeah.
So good to bring that into the future. Those little nuggets, keep them in your mind.
Big
that way
hater
when it
energy
comes up.
here.
It's fine. Patch soon. Tinker removed from the game. You heard it hit first, folks.
Yep. Nerf Meepo too. She's Meepo.
I don't care anymore.
Meepo top 10 win
I haven't
rate.
played that hero
Nerf
in
it.
over 4 years.
He's broken.
He's dead. Making him more dead doesn't change the fact he's dead. It's kind of weird that you would pull him out of the ground, like you dig into his grave and pull his dead body out and make it worse.
That's
and
why
then
they
put
gave
it back,
him the
but-
ability, right? It's like the hero's so dead they gave him ability to bury himself.
All right, you guys are killing my vibe right now. So let's wrap this broadcast up. It's 3 days of group stage. I hope all of you at home have been enjoying the show. And for one last time, ladies and gentlemen, the Bickering Pandas.
All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eating steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy then. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you a 10, don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes.
work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never seen before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never